In the summer of 1991, Sherlock Holmes received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. As magic intertwines with science, the tale is about to unfold. Chapter 1. The Acceptance Letter. Kensington, Chelsea District, 128, Kings Road, 2nd floor master bedroom, T.O. Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock received a peculiar letter. The IT was peculiar because, typically, no one would address a letter with such specificity as to include 2nd floor master bedroom. Surely, one could not expect the postman to deliver the letter directly to the bedroom, could they? Yet, astonishingly, this letter did indeed find its way to Sherlock's chamber. This was the second reason for its peculiarity. The letter was delivered by an owl. Indeed, an owl. Sherlock glanced at the top of a nearby coat rack. There stood a strikingly patterned barn owl. It was this very owl that had flown in through the 2nd floor window, clutching the envelope, and after circling the room, accurately dropped the letter into his hand. It was almost as if it had achieved sentience. Naturally, Sherlock was initially taken aback. Anyone confronted with such an occurrence would find it difficult to remain composed. However, unlike an ordinary individual, the thrill that surged within Sherlock swiftly eclipsed his astonishment. Yet, more attention-grabbing than the letter itself was a grand H, encircled by the figures of a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. The images of the four creatures, rather than being distorted by the envelope's small confines, were vividly lifelike, as if they were poised to leap from the paper. Sherlock retrieved a magnifying glass from his drawer, observing the details with practiced precision. His gray eyes sparkled, and the slight tremor of his hands revealed that his inner excitement belied his outward calm. Finally, Sherlock let out a joyful laugh. In 1991, as the process of European integration accelerated, member states of the EU hastened their efforts in unison. Rumors circulated that the European community would pass formal treaties for the economic and monetary union and the political union by the end of the year. As one of the core member nations, the United Kingdom intensified its efforts to maintain public order, aiming to assert its former imperial grandeur and suppress its principal rivals, France and Germany. In fact, by the close of the 20th century, organized crime had virtually vanished from the British Isles. Only street gangs remained, stubbornly asserting their presence. In this context, London, as the capital, naturally bore the brunt. Faced with such oppressive conditions, criminals retreated, momentarily halting their activities. Moreover, having recently recovered from serious illness, Sherlock's parents had enrolled him in a preparatory school. For someone like Sherlock, who relished excitement and found the monotony of waiting at home for school to begin increasingly tedious, this day was a welcome diversion. Of course, despite his bubbling excitement, Sherlock meticulously examined the envelope before opening it. This was a habit he had long cultivated. An postage stamp, emerald ink, parchment paper, excessively thick stock intriguing, he mused, drawing preliminary conclusions through his observations. Yet, further confirmation awaited in the body of the letter. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Wizarding Federation, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin, Chief Sorcerer of Wisengamot. Dear Mr. Holmes, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies, with the term commencing on September 1st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Before reading the letter, Sherlock had imagined many possibilities, yet he had never anticipated this one. Hogwarts? A school of magic? A grand sorcerer? So this is an acceptance letter. The absurdity of the letter's contents plunged even the typically rational Sherlock into profound contemplation. As mentioned in the letter, a second page was attached, listing the essential supplies for attending school. That a swift scan revealed items such as wands, spell books, and robes, objects that existed solely in the realms of fantasy literature and films. Books like Standard Spellbook and A History of Magic even had their authors noted. It seemed all too real. After a moment of silence, Sherlock raised the letter toward the light. His eyes sparkled even brighter. If it had been any other child, they would likely have been swept away by excitement and believed every word. However, the 11-year-old Sherlock Holmes was no ordinary child. He was far more mature than his peers. He was a boy firmly anchored in the belief of science. Magic? How could something that existed only in legends possibly be real? Thus, this must be a prank. An exquisitely crafted envelope. Easily forged. The content of the letter? With a little imagination, it could be concocted. His address? The simplest detail, requiring less effort than fabricating the letter's content. The only point of intrigue lay with the owl that delivered the letter. Until this moment, Sherlock had never heard of owls performing such tasks. That role typically belonged to homing pigeons. But just because he had not encountered it did not mean it was impossible. With enough determination, Sherlock believed it could be accomplished. The real question was whether someone would expend considerable effort on such a trivial endeavor. The answer was unequivocally yes. This was not the first instance of such an occurrence. Sherlock's former dream had been to become a pirate. While undoubtedly eccentric, it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, it belonged to the rich tapestry of his nation's traditional culture. Much like this acceptance letter, the previous correspondence had been delivered by a legitimate postman. The writer, identifying himself as Captain Jack, claimed to have once led a band of rogues across the seas, robbing from the rich to give to the poor, a notorious figure of his time. Regrettably, he had unwittingly fallen prey to another nefarious captain, losing his beloved pirate ship. Eventually, disheartened, he found himself destitute. He wrote to Sherlock because he perceived the boy's potential to become an exceptional pirate, thus making a decision that defied tradition, to groom Sherlock as a successor. Initially, Sherlock had declined the offer. However, as time passed, Captain Jack managed to demonstrate his credibility through various means that it is worth noting that gaining Sherlock's trust was no simple feat. Thus, throughout the process, Sherlock had tested and verified. Finding no flaws, everything appeared to be in order. Yet, just as Sherlock finally began to trust the man and resolved to embark on an adventure with Captain Jack, he was informed that it had all been a ruse. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. Taking a deep breath, Sherlock resolved to let bygones be bygones. Yet, one must not stumble in the same place twice. In the present day, Sherlock's powers of deduction and analysis have matured significantly compared to his earlier, naive self. Having learned from past experiences, he is naturally less susceptible to deception this time around. Thus, even though common sense dictates that owls do not deliver messages, considering his previous experience of being misled, it is not entirely implausible to invest considerable effort in teaching an owl to carry out such a task. That individual revels in manipulating emotions with unrelenting enthusiasm. Ultimately, he arrived at a decision that was not particularly arduous, seizing a piece of paper and writing fervently. Dear Professor McGonagall, I am honored to have received the admission notification from your esteemed institution, and I am eager to attend. However, my family and I are entirely unfamiliar with the matters of magic, and we are not well versed in the preparations for enrollment. If your school could arrange for someone to address our inquiries in person, I would be immensely grateful. Yours sincerely, Sherlock Holmes. That a smile graced Sherlock's lips. If he was to seek excitement, he would pursue it wholeheartedly. Since the other party had already made their move, he would engage in the game with vigor. Such initiative, Sherlock attempted to extend his hand, and the owl promptly grasped the letter, taking flight through the window with a powerful flap of its wings. Observing the owl's flight patterns and velocity, Sherlock felt a wave of astonishment. The training results of this owl indicated that considerable effort had indeed been invested. This alone warranted his serious consideration. Given his understanding of that individual, it was clear that they would not easily concede defeat. Could they perhaps arrange for someone to impersonate a teacher from the magical school? Or might they simply reveal the ruse in a blunt and straightforward manner? The latter seems unlikely, as both parties are eager to continue this contest. Regardless, Sherlock felt a profound anticipation for the events that would soon unfold. At the very least, this summer would not be dulled. On the third day, following the receipt of the admission letter, Sherlock was enjoying breakfast with his parents. Mrs. Holmes glanced at the newspaper and exclaimed to her husband, "Tarnan, that burglary case has been solved. Sherlock was right, the culprit is indeed the one-armed man." Mr. Holmes smiled and turned to his son. "I recall this case was from 3 months ago." Sherlock placed a piece of bread into his mouth and remarked nonchalantly, "Scotland Yard has always been this efficient, and they tend to overlook the most obvious facts." Scotland Yard is not a geographical location, but a term used to refer to the Metropolitan Police Service in London. It is neither situated in Scotland nor responsible for policing Scotland. The Metropolitan Police Service is tasked with maintaining public order and traffic regulation across the Greater London area, excluding the City of London, with its former headquarters located at 4 Whitehall Point. One of its back doors faces Scotland Yard, which serves as the public entrance to the Metropolitan Police, and over time, the term Scotland Yard became synonymous with the police force. Using place names to refer to institutions is not uncommon, as seen with Fleet Street or 10 Downing Street. This practice is observed not only in the United Kingdom, but also in other nations. For instance, Sherlock, with his keen interest in investigations, is well aware of locations such as Lubyanka, Lyashinin, and Zabinka Hotel. Upon hearing Sherlock's assessment of Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes could not resist suggesting, "Sherlock, you should consider becoming a detective." At that moment, an owl flew directly into the room through the open window. Chapter 2. The Vice Principal's Visit. Sherlock possessed remarkable powers of observation and memory. He instantly recognized the owl that had delivered a letter 3 days prior. As before, it circled the room a few times before dropping the message into Sherlock's hands with a soft thud. Mr. Holmes and Mrs. Holmes were momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, Tanan, what have I just witnessed? An owl that delivers letters. This must be an illusion. Oh, Holy Mary, Verita, I wager that it is a messenger of God." observing his wife repeatedly making the sign of the cross over her chest. Mr. Holmes shook his head and remarked, "My dear, your reaction resembles that of a frantic turkey. It is well known that divine messengers arrive only at the end of days. How could you entertain such thoughts? That notion is utterly absurd, akin to Aunt Susan's dreadful apple pie. If you persist in this line of thinking, I swear I shall feed you a slice." Mr. Holmes shrugged, choosing not to continue the argument with his wife. He turned to his son. "Sherlock, do you believe it to be a messenger of God as well?" "No," Sherlock replied coolly, "merely an owl trained to deliver letters." As he spoke, he opened the envelope, revealing a message that was strikingly simple. "I shall visit at 9 o'clock. Minerva McGonagall." A soft chuckle escaped Sherlock's lips. How amusing. It seems this fellow possesses great confidence in his hired actor. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was now 8:45. In just 15 minutes, this self-proclaimed Professor McGonagall would arrive. In response to his parents' inquiries, Sherlock gently shook his head. "Let us allow this guest to clarify the matter. After all, I am quite eager to meet the vice principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." At precisely 9 o'clock, a firm knock resounded at the door. A woman with a serious demeanor appeared before the Holmes family. 5 minutes later, Professor Minerva McGonagall and the Holmes family were seated neatly in the living room. McGonagall's first impression of Sherlock was favorable. He was slightly taller than his peers, giving him a somewhat slender appearance. Though not conventionally adorable among young boys, his features were resolute, with pronounced angles. Notably, his elongated gray eyes stood out. In addition to his eyes, his slender, hooked nose also attracted attention. Overall, Sherlock's appearance conveyed an air of keen decisiveness, aligning perfectly with McGonagall's image of an exemplary student. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the decisive McGonagall swiftly moved to the crux of the matter. Every child born with magical talent in the United Kingdom is automatically placed on the enrollment list for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Upon reaching the age of 11, these children receive their acceptance letters delivered by owl. Should the recipient fail to receive the letter, the owl will persistently deliver it until successful. In addition to the acceptance notice, the letter includes a list of essential supplies, encompassing uniforms, textbooks, cauldrons, wands, and more. For a child hailing from a family of wizards, the matter at hand is as commonplace as eating or drinking. Yet, for some individuals, they remain oblivious to their magical abilities and the existence of the magical realm. In such instances, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry dispatches faculty members to visit and elucidate matters to their guardians, ensuring they are informed. However, it is Mr. Sherlock Holmes who is the first to proactively request our presence. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall's admiration for Sherlock deepens. In her view, it is a travesty, even a crime, for any individual endowed with magical talent to forego a systematic magical education. During the Middle Ages, magic was met with profound trepidation. Many wizards, particularly witches, faced varying degrees of persecution, with some tragically losing their lives. At that time, there was no comprehensive educational system for wizards. All young witches and wizards learned magic at home under the guidance of their parents. It was in this context that Hogwarts emerged, boasting a history spanning over a millennium. Thus, it is commendable that someone like Sherlock Holmes, born into a non-magical family, possesses a keen interest in understanding the magical world. One must recognize that every year, when the school enrolls new students, there are always families from non-magical backgrounds who recoil in fear at the mere mention of magic. For heaven's sake, it is already 1991. The portrayals of magic in visual media are based on reality. Why do these individuals continue to harbor such attitudes towards the arcane? Nevertheless, Professor McGonagall, nearing 60, is acutely aware that the prejudices residing in people's hearts are formidable mountains, impervious to even the most fervent efforts to move them. Even though Hogwarts instructors emphasize that a wizard's magical prowess increases with age, if a young witch or wizard reaches school age without learning to control their magic, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, including the loss of life. Yet, despite this reality, the malevolent perceptions of magic persist in some minds. Consequently, after encountering numerous setbacks, Hogwarts established a new protocol. If these families, upon learning the truth about the magical world, still refuse enrollment, their children may continue their education in ordinary schools. This approach is akin to fate determining life and death, and wealth being a matter of destiny. Naturally, Hogwarts does not endorse this practice. It is a last resort in cases of utter helplessness. However, based on Sherlock's proactive demeanor, it seems unlikely that such a scenario will arise. As Professor McGonagall observed Sherlock, he too scrutinized her in return. In fact, before McGonagall could share details about Hogwarts with Sherlock and his parents, he had already completed an analytical assessment of her through keen observation. The results astonished him. for his deductions revealed that this woman, claiming to be Professor Minerva McGonagall, was not being deceitful. From the fleeting expressions on a person's face, the subtle movements of their muscles, and the shifts in their gaze, one can infer the innermost thoughts that dwell within. For an individual well-versed in observation and analysis, achieving this feat is hardly a challenge. Sherlock Holmes epitomizes such a person. Even before the other party had settled in and commenced the discussion, Sherlock had discerned her character from her impeccably smooth, deep green gown, her meticulously arranged, coiled black hair, and the gleaming square lenses of her spectacles. Diligent, stern, and meticulous, individuals of this nature are more easily unmasked when they attempt to deceive. Thus, Sherlock found himself questioning his prior assessment. If Meg had not lied, did that imply this was not orchestrated by that individual? Could magic truly exist? When all impossibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. Sherlock could not help but murmur, "I beg your pardon, Mr. Holmes. What did you just say?" Meg looked towards Sherlock, having not quite caught his murmured words. His parents gazed at him with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing," Sherlock replied, shaking his head, then fixing an intense gaze upon Meg. "There exists a most straightforward method to ascertain the existence of magic. Professor, could you demonstrate magic for us?" Upon hearing Sherlock's request, Mr. and Mrs. Holmes regarded Meg with eager anticipation. Of course, Meg responded, entirely unfazed by such a request. It would have been odd had they not posed it, for she was exceedingly experienced in managing such situations. "If you all agree," she continued, and in the astonished gaze of the family, the teacup before Sherlock transformed into an endearing little squirrel. "Oh my God, this is astonishing. Look, what do I see?" The teacup has turned into a squirrel. In contrast to the overly dramatic reactions of his parents, Sherlock maintained a much calmer demeanor. Illusion? Hypnosis? Or perhaps mere sleight of hand? Even at this moment, Sherlock endeavored to rationalize the extraordinary events unfolding before him from a scientific perspective. Just then, the squirrel, having transformed from the teacup, shook its head and leapt into Sherlock's outstretched palm. He tentatively stroked it. Quite pleasant. The texture feels remarkably real. So this is genuine, is not a dream. Sherlock looked up at Meg, making one last attempt. Indeed, the tea is even still warm. When all impossibilities have been excluded, whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. Sherlock repeated this phrase, now with conviction. Magic truly exists in this world. Such fantasies, once confined to the realm of human imagination, manifest in reality. For Sherlock, this undoubtedly constituted a profound reconstruction of his worldview. However, once he embraced this premise, his mind opened up to a plethora of possibilities. The exquisite envelopes, the letter-carrying owls, the peculiar admissions processes, all found rational explanations. Indeed, he had misjudged that fellow. "Mr. Holmes, would you be willing to enroll in our school?" For Professor McGonagall, the astonishment displayed by the young wizard and his guardian upon witnessing magic was a familiar sight. The crucial matter at hand was whether Sherlock could commence his studies on time. The next step hinged upon the opinions of his parents. Noticing McGonagall's gaze upon him, Mr. Holmes pondered briefly before inquiring, "Professor, does enrollment necessitate residing on campus? Scotland? Oh, dear Sherlock, that is quite far. In such a case, your mother and I would be unable to care for you. I can take care of myself. However, wait, just a moment." The Holmes family exchanged puzzled glances with McGonagall, who regarded Sherlock with a look of disbelief. "Mr. Holmes, did you just mention Scotland?" Sherlock calmly met McGonagall's eyes. "Yes, Professor. How could you possibly know that?" McGonagall was taken aback. Chapter 3, Science and Magic. In this realm, most magical schools are situated in steep mountainous regions, and Hogwarts is no exception. However, its precise geographical location is shrouded in secrecy. Even within the British magical community, few are aware of it. Moreover, all magical schools are obscured by enchantments, rendering them invisible to non-magic folk, who only perceive dilapidated ruins or warning signs. Discovering the school is nearly impossible. Merely 5 minutes prior, the Holmes family was entirely unaware of the existence of magic. Yet, it was just moments ago that Sherlock, a boy from a Muggle family, casually spoke of something remarkable. Hogwarts is in Scotland. It was akin to a frenzied Gorgon, and McGonagall exerted great effort to maintain her composure. "What do you know?" In contrast to McGonagall's astonishment, Sherlock appeared remarkably calm, as though he did not comprehend the source of her surprise. "Your previous statement implies that Hogwarts is in Scotland?" McGonagall could not help but press further. "It was merely a simple deduction," Sherlock replied. Observing McGonagall's continued confusion, he sighed and produced the acceptance letter he had received 3 days prior. The paper was thick, sturdy, and of exceptionally high quality, costing nearly £50 for a single stack. McGonagall gazed at Sherlock in puzzlement, as if silently asking, "And so what?" Sherlock extended the letter towards her. "Professor, could you please hold it up to the light?" Though perplexed, McGonagall complied with his request. Then she noticed the paper's texture bore a capital intertwined with 3 lowercase letters. McGonagall was taken aback. "Do you understand what this signifies?" She couldn't resist asking. "Certainly. Alba means Scotland in Gaelic. This paper was manufactured in Scotland," Sherlock stated matter-of-factly. But, before McGonagall could refute him, Sherlock began to explain at a rapid pace. "Certainly, this alone is insufficient for a judgment, but when combined with the arrival of that Scottish owl delivering a message, the tartan pattern adorning your shirt, and the casual use of Scottish Gaelic in your speech, if one cannot deduce from these elements, it would be rather foolish." By Merlin's beard. After Sherlock articulated all these thoughts in one breath, McGonagall was utterly astonished. What had seemed utterly unbelievable prior suddenly appeared so self-evident following Sherlock's explanation. This young wizard was indeed remarkable. After all, deducing the location of Hogwarts without the use of magic was nothing short of astonishing. "Sherlock, are you truly intent on attending school there?" Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor, had already departed. She held great admiration for Sherlock's ability to ascertain Hogwarts' location solely through observation, although Sherlock himself considered it quite apparent. Because of this, the typically stern Professor McGonagall offered her praise generously and expressed considerable anticipation for Sherlock's forthcoming life at Hogwarts. Following this, McGonagall did not neglect her responsibilities. She informed Sherlock that items such as wands, robes, and spell books, which seemed exclusive to the magical realm, could indeed be procured locally in London, provided one knew where to look. She could have taken Sherlock directly to Diagon Alley. But upon discovering that Sherlock's family did not oppose magic and that his parents had promised to escort him there themselves, she decided to allocate her time to families in greater need of her assistance. Thus, she relayed the details meticulously, including instructions on how to travel to Hogwarts. Additionally, McGonagall arranged a confidentiality agreement with Sherlock's parents on behalf of Hogwarts, stipulating that the existence of magic must not be disclosed to anyone beyond immediate family. For the Holmes couple, this was not a concern, as they were not given to flamboyance. Sherlock, however, seemed to ponder deeply. Once McGonagall departed, the inherently sentimental Mrs. Holmes hesitated once more. Just this alone was already somewhat difficult for her to accept. Not to mention, this lifestyle would persist until Sherlock's graduation in his 7th year. The thought that for the next 7 years Sherlock would only spend a little over 2 months by her side each year was understandably hard for her to bear. "My dear Verita, since this is Sherlock's own decision, we should support him as we always have, should we not? I understand, but Tanan, Sherlock is only 11 years old. Trust me, and trust Sherlock. He will take care of himself. The reputation of wizards may not be stellar, but Sherlock's safety is paramount. The consequences of uncontrolled magic sound exceedingly terrifying. Moreover, this is also Sherlock's choice. He is, after all, no ordinary boy." Sherlock, of course, felt reassured. Although in most cases, the father tends to yield to the mother, he always manages to persuade her during crucial moments. Indeed, Mr. Holmes did not disappoint his son. After extensive communication, he ultimately succeeded in convincing his wife to accept the reality that Sherlock would be away from them for most of the next 7 years. The following task was to prepare for school. Initially, Sherlock planned to procure all necessary items for school on his own. However, Mrs. Holmes was adamant that he should not undertake this venture alone. Furthermore, since shopping required financial support from the family, both father and son had to reach a compromise. The next day, the family set off in their car and soon arrived at Charing Cross, a bustling area adjacent to Chelsea, where the Sherlock family resided. This locale is traditionally considered the heart of London and serves as the 0 point for road and rail distances in the UK. Their destination was situated on this very street. According to Meg, they first needed to locate the renowned Leaky Cauldron. However, the fame Meg spoke of was confined to the magical world. Prior to her mention, neither Sherlock nor the Holmes couple had ever heard of such a place. Sherlock initially thought this task would pose no difficulty, yet they encountered a setback right from the start. "Tan, are we mistaken?" Mrs. Holmes inquired, glancing at the bookstore on her left and the record shop on her right. Given their central location in London, both establishments were bustling with patrons. Yet, despite her thorough examination, she could not find any sign of a pub. Mr. Holmes similarly frowned in perplexity. The passers-by were either entering the bookstore or the record shop. None appeared to be heading toward a pub. At that moment, the couple instinctively turned to their son. Unlike his parents, Sherlock perceived the situation with clarity. There was indeed a pub nestled between the Grand Bookstore and the record shop, just as Meg had described. However, if it had not been for Meg's specific indication. Even Sherlock's keen observational skills would have overlooked it. As for Mr. and Mrs. Holmes, they were even less likely to notice it. The hurried demeanor of the pedestrians made it evident that they could not see the leaky cauldron. This exemplified how the magical world influences the mundane, diminishing its presence to render it invisible to ordinary folk. Sherlock understood this revelation. Indeed, once one engages with the magical realm, intriguing occurrences follow in quick succession. Observing his son striding confidently towards the space between the two shops, the couple hurried to catch up. Upon reaching the entrance, they finally took notice of the pub. Dilapidated, cramped, and grimy. That was the initial impression the leaky cauldron imparted. Stepping inside, the dim lighting and rudimentary facilities persisted. In the shadowy corners, a few tables were occupied by a group of patrons who were drinking and engaging in animated discussions. Everything appeared to be quite ordinary in this establishment. However, the patrons were clad in eccentric attire, and their conversations were utterly absurd. Mr. Holmes could not resist commenting to his wife after overhearing just a few snippets. "Valita, I wager that any ordinary individual who ventures here would rise and depart before finishing even a sip of mead." Mrs. Holmes nodded in agreement, as the notion of orchestrating a meteor shower seemed ludicrous at best. Sherlock's gaze swept over the individuals present, each scene subconsciously analyzed and catalogued in his mind. A woman smoking in the northwest corner, under 50, married, lacking self-control, separated from her husband, seeking youthful companionship. A man, grinning foolishly, about 20, soon to be wed, here to bid farewell to his bachelorhood, his friends disapproving of his decision. A short man at a nearby table, approximately 35, irritable, lacking sufficient funds for his drinks, currently devising a plan to evade payment. A robust man of average build passing by. Each person Sherlock scrutinized seemed to automatically relay this information to his perception. For him, such observations had become as instinctual as eating or drinking. A man approaching us, around 40, who has been observing everyone entering and exiting the bar. He is the proprietor. 2 muggles, 1 little wizard. A classic combination heralding yet another summer breeze. The man halted before the trio and introduced himself. "I am Tom Cruise, the owner of this establishment. You may call me Old Tom. Welcome to the leaky cauldron." Upon glancing at his thinning hair, wrinkled visage resembling a shriveled walnut, and nearly closed eyes, Mr. Holmes and his wife exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They recognized this was impolite, but could not suppress their amusement. Yet, Sherlock remained unfazed, stepping forward to greet him. "Mr. Cruise, Professor McGonagall sent us." Having discerned Tom's character through observation, Sherlock boldly mentioned McGonagall's name. Indeed, a little wizard from a muggle family, though rare, is not unheard of. "Follow me." As they trailed Tom, Sherlock subtly inquired about the individuals he had previously observed. As the bar's owner, Tom was well acquainted with their circumstances. Sherlock felt gratified that all his deductions were correct. It appeared that even in the magical realm, the deductive reasoning derived from scientific principles remained applicable. Thus, as science and magic intertwined, the story began. Chapter 4. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The ability to perceive the essence through phenomena and to uncover truths from minute details is undoubtedly a gift. However, it must also be honed through diligent practice. Initially, Sherlock approached the task by tackling relatively straightforward questions, such as identifying a stranger's history and profession through careful observation. Such seemingly childish and tedious exercises can remarkably sharpen one's observational skills. Over time, and with persistent practice, Sherlock has honed his abilities in this regard. He has long understood where to observe and what to focus on. He has formulated a unique method of deduction. Although it is not yet flawless, observation and analysis have become second nature to him. Regrettably, no one has challenged him to a bet. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. As Sherlock inquired with the pub owner, Tom, the latter guided Sherlock and his parents past the bar to a secluded courtyard surrounded by walls. Sherlock's gaze swiftly scanned the vicinity, revealing nothing but a trash bin and some weeds. Could the issue lie with the trash bin? He stepped closer. Simultaneously, Tom took action. "Once you have your wand, remember the position of this brick. It is located behind the trash bin. Count up 3 bricks and across 2, Sherlock stated calmly. This particular brick was distinct from the others on the wall, both in color and wear. For a keen observer, discerning this was not particularly challenging. "What an astonishing ability for observation," Tom exclaimed, genuinely impressed by Sherlock's explanation, before gently tapping the brick 3 times with his wand. The Sherlock family watched in rapt attention as something remarkable unfolded. The struck brick began to tremble. Initially, a small hole appeared in the center. followed by the adjacent bricks shifting rapidly, enlarging the opening. Ultimately, a grand archway emerged before them, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to extend endlessly. In stark contrast to the dim and cramped leaky cauldron, this avenue radiated brightness. It was as if a new world had suddenly been revealed. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Tom's voice resonated perfectly at that moment. This was indeed their destination, Diagon Alley, also known as Dagon Way. That little fellow must have no money on him. He should be preparing to flee, Sherlock pondered, deciding to offer a timely warning. Just then, muffled shouts of "Stop! Catch him!" echoed from within the pub. Diagon Alley presented a striking contrast to the leaky cauldron. Its bright, expansive street, bustling shops, and throngs of people. Even the well-traveled Mr. Holmes could not help but exclaim, "I can scarcely believe such a place exists in London." Mrs. Holmes nodded in agreement with her husband's sentiment. Meanwhile, Sherlock was deep in thought. Since confirming that the existence of magic was not mere fiction, his fascination with the magical world has only intensified. It now appeared that the leaky cauldron and Diagon Alley bore a resemblance to the realms of a science fiction narrative, the world beyond the mirror and the world within. However, the magical realm ought not to exist in isolation from the mundane world. It is likely that, even if the city council remains unaware, the prime minister and the royal family are well informed. There exists a certain location that, for the city council, would undoubtedly result in a significant loss of tax revenue. Sherlock mused inwardly. Following McGonagall's suggestion, the trio first made their way to Gringotts Wizarding Bank on the northern side of Diagon Alley. They needed to exchange some magical currency. Indeed, while somewhat surprising, the magical world possesses its own monetary system. The currency consists of galleons, with 17 sickles equating to 1 galleon, and 29 nuts making up a single sickle. Such an exchange rate inevitably led Sherlock to regard the mathematical capabilities of wizards with a degree of disdain. Even if a decimal system was unfeasible, surely the conversion rates among the three currencies should maintain some semblance of consistency. Though Britain had once employed a system where £1 exchanged for 20 shillings and 1 shilling equated to 12 pence, the currency reform of 1971 abolished shillings, resulting in the current standard of £1 equaling 100 new pence. While the mundane world progresses, why cannot the magical realm keep pace? Regrettable as it may be, the currency must still be exchanged. In comparison to the other establishments on Diagon Alley, Gringotts Wizarding Bank is quite distinctive. The towering white edifice stands out amid the collection of shorter buildings, and the bronze doors gleam brightly in the sunlight. However, what captures the most attention is a diminutive figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform standing at the entrance. With an elongated body, long limbs, a dark complexion, and a pointed beard, it is none other than a goblin. Upon witnessing this sight, Sherlock's eyes sparkled. Yet another creature from the realm of legend. "Are you here to exchange money? Do not wander off. Follow me," the goblin stated, having likely perceived the non-wizard status of the Holmes couple. After a slight bow, it continued. Sherlock noted the goblin's distant demeanor and somewhat cold tone. TSK, such an attitude in the service industry. The magical world could certainly benefit from better training. Mr. and Mrs. Holmes, however, were too preoccupied to dwell on this observation. Mrs. Holmes appeared somewhat anxious. "Tanan, I wonder if the money we brought is sufficient? Sherlock seems intent on purchasing quite a lot, and I would hate for him to suffer so far from home." "Dear Verita, fret not. Trust me, it will be fine," Mr. Holmes whispered reassuringly. The Holmes family is quite affluent. Sherlock's grandfather has been a country gentleman for generations, a veritable nobleman in the Victorian era. Even in contemporary London, they occupy a prominent position within the middle class. Hence, as long as the value of magical currency is not excessively outrageous, Mr. Holmes remains confident in their purchasing power. As they followed the goblin through the second set of silver doors, the inscriptions etched upon them caught Sherlock's attention. Chapter 5. Shop till you drop. "Welcome, stranger, but be wary. Greed can lead to dire consequences. To take without giving in return." The Wizarding Bank's confidence in its security measures is palpable, as they assert that severe repercussions await any would-be thief. Should one attempt to abscond with wealth that is not rightfully theirs, they have been duly forewarned. The treasures sought may well be accompanied by dire consequences. Observing the grand marble hall before him, Sherlock contemplated the situation, discerning several vulnerabilities with little effort. Absent the influence of magic, he believed that, given a night, he could bring this bank to its knees, making headlines of stolen riches and a mysterious figure evading security. Such occurrences are not uncommon. A year prior, a similar incident transpired involving the theft of financial bonds in London, with the Bank of England's response being nothing short of exemplary, an approach that the Wizarding Bank could certainly emulate. Yet, Sherlock was acutely aware that magic existed in this realm, and he resolved to tread carefully until he fully grasped this unfamiliar concept. Upon arriving at the counter, a vacant fairy was summoned by the guide fairy to assist the trio with their exchange. The exchange rate between gallons and pounds was not fixed, standing at an unexpected 1.5 that day. This revelation was startling, given that it was 1991 and the pound remained robust. The valuation of the gallon at 5 times that of the pound was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, the concerns of Mrs. Holmes were unfounded, as they possessed sufficient funds to exchange for nearly 1,000 gallons. However, just as they prepared for the transaction, an unforeseen complication arose. A limit on the exchange of pounds for wizarding currency was in place. Initially taken aback, Sherlock quickly reconciled himself to this reality. Recognizing that in the non-magical world, there are also restrictions on domestic currency exchanges to foreign currencies, primarily to prevent excessive capital movement. Such volatility, particularly in adverse economic conditions, could lead to significant financial turmoil, including currency devaluation and market chaos, potentially culminating in a financial crisis. Thus, countries impose annual limits on the amount of foreign currency that ordinary citizens may exchange, aiming to preserve foreign reserves and maintain economic stability. Given that the magical world operates within its own currency system, it was hardly surprising that limits on currency exchange existed. However, it was disheartening to learn from the fairy that wizards from non-magical families could exchange a mere maximum of 128 gallons annually. As for the limit on pure wizarding families, although the goblin did not disclose it, Sherlock discerned through mere observation that this figure far surpassed 128 galleons. One could even boldly hypothesize that there were no restrictions on the exchange of galleons for wizarding families. What else could he say but to continue with the same discriminatory practices? However, with his meticulous observational skills, Sherlock uncovered other avenues from the goblin-esque ledger. The 128 galleon cap seemed to apply solely to pounds. When he inquired further, it was indeed revealed that Gringotts also accepted gold, jewelry, antiques, and the like. This meant that while the maximum exchange in pounds was limited to 128 galleons, valuable items, such as gold, could be converted further. Sherlock's eyes sparkled with newfound realization. He had inadvertently discovered a fresh laundering route for London's criminals. Gringotts, the sanctuary for money laundering, the only prerequisite being their ability to reach this place. Though the goblin he questioned exhibited clear impatience, he nevertheless provided a piece of information under Sherlock's persistent inquiry. 128 galleons was more than sufficient to cover all the necessities for a new wizard schooling. After all, apart from these essentials, attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was purely compulsory education, covering all meals and accommodation without any additional costs. This aspect remained consistent with the non-magical world. In the United Kingdom, students embark on compulsory education at the age of 5, continuing until they reach 17 and complete secondary education. They enjoy fully free national benefits, with the state responsible for necessary tuition, books, and supplies. At 11, students transition from primary to secondary education. Therefore, aside from the shopping expenses incurred before the start of each academic year, there were theoretically no further expenditures required. Ultimately, after exchanging £640 for the maximum allowable galleons, Sherlock and his parents departed from Gringotts. Sherlock swiftly halted any notions of immediate purchases. They would shop first, and only resort to this method if funds proved insufficient. Mrs. Holmes acquiesced to Sherlock's suggestion. Following the requirements outlined in the school supply list, Sherlock procured a plethora of textbooks, as well as cauldrons, scales, telescopes, and other items necessary for his magical courses. At that moment, Sherlock realized the goblin-esque claims had been somewhat exaggerated. The 128 galleons allocated for the school list barely sufficed. It could hardly be deemed ample. Judging by the prices of the items he had already acquired, 3 plain work robes cost 20 galleons, a telescope 10 galleons, and a quill for writing even commanded 1 galleon. Most absurdly, a brand new textbook priced at 9 galleons. Was knowledge in the magical world truly this exorbitant? This reality further distressed Mrs. Holmes, who was already in a foul mood. Consequently, she firmly dismissed Sherlock's suggestion of purchasing second-hand textbooks. Sherlock, feeling somewhat exasperated, recognized himself as a quintessential pragmatist. In his view, second-hand textbooks were virtually indistinguishable from new ones, yet the price of the former was merely a third of the latter. Wasn't this an extraordinary bargain? If left to his own devices, he would undoubtedly choose second-hand textbooks. Alas, his mother would not consent. In addition to the specified reading list, Sherlock also acquired several additional volumes, such as significant magical events of the 20th century and the rise and fall of dark magic, which would deepen his understanding of the magical realm. Furthermore, he procured the best-selling work Survival Handbook by an author named Bear Grylls. Chapter 6. Flying Broomsticks and Wands. This book, centered around the adage better safe than sorry, showcases the author's first-hand knowledge and experiences, illustrating how one should appropriately respond to danger in the magical world. The Wilderness Survival Guide within, along with the author's personal encounters with formidable creatures such as trolls, giant crocodiles, vampires, and bats, particularly piqued Sherlock's interest. After a brief perusal, he decisively purchased it. At the end of the requisite list, there was a special reminder. First-year students are not permitted to bring flying broomsticks. This particular notice had certainly captured Sherlock's attention. He was not one to adhere rigidly to rules and had never shied away from bending them when necessary. Whether bringing a flying broomstick was essential remained uncertain, but he was determined to ascertain exactly what it entailed. At the Quidditch shop located on the northern side of Diagon Alley, Sherlock finally laid eyes upon it. As the name suggests, a flying broomstick is a broom that can soar through the skies. In the magical realm, it serves as the primary mode of transportation for wizards, while also being widely utilized in various sporting competitions. Naturally, Sherlock, who was perpetually intrigued by the unknown, eagerly immersed himself in this novelty. However, upon further inspection, he found the prices to be staggering. The entry-level flying broomsticks started at a price of 1 or 200 galleons, already reaching the annual currency exchange limit for non-magical families. Premium flying broomsticks, such as the Nimbus 2000 and the Clean Sweep 7, commanded prices exceeding 1,000 galleons each. According to the shopkeeper, the primary function of flying broomsticks for those attending magical schools, aside from flying, is to participate in Quidditch matches, a sport akin to football, distinguished primarily by its aerial arena and additional rules. One could say that Quidditch is beloved by all in the magical world. However, for various reasons, Sherlock ultimately declined the enthusiastic shopkeeper's offer, even when he claimed to have methods for sneaking a broomstick into school. Additionally, he once again persuaded his mother to select a pewter cauldron, as Mrs. Holmes had initially intended to purchase a pure gold one. Beyond the prohibition of broomsticks, the enrollment list also reminded new students that they could bring an owl, a toad, or a cat. According to the pet shop owner, toads have been all the rage many years ago. Although it lacks inherent magical abilities, it serves as an excellent medium for practicing spells and testing potions. This is particularly true for potion makers, as its skin can absorb liquids, facilitating the testing of potions that require oral ingestion. Unfortunately, times have changed. Toads are no longer in vogue. Cats, while adept at catching mice, often trigger allergic reactions. Thus, owls have emerged as the optimal choice. However, from Sherlock's perspective, the mere fact that an owl costs 15 galleons, considerably more than the average 10 galleons for a pet cat, or even fewer for a toad, seemed rather excessive. Nevertheless, Sherlock opted for an owl, deeming it worthwhile solely for its ability to deliver messages and parcels. On this occasion, the three members of the Sherlock family reached an uncommon consensus. Next came the part of the journey that piqued Sherlock's interest the most, the purchase of a wand. There was but one wand shop in Diagon Alley, located on its southern side. Compared to the other establishments, this shop appeared diminutive and dilapidated. A single wand rested on a purple cushion in the display window, while the gold-lettered sign above the door had faded, bearing the inscription, Ollivander, expertly crafted wand since 382 BC. The lack of refurbishment perhaps aimed to reflect the historical significance of that year. Upon stepping into the shop, the sound of tinkling bells filled the air. Sherlock's gaze swiftly traversed the interior. The space was modest, furnished only with a long bench in the corner. Thousands of slender paper boxes containing wands reached from the floor to the ceiling, all covered in a thin layer of dust. At that moment, a gentle voice welcomed him. The speaker was a diminutive elderly man, his silver eyes glimmering like two radiant moons in the dimly lit shop. Clever, confident, solitary, empathetic, around 55 years of age. Just finished serving another customer, Sherlock concluded upon first seeing Ollivander. Simultaneously, Ollivander smiled and addressed Sherlock and his parents. It seems we have a young wizard from a Muggle family. Sherlock raised an eyebrow at this. It was the second time that day he had encountered the term Muggle. The first was from Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. From the context, it appeared to refer to ordinary individuals from non-magical families. Which arm do you intend to use for your wand? Ollivander's question interrupted Sherlock's thoughts. Right hand, he hesitated, then added, but the left could suffice if necessary. Ollivander glanced at Sherlock with mild surprise. After a moment's pause, he proceeded to measure Sherlock's right arm with meticulous care, shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, knee to armpit. During this process, Sherlock was astonished to observe that the measuring tape operated autonomously. Yet, recalling that he was in the magical realm, he quickly accepted this revelation. The explanation was unclear. A touch of magic was needed. This scene merely surprised Sherlock, while it thrilled Mrs. Holmes. This tool is simply remarkable. I must inquire about it later. It would certainly make sewing clothes for my husband and children much more convenient. Sherlock initially thought this task would be quite straightforward. Little did he anticipate that the time spent would surpass that of his mother's usual shopping excursions. A 9-inch wand, crafted from willow, produced a delightful whoosh when waved, a splendid instrument for casting spells. He reached for the wand, but before he could make a move, it was snatched away by Ollivander. What does this mean? Sherlock inquired. Try this one instead, said Ollivander, presenting a mahogany wand measuring 10¼ inches, noted for its greater flexibility. Without waiting for Sherlock's question, he thrust another wand into his hands. This time, Sherlock attempted to wave it, yet it yielded no response. Let's try again. This one is made of unicorn hair, with a core of ebony, offering excellent elasticity, and measures 9¾ inches. Items from the adjacent shelf flew out, indicating it was evidently unsuitable. This one is made of ash wood with phoenix feather, measuring 7½ inches. And this, black walnut with dragon heartstring, measuring 8 inches. Time slipped away unnoticed as the search continued. Chapter 7. Just because I glanced at you amidst the crowd. Ollivander's wand shop. Sherlock tried wand after wand, yet none seemed fitting. In the face of this predicament, Ollivander displayed no signs of impatience. Rather, his excitement grew. Sherlock remained silent, passively cooperating with the shopkeeper's selections, appearing remarkably patient. Mr. and Mrs. Holmes exchanged perplexed glances. They were baffled as to what constituted the ideal wand in Ollivander's eyes. To them, it seemed absurd that Sherlock had barely grasped a wand, let alone waved it, before it was whisked away by the eccentric elder. This had occurred several times already. Finally, Mrs. Holmes could no longer contain herself, and quietly suggested to her husband, Tanner, perhaps we should explore other options? Mr. Holmes hesitated, but I've heard this is the only shop of its kind. To their surprise, Ollivander's keen hearing was exceptional, despite his focus on Sherlock. He lifted his head and said, "Is this lady questioning the Ollivander family?" Under his piercing gaze, Mrs. Holmes felt a twinge of anxiety. "No, I'm merely. There is no need for concern. The Ollivander family has been crafting wands since 382 BC. No matter how discerning the customer, they will always find a suitable wand here." "Including the one who left earlier?" Sherlock interjected suddenly. Ollivander paused, then laughed heartily. "Indeed, a perceptive little wizard you are. There was indeed a particularly discerning customer before, a rather famous individual." As he spoke, Ollivander seemed to grasp a profound realization, altering his statement to assert that rather than wizards choosing their wands, it is, in fact, the wands that select their wizards. Remember, no one leaves Ollivander's shop in disappointment. At this point, he smacked his forehead and approached the shelf from which the goods had just flown. From a corner, he retrieved an inconspicuous black wand. Crafted from beech wood and serpent's heartstring, it measured 12 inches, resilient and remarkably supple. "Give it a try." Sherlock naturally noticed Ollivander's deft change of subject. Without further inquiry, he accepted the wand as directed. The moment he grasped it, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. An enigmatic sensation enveloped him, as if an unseen force had connected him to the wand in his grasp. He gently waved it, and a white smoke ring emerged, drifting lazily into the air. Moreover, it seemed as though the sound of a steam whistle and the laughter of sailors echoed in his ears, as if he had struck a chord of resonance with the wand. How wondrous! Even without an understanding of magic, Mr. and Mrs. Holmes could discern that this wand was indeed suited for Sherlock. "Has this wand chosen me?" Sherlock inquired when Ollivander handed him the wand encased in its box. Indeed, the wand selection of a wizard is the definitive answer. Having finally found a wand for the discerning customer, Ollivander appeared quite pleased and added a few explanations. For the true match of a beechwood wand, if the wizard is of age, they will surely be reasonable and experienced. If they are a teenager, Ollivander glanced at Sherlock, a cryptic expression gracing his features. Then it signifies they possess wisdom beyond their years. Wisdom beyond years? Sherlock pondered this notion. At that moment, Mrs. Holmes approached, inquiring about the self-measuring tape. However, she received the disappointing reply that it was not for non-wizards to use. This left her feeling somewhat disheartened. After parting with 8 galleons, Mr. Ollivander bowed as he ushered them out the door. Encountering 2 discerning customers in a single day, it appeared this year as Hogwarts would be quite lively indeed. Gazing at the retreating figures of the family, he murmured to himself, Following their wand purchase, Sherlock and his parents finally concluded their shopping excursion in Diagon Alley. With frugality in mind, the total expenditure for the items on their school list reached nearly 80 galleons. After accounting for a few additional books, Sherlock found himself with less than 20 galleons remaining. Mrs. Holmes felt that the limitations on the exchange of magical currency reflected a discrimination from the magical world towards families like theirs who were non-wizards. Lingering on this sentiment for some time, he observed a pair of adults accompanied by a young girl, endlessly meandering between the bookstore and the record shop. With just a glance, Sherlock deduced that they were a couple with their daughter, and their intentions mirrored those of his family from not long ago. Sherlock's actions caught the attention of the Holmes couple. Following his gaze, the two naturally spotted a family of 3 lingering between the bookstore and the record shop. The couple was elegantly attired, exuding an air of refinement. The young girl, with her thick, flowing chestnut hair, was chattering animatedly. Although lacking Sherlock's powers of observation and analysis, it was not difficult to surmise that they too were in search of the leaky cauldron. Mrs. Holmes was a woman of great warmth and kindness. Upon recalling her family's recent encounter, she immediately took her husband's arm and approached them, clearly intending to offer assistance. Sherlock understood that with that little wizard present, this family would undoubtedly find the leaky cauldron in due course. However, he did not anticipate that merely casting a glance at the crowd would prompt his mother to intervene. Seeing his parents engaged in conversation with the family, he felt compelled to join in. Indeed, you are also searching for Diagon Alley, are you not? The day's experiences had imbued Mrs. Holmes with confidence, and she soon took the conversation as lead, speaking as one who had been through it herself. Oh, I would wager that the goblins at the bank were utterly dreadful. Akin to Aunt Susan's apple pie. For heaven's sake, they offered us a mere 128 galleons in exchange. It is sheer folly to turn away money. If I encounter them again, I swear I shall give them a good kick with my boot. Her words quickly bridged the gap between them. After introductions were exchanged, upon learning that the couple, named Granger, were also non-wizards, she excitedly drew Sherlock forward. Sherlock, this young lady, Miss Hermione Granger, is also a new student at Hogwarts. You can look out for one another. Chapter 8. 2 Names. Mrs. Holmes was indeed eager to assist. Yet, this was merely one of her motivations for helping the Granger family. As a mother, she understood her son's temperament all too well. Lonely, peculiar, and some out of place. She had previously fretted over this during his time at school. Although Sherlock had managed to navigate this issue independently, the outcome had not been particularly pleasant. Thus, facilitating friendships for him before his school journey commenced would be a most welcome endeavor. Meanwhile, Sherlock had already exchanged pleasantries with the girl named Hermione. Out of courtesy, he turned to Mr. Granger and said, "Dr. Granger, it is a pleasure to meet you." "A pleasure indeed, but how did you know I was a doctor?" Mr. Granger instinctively replied, only to realize the inconsistency. He had not disclosed his profession during introductions. Mrs. Granger and Hermione, with her fluffy chestnut locks, were equally taken aback. Observing the astonished expressions on the Granger family's faces, Mr. and Mrs. Holmes exchanged knowing smiles. They were certainly not surprised, as similar occurrences had transpired numerous times before. However, Mrs. Holmes soon found her smile faltering. "Madam Granger, I harbor suspicions that my mother suffers from pulpitis caused by dental caries. However, her fear of pain has deterred her from seeking medical attention. I earnestly hope you can assist her." Upon hearing this, Madam Granger's eyes brightened, and she promptly inquired about Mrs. Holmes' symptoms. Although Mrs. Holmes shot a reproachful glance at Sherlock, she complied and began to articulate her condition to Madam Granger. As Sherlock was introduced to the gathering, Hermione Granger had already commenced her scrutiny of him. With his short black hair, striking gray eyes, and stature surpassing that of his peers, he was undeniably attention-grabbing. When he audaciously disclosed the professions of his parents, Hermione was taken aback, stealing several glances in his direction. It was then that she noticed his notably elongated hooked nose, quite prominent indeed. When Sherlock's piercing gaze fell upon her, Hermione felt a rush of heat to her cheeks and quickly averted her gaze. The Granger family, it seemed, had arrived a tad late. Despite the camaraderie forged between the two mothers, the Granger family deemed it necessary to depart first in order to procure the essential items for Hermione's schooling. However, before parting ways, Mrs. Holmes not only guided them to the location of the leaky cauldron, but also generously shared her shopping experiences from the day with Madame Granger. In turn, Madame Granger persuaded Mrs. Holmes to arrange a comprehensive periodontal health check for her, assuring her that it would be painless. Thus, a fulfilling day in Diagon Alley came to a close. In the ensuing month, Sherlock found himself remarkably occupied. He did not dwell on the Granger family. His mother's pulpitis was indeed an unexpected development. As for the need to look after Hermione at school, he deemed it unnecessary. Sherlock had always perceived self-care as a cumbersome task. The prospect of Hermione tending to him was utterly implausible. Moreover, with a young witch in tow, how could he find the time to explore Hogwarts? After several attempts, he discovered, as the pet shop owner had asserted, that owls could deliver both messages and parcels. While seemingly akin to a postman, their speed and precision were vastly superior. He even took the liberty of naming his pet owl Watson. Sherlock could not quite articulate why, but he felt the name was fitting for a long-term companion. In addition to this, he diligently perused all his textbooks and several extra volumes he had acquired. Through these, Sherlock gained a systematic and comprehensive understanding of the wizarding world. In contrast to Hermione Granger, he found himself more intrigued by two other names. One of them was Harry James Potter, whether in the school's designated reading list, such as A History of Magic, or in the additional titles he had purchased, Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century and the Rise and Fall of Dark Magic. This name frequently appeared. This boy, born on July 31st, 1980, was dubbed the Boy Who Lived, the savior of the magical realm, and the only nemesis of the Dark Lord. As for why Harry Potter bears such titles, is closely linked to another name, the Dark Lord who was subdued by him. According to the narrative, this figure is described as the most powerful and perilous dark wizard in history. When his name must be mentioned, many texts refer to him simply as he who must not be named. Only a select few works dare to utter the name Voldemort, and even then, it is often mentioned only once. When referenced again, he is typically referred to as the Dark Lord or the Mysterious One. The scientifically minded Sherlock finds this rather perplexing. It seems somewhat absurd. Perhaps this is a hallmark of the magical realm? In any case, due to Voldemort's formidable strength and numerous followers, he once ruled the wizarding world. However, where there is oppression, there is also resistance. The oppressive reign of darkness incited growing discontent, ultimately culminating in a protracted conflict between good and evil. The one who led the White Wizards against Voldemort was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is the reason for both the school's and Dumbledore's elevated status within a magical community. This conflict is known as the Wizarding War, which lasted a full 11 years, during which the entire magical world suffered immense losses. According to the narrative, had the war continued, Voldemort might indeed have dominated the wizarding realm. However, as the 11th year of the war approached, coinciding with Voldemort's peak power, a turning point emerged. On the eve of Halloween, October 31st, 1981, for reasons unknown, the fearsome Dark Lord arrived in Godric's Hollow, a small village in southwest England, a half-wizard settlement named after the renowned wizard Godric Gryffindor. Harry Potter and his parents resided there. Undoubtedly, the Potters were exceptional wizards, strong and once active on the front lines against Voldemort. Nevertheless, in their confrontation with him, the Potters were ruthlessly slain without contest. After murdering the Potters, Voldemort then aimed his wand at the mere 15-month-old Harry. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, the Dark Lord, who had personally killed hundreds and instilled fear throughout the magical community, faltered. The once invincible dark magic obliterated the Potter residence, yet Harry himself remained unscathed. Thus, Harry Potter became the only person to have survived Voldemort's onslaught. Chapter 9. The Long Platform. The interminable wait ensued. The mysterious Dark Lord Voldemort had vanished, leaving only Harry Potter and the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. To this day, the reasons remain shrouded in mystery. Regardless, it is an undeniable fact that the Dark Lord's failure against an infant marked a pivotal moment. The 11-year-long Wizarding War came to a close, and the wizarding world finally emerged from the shadows of darkness and terror. For this reason, Harry Potter became a household name and a revered hero long before reaching adulthood, celebrated as the Boy Who Lived. There are even proposals to designate the day of Voldemort's demise as Harry Potter Day. Although this request ultimately did not come to fruition, it does not diminish Harry Potter's unique status within the magical realm. According to the customs of the wizarding world, Harry, who shares the same age as Sherlock, would commence his education in the summer of 1991. Undoubtedly, Harry Potter's allure far surpasses that of Hermione Granger in Sherlock's eyes. After the term began, he quickly gravitated towards Harry, viewing this significant figure as a gateway to understanding the magical universe. Sherlock had no doubt that if the world he inhabited were a novel, Harry Potter, while perhaps not the protagonist, would certainly serve as a crucial point of reference. Being in Harry's presence would undoubtedly lead to a plethora of conflicts and adventures. Such circumstances would greatly facilitate his exploration of the entire magical world. Moreover, compared to adults like Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall, it would likely be easier to forge a connection with Harry. Of course, this is relative, given Harry Potter's immense fame in the wizarding community. He would undoubtedly be the center of attention at school, likely surrounded by a throng of admirers, which might complicate Sherlock's efforts to approach him. However, the challenge only added to the allure of the endeavor. Finally, the day arrived on September 1st. On this day, Mr. Holmes and Mrs. Holmes accompanied Sherlock to King's Cross Station. Hogwarts, located in the Scottish Highlands, was a conclusion Sherlock had drawn and received confirmation of from Professor McGonagall. However, the notion of traveling by train to a wizarding school seemed rather absurd. As Mr. Holmes humorously remarked, did they run out of magic carpets? What baffled the couple even more was the train ticket indicating that Sherlock was to board a train departing from Platform 9 at 11 o'clock. It is well known that King's Cross Station in London only has platforms 9 and 10, with no sign of a Platform 9. Thankfully, Professor McGonagall, a dedicated educator, not only explained how to access Diagon Alley, but also revealed how to locate this seemingly non-existent Platform 9. At 10 o'clock, at King's Cross Station, one platform bore a large plastic sign reading 9, while another displayed a sign reading 10, with an emptiness in between. The moment of parting arrived. Mr. Holmes smiled and waved repeatedly at his son, while Mrs. Holmes turned away, her shoulders trembling, clearly reluctant to face this moment of separation. As a person of sentiment, her reaction was hardly surprising. Mr. Holmes demonstrated the strength of a patriarch, bidding farewell to Sherlock with another wave before embracing his wife tightly as they departed. As Sherlock bid farewell to his departing parents, he did not hastily collide with the wall. Instead, he curiously extended his hand to touch it. Finding the surface solid and devoid of any illusory deception, he tapped the wall tiles, and a resounding thud confirmed their substance. They were not hollow. Glancing downward, he noticed distinct footprints and the marks of a cart leading straight into the other side of the wall. The spacing of the steps indicated that these individuals had exerted considerable force and urgency. A smile crept onto Sherlock's lips. It appeared that, even without MCG's admonition, he had discerned the way to enter. Sherlock surmised that the wizards had devised this mechanism to prevent non-wizards from accidentally stumbling through with mere light contact, necessitating a forceful impact against the wall for entry. There was little more to contemplate. With a brisken pace, he approached the wall and collided with it. Sherlock did not close his eyes, yet he still felt the darkness envelop him. However, this sensation lasted but a fleeting moment. Soon, his surroundings opened up to reveal an expansive platform bustling with passengers and a vacant set of tracks ahead. Upon turning back, he realized that the barrier had transformed into a wrought iron archway, prominently labeled Platform 9. An amusing revelation. Sherlock beamed with genuine delight. What he initially thought to be a mere prank involving an owl delivering messages had, in fact, become the key to unlocking a new realm of possibilities. Having arrived somewhat early, the Hogwarts train had yet to arrive, leaving Sherlock to wait upon the lengthy platform. Meanwhile, he busied himself by observing his future classmates, analyzing their histories and backgrounds. This way, the seemingly interminable wait morphed into an engaging endeavor. A newcomer, whose mother is a witch and father a mundane demolitions expert, only discovering her true identity after marriage. An upperclassman, possessing a strong desire for attention, extroverted in nature, and articulate, often taking on the role of host. A newcomer, raised by a grandmother due to the absence of parents for unknown reasons, characterized by forgetfulness, timidity, and a lack of self-confidence. Just as Sherlock's gaze shifted from a round-faced little boy and his grandmother to seek the next target, a deep crimson steam locomotive roared into view, its sign proclaiming, "Direct Hogwarts train, 11 o'clock." As the train arrived, a throng surged forward. The students boarding the train leaned out of windows to converse with family. Some frolicked in their seats, while others sat in place, curiously glancing about, the atmosphere brimming with joviality. Sherlock did not rush to check his ticket or board the train. The individual he sought had yet to appear, and until then, he would remain patient, even if the wait felt protracted. At long last, upon spotting a frail young boy laboriously pushing a heavy trunk onto the platform, Sherlock's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. At last, you have arrived. Chapter 10. The First Encounter with Harry Potter. Harry Potter felt helpless. His typically stern Uncle Vernon had, for the first time, driven him to King's Cross Station and even assisted in bringing his cumbersome trunk into the station. Initially, Harry was intrigued by Vernon's sudden kindness. However, upon realizing that the elusive platform 9 3/4 was absent, comprehension dawned upon him. No wonder Vernon had hastened away. He had deliberately abandoned Harry here. Left with no choice, he mustered the courage to inquire with the guard. Although he did not mention the fabled platform, he was reprimanded as a troublemaker. primarily because he could not articulate the precise location of Hogwarts. When he learned that the 11 o'clock train had already departed, despair enveloped him. Yet, fortune smiled upon him when he encountered a benevolent wizarding family. With their assistance, Harry finally arrived at platform 9 3/4. Alas, his tardiness meant that the train was nearly full. He had to exert considerable effort to navigate through the throng, ultimately locating an unoccupied compartment towards the rear of the train. He attempted to hoist his heavy suitcase onto the step, but his slender frame proved inadequate, and the suitcase fell painfully onto his feet twice. At that moment, he could hardly dwell on the pain. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to make a third attempt. Unsurprisingly, he failed once more. Just then, a sturdy hand steadied the suitcase, preventing it from crashing down on Harry's feet for a third time. Harry looked up to behold a striking face that left a lasting impression. "You need assistance," the boy stated, effortlessly lifting the suitcase onto the step while flashing Harry a warm smile. Growing up in an environment rife with bullying and oppression, Harry had never known kindness from his family or peers. In his home, he lacked a personal room, confined instead to a cupboard beneath the stairs, filled with spiders. Should he incur any trouble, he would be punished by starvation and occasionally tormented by his cousin Dudley. At school, Harry had no friends either, largely due to Dudley, the notorious bully who exhibited extreme arrogance, being the only one bold enough to strip down in public or to urinate on others' trousers. Given that everyone was aware of Dudley's animosity towards Harry, no one dared to oppose him. Consequently, Harry naturally developed a reclusive disposition. Yet in this moment, Harry felt a surge of conviction that the smile of the boy before him was the most enchanting he had ever encountered. The boy's distinctive gray eyes, his slender, hooked nose, and his effortless handling of the suitcase all rendered him exceptionally trustworthy. The last time Harry experienced such a sensation was on his birthday, when a giant Hagrid had delivered his acceptance letter to Hogwarts and revealed to Harry that he was a wizard. "I am Sherlock Holmes, a first-year student. And you?" Just as Harry was lost in thought, Sherlock extended his hand towards him. Hello, Holmes. I'm Harry Potter, also a first year." Harry was so nervous that he ended up extending both of his hands in greeting. Primarily, it is his lack of social experience that renders him fearful of being ridiculed by others. Sherlock, however, would never stoop to such behavior, even for someone like him. Locating a previously unseen Harry Potter on an entire train is no trivial task. Fortunately, Sherlock arrived early enough to afford himself ample time to eliminate those waiting on the platform. Thus, he could concentrate solely on the individuals entering the station. Nevertheless, Sherlock was somewhat taken aback. Upon discovering Harry, he noted that the boy was alone and appeared to be in a rather poor state. This revelation led Sherlock to briefly question whether he had indeed identified the correct person. Despite Harry's orphan status, given his prominence within the wizarding community, it would not be unusual for him to be accompanied by a number of well-wishers. Yet, he had come alone. Once all improbable scenarios were dismissed, the remaining truth, however implausible, remained a fact. Thus, Sherlock comprehended that this hero, who had saved the magical world, had not been raised among wizards, but had instead remained in the non-magical realm. This realization piqued Sherlock's interest in Harry even further. "Just call me Sherlock," he said, extending his hand for a brief handshake with Harry. "It's quite crowded ahead. Let us sit here. Potter, may I call you Harry?" Yes, all right," Harry nodded instinctively. Subsequently, Sherlock moved all of Harry's luggage inside and also placed his pet owl, Hedwig, beside it. Though newly acquainted with Sherlock, Harry felt no aversion to being so clearly organized. Instead, he felt a sense of reassurance. As he stepped into the magical world for the first time, he was quite anxious and found himself in need of a figure reminiscent of an elder brother. Deep within, he harbored a bold thought. How wonderful it would be to follow Sherlock in this manner indefinitely. Compared to his cousin Dudley, this new classmate, who exuded reliability at first glance, seemed more like a genuine brother. Were it not for Sherlock's own words, Harry might have mistaken him for an upperclassman. Once they settled in, Sherlock cast another glance at Harry. "It appears you have not been faring very well." Merely this single statement ignited a profound desire within Harry to confide. Encouraged by Sherlock's attentive gaze, he poured out the tribulations he had endured over the years. At that moment, Sherlock assumed the role of a diligent listener, nodding in agreement and occasionally probing for further details. Through their conversation, Sherlock gained a more comprehensive understanding of Harry, discovering him to be even more intriguing than he had anticipated. "So, your uncle left you at the station after dropping you off, but fortunately, you received help from others and ultimately arrived here?" "Exactly. I was puzzled by his sudden kindness." "But how did you know?" Harry was speaking when he suddenly sensed something amiss, gazing at Sherlock in astonishment. I merely mentioned that I had been residing at a relative's home over the years, without specifying that it was my uncle. Furthermore, how did you ascertain that I was unable to find the platform and required assistance from others? Sherlock had long grown accustomed to Harry's reactions. Initially, he relished the sensation of eliciting such responses. After elaborating on his reasoning process and observing the astonished and admiring gazes of those around him, a sense of superiority welled up within him. However, as these instances accumulated, Sherlock became indifferent to such reactions, finding them increasingly mundane. At this juncture, he regarded his abilities as rather commonplace, hardly worthy of commendation. Anyone, with diligent training, could attain a similar level of skill. Yet, others clearly held a different perspective, as exemplified by Harry before him. Observing Harry's demeanor, Sherlock recognized that unless he clarified these explanations, their amicable conversation would falter. Chapter 11. The Green Light. In truth, deducing these details is quite simple. Sherlock gestured towards Harry's glasses, explaining that a normal family would never permit a child to enter a new school sporting a pair of such shattered spectacles, repeatedly mended with transparent tape. Your attire is neat, indicating a commendable standard of living, yet the style is outdated and ill-fitting, hanging loosely on your frame, far too large for your stature. Thus, I surmise these must be hand-me-downs from your cousin. The old suitcase beside you bears the marks of countless bumps and scrapes. Its wear evident, signifying years of service. Since it belongs to a cousin, your relatives must be your uncle or aunt. Based on the records and the rise and fall of dark magic and significant magical events of the 20th century, your remaining kin can only be your mother's sister. Therefore, I deduce that you reside with your aunt and uncle. It is easy to infer their sentiments towards you. What are you saying? The book mentioned me? Harry exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Sherlock scrutinized him, sensing that he had not thoroughly engaged with the text. In truth, I'm nearly acquainted with all your matters. Harry's astonishment deepened. Sherlock responded with a smile. Not only these 2 volumes. Your name is also mentioned in the essential reading for first-year students, specifically in Bashida Bashett's work, A History of Magic. At that moment, Harry felt a sudden wave of dizziness. Regaining his composure, he could not help but inquire. How did you know that today it was Uncle Vernon who brought me? I was just about to address that before you interrupted me. Oh, I apologize, Harry quickly replied, feeling as though he perpetually stumbled into mishaps without realizing it. Not to worry, as long as you refrain from interrupting me further. The right lower corner of your ill-fitting garment bears a mark from being caught in a car door. As for how I can distinguish that it was indeed a car door rather than something else, it is due to the differing angles and sizes of the force applied, which yield distinct impressions. Clearly, this mark was caused by the right side of car door. From your discourse and the manner in which you present yourself, it is evident that you possess a remarkable sense of discipline. Thus, your tardiness today is rather unexpected. However, your struggles with the suitcase, coupled with your unfavorable remarks regarding that dreadful relative, reveal much about his character. His willingness to escort you is clearly not born from a desire to assist, but rather to witness your misfortune. For a newcomer to this locale, lacking in keen observational skills, it is quite challenging to discern that Platform 9 3/4 lies nestled between Platforms 9 and 10. Regrettably, it appears you have yet to cultivate such perceptive abilities, suggesting that your arrival here was facilitated by others. Sherlock's speech was rapid, approximately twice the normal pace, driven by his belief that such matters hardly warrant extensive analysis. Despite the seemingly vast amount of information, the evidence appeared as apparent as ink splattered on a blank canvas. Of course, there were aspects left unspoken. For instance, how he had spotted Harry the moment he entered the platform and deduced who had aided him in gaining access. After Sherlock conveyed these insights, Harry took several minutes to fully grasp their implications, unable to suppress his exclamation, "Remarkable." Sherlock merely shrugged, unimpressed by what he deemed a trivial skill deserving of neither praise nor admiration, which only deepened Harry's admiration for him. Just as Harry was preparing to express his appreciation further, the sliding door of the compartment swung open, revealing a boy with red hair peering in. "Excuse me, all the other compartments are full. May I join you?" Harry immediately glanced at Sherlock, whose attention was drawn to the boy as well. "Of course, Mr. Ron Weasley." Sherlock replied. "Thank you," the red-haired boy responded, and, as he pushed his suitcase into the compartment, he suddenly paused, astonished, and asked, "Wait, how do you know who I am?" "If you wish to keep your identity concealed," Sherlock remarked, pointing, "I advise against affixing a name tag to your suitcase, or at least ensure it does not face others when conversing." The boy glanced down, momentarily bewildered, having forgotten about the tag. He appeared rather impressed by Sherlock's perceptiveness. Observing the boy's reaction, Harry felt a sense of relief. realizing it was not his own lack of intelligence, but rather Sherlock's exceptional abilities that overshadowed him. Meanwhile, the boy had taken a seat beside Harry, likely intimidated by Sherlock's commanding presence, leading him to choose another companion. In this scenario, Sherlock naturally maintained absolute control, finding himself intrigued by Ron as well. According to the records, the Weasley family is one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, possessing a rich history within the wizarding world. The striking red hair serves as their family's hallmark. The term Sacred 28 refers to a wizard or wizarding family that boasts a lineage of pure or nearly pure wizard blood. This is also a point discussed in A History of Magic. Initially, he intended to use Harry as an entry point to explore the magical realm. However, from his recent interactions with Harry, it became evident that Harry Potter, having grown up in an ordinary household, had a less profound understanding of the magical world than he, who had only perused books for a month. Under these circumstances, Ron, hailing from the Weasley family, emerged as a far more suitable companion. "I am Sherlock Holmes. You may call me Sherlock." After introducing himself, Sherlock pointed to Harry, stating he is Harry Potter. Upon uttering this, he paused, having already anticipated Ron's impending reaction. Ron did not disappoint him. "Harry Potter? Wait, you mean the Harry Potter?" His voice rose sharply, only for him to quickly realize the impropriety of his outburst. He lowered his voice, gazing incredulously at Harry and asking, "Are you really that Harry Potter?" Ron's eyes were wide with astonishment, clearly more taken aback by this revelation than by Sherlock's deduction of his identity. This mutual surprise allowed both Harry and Ron to breathe a sigh of relief, with Harry casting a grateful glance at Sherlock. Although he had gleaned Harry's immense influence from books, Ron's reaction provided Sherlock with tangible confirmation for the first time. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. At this moment, Harry swept his hair aside to reveal the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead to Sherlock and Ron. Ron gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was caused by the Dark Lord? Harry nodded, "Yes, but I don't remember it." Ron pressed eagerly, "Not at all?" "Well, I recall a lot of green light, but nothing else," Harry replied. "Green light? What does that mean?" "I don't know." Chapter 12. You have 5 brothers. Once all the young witches and wizards were seated, the Hogwarts Express officially set off, and the scenery outside the windows began to blur as it sped away. At this point, Harry and Ron were no longer as reserved as they had been during their initial meeting. Particularly Harry, who found himself genuinely interested in Ron's family, and vice versa. Their conversation flowed easily, fostering a rapid understanding between them. Sherlock chose not to interject. He was already able to deduce plenty from their dialogue alone. Instead, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. In Sherlock's eyes, that scar resembled less of a legendary lightning bolt and more of a capital letter N. As Harry and Ron continued their animated discussion, Ron, brimming with enthusiasm, decided to demonstrate some magic to his 2 friends from Muggle families. "George told me a spell that can turn it yellow." It refers to Ron's pet, a gray mouse named Scabbers, which was discarded by his older brother Percy, the prefect. As Ron spoke, he opened his trunk and began rummaging through its chaotic contents. He shifted aside a pile of books and pulled out a couple of robes, and after some time, finally retrieved a wand. "Would you like to see it?" he asked, his face brimming with anticipation as he glanced at his 2 companions. "Hurry up," Harry promptly replied. Sherlock also regarded Ron with keen interest. Logically, he presumed that his aptitude for magic should be relatively respectable. However, he found himself powerless in the face of transfiguration spells like McGonagall's, which turned teacups into squirrels. Yet, after perusing the textbook, Sherlock recognized that such feats were beyond the curriculum for first-year students. Under the watchful gaze of his friends, Ron cleared his throat and waved his wand, proclaiming, "Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine, turn this silly fat mouse yellow." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Scabbers remained his ashen self, blissfully asleep, unaffected by the spell. "Howdy, Sherlock." Ron looked momentarily stunned before raising his wand again and attempting once more, "Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine, turn this silly fat mouse yellow." Still, nothing happened. "Harry." "Sherlock. All right, I knew this spell wouldn't work. I bet George has known all along that this was a dud," Ron said. Disappointment etched on his face as he put away the wand. "Is it the wand's fault?" Upon hearing Sherlock's question, Ron was momentarily perplexed. "What? Your brother's wand?" Sherlock gestured towards Ron's wand. The wand appeared quite worn, with some areas chipped and a glimmering white tip. "Oh, this is Charlie's old wand. The unicorn hair is nearly exposed, but my dad says that won't affect its use," Ron explained, cautiously touching the battered wand. Suddenly, he looked up. "Wait, how do you know this is an old wand?" "Ron, even I can tell that this is an old wand," Harry interjected, unable to contain his amusement. secretly feeling a surge of intellectual superiority. No, what I meant was, how do you know it's my second brother's wand? I haven't even told you how many brothers I have, right? Harry finally realized. He, too, could discern that it was an old wand. But Sherlock had directly identified it as belonging to Ron's second brother, which seemed rather extraordinary. Sherlock chuckled. Not only do I know this is your second brother's wand, but I also know that your family has 7 children. You are currently wearing your eldest brother's robe, holding your second brother's wand, and using your third brother's pet. Your fourth and fifth brothers are a pair of twin brothers, and there is also a younger sister who hasn't started school yet. Both Harry and Ron were astounded. For a moment, they were rendered speechless, until Ron's face flushed crimson, and he mumbled, Sherlock, this isn't funny at all. You've clearly done your homework on me. Harry could not help but join Ron in speaking. Sherlock, you must have known about Ron's family beforehand, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to know all this. At that moment, the two had formed a united front, clearly believing that Sherlock had conducted prior investigation into Ron. Sherlock was already accustomed to their reactions. Dear Harry, the conclusions I have drawn are quite simple. With careful observation and thorough analysis, you too could deduce this information. Reflect on my earlier analysis of you. In truth, it is hardly remarkable. When I reveal the process of my deduction, you will surely exclaim, ah, how simple it is. Harry was skeptical. Is that true? I don't believe it. Ron shook his head vigorously, like a bobblehead. You must have investigated me beforehand. Compared to Ron, Harry displayed a slightly better demeanor, having witnessed Sherlock's abilities just moments ago. However, he too remained doubtful. After all, the details Sherlock had inferred from Ron were exceedingly precise, far surpassing those regarding himself. Observing the eager curiosity in their eyes, Sherlock smiled and said, very well, let me explain. Ron's robe, wand, textbooks, and even his suitcase were all quite worn, indicating he hails from a family with several children. I happened to glance a bit more closely when you rummaged through your suitcase. Your robe has been altered once, making it somewhat ill-fitting. I suspect that when you don it again, your sneakers will be visible. The old wand is unmistakable. Even Harry noticed it. But that doesn't mean the wand belongs to my second brother. Ron interjected. Sherlock shrugged. Generally speaking, wands and robes are purchased simultaneously. However, based on the condition of your wand and robe, it is clear that the robe was acquired significantly earlier. Items such as wands and robes are typically passed down to younger siblings after the elder graduates. Therefore, your 2 older brothers must have already completed their studies. Furthermore, when you performed magic earlier, you mentioned that your pet, Scabbers, was given to you by the older brother who serves as the prefect, and that the spell was taught to you by George. This implies you have at least 2 more brothers. Coincidentally, I noticed you conversing with a pair of twin brothers on this train. No one would doubt you were related, given your shared red hair and similar features. However, among them, there was no prefect. It wouldn't be difficult to inquire about the 2 compartments designated for prefects. Given this information, deducing the situation is not particularly challenging, is it? Look, from this data, I can easily infer that you have 5 brothers. The robe and wand were likely passed down from your elder and second brother, while your pet originated from the prefect, your third brother. The fourth and fifth brothers are twins. But how did you know I have a sister? Ron stammered. You may not have noticed, but there are a few strands of red hair on your shoulder, which, judging by their texture and color, appear to belong to someone of a similar age to you. Thus, it stands to reason that you must have an elder sister or perhaps a younger sibling, the latter being more likely. This is the only piece of information I have deduced through speculation rather than inference. However, I believe this conjecture to be accurate. I suppose she has yet to commence her schooling, correct? Chapter 13. Farewell to Hermione Granger. After Sherlock expounded upon his reasoning in one breath, Harry and Ron were left utterly astounded. A moment later, it was Harry, having already witnessed Sherlock's remarkable skills, who first regained his composure. Absolutely brilliant. Sherlock, you are truly exceptional. Listening to you, it all seems so evident. See, I knew you would say that. Dear Harry, Sherlock replied with a shrug, then turned to Ron, earnestly advising, if possible, opt for a different wand. It matters not if the books and robes are secondhand, but your wand must be one that suits you. Otherwise, it may hinder your spell casting and incantations. Ron's face flushed crimson. It's all right. Although it's somewhat worn, my brother's wand feels quite comfortable to use. Sherlock understood. Financial constraints were at play. In light of their admiration for Sherlock's prowess, Harry and Ron shifted the topic and earnestly began to inquire about his methods. It was then they learned that Sherlock referred to this deductive approach as deduction. This method relies on observation, analysis, and logical reasoning. To wield it adeptly requires a broad knowledge base and meticulous observation, as well as a comprehensive application of both induction and deduction. Come now. Such a talent is clearly innate, One cannot simply learn it. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the trio's spirited discussion. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly animated, a knock sounded at the compartment door. Two young wizards appeared before them, both of whom Sherlock happened to know. One was a round-faced boy, whom Sherlock had observed while waiting at the station. At that time, Sherlock's deduction had been a newcomer with parents absent for unknown reasons, raised by a grandmother, forgetful, timid, and lacking in confidence. However, at this moment, seeing the boy's tear-streaked face, it was evident to Harry and Ron, even without Sherlock's analysis, that he was both sorrowful and aggrieved. The other was a girl with brown hair and prominent front teeth, exuding an air of haughtiness. It was none other than Hermione Granger, whom Sherlock had encountered before at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. Unlike the trio, Hermione had already donned her new robes. Has anyone seen a toad? Longbottom has lost one. It must be said that her tone, coupled with her expression, rendered her somewhat arrogant and dismissive. While Harry remained relatively unbothered, Ron furrowed his brows in disapproval. At that moment, Hermione heard a familiar voice. "We have not seen a toad, Miss Granger." Harry and Ron immediately turned to Sherlock in astonishment. Ron could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Wait, how did you deduce that? She has even brought a trunk." He attempted to scrutinize Hermione as Sherlock had, searching for clues that might reveal her identity. The effort, of course, proved futile. Sherlock shook his head, stating, "We have met before." It appeared that they were previously acquainted. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Harry and Ron, who had nearly assumed that Sherlock, akin to earlier, had deduced the identity of the young girl merely from a fleeting glance. Such a notion seemed rather far-fetched. Upon seeing Sherlock, with whom she had shared a brief encounter, Hermione felt a twinge of surprise. Unlike Harry and Ron, who were more reserved, Hermione's naturally extroverted personality had been somewhat subdued due to the overwhelming impression Sherlock had left on her. However, a month had passed since that encounter, and she had reverted to her original demeanor, unable to suppress her exclamation, "Holmes, what brings you here?" With that, she promptly took the vacant seat beside Sherlock. Not only Harry and Ron, but even Sherlock found Hermione's action somewhat unexpected. He pondered whether they were truly that familiar with one another, having merely crossed paths once. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Hermione's subsequent behavior would soon reveal to Sherlock and the others what it truly meant to be socially adept. "By the way, I intended to call you, but I got so busy that I completely forgot. Have you finished reading those textbooks?" In response to Hermione's seemingly familiar greeting, Sherlock nodded. "I have. I knew it." Hermione's face lit up, and she began to speak animatedly. "Have you tried any spells? I practiced a few simple ones at home just for the sake of it, and they all worked. Also, I forgot to mention last time, no one in my family understands magic, so when I received the acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished yet thrilled. To my knowledge, this is the most esteemed school of magic. I've memorized all the textbooks, and I sincerely hope it proves useful." Once she began, she could hardly contain herself, speaking incessantly. Just like their earlier encounter with Neville, Harry and Ron, without needing Sherlock's analytical prowess, had already discerned the essence of this young girl. "No matter which house I'm sorted into, I sincerely hope I won't end up with her," Ron thought to himself. However, Hermione then turned her gaze towards the wand that Ron had yet to put away. "Oh, are you casting a spell? Let's witness it." Ron, taken aback, felt somewhat flustered. His spell had just failed. It was one thing to embarrass himself in front of Sherlock and Harry, who he considered allies. But facing Granger and Longbottom was an entirely different matter. He glanced at the tearful, round-faced boy and then at the girl scrutinizing him, instinctively casting a pleading glance at Sherlock. Simultaneously, Harry also looked at Sherlock with hopeful eyes. "Please help us." Sherlock understood the unspoken plea in their gazes. "Ron's wand seems to be malfunctioning. Allow me to handle this." With that, Sherlock drew his wand and gently waved it towards Harry's glasses, restoring them to their original state. A series of delicate sounds resonated, and Harry's tattered glasses, repeatedly mended with tape, transformed before the watchful eyes of the crowd into a pristine new pair. Harry was momentarily astonished. In disbelief, he removed the glasses and scrutinized them closely. Ron leaned in, and together they were astonished to discover that the glasses had indeed reverted to their original factory condition, entirely revitalized. Hermione gazed at Sherlock in surprise. Although she possessed similar skills, she recognized that Sherlock's proficiency surpassed her own. This, coupled with the incident at the Leaky Cauldron when Sherlock had accurately stated that her parents were doctors, instilled an unexpected sense of urgency within her. Clearing her throat, Hermione prepared to comment on the spell Sherlock had cast when her peripheral vision caught sight of the scar on Harry's forehead, prompting her to exclaim, "You are Harry Potter, the boy who vanquished Voldemort?" Sherlock furrowed his brow, realizing he had entered a realm of knowledge he was unfamiliar with. "Harry, you say Voldemort still lives?" "Yes," Hagrid informed me. "Though he is exceedingly weak, he may not be dead." Thus the trio, Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, disregarded the world around them as they engaged in a candid discussion about Voldemort, while Ron and Neville stood by, paralyzed with fear. Chapter 14. The One Whose Name Must Not Be Spoken. Listening to the trio openly discuss the taboo subject, Neville Longbottom momentarily forgot his quest for a pet. He made several attempts to speak, but each time he hesitated, his voice faltering. Observing their seemingly normal conversation, Ron also hesitated multiple times, unable to bear it any longer. He finally mustered the courage to interrupt. Wait. You're actually saying the Dark Lord's name. What of it?" Sherlock queried, noting Ron's labored breathing and Neville's palpable distress. "Are you afraid?" He understood the wizarding world aversion to Voldemort's name. Otherwise, it would not be referred to as the one whose name must not be spoken in literature. Yet, he was taken aback that, even after more than a decade, Voldemort's shadow still loomed large. Merely uttering the name sent Ron and Neville into a frenzy. Watching them nod vigorously, Hermione could not suppress her curiosity, asking, "Why the fear?" "Of course, because." After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "My parents used it to frighten me when I was young. All children from wizarding families are warned that this name is taboo, unless absolutely necessary. I prefer not to mention it. Indeed, no one wishes to." Neville nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment. Ron looked at Harry with admiration, saying, "But it makes sense, considering it's you." Harry hesitated for a moment before explaining, "It's not that I am brave for saying his name. Rather, I was unaware that it was forbidden. Do you understand what I mean?" Hermione nodded in affirmation. "For those born into non-magical families, this holds true. What is Voldemort compared to the terror instilled by my mother when she calls me by my full name? One could argue that there is nothing unspeakable." Amidst the astonished gazes of a few, Sherlock calmly asserted that fear stems from the unknown, and the most effective remedy for fear is to confront it. Noticing Ron and Neville quaking like quails, Sherlock promptly offered a solution. Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement, while Ron and Neville regarded Sherlock with admiration. Remarkable. Yet, that was the extent of it. Even though they found merit in Sherlock's words, their upbringing did not permit them to embrace such courage. Hermione and Neville lingered in the compartment until a smiling woman entered, inquiring if anyone wished to purchase snacks, prompting them to rise and continue their search for Neville's toad. Before departing, Hermione reminded Ron that it would be wise to procure a new wand, as using an old one could lead to spellcasting failures. Ron, curiously, the same advice from Sherlock was readily acceptable to Ron, yet when it came from Hermione, it left him quite irked. Regardless of the house they were sorted into, Ron fervently hoped he would not be placed in the same one as her. As soon as Hermione left, Ron candidly expressed his feelings. Harry absent-mindedly nodded, his focus still on Sherlock. This newfound friend was astonishingly impressive. At that moment, Sherlock had approached the snack vendor, his curiosity piqued by the assortment of treats he had never seen before. Externally, these small snacks radiated a magical aura. What seemed trivial was, in fact, the very reason he had plunged into the world of magic. "Did you bring your lunch?" Sherlock inquired of Harry and Ron. Harry shook his head. To be fair, aside from punishment, the Dursleys had not let Harry go hungry, but they had never allowed him to eat his fill, as his cousin Dudley would invariably snatch away anything he desired. Under such circumstances, it was hardly surprising that they did not prepare lunch for him. Ron muttered that he had brought a sandwich. Observing his flushed ears, Sherlock quickly understood. He wanted food, but lacked the means. Without further ado, Sherlock inquired about the prices and purchased a selection of each snack, ultimately spending less than 12 sickles. It was neither exorbitant nor particularly cheap. "I shall treat everyone to a meal, though these are merely snacks, so Ron, do let me have your sandwich to tide me over." Upon hearing Sherlock's proposition, Ron eagerly nodded in agreement. His mother often forgot that he disliked corned beef, making Sherlock's suggestion all the more appealing. Furthermore, to him, snacks were far more enticing than a corned beef sandwich. Harry, without much hesitation, nodded as well. It was the first time a peer had shared food with him, and the sensation was quite extraordinary. Harry appeared to be reclusive and introverted, yet deep within, he possessed a resilient and courageous spirit, which allowed him to graciously accept kindness. In contrast, Ron, who seemed boisterous and carefree, was overshadowed by the remarkable achievements of his 5 elder brothers, leaving him with a tinge of insecurity. If one were to directly offer him a treat, he would likely find it difficult to accept. However, when framed as an exchange, as it was now, he felt more at ease. Furthermore, Sherlock was not being disingenuous. He truly believed that one should partake in a substantial meal before indulging in snacks. To his delight, Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills were commendable, and the beef was delectable. Soon, the three began to feast heartily, and the aroma of delightful food quickly permeated the compartment. Ron then showcased his expertise by introducing Sherlock and Harry to a variety of whimsical magical snacks. For instance, chocolate frogs were not actual frogs, but rather a type of chocolate bar filled with cream. The rich milk flavor and silky texture offered a novel taste experience that was both pure and smooth, melting effortlessly in the mouth, much to the delight of young wizards. However, Sherlock and Harry's attention was primarily captivated by the collectible cards that accompanied these snacks. Each pack of chocolate frogs included a card featuring portraits of notable figures from the wizarding world, with a brief biography on the reverse. Harry received a card depicting the esteemed Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore. In a magical realm, photographs differed from those in the non-magical world, as the subjects animated upon being captured. Thus, when Harry finished reading Dumbledore's biography and flipped the card, he was astonished to find Dumbledore's visage had vanished. One could hardly expect it to remain static. Ron remarked casually upon seeing Harry's astonishment. When Harry informed Ron that in the non-magical world, once a photograph was taken, it remained unchanged, Ron was equally astonished, wondering if that meant they were completely motionless. How marvelous! Harry exclaimed, "Isn't it truly wondrous, Sherlock? You're not surprised?" Sherlock took a bite of the chocolate frog, savoring its delightful flavor. He accepted the card from Harry, observing the whimsical disappearing and reappearing visage of the bearded elder, and remarked with a smile, "Such phenomena can indeed be accomplished without magic." Chapter 15. Who is the Alternative? In 1987, a new bitmap file format known as GIF was born. This innovative format enabled the display of dynamic images, akin to the character cards found within the chocolate frogs. In 1989, the GIF format underwent an update that truly realized its animation capabilities. In this regard, it was even more advanced than the portraits of the magical world. Sherlock's explanation left Harry and Ron once again in awe of his vast knowledge. They exchanged glances, feeling as though the new student before them, who was of the same age, possessed an understanding of everything. This was merely a minor interlude. Ultimately, the chocolate frogs not only provided Harry and Sherlock with Dumbledore's card, but after their exchanges, they also acquired cards featuring Morgana, Hagrid, Aberforth, Slyther, Palliser, and Merlin, among others. Fortune smiled upon them, as each managed to acquire an SSR rare card. Zhou Yin and Kong Bo, hailing from China, were the fortunate ones. The former, an eminent alchemist, flourished during the 4th century BC, in the Warring States period. The latter, a 15th century dragonologist, discovered the utility of the Chinese fireball dragon egg powder. Ron gazed upon them with envy, for such items served as a form of currency among Hogwarts students. Some rare cards could even be exchanged for a week's worth of assignments. His own Kong Bo card was a gift from his elder brother Charlie, who was engaged in dragon research in Romania. As for Zhou Yin, he was bartered away by his brother. Upon hearing this, Sherlock wore a contemplative expression. It appeared that, in this regard, the magical school was not so different from a mundane institution. Ron then issued a warning to Sherlock and Harry regarding another confection. Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans. Every flavor was indeed an apt description, encompassing an array of tastes. Not only did it include traditional flavors such as chocolate, peppermint, and orange marmalade, but also offered the unappetizing flavors of leather, paint, and earth. Moreover, one might even encounter the more offensive tastes of snot, earwax, and excrement. Sherlock pondered briefly and concluded that, with advancements in technology, the non-magical world could indeed replicate such oddities, though there was no real necessity for it. Just as Harry mustered the courage to sample a peculiar gray bean that Ron wouldn't dare touch, the compartment door swung open once more. Before Sherlock stood 3 young boys. The one in the center, with nearly white, pale golden hair, possessed striking features and a rather handsome visage, albeit with a slightly pallid complexion. Flanking him were 2 stout boys, one tall and the other short, both rather unremarkable in appearance yet exceptionally robust. They seemed to act as protectors for the young boy, much like bodyguards. Against their backdrop, the boy appeared even more striking, his pale face lending him an almost ethereal beauty. In terms of looks, even Sherlock felt overshadowed. A mere glance was sufficient for Sherlock to identify the boy's lineage, the Malfoy family. Much like the Weasley family, the Malfoys were also characterized by their distinctive hair color. However, while the former sported red hair, the latter's was platinum. Furthermore, both families belonged to the sacred 28 of pure blood lineage. At that moment, it was not only Sherlock who recognized Malfoy. Noticing the gaze of Harry and Ron, Sherlock expressed his surprise and turned to Harry. "Do you know him?" It was not surprising that Ron recognized Malfoy, given their similar affiliations. However, Harry, who presumably had no prior interactions, was somewhat baffled. Nonetheless, he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, recalling the pale-faced boy with the pale golden hair from a fleeting encounter at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions when they were fitting robes in Diagon Alley. At that moment, Harry's impression of him was far from favorable, as he exhibited an air of arrogance and looked down upon Hagrid, who had been his first true friend over the years. The young boy then spoke up, and the entire train was abuzz with chatter, proclaiming that Harry Potter was in this compartment. Clearly, he recognized Harry, having encountered him previously, and now regarded him with a far greater interest than during their meeting in Diagon Alley. "So, it is you, isn't it?" Harry instinctively nodded. Since the boy was an acquaintance of Harry's, Sherlock decided not to intervene. However, after surveying the compartment, the boy's gaze landed on Sherlock, and he disdainfully remarked, "I can't believe the illustrious Harry Potter is sitting with a filthy mudblood. How unfortunate." Ron's expression changed immediately. Malfoy continued his self-introduction. "I am Draco Malfoy, and this is Crabbe and Goyle." "I'm here to..." Before he could finish, a cold laugh interrupted him. Ron was the source. Malfoy swiftly turned, his eyes narrowing on Ron, openly expressing his disdain. "You find what I said amusing, do you? I don't need to ask to know who you are. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, and a face full of freckles, not to mention your family, is too large to support. My father tells me that the Weasley family is just a disgrace to purebloods." Ron was instantly furious. Although Sherlock had recently uttered similar sentiments, the way Malfoy conveyed them felt starkly different. Ron contemplated that perhaps it was because Sherlock had spoken in an emotionless tone, merely stating an objective fact. Yet, Malfoy's words dripped with pure derision. Just as Ron was about to explode with anger, Malfoy turned back to Harry, attempting to force a smile while extending a hand. "You will soon discover that some wizarding families are far superior to others, Potter. You wouldn't want to associate with those who are different or the lowly mudbloods, would you? I can assist you with that." It was evident that Malfoy was making a concerted effort to ingratiate himself with Harry. Unfortunately, his upbringing imbued him with a condescending arrogance that marred his attempts at friendliness. If Hermione's pride was openly displayed, Malfoy's was etched upon his very countenance. More importantly, he had belittled Harry's two newfound friends. Thus, his overtures were destined to be in vain. Naturally, Harry, already possessing a negative impression of him, did not indulge Malfoy in this instance, coldly replying, "No thanks. I believe I can discern who is different." Malfoy's smile froze. Struck by the rebuke, a faint flush crept across his pale face. "Potter, if I were you, I would tread carefully, lest you follow the same path as your parents. They are utterly oblivious to their folly. It is their association with the likes of the Weasley family and Hagrid that has led to their unfortunate influence." As soon as Malfoy finished speaking, Harry sprang to his feet. Ron, without a moment's hesitation, followed suit, his face as crimson as his hair. Chapter 16, Close Quarters Wizardry. Though their acquaintance was brief, Ron had already considered Harry a friend. Moreover, Malfoy had not only insulted Harry, but had also demeaned Sherlock and himself, prompting Ron to defend them both. Harry, coldly glaring at Malfoy, demanded, "Repeat that." Despite his naturally introverted demeanor and reluctance to engage in conflict, he was resolute when it came to insults directed at his parents, which were, to him, an unassailable taboo. "Oh, so you wish to fight?" Malfoy remarked, somewhat taken aback by the courage displayed by Harry and Ron. However, upon glancing at his companions, Goyle and Crabbe, he smirked derisively. He noted with disdain that Sherlock had not joined Harry and Ron in standing up, his contempt deepening. A mudblood is still a mudblood, utterly lacking in any valor. Though the Weasleys were a disgrace to purebloods, they were still far superior to him. At this juncture, Goyle and Crabbe, embodying the role of sycophants, advanced menacingly, looking down upon the trio. In truth, Harry's heart was not as bold as his exterior suggested. Given that Goyle and Crabbe were considerably larger than both him and Ron, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Ron, too, was in a similar predicament. Both were relying solely on bravado to maintain their stance. Being mere schoolboys, their unguarded fear was immediately evident to Goyle and Crabbe, who scoffed even more. As for Sherlock, they regarded him with the same level of contempt as Malfoy. A timid mudblood was hardly worth their attention. Upon realizing Harry and Ron were merely posturing, and seeing Sherlock cowering, Goyle took the initiative. He reached for the chocolate frog beside Ron, exclaiming, "These treats are delightful, but they are mine now. Let go." Ron shouted, finally overcoming his fear for the sake of food, lunging forward. Unfortunately, before he could reach Goyle, he was swiftly pushed to the ground. It was all too easy. Witnessing this, Harry was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Goyle, towering over him by at least 2 heads, reminded him of his cousin Dudley. who had bullied him throughout his childhood. He wished to intervene, yet the psychological scars from years of torment rendered his body unresponsive. As Goyle laughed heartily, preparing to rip open the wrapper, a thought burgeoned in Harry's mind. If I was bullied before coming to Hogwarts, and I'm still bullied now that I am here, what purpose does this serve? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Goyle, who was poised to tear into the snack, suddenly let out a piercing scream. A strong hand had unexpectedly seized his wrist with an iron grip. Goyle shouted and struggled to break free, but the hand, though not large, clamped down on his wrist with a vice-like strength. I said, you lot. Neglected by the trio of Malfoy, Sherlock slowly rose to his feet. He grasped Goyle's wrist with a look of resignation, inquiring if one ought to offer a greeting before appropriating another's belongings. Goyle, unable to suppress his agony, doubled over. Sherlock, already of considerable height, now stood tall, casting an imposing figure above them. Sherlock, Harry exclaimed, unable to contain his delight at this scene. In that moment, Sherlock's stature loomed larger than life in Harry's eyes. Ron struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze towards Sherlock filled with astonishment. A powerful ally has emerged. Let him go. At that moment, Crabbe reacted, charging towards Sherlock. Be careful. Harry, finally overcoming his trepidation, decided to assist. However, before he could rush forward, the situation had already shifted. As Crabbe charged, shouting, Sherlock nodded, very well, and released his grip on Goyle. Goyle promptly collapsed to the ground, but before he could settle, Sherlock delivered a swift and fierce uppercut to his chin. Simultaneously, Crabbe advanced. Sherlock, seemingly without effort, extended his leg. With a thud, Crabbe fell spectacularly. Goyle and Crabbe clutched their heads, howling in pain. Although these two were robust for their age, being merely 11, their resilience was far from remarkable, especially against a professional like Sherlock. Sherlock's gaze then shifted to Malfoy, whose pallor had transformed, retreating in alarm. He offered Malfoy a friendly smile. Mr. Malfoy of the pure blood lineage, do you wish to give it a try? To Malfoy, Sherlock's smile appeared devilish. He never imagined that one individual could so easily overpower Goyle and Crabbe. No, overpower was too weak a term. Crush was more fitting. This fellow was hardly a wizard. Goyle and Crabbe, scrambling, hastily retreated. Sherlock made no move to impede their escape. At that moment, Harry and Ron regarded Sherlock with admiration. The earlier thought resurfaced in Harry's mind. How wonderful it would be to follow him always. Incredible, Sherlock. How did you achieve that? They were so weak. Sherlock felt no pride, merely recalling how his family once hired instructors to teach him some fencing and boxing. Boxing? Fencing? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their minds conjuring the image of Sherlock wielding his wand like a sword in combat. A dueling wizard? How peculiar. Is mudblood an insult? Sherlock suddenly interjected, interrupting Harry and Ron's reverie. After a brief pause, he explained in a low voice. This is a particularly derogatory term for muggles, one that is quite unpleasant. Only those wicked, irredeemable, and utterly despicable dark wizards would stoop to such language. Sherlock pondered this, wondering whether Malfoy belonged to such a category. Perhaps not. Although Ron harbored disdain for Malfoy and his family, he felt they did not quite reach that level. He added that the Slytherin crowd would undoubtedly refer to Malfoy in such a manner, as he was destined to join Slytherin House. Upon hearing Ron's explanation, Sherlock contemplated briefly before speaking. Ron, I have 2 questions. What questions? Ron's spirit lifted at the prospect of being consulted by Sherlock, feeling a sense of importance. First, what are the characteristics of each of the 4 houses? Second, are you unaware that the term muggle carries a discriminatory connotation? Sherlock clasped his hands beneath his chin, his gaze fixed intently on Ron, awaiting his elucidation. What? Ron exclaimed, taken aback. How could muggle possibly be a derogatory term? After all, the impact of the second question struck him much harder than the first. The frenzied goblin thought back to his upbringing, certain that he had never intended to convey any discrimination when referring to muggles. His father had always expressed great interest in the muggle world and treated them with kindness. It was precisely this attitude that led pure-blood families like the Malfoys to look down upon them, believing they tarnished the honor of the sacred 28. Yet now Sherlock claimed that muggle was also a pejorative. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Harry chimed in to assist Ron, stating, Sherlock, you are mistaken. Hagrid uses that term as well. Sherlock shook his head, opting not to clarify directly, but instead continuing to inquire. How is muggle spelled? Muggle. Ron was still lost in thought when Harry promptly provided the answer. Sherlock furrowed his brow. Do you not perceive anything amiss? Ron remained utterly perplexed. Harry initially saw no issue either, but after Sherlock's prompting, he pondered for a moment before realizing. Are you referring to the root of the word? Sherlock nodded, somewhat surprised at Ron's continued bewilderment. So do wizarding families not study vocabulary? Ron coughed a couple of times, his ears reddening again. We do study. Of course we do. But I didn't notice anything wrong with that word. Sherlock turned his gaze to Harry. Though uncertain of the reasons, Harry comprehended Sherlock's look. He then took the initiative to explain to Ron, the root of muggle is mug. Isn't that a cup? Ron quickly retorted, eager to demonstrate he wasn't entirely ignorant. Harry sighed. Besides being a cup, it also carries another meaning. At Sherlock's urging, Harry meticulously clarified to Ron that the root mug not only refers to a cup, but also means fool. Ron stared in astonishment, his mouth, agape, momentarily at a loss for words. This indeed marked the first time he encountered this knowledge. Sherlock made an astute observation. Individuals hailing from wizarding families often neglect their studies and vocabulary. Witnessing Ron in such a state, Harry silently mused, increasingly impressed by Sherlock's prowess. Despite having grown up in a non-magical household just like his own, Sherlock not only possessed profound understanding of the mundane world, but also displayed mastery across a myriad of subjects, excelling in boxing and fencing and exhibiting remarkable skill in magic. Truly remarkable. Noticing Ron's despondency, Sherlock gently patted his shoulder. Do not dwell too much on it. After all, the term mug refers to a fool, not a muggle. There is no harm in continuing to use this designation. I suspect the individual who coined this term held a rather unkind view towards those unable to perform magic. However, observing Ron's conflicted expression, Sherlock elaborated further. Language is inherently fluid, evolving alongside societal changes. Some words, once neutral, may acquire pejorative connotations over time. For instance, Negro originally bore no derogatory implications. It is derived from Latin meaning black and was widely utilized in America prior to the 1960s. The term truly laden with disdain is nigger, yet today, Negro has similarly come to be regarded as discriminatory. In a few decades, one might fear that black people could also become too sensitive for use. Harry paused, pondering how they should address them. Who knows? Perhaps African American? Sherlock replied with a sardonic smile. The term muggle, too, began with negative connotations, but it has since softened to the point of becoming widely acceptable. Harry and Ron gazed at Sherlock with admiration. He truly possessed remarkable insight. Just then, the box doors swung open once more, and Hermione reappeared before them. What happened? She inquired, eyeing the scattered candies in confusion. Harry and Ron turned their attention to Sherlock, who shrugged. Miss Granger, someone attempted to pilfer our sweets, but ultimately departed after being persuaded. Is that so? Hermione replied skeptically. Recalling how she had witnessed Draco and his companions leave moments earlier, their demeanor hardly suggesting they had been convinced. You didn't get into a fight, did you? I hope you Haven Tea stirred up trouble before even arriving at your destination. At that moment, Sherlock interjected. Ron, we still have the first question. What? Ron felt a pang of frustration. Before Sherlock, he often felt rather dull-witted. Thankfully, as a member of the Weasley family, he possessed considerable knowledge about the four houses of Hogwarts and began to elaborate enthusiastically. Upon hearing Ron discuss this, Harry and Hermione became intrigued. Hermione resumed her attentive listening, sitting beside Sherlock just as before. Sherlock, unfazed, found himself increasingly convinced that Ron's introduction was heavily tinted by personal bias. In Ron's words, Gryffindor embodies valor and righteousness. A sentiment bolstered by the fact that both the current headmaster and deputy headmaster of Hogwarts hail from this esteemed house, as do his parents and several of his brothers. It is also highly probable that he himself will be sorted into Gryffindor. Conversely, Ravenclaw is perceived as a haven for bookish dullards, with its students often eccentric and self-important. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, consists of nondescript individuals, lacking any remarkable talents, save for their fondness for culinary delights. This can be tolerated, however, for Slytherin is replete with despicable, deceitful scoundrels. Drawing from his bookish knowledge and Ron's character, Sherlock immediately deduced that to others, Gryffindor might well appear as a band of reckless troublemakers. At that moment, Harry chimed in, recalling Hagrid's assertion that he would prefer to join Hufflepuff rather than Slytherin, the very house of Voldemort. Upon the mention of this name, Ron shuddered involuntarily, casting a mournful glance at Sherlock, as if to say, I know you are unafraid. But could you not consider the feelings of those of us who are? How do you know? Ron exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Merlin's beard, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, it seemed that all those with troubled personalities have been sorted into other houses, leaving the kind and obedient to naturally gravitate towards Hufflepuff. In just 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts, and the announcement urged students to leave their luggage on board, as it would be transported to the school. Sherlock promptly sprang into action. Why are you so direct? Hermione blushed at the sight and hurriedly stepped back. Chapter 18. Arrival at Hogwarts. Yet, it was merely the shedding of an outer garment. Observing Hermione's flushed face as she departed, Ron mumbled, "Well, as long as she can leave, that's splendid." Harry and Ron followed Sherlock's lead in changing their attire. He noticed Ron's sneakers peeking out from beneath his robe, just as Sherlock had previously remarked. However, at that moment, he was too anxious to care. Ron's complexion was pale, not much better off himself. After all, they were merely 11 years old, suddenly uprooted from their homes and thrust into an entirely unfamiliar environment. To claim they were not nervous would be disingenuous. As for Sherlock, it would be prudent not to regard him as a mere child. The train gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt. The night had fully descended, and as the doors swung open, a biting cold wind swept in, causing the young wizards to shiver in unison. Although Sherlock's physical constitution was commendable among his peers, having just recovered from a severe illness, he too found the chill unbearable. The damp, dreary British climate revealed itself in full force, leaving everyone trembling. At that moment, a bright light appeared above their heads, capturing the attention of the young wizards, followed by a booming voice. First-year students. First-year students, come this way. A giant, towering over 3 meters in height, emerged before them. His immense stature rendered the lamp he held aloft a beacon of light, casting its glow high into the night. Sherlock immediately comprehended that this individual was Hagrid, as mentioned by Harry. However, Harry's description was somewhat conservative, by Sherlock's estimation. The man's height was no less than 3.5 meters. This was indeed a testament to the magical realm, for the tallest in the Muggle world barely reached 2.5 meters. Despite Hagrid's bushy beard, he now wore a gentle smile as he addressed Harry. "Come here." "Harry, how are you?" "Follow me." "Are there any first-year students?" "Watch your step." With that, he beckoned the first-year students to follow him. Under the guidance of the giant Hagrid, the newcomers diverged from the older students and descended along a steep and narrow path. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness until they rounded a bend, whereupon a stunning vista unfolded before them. The young wizards could not suppress a gasp of astonishment as a vast, dark lake revealed itself, seemingly emerging from the shadows. The tranquil surface of the water rippled gently, exuding an aura of both serenity and mystery. However, the true spectacle lay across the lake, where a magnificent castle loomed atop a hillside, its spires piercing the sky and windows twinkling under the starlit heavens, drawing everyone's gaze. "Hogwarts, we've arrived." At that moment, all the young wizards instinctively held their breath, captivated by the scene until Hagrid's voice broke the silence. To honor the 4 founders of Hogwarts School, the first-year students would traverse the lake in boats, just as the founders had done upon their arrival. This explained Hagrid's earlier request for the newcomers to accompany him, since no boat could carry more than 4 individuals. Harry and Ron naturally fell in line behind their elder, Sherlock. Having known them even before the term commenced, Hermione joined as well, prompting Ron to roll his eyes in exasperation. "Is everyone aboard? Let us go." After ensuring that all first-year students were on board, Hagrid took the lead in a boat of his own, as his size rendered it impossible for another to join him. Thus, a procession of small boats glided across the lake, sending ripples cascading across the still waters. Some gazed in silence at the towering castle, others endeavored to paddle faster, while a few engaged in lively discussions about the future, with Sherlock and his companions falling into the latter category. Hermione initiated the conversation. "How will they determine which house we are assigned to?" Harry shook his head, noting that Hagrid had not mentioned it. Sherlock's purchased books were equally silent on the matter, as if a collective secrecy surrounded the issue. Thus, the trio turned their attention to Ron. Under the scrutiny of 6 eyes, Ron squirmed and hastily replied, "It's supposed to be some sort of test. Fred said it could be quite harmful, but I think he was just joking." Sherlock shook his head, confident that Ron was indeed jesting. It seemed implausible. After all, it was merely an entrance examination, akin to a placement test in the Muggle world. How could it possibly harm the students? Hermione raised an eyebrow at this remark. The passage across the Black Lake was swifter than anticipated. As they disembarked and tidied the empty boat, Hagrid assisted Neville in locating his toad, which filled him with immense joy. However, this elation swiftly faded. A tall, black-haired witch clad in a vibrant green robe stood before the castle's grand entrance, completing the handover with Hagrid. She was the first-year student's professor, Minerva McGonagall. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she said, observing her stern demeanor. Everyone instinctively sensed that this woman was formidable. The newcomer was indeed Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House. Upon seeing Sherlock, a smile briefly illuminated her serious face. "Hello, Mr. Holmes. It is a pleasure to meet you." Sherlock's exchange with McGonagall astonished the nearby young wizards. Hermione could not resist nudging Sherlock with her elbow. "Holmes, how do you know Professor McGonagall?" Her action reaffirmed Sherlock's impression of her gregarious nature. Noticing Harry and Ron's curious gazes, he recounted how McGonagall had come to answer queries. "Ah, I see," the trio responded, their curiosity piqued, quickly shifting their attention to McGonagall's words. "Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence. However, before entering the Great Hall, we must determine which house each of you will belong to." Compared to Ron, McGonagall's introduction to the four houses was notably more impartial. She emphasized that each house possesses its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable wizards. There has never been a hierarchy among the houses. Regardless of which house one is sorted into, they become a part of Hogwarts. After conveying this, Professor McGonagall led the first-year students into the Great Hall, subsequently departing to prepare for the sorting ceremony. During this time, over 20 ghosts emerged from the walls, causing quite a stir and startling the newcomers. Sherlock's immense interest in these apparitions was something that current science could not explain. He attempted to communicate with the ghosts, yet they whispered among themselves, oblivious to the first-year students. There was no connection to be found. Sighing, Sherlock lost interest in conversing with the ghosts and turned his attention to the Great Hall. Chapter 19. Are you here to buy a hat? Contrary to its dark exterior, the interior of Hogwarts Castle could only be described as resplendent and magnificent. Interestingly, the ceiling appeared almost transparent, revealing the twinkling stars above. Noticing Sherlock's actions, Hermione quietly explained to him. He nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was hard to believe that there was a true ceiling overhead, and equally difficult to accept that the hall was not open to the sky. Initially, upon seeing the size of Hogwarts Castle, Sherlock had assumed his 7 years here would be quite cramped. However, it now seemed that the space within was considerably larger than it appeared from outside. One could only say this was unscientific, an inexplicable phenomenon, enhanced by magic. At this moment, all faculty and students of the school had taken their seats, their gazes fixed upon the first-year students, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Professor McGonagall gently placed a four-legged stool in front of the newcomers, atop which she set an old, patched hat. Sherlock observed that the pointed hat was well worn, and even from a distance, its filthy condition was apparent. In the next instant, the hat began to stir, and a wide slit opened along its lower center, as if it were yawning. Then it broke into song. "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you find a hat more beautiful than I shall eat myself whole." A rather cacophonous little tune was sung, its melody lacking in vocal prowess, far inferior to even Sherlock's own violin skills. Nevertheless, it provided him with some information, primarily an introduction to the four houses, conveyed with a level of objectivity that surpassed even Professor McGonagall's professionalism. In essence, it stated, Gryffindor embodies courage and valor, represented by the lion, symbolizing the element of fire. Hufflepuff is characterized by integrity and loyalty, represented by the badger, symbolizing the element of earth. Ravenclaw stands for wisdom and erudition, represented by the eagle, symbolizing the element of air. Slytherin is defined by shrewdness and ambition, represented by the serpent, symbolizing the element of water. At this juncture, the first-year students comprehended that donning the hat was all that was required of them. "I'm going to kill Fred," Ron exclaimed to Sherlock and Harry, his tone akin to that of someone preparing to battle a troll. Harry and Hermione both sighed in relief, clearly having been quite tense moments before. Sherlock, however, felt no such anxiety. He merely sensed that the unfolding events were becoming increasingly intriguing. As the sorting ceremony commenced, McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, stepped forward and announced the first name, Hannah Abbott. A little girl with 2 golden braids stumbled nervously out of the line and donned the hat. "Moments latte." The hat shouted Hufflepuff. Applause and cheers erupted from the table on the right, welcoming her to their ranks. The jovial ghost of the Fat Friar, who had previously greeted Sherlock, waved enthusiastically at her. One by one, new students were called forth by McGonagall, donning the hat, being sorted, and then removing it. The mechanical repetition of this process soon became monotonous. Before long, the names of those accompanying Sherlock were announced. Hermione Granger. Hermione appeared exceedingly anxious, even forgetting to greet them. Nearly sprinting to the stool, she hastily placed the hat upon her head. Ultimately, the hat proclaimed Gryffindor. Ron let out a huff, evidently displeased at the prospect of the young girl potentially being sorted into the same house as himself. Sherlock, however, observed the scene with keen interest, indifferent to Ron's petty thoughts, fixated instead on the duration of the hat's deliberation. At times, the Sorting Hat promptly proclaims the name of the house, while at other moments, it may take a while to render its decision. For instance, Hermione took nearly 4 minutes, the longest duration among all those already sorted, giving the impression that the hat itself was in a state of hesitation. This raises a question. How long will it take when his turn arrives? And to which house will he be assigned? In truth, even as the hat began its melodic tune, Sherlock had already pondered this very question. The conclusion was that anything was possible. Courage was never lacking on his part. His fundamental reason for choosing to attend Hogwarts was his insatiable desire to explore the unknown. In critical moments, he could even disregard life and death, a sentiment that only heightened his excitement. As for wisdom, there was no need for elaboration. Although familial circumstances had once led him to believe himself a fool before encountering other children, he undoubtedly possessed shrewdness and ambition, and judging by the hat's recent melody, his self-assured demeanor and disdain for rules seemed to align perfectly with Slytherin. Thus, even for the astute and analytical Sherlock, it was challenging to ascertain to which house he might belong. Unfortunately, he could not inquire, for each new student, upon being assigned to a house, would depart from the current line to join the upperclassmen awaiting them in their respective houses. At that moment, McGonagall observed Hermione seated among the welcoming Gryffindor upperclassmen and shifted her gaze back to the parchment. Her eyes briefly paused as she announced the name of the next new student, Sherlock Holmes. Upon hearing his name, Sherlock had yet to respond. But Harry and Ron immediately grew anxious. Please, not Slytherin. It must be Gryffindor. Beyond his 2 friends, others naturally took notice of Sherlock. The incident on the train, where he had reprimanded Draco and his companions, had spread, and those in the know could not help but pay attention to him. Not to mention, Sherlock's striking appearance was enough to captivate anyone's attention at first glance. Moreover, McGonagall had mentioned this keenly observant young wizard to Dumbledore as well. However, when Sherlock approached the stool, he did not, like the others, simply place the hat upon his head. Instead, he held the hat in his hands, turning it while scrutinizing it closely. The entire assembly of faculty and students was taken aback. McGonagall, presiding over the sorting ceremony, wore a look of astonishment. This was not a hat shop. Why was he inspecting it? She couldn't help but glance toward the headmaster, Dumbledore, seated at the high table. Chapter 20, Sorting Hat. I have it tough. As Sherlock held the sorting hat without donning it, meticulously feeling its texture, not only McGonagall, but even Dumbledore became intrigued. He leaned slightly forward, narrowing his eyes upon Sherlock, yet did not voice any objections. Fortunately, Sherlock's examination did not last long. Soon, with a decisive motion, he placed the hat upon his head. From mere appearance, it is evident that this hat is of considerable antiquity, given the accumulation of grime, its soiled and greasy state, and the pervasive scent of scalp oil. While I have already succumbed to dishevelment, I find it surprising that individuals from the wizarding world exhibit even less regard for cleanliness. Ah, and the last wearer was the son of Baker. As Sherlock pondered this, a faint voice whispered beside him, "Oh, I apologize if I have offended you. I am merely a hat, incapable of cleansing myself." But how did you deduce that the previous child was a baker's son? Sherlock was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled with intrigue. How fascinating that you can perceive human thoughts. The notion that a mere hat could capture my musings. How enchanting the magical realm is. No, it is simply a matter of superficial thoughts. It requires that you do not deliberately conceal them. I am not an object of dark magic, and cannot possess the power to extract thoughts. Sensing the hat's insistence, and driven by a curiosity toward the hat itself, Sherlock indulged its inquiry. It is quite a simple deduction. The brim of your hat is adorned with remnants of tin foil and white flour, accompanied by a hint of weed aroma that masks the scent of scalp oil. Moreover, the previous boy's demeanor betrays his familial circumstances, and these observations merely serve to solidify that understanding. How intriguing, splendid, an unparalleled intellect, admirable bravery, a genuinely benevolent heart, and a willingness to defy rules. Daunting, indeed. To disdain authority and challenge conventions is a mark of greatness. In a mere thought, Slytherin shall guide you to glory, without a doubt. Wise and erudite, with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Ravenclaw shall elevate your insight into the world and sharpen your intellect. Your desire to champion justice and combat crime? Alas, how unfortunate. Had Lady Hufflepuff still been alive, she would have adored you. Yet, your relentless courage is equally captivating. If you were not sorted into Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall would surely have my head. How perplexing. Sensing the sorting hat's internal conflict, Sherlock calmly remarked, in this regard, I must assert that courage is merely an apt substitute for foolishness. Thus, Sherlock engaged in a cordial and amicable discourse with the hat. As the sorting ceremony for the new students commenced in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, silence enveloped the faculty and students alike. Was it truly so challenging? The previous girl had persisted for a considerable duration, yet this boy appeared to outlast her. Observing Sherlock's elongated, hooked nose, several upperclassmen discreetly noted his name, Sherlock Holmes. As external murmurs grew louder, Sherlock remained blissfully unaware, and even if he were cognizant, it would not concern him. At that moment, he was thoroughly engrossed in conversation with the hat. What? I can discern that you lack no courage. Your indomitable spirit could render you a hero. Do not transform individuals into heroes. Heroes do not exist, and even if they did, I would not be among them. But, being swayed by emotions is a physiological flaw of the defeated. Wisdom is the new trend of allure. The Sorting Hat found itself in a quandary. Due to the fact that this young wizard possesses characteristics from 4 different houses, theoretically, he could be placed in any of them without issue. However, as the conversations with Sherlock deepened, the Sorting Hat began to develop a preference, primarily between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Initially, the Hat intended to place him in Ravenclaw. After all, even Sherlock himself professed that wisdom is the new trend of allure. Yet, before making a definitive decision, the Hat astutely recognized a critical divergence. It became evident that Sherlock would only pursue knowledge that he deemed useful. This characteristic stood in stark contrast to the innate qualities of Ravenclaw. Were this the case for another individual, it might be inconsequential. However, for Sherlock, this realization became pivotal in the decision-making process. He regarded knowledge as a mere tool, learning only what was advantageous, rather than embodying the pure, unquenchable thirst for knowledge characteristic of true Ravenclaws. Conversely, he exhibited an impeccable bravery, brimming with a desire for adventure and the inner courage to surmount any obstacles. Despite Sherlock's assertion that courage is merely a euphemism for foolishness, it was not a concern for him, for he was indeed courageous. The little eagles of Ravenclaw would spend their time engrossed in learning, leaving no opportunity for exploration and adventure. Gryffindor, on the other hand, welcomed him with open arms, eager to form alliances with him. Ultimately, upon learning from the Hat that Ravenclaw was replete with individuals possessing vast repositories of knowledge, Sherlock's eyes brightened. What a boon! This way, when he required information, he could directly consult them rather than invest time in study, thus freeing up more moments for exploration. Consequently, after much deliberation, the Hat respected Sherlock's wishes and rendered its final verdict. Gryffindor. Sherlock removed the Hat, bid it farewell, and approached the Gryffindor table. Congratulations! Hermione was overjoyed to see a familiar face joining her, and she prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by the Weasley twins, who squeezed in. We were just saying that Miss Granger almost became the Hat's embarrassment, and lo and behold, the true Hat embarrassment has arrived. What is a Hat embarrassment? Upon hearing this new term, Sherlock's curiosity was piqued. It refers to the state of the Hat feeling flustered because it cannot determine which house to place you in. You two be quiet. Percy Weasley, the head boy and brother to the twins and Ron, rubbed his temples in exasperation. They're infamous troublemakers throughout Hogwarts. Holmes. Do not heed their nonsense. Before the school year commenced, Percy had purchased a book titled How Head Boys Obtain Authority in Diagon Alley. The text stated that head boys bear the responsibility of maintaining the house's esteemed image before the new students. Thus, he could not allow the twins to lead the newcomers astray, even if they were his own brothers. Subsequently, he elucidated the official definition of the Sorting Hat dilemma to Sherlock, while also introducing himself. Chapter 21. The Rare Sorting Hat Dilemma. Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall continued to preside over the sorting ceremony, yet her thoughts lingered on Holmes, who had just been sorted into Gryffindor. She had not anticipated that this young wizard, who had made such a profound impression on her prior to the term's commencement, would prove to be a true embodiment of the Sorting Hat dilemma, much like herself. This whimsical term for the Sorting Hat's quandary also has a more colloquial designation, the Sorting Hat Dilemma student. As the name implies, it refers to students whose sorting takes longer than the customary 5 minutes, and whose characteristics align with multiple Hogwarts houses, thus perplexing the Sorting Hat. True instances of the Sorting Hat dilemma are rare, occurring roughly once every 50 years. More commonly, students who are nearly caught in this dilemma arise, such as Hermione Granger, who preceded Holmes. Many years ago, on her first night at Hogwarts, she captivated everyone's attention as the Sorting Hat deliberated for a full 5.5 minutes, particularly wavering between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Ultimately, it chose the former, yet even to this day, she harbors the belief that Ravenclaw would have been a commendable choice. This sentiment has intensified since she became the head of Gryffindor, especially when confronted with a group of audacious troublemakers. However, throughout the years, The Sorting Hat has steadfastly maintained its stance, asserting that Gryffindor was indeed the more suitable house for her. Reflecting on the passage of time, it has indeed been nearly 50 years since her enrollment, a detail she had nearly forgotten. It is worth noting that when the Sorting Hat contemplated the house for her current colleague, Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw, it too hesitated for quite some time. Ultimately, however, it made the opposite choice to that of McGonagall, placing Flitwick in Ravenclaw. Over the years, this has become a recurring topic of light-hearted conversation between her and Professor Flitwick, as they both mused that had they been more resolute or indecisive in their youth, their roles might have been reversed. In such a scenario, McGonagall would now be the head of Ravenclaw, while Flitwick would preside over Gryffindor. Pondering this, she couldn't help but glance toward the dais. Sensing her gaze, Professor Flitwick offered her a smile. Evidently, Sherlock and Hermione reminded him of the young McGonagall and himself. Percy, on the other hand, found himself in an awkward position. After Sherlock had listened to his explanation of the Sorting Hat dilemma, he simply remarked, "It sounds no different. Their explanation is even more palatable." With just one sentence, Sherlock effectively rendered Percy speechless. This new student certainly had a way with words. After all, he was a prefect. Ha ha ha. The twin brothers erupted into laughter. "Well done. Your talents are truly remarkable. From this day forth, join us." "Indeed, Holmes, we shall undoubtedly make a grand impression before the entire faculty and student body." Sherlock, however, paid no further attention to the two brothers and continued to observe the sorting ceremony for the other new students. Following him, several newcomers took an unusually long time to be sorted, approaching the threshold of embarrassment with the Sorting Hat. Among them was Neville Longbottom, a round-faced boy who had retrieved his toad. He stumbled while rushing towards the stool, and then sat fidgeting for nearly 5 minutes before being announced as a member of Gryffindor. Once sorted, he dashed away. Hutton, please. Next was Draco Malfoy, who took immense pride in his lineage. In stark contrast to Neville, the hat barely touched his head before it proclaimed, "Slytherin." It was a swift and decisive declaration. As Malfoy swaggered towards Slytherin to join his close friends Crabbe and Goyle, Sherlock wore a contemplative expression. From the current circumstances, it appeared that both he and Hermione, as well as Neville and Malfoy, were mere exceptions. Aside from them, most others were sorted in a manner reminiscent of Hannah Abbott, who was placed into her house within half a minute. Even those who took a bit longer were typically finished within 2 to 3 minutes. There was no one, like Sherlock, who experienced a delay exceeding 5 minutes, and very few approached the threshold of embarrassment as Hermione and Neville did. From a scientific perspective, this aligns with the principles of normal distribution, where extremes are fewer and the majority lies in the middle. Thus, the sorting ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion under Professor McGonagall's guidance until she called out a name, Harry Potter. The attention garnered by the boy who lived was undoubtedly the highest in the room. As Harry stepped out of the first-year line, a collective gasp echoed through the hall, even causing the temperature to drop. Potter, was she calling Potter? The Harry Potter? It was indeed him. If one had keen enough eyesight, they might even catch a glimpse of the scar upon his forehead. But how could one possibly see that? At this moment, the twin brothers could no longer contain themselves. George turned to Sherlock. "Holmes, I hear you have a good rapport with Potter?" Upon seeing Sherlock nod, Fred eagerly inquired, "Then you must know him quite well. Which house do you think he will be sorted into?" This time, Percy did not intervene to halt the twins' questions, as he too was intrigued by the matter. "Why?" Hermione finally seized the opportunity to ask. "Indeed, why?" The Weasley twins echoed. Not only they, but also those nearby who overheard their conversation couldn't help but glance at Sherlock. If Harry Potter were indeed to join Gryffindor, it would be a momentous occasion. But how could Sherlock make such a judgment prior to the sorting? This was, of course, based on personal experience. From his own sorting experience, he knew that the hat respected individual choices. Given Sherlock's understanding of Harry, aside from Ravenclaw, the likelihood of Harry being sorted into any of the other 3 houses was considerable, with Gryffindor and Slytherin holding slightly higher precedence over Hufflepuff. However, Harry himself was reluctant to join Slytherin, leaving Gryffindor as the only option. Upon hearing Sherlock's explanation, the group of young lions exchanged bewildered glances. Was this not a tad too fantastical? The Weasley twins pressed for further clarification, but this time Sherlock remained reticent. Observing his demeanor, the others had no choice but to relent. After all, it would soon become evident whether this fellow was merely boasting. Chapter 22. The Speech at the Hogwarts Opening Ceremony. Just as Sherlock predicted, the hat placed upon Harry's head ultimately called out Gryffindor. The process took nearly 5 minutes, only slightly shorter than Sherlock's own. At that moment, the nearby young lions gazed at Sherlock in astonishment. Was he truly that remarkable? Not only had he predicted the outcome, but he had also accurately foreseen the process. Surely, This new student deserved a place in Ravenclaw. Hermione was once again astonished by Sherlock, though her voice was soon drowned out by thunderous applause and cheers. Without a doubt, Harry received the loudest ovation of the evening. The welcome from the Gryffindors was far more fervent than that extended to Sherlock. When the Sorting Hat proclaimed Gryffindor, the entire house erupted in jubilation. As Harry approached the Gryffindor table, Prefect Percy rose to firmly shake Harry's hand. Reluctant to let go for so long that if Harry were a girl, such behavior would border on harassment. The Weasley twins bellowed, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" At that moment, Harry was undoubtedly the center of attention. Yet, his gaze was drawn to Sherlock, a sense of security washing over him, compelling him to sit closely beside Sherlock without hesitation. In stark contrast to the commotion surrounding Harry's arrival, the subsequent students appeared utterly unfazed. When only two remained, Ron was indeed sorted into Gryffindor alongside his brothers, while another named Zabini was assigned to Slytherin. With that, the sorting ceremony officially concluded. The final results aligned perfectly with Sherlock's earlier predictions. Approximately half of the students were sorted into Hufflepuff, while the remaining newcomers from the other three houses combined barely matched that number. Indeed, it was only Hufflepuff that constituted the backbone of the magical community. The other three houses seemed to possess their own peculiarities, but Sherlock never regarded himself as an ordinary individual. As Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment inscribed with the names of the new students and took the sorting hat away, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore rose. He resembled the elder depicted on the chocolate frog cards Harry had once consumed, a bespectacled gentleman. His bright blue eyes sparkled with intelligence, and his crooked nose hinted at a history of breaks. Silver hair and a beard revealed his considerable age, while the constantly twinkling crescent-shaped spectacles seemed capable of seeing into one's very soul. "Welcome," he exclaimed, his face beaming as he looked upon the students, arms outstretched as though to embrace them all. "Welcome, everyone, to the commencement of a new academic year at Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I wish to share a few brief words. In this moment, all the first-year students cannot help but recall the dread of being subjected to lengthy speeches by the headmaster in their primary school days. However, what transpired next was far beyond their expectations. The headmaster calmly began to speak. "Fools, crybabies, rubbish, twist. Thank you, everyone." With that, he promptly took his seat. The address at the Hogwarts opening ceremony lasted less than 5 seconds, emphasizing brevity and directness. Although the meaning of Dumbledore's words remained elusive, there was an undeniable aura of greatness about it. Applause and cheers erupted, with the audience unconcerned about the actual significance of his remarks. As long as one refrains from lengthy discourse, everyone is bound to become good friends. Most importantly, everyone was already ravenous, and after uttering those words, an array of delectable dishes suddenly appeared on the once empty plates before them. Roasted beef, roast chicken, crispy chips, ketchup, and mint candies. It was a veritable feast, encompassing both main courses and snacks. While the returning students were accustomed to such spectacles, the first years were utterly astonished. My companions and I were left in sheer disbelief. Without needing prompting, everyone began to indulge heartily. "Sherlock, do you think he is a bit eccentric?" Harry hesitantly inquired of Sherlock. "Eccentric?" Percy, overhearing Harry's words, couldn't he help but mutter under his breath, "He is a genius, the finest wizard in the world. Although you do have a point, he is indeed a bit eccentric. But let us focus on the food. Would you like some potatoes, Harry?" Harry accepted the potatoes and glanced once more at Sherlock, who appeared to be deep in thought. Indeed, Sherlock was contemplating. In an instant, he devised several interpretations of Dumbledore's seemingly nonsensical address. Firstly, it could be a reflection of the stereotypes associated with the four houses. Hufflepuff as fools, Ravenclaw as bookworms who only cry in adversity, Slytherin as the dregs, and Gryffindor as brave yet obstinate. Secondly, it might represent an extreme caricature of the house's characteristics. Ravenclaw as wise fools, Gryffindor as courageous crybabies, Slytherin as cunningly ambitious dregs, and Hufflepuff as upright yet overly kind. Lastly, it could also reflect how these houses perceive others. Ravenclaw considers everyone else to be fools. Gryffindor views other students as cowardly crybabies. Slytherin, with its sense of noble lineage, regards others as mere dregs, while Hufflepuff believes that the other houses possess overly strong personalities. Nevertheless, it hardly matters. Having arrived at Hogwarts, understanding these nuances is merely a matter of time. After a day of hustle and bustle, the first years were indeed famished. I must say, the provisions prepared for the newcomers at Hogwarts' opening ceremony were quite splendid, deserving to be labeled as gourmet, especially in a land renowned for its dark cuisine. Sherlock was not particularly picky about food and would indulge a bit more when the flavors were pleasing. Harry, needless to say, was even more enthusiastic. Although the Dursleys ensured he was never hungry, they also never allowed him the luxury of indulgence. Thus, he consumed everything on the table. By the time everyone had finished, the plates gleamed as if brand new, requiring no manual cleaning. This phenomenon once again left the newcomers in awe. As all had satisfied their appetites, Dumbledore rose for a second time. Compared to before, his demeanor was now markedly more serious, with a crisp autumn air signaling the arrival of a new academic season. He expressed his hopes for the students to strive diligently in the coming year, to continually enhance their understanding, to immerse themselves in the study of magical theory, and to persist in practical exercises, ultimately achieving outstanding results by the semester's end. Upperclassmen were urged to hold themselves to high standards, to lead by example in adhering to school rules, and serve as role models for the first-year students. The newcomers were encouraged to follow in their predecessors' footsteps, to be vigorous and determined, and to collectively strive to establish Hogwarts as a premier magical institution in Europe and beyond. Finally, representing the school, he presented the new students with several directives. Firstly, to strictly observe school regulations, refraining from casting spells in the corridors during breaks, and to avoid the Forbidden Forest and the right side of the fourth-floor corridor. Secondly, to actively participate in school activities, proactively applying for Quidditch player evaluations to enhance the college's sports reputation. Thirdly, to cultivate a strong sense of collective honor, as the principal himself would lead them in singing the school song. While the first 2 points were manageable, when Dumbledore mentioned the collective singing of the school song, Sherlock noticed the other teachers' smiles falter, revealing an air of discomfort. Something was amiss. As Chapter 23 unfolds, titled "You Are Quite Gifted, Come Learn to Spar with Me," the peculiarity became evident when Dumbledore flicked his wand, causing a golden ribbon to swirl above the dining table, inscribing the lyrics. Then, he instructed everyone to select their preferred melody and prepare to sing. All the newcomers were bewildered. Is this even permissible? It turned out, indeed it was. Amidst the cacophony of differing melodies, the entire school sang the song in disarray, lacking any semblance of artistic beauty. Most absurdly, the Weasley twins sang with the slow tempo of a funeral march. Sherlock mused, "It appears I must find a way to acquire a violin." The scene quickly devolved into chaos. The Gryffindors, led by Percy, navigated through the raucous crowd, exiting the hall and ascending the marble staircase. Compared to the other first years, who appeared utterly exhausted, Sherlock remained remarkably vibrant. His gray eyes sparkled with curiosity, taking in the myriad of new experiences surrounding him. The portraits adorning the walls were animated beings, pointing and conversing with the group of newcomers, adding to the overwhelming sense of novelty. Behind sliding panels and draped curtains lay a series of concealed doors, which would have remained imperceptible were it not for Percy leading them. An invisible specter named Peeves clutched a cane, attempting to tease them, but was promptly deterred by Percy invoking the name of the bloodstained Barrow. Ultimately, they arrived at the corridor's end, where a portrait of a plump woman inquired. Password? Under Percy's guidance, each of them crawled through the wall opening in succession. This was the Gryffindor common room. Percy directed the boys and girls to their respective dormitories and informed the first years that their class schedules will be distributed at breakfast the following day, reminding them not to forget to dine in the Great Hall on time. Based on today's performance alone, Percy could certainly be regarded as a highly competent prefect. In stark contrast to the vibrant and energetic Sherlock, Harry and Ron, the inseparable duo, were utterly exhausted, relying on Sherlock to locate their dormitory. Fortunately, the three of them had been sorted into the same house. With their trunks already delivered to their rooms, Sherlock decided to take a leisurely stroll around the common room. The aesthetics of Gryffindor were quite appealing. The circular room exuded a cozy ambience, its walls adorned in warm shades of red, and the plush armchairs invited one to sink into them and remain seated indefinitely. Initially, Sherlock intended to embark on an exploration, but the temperature in the room was rather chilly. Although he had a robust constitution, he had only recently recovered from significant illness, making him somewhat vulnerable to the cold's encroachment. Thus, during this brief period, he gleaned only a bit of information. The Gryffindor Tower was situated on the eastern side of the castle, and the common room was located on the 8th floor of the tower. 5 four-poster beds were present, 4 of which had their deep red velvet curtains drawn. The bed assigned to him was perfectly positioned between Harry and Ron. It appeared to be quite satisfactory. Sherlock offered this assessment before donning his pajamas and lying down. After a day of bustling activity, he had not felt fatigued until he reclined. The weariness washed over him like a tide. He soon drifted into a deep slumber. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Sherlock awoke to find his 4 roommates still sound asleep. initially reluctant to rouse them. The noise he made as he got up, however, caused Harry to awaken abruptly. Growing up in the Dursley household had instilled in Harry the habit of waking at the slightest sound. Observing his soon-to-be older brother preparing for the day, Harry quickly turned over and asked, "Sherlock, where are you going?" Upon hearing that Sherlock intended to go for a morning workout, Harry hesitated briefly before deciding to accompany him. "A wise decision," Sherlock remarked with satisfaction. "A healthy body and a clear mind are the prerequisites for addressing any challenge." Harry nodded vigorously, as this truth had become increasingly evident since he had met Sherlock. He initially attempted to summon Ron to join them. However, Ron lacked the self-discipline of Sherlock and the determination of Harry to follow him, so he declined their invitation and continued to sleep peacefully. Ultimately, Sherlock departed the dormitory with Harry, embarking on their inaugural exploration of Hogwarts. During their morning exercises, Sherlock unexpectedly discovered that the savior of the magical realm possessed a certain potential. Harry's upbringing, spent years in a dimly lit cupboard and deprived of sufficient nourishment, rendered him somewhat smaller than his peers. His gaunt visage, prominent kneecaps, tousled black hair, and striking green eyes constituted his most defining physical traits. The round spectacles that had previously been held together with transparent tape had been magically restored by Sherlock. He now donned a robe that suited his frame. Otherwise, clad in Dudley's old clothes, he appeared even smaller than his actual stature. However, despite his frail physique, Harry exhibited remarkable agility and quick reflexes, showcasing his potential as a nimble contender. With proper guidance, he was destined for greatness. In light of this, Sherlock boldly extended an invitation. "You possess great talent. Come learn to box with me." Harry, however, ultimately declined Sherlock's offer. Although he acknowledged the allure of boxing, the notion of a wizard engaging in close combat seemed rather peculiar to him. Sherlock felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated needing one or two assistants at Hogwarts and had hoped to cultivate a rapport with Harry. Yet, to his surprise, Harry refused. After their morning exercises concluded, Sherlock and Harry made their way to the Great Hall, where Ron, the gluttonous eater, Neville with his round face, and the small, dark-haired Thomas had already taken their seats. Chapter 24, Hermione, inspired by Sherlock. Upon seeing Sherlock and Harry, Ron and Thomas immediately rose, vigorously waving at them. "Sherlock, Harry, over here." As the two approached, Ron proudly declared, "I save you a spot." "Thank you," Harry replied, subtly suggesting, "If only you could lower your voice a bit." Ron's exuberance, coupled with Harry's name, rendered them the center of attention in that moment. "Look over there, quick." "Where?" "Over there, next to that tall guy with the hooked nose." "You mean the one wearing glasses?" "Yes, did you see his face? That scar?" As Sherlock and Harry traversed the hall towards Ron, the whispers continued unabated, leaving Harry feeling quite uncomfortable. Ron, clearly aware of the situation, sheepishly rubbed his nose, apologizing, "Sorry, it's my fault for being so loud." Typically, breakfast would not be as lavish as the feast during the opening ceremony, but it was certainly more than adequate, especially for someone like Ron, the voracious eater, and Harry, who had not indulged at home. For Sherlock, however, he deftly balanced his meal while focusing on the core schedule for the Gryffindor first years. On Monday morning, History of Magic is scheduled, followed by Herbology in the afternoon. Tuesday sees Herbology in the morning, and in the afternoon, classes on charms and transfiguration. Wednesday is dedicated to defense against the dark arts in the morning, with more Herbology in the afternoon and astronomy in the evening. Thursday includes transfiguration in the morning and charms in the afternoon. Additionally, it is noted that once the flying lessons commence, they will be added after the charms class on Thursday afternoon. It is evident that the first-year curriculum is quite rigorous, which is understandable, as it aims to reshape the worldviews of young wizards who had just stepped into the realm of magic. After lunch, several students hurried towards their classrooms. For Sherlock, the inaugural week at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has been both enriching and fascinating. Each subject possesses its unique characteristics. The history of magic is singularly taught by a ghost. As the saying goes, ghostly lectures tend to be filled with ghostly tales, being inherently theoretical. The course leans heavily towards rote memorization. Moreover, Professor Binns delivers his lectures in a monotonous tone distinctive to ghosts, rendering the class even more tedious. Most students merely jot down names and dates while battling drowsiness. However, two students stand out. One is Hermione, who has already begun to exhibit signs of an academic overachiever in the very first class. The other is Sherlock, who is brimming with enthusiasm for the magical world. Having read the entire textbook, attending the ghostly lecture is akin to someone who prefers not to read, opting for an audiobook. Yet, when a student poses a question, Professor Binns is indeed willing to engage. Sherlock happens to be that student, making him the most conspicuous among the drowsy lions. Even Hermione, who was also listening intently, couldn't help but cast curious glances in his direction. He seems so much like me. In contrast to History of Magic, herbology is significantly more engaging. The thrice-weekly schedule indicates that it is a foundational subject. The course is taught by Pomona Sprout, a stout witch and the head of Hufflepuff House. Classes are held in the greenhouses behind the castle rather than indoors. The curriculum focuses on teaching newcomers how to cultivate peculiar plants and fungi and understand their uses. This time, in addition to Sherlock, Hermione also actively participates in asking questions, perhaps inspired by Sherlock's performance in the morning's History of Magic class. Hermione even lingered around Professor Sprout after class. Unfortunately, the professor had to attend to other students, so these inquiries would have to wait until the following day. By the next morning, Hermione remained an eager and inquisitive student. However, Sherlock was not as proactive as the previous day. He merely completed Professor Sprout's assignments methodically, refraining from posing even a single question. Sherlock felt it unnecessary. This was already sufficient. Subsequently, he approached each subject with a similar strategy. For those classes that seemed of little utility to him, he ensured he could pass the exams, allowing him to devote his energy to subjects that were more beneficial and aligned with his interests. Soon, such a course will arrive, the Charms class. Hermione Granger, Sherlock Holmes, Harry Potter. The esteemed Professor Phileas Flitwick, who also serves as the head of Ravenclaw House, is in charge of teaching this subject. Professor Flitwick, of fairy lineage, is remarkably diminutive, standing at barely 4 feet tall, just over a meter. During class, he must stand atop a stack of books to reach the lectern. As is customary, the first lesson began with roll call. When he reached the name Harry Potter, he let out an excited shriek and collapsed, disappearing from sight. This incident once again illuminated the formidable reputation of the name Harry Potter within the magical community, a force so potent that even the headmaster of Hogwarts could not remain unaffected. It further validated Sherlock's astute decision to pair up with Harry before the term commenced. Before the school year even began, Draco Malfoy and his companions from Slytherin had already approached. Once classes commenced, the attention of faculty and students alike towards Harry was undeniable, significantly facilitating Sherlock's understanding of the magical realm. Simultaneously, Sherlock unexpectedly discovered Harry's potential as an assistant, leading him to gradually abandon the notion of utilizing Harry merely as a tool, and instead to regard him as a potential friend. However, that is a matter for another time. The first lesson mirrored the structure of other subjects, providing an overview of the course. It also introduced a fundamental spell, the repairing charm, the very incantation Sherlock had employed on Harry's glasses during their journey on the Hogwarts Express. Chapter 25, You Merely Observe. While I scrutinize, the repairing charm is a remarkably practical spell, capable of restoring most damaged objects. Like other classes, its purpose was to provide a comprehensive understanding of the subject. To Sherlock's surprise, Professor Flitwick exhibited great enthusiasm for eager learners, resulting in Sherlock not only achieving his initial objectives, but also gaining additional knowledge. From Flitwick, he learned a rather useful new spell, the warming charm. As the name suggests, once cast, it envelopes the caster in a warm embrace, akin to wearing a pair of fleece-lined trousers. For Sherlock, who was recently recovering from an illness and facing the damp, chilly weather, it proved exceedingly beneficial. The others could only look on with envy. After all, very few students could master and effectively apply the repairing charm in the first lesson. Besides Sherlock, only a handful, including Hermione, managed to do so. Yet, even Hermione found it challenging to divert her energy towards learning new spells, which left her silently clenching her small fists. Holmes, I shall not be outdone by you. Following the Charms class on Tuesday afternoon, the Transfiguration class was immediately next, creating a rather tight schedule, particularly for the Gryffindor students. The primary reason for this tension was Harry. Compared to the enthusiasm displayed during breakfast in the Great Hall, the reactions of the onlookers were even more pronounced. Students without classes lined up outside the classroom, each on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of the heroic figure who had vanquished the Dark Lord in the form of a mere infant. The spectacle was even more exaggerated in the corridor. Were it not for the impertinence, they would have crowded closer to inspect the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. Harry sincerely wished they would refrain from such behavior, for the path to the classroom was fraught with difficulty. The first-year students were unfamiliar with the route, and furthermore, the way to Hogwarts was inherently perplexing. The paths here were in constant flux. Certain staircases led to different locations at different times. Some steps would abruptly vanish midway, compelling individuals to remember where to leap, and some doors were not doors at all, but rather solid walls disguised as entrances. Even the portraits were in a state of perpetual visitation, rendering them unreliable as reference points. Everything was in constant motion, making it exceedingly challenging to memorize the layout. The students' fervent curiosity about Harry exacerbated this challenge. Sherlock, you are truly remarkable. Under Sherlock's guidance, Harry and Ron swiftly navigated the disobedient staircases, leaping over disappearing steps and evading the mischievous Peeves. Finally, after opening a door that appeared anything but a door in the correct manner, Harry could not help but express his genuine admiration. How on earth do you remember such a convoluted path? Sherlock smiled slightly. Actually, you can too. Me? Harry pointed to himself, bewildered. Indeed, dear Harry, I have mentioned numerous times that there is no distinction between the sights you and I perceive. Therefore, what I can accomplish, you can too. That's impossible. As far as I know, not a single first year in the entire college or even the whole school can remember all the correct routes to the classrooms like you do. Even among the upperclassmen, perhaps only George and Fred could manage it. Harry nodded repeatedly, clearly agreeing with Ron's assertion. Sherlock slightly turned aside to avoid a ghost that suddenly darted out from behind a door, his nonchalant demeanor eliciting a profound disappointment in the ghost's gaze. He explained, Harry, remember when we first met? I mentioned that you were sent to the station by your uncle, and you seemed quite surprised at the time. That is indeed the case. Reflecting on their first encounter, Harry still felt a sense of astonishment. But after I explained the reasoning behind it, everything seemed so obvious to you. Yes, every time I listen to your deductions, they always appear so apparent, almost to the point of being absurdly simple, that I feel I could deduce them myself. Harry scratched his head, perplexed, and inquired, but before you elucidated the reasoning process, I was invariably baffled by every situation you presented. Same here, Ron interjected again, somewhat defiantly. Yet I still believe our perception is not inferior to yours. Your assertion is not entirely incorrect. Huh? Upon hearing this, Ron was momentarily taken aback. Wait, I merely spoke casually. How can you genuinely acknowledge that? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that you are merely looking rather than observing, and there exists a discernible distinction between the two. Noticing the bewildered expressions on Harry and Ron's faces, Sherlock paused before continuing. For instance, you have been at the school for 3 days. Do you know how many staircases there are in the castle? Harry replied, I don't know. Ron chimed in, how could anyone possibly know such a thing? It is precisely because you have not observed, only looked, that I wish to highlight this point. Hogwarts boasts a total of 142 staircases, which come in 3 varieties, 9, 12, and 14 steps. The Gryffindor Tower, located on the eastern side of the castle, houses the common room on the 8th floor, and along with the Astronomy Tower and the Ravenclaw Tower, it comprises the 3 tallest structures of the school. My knowledge stems from the fact that I not only look but also observe. His words left Harry and Ron utterly flabbergasted. Well, we have arrived at the classroom. We can revisit this topic later if you're interested. With Sherlock leading the way, the group reached the classroom a full 5 minutes before the lesson began. Nonetheless, the classroom was in disarray, primarily due to the absence of Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, renowned for her strictness and fairness. If she were present, the students would undoubtedly refrain from mischief. Why is there a cat here? Ron exclaimed, glancing around the classroom in surprise. Sherlock had, of course, noticed the small cat perched on the podium long before him. After observing the feline for a few seconds, a knowing smile crept across his lips. Harry, can you guess where this cat comes from? Perhaps it is Professor McGonagall's pet? No, that is not the case. Allow me to demonstrate the process of inference through observation. Amidst the astonished gazes of those nearby, Sherlock strode confidently to the podium, grasped the small cat by the scruff of its neck, and lifted it up. 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall was taken aback. This small action, akin to the sorting hat ceremony, had been strictly confidential, allowing her to observe generations of new students through the eyes of a cat. It was quite fascinating. The vast majority of newcomers were oblivious to the cat's true nature, assuming that the teacher was absent, and thus they chatted boisterously, showing no restraint even when class time had commenced. This year was no exception. Perhaps due to Harry Potter's admission, the new little lions were especially exuberant, frequently glancing in Harry's direction with excitement. You are the worst class I have ever taught. However, she could never have anticipated that one day she would be lifted by the scruff of her neck by a student. Unbelievable. Friends who frequently pet cats know that felines possess a fatal weakness. Once grasped by the scruff, no matter how fierce and unruly they usually are, they become docile and compliant, allowing themselves to be handled. The cats of the magical world are no exception. Moreover, any wizard who transforms into an animal through the enigmagus technique acquires characteristics of that creature. This tabby cat is precisely the manifestation of Professor McGonagall's transformation via Animagus. Thus, in a moment of carelessness, she was caught off guard by Sherlock's surprise attack. Attempting to resist, she found herself unable to break free due to the innate nature of feline beings. After a considerable struggle, as her human instincts began to overpower her animalistic instincts, Sherlock had already released his grip on the scruff of her neck, cradling her in his arms and transitioning from mere grasping to affectionate petting. Sherlock's technique in petting the cat was remarkably adept, with gentle strokes and careful caresses that quickly ensnared Professor McGonagall in a state of blissful surrender. Sherlock, do you not perceive how the patterns around this cat's eyes resemble the frames of Professor McGonagall's glasses? Ever since Sherlock delineated the distinction between seeing and observing, Harry had been keenly observant. Thus, upon noticing this similarity, he felt a surge of excitement. It is often said that as pets and their owners spend more time together, they begin to mirror each other. Just moments ago, Sherlock had asserted that this was not Professor McGonagall's pet. It now appeared he had finally erred. Harry felt a slight sense of pride, though he refrained from voicing it aloud. After all, Sherlock was astute enough to have grasped his implication. In the next instant, the tabby cat vanished, replaced by a serious-looking woman who emerged into view. She donned a vibrant green cloak, her dark hair styled into a tight bun. The square glasses she wore mirrored the very patterns around the cat's eyes. It was none other than the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, head of Gryffindor House, and professor of Transfiguration, Minerva McGonagall. The new students were left utterly astonished by this revelation. Harry and Ron, who had just witnessed Sherlock's antics with the cat, were left gaping, their mouths agape enough to fit a small stone. Ron stammered, McGonagall. McGonagall first cast a grateful glance at Harry, then fixed her piercing gaze upon Sherlock. Mr. Holmes, did you recognize me at once? Upon their first meeting, Sherlock had discerned the texture of the admission letter and inferred the location of Hogwarts in Scotland. Faced with a young wizard possessing such extraordinary abilities, she had no cause to dismiss her suspicions. As they observed Professor McGonagall's serious demeanor, Harry and Ron suddenly realized what Sherlock had just done. Their foreheads beaded with sweat. Their gazes toward Sherlock were a blend of admiration and concern, silently hoping for his well-being. Not at all, Sherlock replied with an air of calm, but I have never seen a cat remain so stiffly still. Seeing the clarity in Sherlock's eyes, which betrayed no deception, Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly. After all, he was merely a young wizard, newly admitted and yearning for the magical world. What malice could he possibly harbor? If you were to behold your students in such a manner, you too would become rigid. McGonagall's transformation had already captivated the attention of the new students, yet this statement rendered them all speechless. The professor's mastery of transfiguration was so flawless, devoid of any discernible flaw or hint of magical presence. It was truly remarkable. Only Sherlock continued to marvel at Professor McGonagall's splendid performance, as if the person who had just been manipulating her was not himself. Mr. Holmes, this transformation is known as animagus. It is a highly complex form of transfiguration that allows one to genuinely become an animal. Upon realizing that Sherlock had not noticed her peculiar demeanor, McGonagall secretly breathed a sigh of relief, for her earlier display had indeed been somewhat embarrassing. Initially, she had resisted when Sherlock began to pet her. Yet in her animagus state, she had unwittingly succumbed to the instincts of a cat. Coupled with Sherlock's adept skills, it was not long before she was completely enraptured in her feline form. However, the fact that she had been petted by students had become undeniable. At this moment, she could only redirect their attention through other means, a task that posed little challenge for her. As anticipated, the students were captivated, eager to commence their learning. Yet, as she began to speak, it was as if she had doused them with cold water. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous spell you will encounter in your Hogwarts curriculum. Her gaze swept across the room, momentarily pausing on Sherlock and Harry, before she continued in a measured tone. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my classroom will be asked to leave, never to return. I have already issued my warning. Watching the students sit up straight, McGonagall felt a sense of satisfaction as she commenced the lesson, starting with the basics. However, this seemingly simple lesson proved to be a challenge for nearly all. By the end of the class, only Hermione's matchstick had undergone a transformation. Although one end remained a match head, the other had become quite pointed. McGonagall bestowed a smile upon her. This was the true spirit of Gryffindor, for one must possess a talent for transfiguration. And thus, 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione was instantly taken aback. This was unexpected. She had heard that Professor McGonagall was notoriously stingy with points. While she believed her performance was commendable, merely eliciting a smile from Professor McGonagall felt like a victory in itself, yet it seemed excessive to award points. Chapter 27. Harry, you've discovered the blind spot. Hermione soon realized she had been overthinking. A wave of astonished gasps erupted from the table across the aisle, turning to investigate the source. She was astonished to discover that Sherlock had completely transformed the matchstick into a needle. Professor McGonagall unhesitatingly declared, a prodigy in transfiguration. Students who fully transform the matchstick into a needle shall receive 4 points, while those who merely manifested a needle's tip shall earn 1. Thanks to the outstanding performances of both Sherlock and Hermione, the prepared statement that this class was the worst she had ever taught remained unspoken. Yet, Hermione understood that while the 5 points awarded to Gryffindor seemed to include 1 she had earned, without Sherlock, Professor McGonagall would not have granted her that point at all. Her own transfiguration skills merited only a smile, and that point was entirely due to Sherlock's influence. In that instant, she felt a kinship with Harry and Ron, as if they were all being carried along by a great talent. However, she found it difficult to fully embrace her joy. Before the commencement of the academic term, the parents insisted that the two of them look after one another, which now appears to have been entirely unnecessary. Her emotions went unnoticed by others. The freshmen continued to attend classes, eat, and rest in a systematic manner. Just before bedtime, Harry finally posed the question that had been troubling him all day. Sherlock, did you truly not realize that the cat was Professor McGonagall? The other 3 occupants of the dormitory, despite having settled into slumber, could not resist pricking up their ears at Harry's words. My dear Harry, I had thought you would have asked me that much earlier, Sherlock replied with a chuckle. Then threw back a question, what do you think? Harry pondered for a moment, feeling he ought to be candid with Sherlock. I believe you are deceiving her. Harry, you have identified the blind spot. As I mentioned to you previously, what we require is observation, not mere sight. You noticed the patterns around the cat's eyes, yet failed to connect them to Professor McGonagall. This cat's behaviors are distinctly different from those of an ordinary feline, if one is familiar with such creatures. The differences become apparent. Most importantly, I am aware of the enigma's transformation. Compiling these observations is not difficult, and it leads to an inevitable conclusion. The distinction between observing and merely seeing was one thing. But upon hearing Sherlock candidly admit to deceiving McGonagall, Ron could no longer restrain himself and sat upright. Blimey, Sherlock, I thought you wouldn't lie. In most cases, I indeed do not tell falsehoods, Sherlock replied calmly, unless it is necessary. And today, a benevolent lie is more suitable for someone like Professor McGonagall. I do not wish to attract her scrutiny during my time here, especially since I intend to explore Hogwarts. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their understanding of Sherlock deepening further. Sherlock had originally held high hopes for the course in defense against the dark arts. Given the current curriculum, Hogwarts instructors possessed remarkable expertise. Even the seemingly monotonous Professor Binns, the history of magic instructor, had something of substance to offer when prompted with questions. To their surprise, however, Professor Quirinus Quirrell proved to be an exception. Though he did not provide a reason, rumors circulated that this was to dispel a vampire he had encountered in Romania. As for his large scarf, he claimed it was a gift from an African prince in gratitude for helping the prince rid himself of a troublesome zombie. The students were largely skeptical of this explanation. Curiosity piqued. Harry could not help but lower his voice to inquire, Sherlock, is what he said true? Sherlock shook his head. Quirrell is lying, but that is of little consequence, as long as he fulfills his teaching duties adequately. The issue lies in the fact that he does not. To put it bluntly, this professor is nothing short of a relentless echo, reciting lessons with a degree of monotony that surpasses even that of Professor Binns in the history of magic. When questions were posed by his classmates, he stammered and diverted the conversation to the weather. A course that demanded the utmost practical application had been reduced to this. Sherlock was at a loss for words. It appeared that not all professors at Hogwarts were paragons of excellence. In contrast, Harry felt a sense of relief, for he discovered that his peers from other wizarding families were of similar caliber. Surprisingly, the 2 students who excelled the most among the newcomers were Sherlock and Hermione, both hailing from Muggle backgrounds. This allowed him the leisure to jest with Sherlock, saying, Professor Quirrell is actually a good person. I encountered him once in Diagon Alley. Harry recounted his experiences in Diagon Alley, and when he mentioned that Quirrell was originally very clever and a Ravenclaw, Sherlock furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Harry, what do you think causes a person to undergo such a drastic change in character? After a moment of contemplation, Harry replied, Hagrid once said that Professor Quirrell sought first-hand experience and ended up encountering vampires and an old witch in the Forbidden Forest, which is why he became the way he is now. That is a plausible explanation. Noticing Sherlock's skeptical demeanor, Harry was taken aback. What? Have you thought of something? My friend, reasoning without sufficient evidence is always a perilous endeavor, Sherlock remarked, patting Harry on the shoulder. Come, it's time for lunch. Astronomy. Professor Aurora Sinistra required all first-year students to observe the night sky through telescopes. The primary focus was on learning the names of different stars and the trajectories of planets. Compared to other subjects, this course appeared relatively simple. It was the only one that did not necessitate the use of magic. However, Sherlock, who excelled in other subjects, astonished everyone. Given the prior tales of Sherlock and Hermione's accomplishments, coupled with the unique nature of this course, Professor Sinistra specifically approached the two Muggle-born students with questions. Yet, when it was Sherlock's turn, he candidly admitted his ignorance on the subject. He didn't even know that the Earth revolved around the sun. Everyone was taken aback. Chapter 28. To me, the brain is like a hard drive. The Earth orbits the sun, and the moon orbits the Earth. This is common knowledge, whether one come from a Muggle family or a wizarding one. Harry and Ron stared at Sherlock, as if they had seen a ghost. Until now, Sherlock had given them the impression that he was omniscient, as though there was nothing in the world he did not know. Even if he truly didn't know, it wouldn't matter, for he could deduce answers through observation and reasoning. Hermione couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually don't know why the Earth revolved around the sun?" It's hard to fathom that in the 20th century, there are still people unaware of this fact. You all seem quite astonished. Sherlock chuckled at their expressions. Even if I understood these things, I would strive to forget them. Forget? Why? Sherlock tapped his finger against his forehead, asserting, "To me, the brain is akin to a hard drive. It only holds significance when filled with useful information. Ordinary individuals often clutter their minds with trivialities, and, as a consequence, valuable knowledge is forced out. When the time comes for genuine learning, one finds oneself at a loss. But this concerns the solar system." Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "And so what?" Sherlock replied in an irritable and brusque tone. "You claim we orbit the sun. Yet whether we circle the moon or meander like a bear in a garden makes no difference to me or my existence, does it? So cease tormenting me with your lofty insights." Hermione interjected, while Harry and Ron exchanged glances, struck by the reasonableness of his argument, leaving them momentarily speechless. Sensing that he had perhaps overstepped, Sherlock continued, "I apologize for my rudeness. However, it is of little consequence. From this day forth, I must remember these matters before this course becomes an elective." That day, the entire class of first years gained a deeper understanding of Sherlock. Hermione realized she had previously misjudged him. This person is nothing like me. After Thursday's classes in Transfiguration and Charms, the final day of the week arrived. Attending classes with Slytherin was already dismal enough, but sharing potions class was utterly dreadful. This transformed every Friday for the Gryffindor first years into a veritable Black Friday. Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, was notorious for his bias towards his own students. The grim prospect dampened Ron's appetite, leaving him glumly staring at the food on the table. Professor Snape? Upon Ron mentioning the name, a distinct image of a man with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin surfaced in Sherlock and Harry's minds. Sherlock's recognition stemmed from his remarkable powers of observation and memory, while Harry had an additional reason for his apprehension. Sherlock, during the opening ceremony, Professor Snape was staring at me. Just as Harry was poised to share his thoughts with Sherlock, a flurry of owls suddenly swooped into the dining hall. Among the flock, a striking snowy owl fluttered gracefully between Harry's jam plate and sugar bowl, depositing a note onto his tray. "Hedwig?" Harry exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Until now, this owl, a birthday gift from Hagrid, had yet to deliver anything to him, unlike Sherlock's Watson, who frequently brought delightful surprises. "Hagrid wishes to invite you for afternoon tea," Sherlock stated without looking up. "Sherlock, have you learned a spell from Professor Flitwick that allows you to see through paper?" Ron remarked, chuckling at his own jest. However, his laughter faltered as he observed Harry's expression while reading the note, which seemed to confirm that Sherlock had indeed spoken the truth. Was he right again? He could not help but mutter softly. Harry nodded and pushed the note in front of Ron. Written in hasty handwriting were the words, "Dear Harry, I know you have no classes on Friday afternoon. Might you join me for tea around 3 o'clock? The two exchanged glances, for despite having witnessed Sherlock's prowess on multiple occasions, they remained astonished by his abilities whenever a new situation arose. "By all that is unholy, how did you deduce that?" "Deduce what? How did you know this letter was from Hagrid, and that he's inviting Harry for tea? I have no time for trifles." Sherlock's tone was not kind, much like it had been on Wednesday night with Hermione. However, just as Ron prepared to respond, Sherlock smiled and added, "Please forgive my rudeness, for you interrupted my train of thought. Nonetheless, it is inconsequential. So, you cannot discern that this letter was written by Hagrid for Harry? At least not before opening it. Understanding this matter is relatively straightforward, yet explaining how I arrived at this conclusion proves somewhat challenging. It is akin to requesting you to prove that 1 + 1 = 2. You might find it rather difficult, though we both know it to be an indisputable fact. Meeting the eager gazes of Harry and Ron, Sherlock pondered for a moment before deciding to elucidate further. Just now, I observed Hedwig soaring towards you from across several tables. A note tied to her leg, which clearly indicated someone was writing to you. The Dursleys would not typically write to you, and, as a freshman, your acquaintances at the magical school are few, primarily consisting of fellow students with whom you share meals and classes. They would not resort to using owls for communication. Hedwig always requests a piece of toast upon her arrival, yet today she did not, clearly having had her fill. Given these conditions, being well fed, having a friendly rapport with you at school, and needing to send a message via owl, the only individual who fits all three criteria is that Rubius Hagrid. As for the content of the letter, it is easy to infer. As the friend who initially brought you to school, it is perfectly natural for him to wish to inquire about your first week. Moreover, since we have no classes this afternoon, I am led to believe Hagrid wishes to invite you for tea. Absolutely splendid. Simply marvelous. Harry and Ron exclaimed, drawing the attention of those nearby. Chapter 29. I recalled joyful moments. In truth, it was of little consequence. Observing the astonishment and genuine admiration on Harry and Ron's faces, Sherlock, despite his words, felt a surge of happiness. Although he was considerably more mature than his peers, he was still an 11-year-old child. Most importantly, he could perceive that Harry and Ron's praise was heartfelt, unlike that of others he had encountered previously. Harry did not decline and eagerly invited Sherlock to join him. Naturally, Sherlock agreed. This was precisely his initial intention when he approached Harry, leveraging the status of the savior of the magical world to establish connections with a myriad of individuals and garner a favorable impression from the outset. In doing so, he could acquire a wealth of information with minimal effort. However, as he interacted with Harry, he discovered that the young boy resonated with him, gradually coming to regard him as a true friend. Because of this friendship, he felt it imperative to be unequivocal when the moment called for it. With Sherlock's approval, Harry was elated, momentarily casting aside his concerns regarding Potions class and Professor Snape. Yet, those worries swiftly resurfaced. The Potions classroom, nestled underground with its dim ambience, inevitably conjured memories of the leaky cauldron. However, the reality was that this place was even more chilling. Along the walls were displayed a variety of bizarrely shaped and curiously posed animal specimens, casting an eerie aura that sent shivers down one's spine at just a glance. Yet, compared to the professor of this course, they could be deemed almost charming. The potions master, Professor Severus Snape, was the last head of the four houses. As soon as he opened his mouth, a peculiar aura enveloped the room. Harry Potter? Oh yes, our newly arrived celebrity. The Slytherin students immediately erupted in laughter, causing both Harry and Ron to flush with embarrassment. Sherlock, however, perked up at the remark, leaning forward with excitement gleaming in his eyes. This professor exuded a certain vigor. Once attendance was taken, Snape, much like Professor McGonagall, established his authority over the students. You are here to study the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. There's no need to foolishly wave your wands. So many among you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of a cauldron emitting white smoke and wafting fragrant aromas. Nor do I hope you will grasp the enchanting power of a liquid coursing through veins, stirring hearts and clouding minds. I will teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of bumbling fool I often encounter. As if a troll had knocked sense out of you. Upon concluding his speech, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Sherlock nodded in agreement, finding Snape's words to be utterly accurate. He had often shared similar sentiments, feeling that certain individuals could indeed diminish the collective intelligence of an entire street, and even their mere presence could disrupt his vision. Intriguingly, he had also mentioned science, marking him as the first professor in this magical school to do so. In Sherlock's view, he was far more suited to teach defense against the dark arts. If only he could be swapped with Quirrell, it would be a masterstroke. Alas, such a substitution was impossible. Nevertheless, Sherlock cast a glance at Harry. Was Snape targeting the savior? In a setting where all the teachers, including the somewhat eccentric Professor Quirrell and the stern Professor McGonagall, favored Harry, the sudden emergence of such an anomaly was undeniably intriguing. This scene was so delightful that Sherlock took on the role of an amused bystander, observing Harry being challenged by Snape. Potter, what would be the result if I added powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? Snape had just posed the question when Hermione eagerly raised her hand, evidently eager to prove that she was not the simpleton Snape had suggested. As for Harry, Sherlock could tell from his bewildered expression that the poor boy had not even comprehended the question alongside Ron. TSK, TSK. You haven't even opened a book before the school year, have you? Snape sneered without reservation. Very well, let's try again. If I were to ask you to find a piece of dung stone, where would you seek it? Harry, what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Harry, it seems that fame does not equate to knowledge. Snape began his mockery anew. Indeed, splendid Mr. Potter. Harry, faced with Snape's piercing gaze and the unabashed scorn of the Slytherin students, Harry felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Finally, unable to contain a retort. Though I may not know, sir, I believe Miss Granger does. Why not inquire of her? This time, someone finally let out a laugh. However, as Snape's gaze swept across the room, silence fell instantly, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. He naturally knew the answers to these questions. The magical plants and fungi by Philetus Spore had documented them, and magical potions and elixirs by Arsenius Jigger also referenced them. Both were listed in the curriculum. Yet, for most, even if they had perused their books before the term began, they would not have memorized such content. Of course, if he did not find this knowledge useful, Sherlock would not have retained it in his mind. It took up too much space. Beside him, Hermione, as reliably as ever, had stood up with her hand raised after Harry's prompt. So why was Snape targeting Harry? Sherlock keenly perceived that Snape's malice, though directed at Harry, did not stem from Harry himself. Considering Snape's age and position, a thought began to take shape in his mind. He chuckled softly. How fascinating, truly fascinating. He had not anticipated that, aside from magic, the teachers at Hogwarts were also quite intriguing. Yet, the classroom remained in a state of silence due to Snape's earlier intimidation, rendering his quiet laughter particularly conspicuous. Sit down. Snape first snapped at Hermione before moving to stand before Sherlock, coldly fixing him with a stare. Mr. Sherlock Holmes. The prodigy of transfiguration. Several professors have sung your praises. It seems you find this rather amusing, do you? That is not the case, sir. I merely recalled some joyful matters. Chapter 30. Gryffindor loses points. Potions class. All the students of Gryffindor cast anxious glances at Sherlock, fully aware of Snape's unreasonable demeanor, his bias towards Slytherin, and his antagonism towards Gryffindor. Particularly today, his blatant attitude towards Harry Potter underscored this bias. However, they had not anticipated that Sherlock, besides Harry, had also drawn Snape's ire. What joyful matters? Snape inquired, looking down at Sherlock with a cold gaze. Is it not a source of joy to study this intricate science and rigorous craft under such an esteemed professor? Harry, Ron, Hermione, the little lions and little snakes, phew. It was utterly astonishing that Sherlock would utter such words. Snape, evidently taken aback by Sherlock's response, momentarily faltered before coldly retorting, Holmes, do not presume to be clever before me. I am not one of those fools who revel in your flattery. I apologize for any misunderstanding, but I am indeed speaking the truth. As he met Snape's gaze with an expression of calmness and earnestness, Sherlock's demeanor left Snape feeling as though his punch had landed on cotton. Since you were so passionate about learning, you must surely know the answers to those questions. His words instantly caused the Gryffindors to break into a sweat. Despite Sherlock's impressive performance in previous classes, his dismal performance in astronomy the night before left them apprehensive. The Slytherins, however, wore expressions of glee. Their happiness stemmed from witnessing Gryffindor's discontent. Sherlock maintained his composure, articulating in a monotone devoid of emotion. Daffodil root powder combined with mugwort infusion can be formulated into a sleeping potion. The search for bezoar requires venturing into the stomach of a goat. The aconitum, also known as wolfsbane, is the same plant as the monkshood, with no distinction. He adhered to a straightforward exchange of information. He refrained from reiterating the knowledge points. However, when Snape mentioned the first question to Harry, there was a fleeting glimpse of anguish and struggle in his expression. Despite being subtle and ephemeral, it did not escape Sherlock's keen observation. Thus, Sherlock resolved to test the waters. He fixed an intense gaze upon Snape, and, with a spirit of experimentation, stated, "The daffodil is a type of lily, and in the language of flowers passed down from the Victorian era, it signifies my regret in following you to the grave. Mugwort embodies absence and bitter sorrow. A sleeping potion is akin to the water of the dead, representing a hellish existence." In summary, enough. A thunderous shout abruptly interrupted Sherlock's discourse, whether from Gryffindor or Slytherin, as they listened with rapt attention. In that moment, the already chilly classroom seemed to drop several degrees. Snape's formerly sullen countenance now appeared as if it could drip with disdain, his cold, hollow eyes seemingly wishing to bore 2 holes into Sherlock. Put away your self-righteous explanations. This is potions class. I truly question whether your mind has been bludgeoned by a troll's club or if it has been stuffed into a piece of dung. Due to your presumptuousness and those superfluous explanations, 1 point is deducted from Gryffindor. Sherlock chuckled. He had obtained the answer he sought. Then, he found himself in further trouble. What are you laughing at? Snape demanded. Professor, this is unfair. It is quite typical of Gryffindor, isn't it, to challenge the professor? Snape immediately turned to him. What is your name? Hermione Granger. Very well, because you have been disrespectful in class and openly defied the professor. 1 point is deducted from Gryffindor. When Harry heard the news of the point deduction, he was utterly flabbergasted. What does that have to do with me? And why am I being penalized the most? Just as he was about to speak further, Ron kicked him from behind the cauldron. Don't say anything, he whispered urgently. You wouldn't want Gryffindor to lose more points because of you. The point deductions concluded, and the potions lesson continued. The students were paired up to concoct a simple potion for treating boils. Naturally, the situation for the Gryffindor students did not improve. Nearly every student had been criticized in turn, with only Malfoy escaping Snape's ire. As for Harry and Sherlock, they received particular attention from him. The former was scrutinized through Snape's biased lens, while the latter was under scrutiny for his explanation of the meaning of the lily. However, Sherlock's execution was flawless, and with Harry being guided by a capable ally, no issues arose. Snape attempted to pick faults several times, but was met with failure each time. Fortunately, he refrained from deducting points from the other Gryffindor students, which provided a quiet relief to the little lions. At this critical juncture, Neville, who was paired with Sherlock and Harry, encountered mishap. It was unclear what he had done, but he managed to burn through the cauldron he was sharing with Seamus, spilling the potion onto the stone floor and scorching holes into the shoes of nearby classmates. A noxious green smoke billowed forth, followed by a loud hissing sound. Idiot! Snape bellowed, preparing to intervene, but Sherlock had already seized his wand. Clean and pristine. His swift actions caught Snape's attention, though his expression quickly cooled. He barked at Neville. I believe you neglected to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills, did you not? Having been soaked in potion when the cauldron toppled, Neville was now covered in painful, swollen boils, and, under Snape's oppressive glare, began to weep. Take him to the hospital wing, Snape ordered Seamus sternly, then turned his ire back to Sherlock and Harry. Potter, why did you not advise him against adding the porcupine quills? Do you think his mistake will reflect well on you? 1 point is deducted from Gryffindor. Harry muttered under his breath in frustration. And you, Holmes, since you possess the ability to conjure spells to cleanse the ground, why did you not intervene to prevent him from toppling the cauldron? Gryffindor has lost a point because of you. Chapter 31. It will be prudent for you to maintain your distance for Potter. Upon hearing Snape deducting points from Gryffindor, Neville, who had not yet managed to retreat, found himself too consumed by fear to be frightened any longer. Why? When the wrongdoing lay with him. Were it Sherlock and Harry who suffered the penalty? The young lions of Gryffindor were left utterly astonished. The blatant targeting had escalated to such an extent that it could no longer be deemed subtle. It was a brazen display of madness. Fortunately, as the class neared its conclusion, the potion concocted under Sherlock's guidance proved successful, leaving Snape without further opportunity to impose penalties. A collective sigh of relief swept through Harry and his companions. Finally, it was over. Yet, at that moment, Sherlock boldly approached Professor Snape. Harry gasped, Sherlock, what are you doing? With a slight smile, Sherlock replied, I wish to consult Professor Snape. At that instant, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and all the young lions of Gryffindor silently cried out in unison. Don't go, Holmes. Observing Sherlock approach, Snape's gaze turned perilous. What do you want? I have a few questions I would like to ask the professor. Upon hearing this, Snape momentarily froze, then squeezed out a retort through clenched teeth. If your inquiries pertain to some foolish topic like flower language, I suggest you promptly close that infuriating mouth of yours. His cold stare felt tangible, as if capable of piercing through Sherlock. Had it been Neville in that moment, he would likely have burst into tears. Harry, Ron, and the others were not faring much better. The intensity of Snape's aura was overwhelming, as though he might draw his wand and cast a spell at any moment. Nevertheless, Sherlock remained unaffected. He looked calmly into Snape's eyes and stated, I have several inquiries concerning potion making. Without waiting for Snape's consent, he proceeded to articulate his well-formed questions. Snape's astonishment upon hearing Sherlock's queries surpassed his earlier surprise. For a first-year student to pose such questions was no small feat. These inquiries precisely highlighted the key challenges within the first-year potion curriculum, serving as a pivotal synthesis and transition. Although Snape aspired to teach defense against the dark arts, he was undeniably a master of potions. Through Sherlock's questions, he recognized that the young man had developed a comprehensive understanding of the subject. Snape's expression softened momentarily. This talent exceeded even that of his former student, and she too had been a Gryffindor. The image of that person, with her flowing red hair and striking green eyes, flashed through his mind. With that thought, his gaze swept over the wall behind Sherlock, and with a graceful turn, he departed as if he were a black bat taking flight. Hi, Hermione, Ron. The trio emerged slowly from behind the wall. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment as he asked, Sherlock, when did you realize we were here? From the moment you began trailing me, Sherlock replied. Really? Ron exclaimed in surprise. I thought you only discovered us after we hid here. I possess a fair degree of confidence in tracking and counter-tracking. By the way, Professor Snape has long since noticed your presence. I knew it, Hermione exclaimed. He must have been watching us just before he left. Sherlock nodded. It is quite evident. Hermione's defense of Sherlock during potions class had unexpectedly endeared him to Harry, who previously felt indifferent towards him, and to Ron, who had initially harbored distaste for her. Their shared concern for Sherlock had prompted the three to follow him. Fortunately, Snape had not caused Sherlock any trouble, although his final remark left a bitter taste. What did he mean by suggesting that to excel in potions, one must distance themselves from Potter? Harry, lacking the allure of a Vila lineage, could hardly affect Sherlock's studies. His own mood was further dampened. In merely the first week of school, a single potions class had seen Gryffindor lose 4 points due to his actions, equaling the deductions faced by Sherlock and Granger combined. Strictly speaking, the points lost by Sherlock and Granger were also a consequence of Harry's behavior, deepening his despondency. He could not fathom why Snape harbored such animosity towards him. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Looking up, Harry met Sherlock's gray eyes. It's merely a few lost points. It is not significant, Sherlock stated calmly. He truly did not seem to care about the deductions. Whether it was 1 point or 10, even 100, he remained unfazed. Ron nodded in agreement. Exactly. George and Fred are frequently penalized for such matters, and we still need to find Hagrid. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry finally regained some enthusiasm. Sherlock then turned to Hermione. Would you care to join us? Hermione hesitated. Hagrid? Who is that? The giant who brought us from the train station to the castle, Sherlock explained. What do you think? Would you like to come along? After reassessing her opinion of Sherlock, Ron eagerly elaborated. Hermione's understanding dawned, but after glancing at the three of them and contemplating for a moment, she shook her head. No, I must go to the library to research. If it were just Sherlock, she might have considered it. Both Harry and Ron hailed from Muggle families and had known each other before the school year began. Given their shared enthusiasm for learning, they surely had much in common, even if their performance in astronomy was lacking. However, her relationship with Harry and Ron could only be deemed as classmates. It had not yet developed to the point of camaraderie, despite Harry being the savior of the wizarding world. At 3 o'clock, Sherlock arrived at Hagrid's hut with Harry and Ron punctually. Along the way, they encountered Argus Filch, the caretaker, and his cat, Mrs. Norris. Filch endeavored to uncover evidence of their violations of school regulations, but with Sherlock present, his efforts were naturally in vain. However, the gaze he cast upon departing was laden with a warning. Do not let me catch you. This was likely the essence of his message. Sherlock's attention was fixed upon Mrs. Norris, who was retreating alongside Filch. In their quest to explore the campus, both Peeves and Filch were unavoidable. It was evident from Filch's demeanor that he held Mrs. Norris in high regard. Upon observing the emaciated form and dull gray coat of the pet cat, a bold notion crossed his mind. Chapter 32. I possess a house of gold. Rubeus Hagrid served as the keeper of keys at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The gamekeeper, and was, in a true sense, Harry Potter's first friend. He resided in a wooden hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Sherlock, Harry, and Ron arrived at the door of the hut, Sherlock's gaze swept over a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots positioned before the entrance, allowing him to form a preliminary assessment of the character within. Had he taken the time to examine them closely, he would have uncovered even more. However, such scrutiny was unnecessary. As Harry began to knock, the sounds of barking and Hagrid's reprimands echoed in succession. Shortly thereafter, the door to the hut swung open. Wait, Hagrid exclaimed, desperately grasping the collar of a massive black hound to prevent it from lunging outside, finally allowing the three to enter. The interior of the hut, unlike the expansive Hogwarts castle, was not enhanced by spatial magic. It was both small on the outside and within. Cured hams and game birds hung from the ceiling. A copper kettle heated water over a fire, while a large wooden table and chairs occupied the space before the hearth. In one corner stood a large bed, adorned with patchwork blankets made from scraps of fabric. To Harry and Ron, it appeared merely as such. Yet for Sherlock, Hagrid's hut shone like a radiant treasure trove, affirming his predictions were entirely accurate, even without closely inspecting the crossbow and boots at the doorway. The contents of the hut were sufficient for him to form a judgment of Hagrid's character. Indeed, He was a person worthy of friendship. At that moment, Hagrid had released the large dog named Fong, and once unrestrained, it immediately bounded towards the trio. Due to its imposing size, Harry and Ron were startled and instinctively recoiled. Sherlock, however, reacted with swifter agility. He discerned the true nature of the dog at once, and, upon witnessing Hagrid loosen his grip, discreetly stepped back, positioning Ron protectively in front of him. In Ron's wide-eyed astonishment, Fong leapt up to his neck, commencing to lick his ears. As the fearsome hound transformed into a playful licker, both Harry and Ron were momentarily rendered speechless. At this opportune moment, Sherlock interjected, "A dog mirrors its master. Fong, much like Hagrid, is evidently not as ferocious as his appearance suggests." Hagrid responded, "If I am not mistaken, is that a compliment directed towards myself? Yet, why does it sound so peculiar?" Nevertheless, being a straightforward individual, Hagrid chose not to dwell on the matter further. At this moment, Harry had already introduced Sherlock and Ron to Hagrid. Hagrid, while placing his freshly baked rock cakes on the plates, looked at Ron's freckled face and remarked, "Another little brother from the Weasley family, I presume? I've nearly expended half my life's energy trying to chase those twins out of the Forbidden Forest." After delivering this slightly exaggerated jest, he turned his attention to Sherlock, the brilliant wizard hailing from a Muggle family. "I've heard that several professors hold you in high esteem. Sherlock is truly remarkable." Harry's affection for Hagrid was evident, for in Harry's eyes, this gentle giant had ushered him into the magical realm, transforming his life forever. Moreover, his recent experiences in potions class had left him feeling quite stifled. Thus, Harry appeared particularly exuberant as he enthusiastically shared with Hagrid the unique observational and reasoning skills of Sherlock, particularly praising his deductive abilities. In his discourse, there was an undeniable hint of pride in showcasing a cherished friend. Hagrid initially listened with great interest. After all, it was indeed a delight for Harry to make friends in this new environment. However, as Harry's adulation of Sherlock escalated, Hagrid began to suspect that Harry might be somewhat exaggerating, inflating Sherlock's minor talents into something grander. Having once rescued baby Harry from the ruins of a house and personally brought him to the Dursleys, Hagrid felt a responsibility to assess Sherlock himself. "Well then, Mr. Holmes," he said with genuine curiosity, struggling to maintain a smile, "since Harry speaks so highly of you, I wonder if you could deduce something about me." Harry and Ron immediately leaned forward in anticipation. "I fear I might not deduce much," Sherlock replied candidly, "but you seem to harbor a certain disdain for your mother." As soon as the words left his lips, the smile on Hagrid's face vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. After a brief silence, he spoke. "Though I scarcely recall her, she was indeed not a good mother. But how did you know?" "It's quite trivial, really," Sherlock shrugged. "There's a photograph of you and your father on the nightstand. Though it is quite old, it is impeccably maintained, whereas the rest of the room is rather disheveled. This suggests you are someone who values familial bonds. From your father's physique, it is evident he is not a giant, leading me to deduce that you must be a half-giant. According to my knowledge, among giants, the taller one is, the more authority they possess. Standing at 12 feet, you would be considered short among giants. The absence of your mother in the photograph, coupled with this tradition, leads me to infer that she left when you were young, and your father raised you alone." "You hit the nail on the head." Hagrid inhaled deeply, a hint of incredulity in his tone. "Is there more?" "You possess a deep affection for animals and have a profound understanding of their behaviors." "That is also true. How did you know? Was it from observing Fong?" "No." Sherlock's gaze swept through the room. "I discerned the dog bed fashioned from unicorn hair and umbrella petals, the wind chime crafted from the scales of colorful fish, the tablecloth stitched from bat leather, and the carpet woven from plush fibers." Sherlock's words left Harry and Ron wide-eyed. While they were unfamiliar with most materials, they knew that even a single strand of unicorn hair commanded a price of 10 gold galleons. The fragrant umbrella petals were similarly costly, fetching no less than 5 galleons. Thus, this seemingly chaotic dog bed was worth a fortune, likely amounting to over 1,000 galleons. Judging by Sherlock's description, the other items must also be of considerable value, creating a space that sparkled with golden opulence. Harry remained somewhat composed, but Ron instantly lost all motivation. Study? What nonsense! After 7 arduous years of education, he would rather serve as a gamekeeper or a key holder. Chapter 33. The Astonished Hagrid. Remarkable. You can identify so many materials. As he listened to Sherlock's description, Hagrid's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. "What else did you deduce? From the calluses on your hands, it is evident you have engaged in much laborious work. I have been a gamekeeper for over 40 years. It is indeed my vocation. You often cook for yourself and take pleasure in it, which is commendable. You enjoy meat. Quite right. After you retrieve that item, someone attempted to break in and steal it. However, thanks to your foresight, the theft was thwarted. Furthermore, although you believe the current storage of such a valuable item to be secure, you remain quite vigilant regarding the matter. Hagrid suddenly sprang to his feet, causing his chair to clatter to the ground. At that moment, he was oblivious to everything but Sherlock, his eyes wide as saucers, pointing a finger at him. After a prolonged pause, he seemed to grasp the truth. It was Harry who informed you, wasn't it? Just as Harry was about to deny it, Sherlock shook his head, asserting, no, in fact, this is simpler than the previous assumptions. He then reached beneath the teapot's cozy and retrieved a small piece of paper. The headline read, Latest Report on the Gringotts Burglary Incident. Hagrid fell silent upon seeing it. Instead, Harry could not contain his astonishment. That day happened to be my birthday. Hagrid, it is very likely we were also present at the time of the incident. Hagrid took a deep breath, rubbed his nose, and remarked, Mr. Holmes, Harry is quite right. Your deductive power is astounding. This matter unfolds precisely as you described. However, let's not dwell on it further. Let's first sample my rock cakes. He awkwardly redirected the conversation while eagerly offering food to the trio. As Sherlock noted, he had a profound love for cooking, though his culinary skills could only be described as disastrous. It is no exaggeration to say that the rock cakes nearly threatened to chip Harry and Ron's teeth. Out of politeness, Harry and Ron could only feign enthusiasm for the dish. As for Sherlock, after attempting to squeeze the rock cake with some effort, his eyes lit up. He promptly requested Hagrid to pack some for him to take away. Initially, Hagrid, seeing that Sherlock had not eaten any of the cakes, harbored some doubts. But upon hearing this request, he was filled with joy and eagerly agreed. Consequently, when the three departed, their pockets were laden with the weight of the cakes. I found it perplexing. Even Ron, the voracious eater, was momentarily questioning his existence due to the rock cakes. Sherlock, why are you taking them? They are practically inedible, he exclaimed, pulling out a cake and tossing it aside, only to hear a crunch as a branch broke. The rock cake, however, remained unscathed. That is due to your misunderstanding of it, Sherlock remarked, tapping his head. You must attempt to shift your perspective. Do not regard it as food, but rather as equipment. In that light, it becomes exceedingly useful. Harry and Ron did not take him seriously, thinking Sherlock was merely jesting. After all, this was but a minor episode. Harry's primary concern remained the matter of Gringotts' Wizarding Bank. Thus, he proceeded to meticulously describe to Sherlock how Hagrid had retrieved a small package from Vault 713 before taking him to withdraw money. He had gradually developed the habit of consulting Sherlock whenever he faced uncertainty. After receiving more detailed information from Harry, Sherlock nodded. As I suspected, Hagrid is acting on someone's behalf. Dumbledore believes Gringotts is not sufficiently secure, hence the desire to relocate. It now appeared that Dumbledore was indeed correct. Had they delayed any longer, that item might have fallen into the hands of nefarious individuals. Ron couldn't help but express his relief at having such a far-sighted and astute headmaster. No, that is merely your subjective conjecture. Sherlock coldly pointed out the flaw in his reasoning. Based on Harry's experiences and Hagrid's account, Gringotts' security was no less than that of Hogwarts. Even if Hagrid had not taken the item, that individual might not have been able to escape with it safely. Just as Ron was about to retort, Sherlock continued. Of course, this is merely a possibility. Perhaps that individual truly could breach Gringotts' defenses. After all, he has thus far evaded capture. Sherlock, do you not wish to apprehend him? Harry asked urgently. It has always been my interest to bring every criminal to justice, but it appears that achieving this will be quite challenging. Why? With your abilities? You could certainly accomplish it. Harry questioned, bewildered. Oh, my dear friend, Sherlock replied, glancing at the savior of the magical world and, unsurprisingly, perceiving the naivety in his eyes. I am pleased you place such trust in me. However, neither Gringotts nor the Ministry of Magic would ever enlist a first-year student from a magic school to investigate such a theft. Harry was left speechless. Indeed, Sherlock was merely 11 years old. Aside from those who had genuinely witnessed his abilities, who would consider him for such a task? Even someone as self-assured as Hagrid, upon hearing Sherlock's description of himself, couldn't help but feel the urge to test him. Observing Harry's somber demeanor, Sherlock refrained from saying more. In truth, if he truly wished to investigate this case, he had means at his disposal. Given Hagrid's character, extracting information from him would not pose a challenge. Moreover, there was Dumbledore to consider. However, in comparison to this case, there existed matters that captivated Sherlock's interest far more, an entirely new world. For someone who had always held science in high regard, the allure of magic was undeniably compelling. Besides, this was the magical realm. Surely the Ministry of Magic could not be likened to Scotland Yard? Sherlock shook his head, dismissing this ludicrous thought from his mind. Time, as always, slipped away unnoticed. A month had passed since Sherlock's arrival at Hogwarts. Aside from attending classes, he devoted nearly all his time to several professors, particularly those whose subjects he deemed worthwhile. In the case of history of magic, he only listened to what he found useful, occasionally posing questions to Professor Binns. As for Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class, he simply ceased attending after 2 weeks, as listening to him was no different from reading the textbook, purely a waste of time. Chapter 34. A detective that exists only in novels. Sherlock's decision to skip defense against the dark arts classes left Harry and Ron envious. They too wished to do the same, yet dared not. After all, skipping class could result in warnings, lost house points, or even detention. Even the mischievous Weasley twins wouldn't dare to engage in such blatant defiance. Unperturbed by his friend's concerns, Sherlock was confident in his ability to navigate any consequences that might arise. In stark contrast to the academically selective Sherlock, Hermione Granger was undoubtedly the model student in the eyes of all her teachers. She was never late and never missed a class, even for the dull and tedious subjects like history of magic and defense against the dark arts. This was where she and Sherlock diverged. Yet, they shared a commonality. Each weekend, they could be found immersed in the library. Sherlock's research was aimed at gaining a deeper understanding of the magical world. The tomes in Diagon Alley were prohibitively expensive, and now that he had access to free resources, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Hermione, on the other hand, was focused on her class assignments. They had known each other since before the term began, and with this opportunity, their relationship naturally grew more intimate. Sherlock discovered, much to his surprise, that Hermione was quite resourceful. Beyond discussing their coursework, she could assist him in his research. During the sorting ceremony, he learned from the Sorting Hat that Ravenclaw was home to many knowledge-oriented individuals, but after the term commenced, they became engrossed in magic and had little time to engage with one another. To his astonishment, the repository of knowledge was right beside him. The most telling example was when he finally understood why Voldemort sought to confront Harry. Hermione uncovered a piece of intriguing gossip. At that time, Voldemort had heard a prophecy. Though instructed to keep it confidential, the contents of the prophecy circulated after Voldemort's demise. The individual destined to bring an end to the Dark Lord's reign is prophesied to be born into a wizarding family at the end of July. Harry, indeed, is the one who fulfills this prophecy. Despite being mere hearsay, the accuracy of this prediction has proven undeniable. Furthermore, there are other aspects that have led Sherlock to find Hermione increasingly adept in her endeavors, which I shall refrain from detailing here. In essence, their demeanor starkly contrasts with that of the other young adventurers, raising questions about whether the Sorting Hat has erred. Individuals of their ilk would seemingly belong in Ravenclaw. On this particular day, Hermione, adhering to her routine, roused Sherlock, who was engrossed in a sea of knowledge. "Holmes, we must be going. The library is about to close." "Thank you, Miss Granger," he replied. Hermione had always considered herself a serious individual, yet after encountering Holmes, she found herself somewhat diminished in comparison. He could immerse himself in a book for an entire day without the need to pause for meals or even shift his posture. Thus, they walked side by side out of the library. As they strolled, Sherlock suddenly turned to Hermione and stated, "All right." Hermione was taken aback. "What do you mean, all right? Were you not going to ask me something?" "I said all right," he reiterated. "How did you know?" Hermione was astonished. She indeed had something to convey to Sherlock. Yet she had not even spoken. "Miss Granger," he continued, "you may find it hard to believe, but such matters are exceedingly apparent to me. To explain would be a waste of time. I suggest you pose your question directly." Observing Sherlock's seemingly impatient demeanor, Hermione felt a flicker of annoyance. Yet, he was not mistaken, so she took a deep breath and articulated the query that had long troubled her. "Back at the Leaky Cauldron, how did you discern that my parents are dentists? Is that all?" Sherlock chuckled at Hermione's vexed expression. "Very well. Consider it my way of thanking you for reminding me of the library's closing time. You are already aware that I have cultivated the habit of deducing through observation. Or rather, it is an ability to analyze situations intuitively. Thus, when I arrive at conclusions, I hardly notice the steps taken to reach them. However, upon your inquiry, I realize there is indeed a method to my reasoning." Hermione regarded Sherlock intently, awaiting his elaboration. "Firstly, your family's attire suggests they are well off. Secondly, the manner in which your parents discussed the enrollment list was distinctly unique, indicating their professional demeanor as medical practitioners, coupled with their affluence. It clearly points to them being doctors. Moreover, while conversing with my parents, they unconsciously observed my parents' dental health more than once. Such professional habits are difficult to conceal, leading me to deduce they must be dentists." This entire thought process transpired in less than a second, which is why I spoke so readily. I recall your parents were quite astonished at the time. Having concluded his statement, Hermione's small mouth fell slightly agape as she gazed at Sherlock, momentarily at a loss. Every weekend since the commencement of the new term, she had spent hours in the library with him, and this prolonged companionship had afforded her a certain understanding of his deductive prowess. Yet, upon hearing Sherlock articulate the process through which he discerned her parents' identities, she was utterly astounded. In light of your explanation, the matter indeed appears remarkably simple. I was skeptical when Potter and Weasley recounted it, but it seems there truly are individuals in this world reminiscent of Dupin from Poe's tales. At this, Sherlock turned his head, fixing Hermione with a penetrating gaze. The young girl, clearly unsettled by his incisive stare, inquired awkwardly, "What is it? You must believe that comparing me to Dupin is a compliment." Sherlock scoffed, asserting, however, "In my view, he is hardly deserving of praise. He requires a full quarter of an hour of silence before he suddenly unveils the secrets of his friends' hearts. Such a ruse is patently superficial. Indeed, he possesses certain analytical skills, yet he is by no means the extraordinary figure imagined by Poe." Hermione, having been aptly criticized by Sherlock, realized she had indeed thought that likening the first detective of detective fiction to Sherlock elevated the former, only to find herself belittled. Feeling indignant, she could not refrain from asking, "You must have read Agatha's works, right? What is your opinion of Poirot?" Chapter 35. He is a good man. Upon hearing Hermione mention Poirot, Sherlock's disdainful expression softened somewhat. Poirot can be considered a genuine detective. His deductive abilities far surpass those of Dupin. He can solve cases solely through cerebral effort, and his reasoning process is commendably meticulous. However, he is averse to the outdoors and with no physical prowess. He must rely on the police to present the facts to him, which he then analyzes using his so-called little gray cells. Should the police fail to deliver the truth, his inability to actively seek out clues may lead him astray, resulting in conclusions that do not align with reality. Yet, he invariably manages to identify the culprit. Hearing her esteemed figures disparaged by Sherlock, Hermione could not help but retort, "Dear Miss Granger, that is because it is a novel." In response to Hermione's challenge, Sherlock chuckled. As the author, Agatha Christie could indeed ensure that Poirot's intuition was unfailingly accurate. The same applies to Miss Marple and her narratives. However, in the realm of reality, this is not necessarily the case. By the way, much like most popular fiction writers, this author tends to indulge in elaborate settings and detailed descriptions, often neglecting the true essence of a novel, which lies in its compelling plot and vividly drawn characters. Only someone like myself would concern themselves with the process of deduction. Regrettably, I cannot be considered a normal person. Upon hearing Sherlock's disparaging remarks about her admired characters, Hermione initially felt a surge of anger. However, after absorbing his self-assessment, she suddenly realized that there was no cause for her indignation. To declare oneself as not a typical person, even to the point of self-reproach, leaves little room for indignation. Although she professed to be unperturbed, Hermione ceased all communication with Sherlock. In the absence of her words, Sherlock, too, remained silent. It was not until they arrived at the Gryffindor common room that they chanced upon a notice affixed to the bulletin board. After a month into the new school year, the long-awaited flying lessons were finally set to commence. This course was exclusive to first-year students, scheduled for Thursday afternoons following Charms class, and will be taught by Rolanda Hooch, focusing on the art of broomstick flying. Must we share classes with the Slytherin students again? Hermione frowned upon reading the notice, pondering why they were perpetually grouped together with them. "Do not harbor biases against this house," Sherlock responded calmly. Unlike the discontented Hermione, he maintained a composed demeanor, asserting that there was no hierarchy among the four houses, and that Professor Severus Snape was indeed an exceptional educator. "Are you sure?" Hermione replied, her face a mask of shock. "You genuinely believe Professor Snape is a good person? Although I perceive that categorizing individuals as merely good or bad is somewhat reductive. By your standards, Professor Snape could indeed be considered a good person. He has been so antagonistic towards you and Potter. How can you still regard him as a good person?" Hermione began to realize that Sherlock's unconventional logic held merit. It became evident that he was not an ordinary individual. From an educator's perspective, his actions were justifiable, as deducting points from students was within his rights, even if it seemed targeted. "Miss Granger," Sherlock chuckled, "you may find this hard to believe, but he might be the person in this institution who least desires any harm to come to Harry." After a moment of silence, Hermione sighed deeply. "As long as you are content, that is what matters, but I am certain Potter would not share your sentiment. To be frank, his opinion is of little consequence. Indeed, over the past month, Snape had deducted 30 points from Harry, which was more than double the total deducted from all other Gryffindors combined. At this point, Hermione could not help but laugh. Poor Harry Potter, the celebrated savior revered by others, seemed to have lost his charm in the eyes of Snape. Yet, before departing, she once again wore an expression of hesitation. "Miss Granger, if you have something to say, please do," Sherlock prompted. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "May I request that you call me Hermione from now on?" Sherlock was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement, of course. Once Hermione had left, Sherlock shook his head. The transition from referring to someone by their surname to their given name is typically a natural progression in relationships. Was it truly necessary to emphasize it? Especially in such an awkward tone, the excitement surrounding the flying lessons among first-year students was far greater than anticipated. The majority of those hailing from wizarding families eagerly recounted their previous flying experiences whenever they had a spare moment. It seemed that their childhoods were largely spent soaring across the fields on broomsticks. This included Ron, who, whenever he found an audience, would regale them with tales of his daring escapades on Charlie's old broom, nearly colliding with a hang glider. This undoubtedly contains elements of exaggeration. However, it is far preferable to the perilous antics of Malfoy from the neighboring Slytherin house, who often brushes dangerously close to helicopters. New students like Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, having been raised in Muggle families, exhibit a keen interest in flying lessons, yet they do not exhibit the same level of exuberance as their peers. Neville, however, stands as an exception. While others oscillate between excitement and anxiety, he is solely consumed by trepidation. Despite being raised in a wizarding family, his grandmother has never permitted him to approach a flying broomstick. Sherlock has perused this book as well, but he finds its contents rather trivial. To soar higher, merely reading will not suffice. Flying is akin to driving. Guidance inscribed in books only manifests its true value upon practical application. Indeed, many individuals possess a driver's license yet remain incapable of driving. Only through actual experience on the road can one master the art of driving. At long last, Thursday afternoon, awaited by many, has arrived. In contrast to the exuberant students, Sherlock, while anticipating the flying lesson, does not display such exaggerated enthusiasm. Even at the conclusion of the charms class, he wishes to pose a few more inquiries to Professor Flitwick. However, he ultimately departs at the persistent urging of the impatient Harry and Ron. Nevertheless, as they and the other Gryffindors hastily descend the sloping grass to the designated area, they discover that the Slytherin students have already arrived. With the arrival of the Gryffindors, the gaze of the Slytherins immediately turns icy. As their eyes meet, a tense atmosphere begins to permeate the surroundings, particularly between Harry and Malfoy, whose glances are the most intense. Sherlock remains oblivious to this exchange, his attention drawn further afield. Chapter 36. The Scholar's Lack of Athletic Prowess. On the other side of the Quidditch pitch lies the Forbidden Forest. Ever since accompanying Harry to Hagrid's hut and witnessing his collection, Sherlock has developed a keen interest in the Forbidden Forest. Of course, he is equally intrigued by other areas of Hogwarts, such as the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. At the beginning of term, Dumbledore specifically warned that those seeking misfortune and a painful demise should venture there. Thus, both the Forbidden Forest and that corridor are areas that Sherlock feels compelled to explore. Particularly today, with the wind howling, the dark trees sway and exude an irresistible allure in Sherlock's eyes. Therefore, the trivial dispute between the Gryffindors and Slytherins seems utterly inconsequential to him. Just as the tension in the standoff intensifies, their flying instructor arrives fashionably late. Madame Rolanda Hooch, their flying teacher, possesses a head of short, gray hair and hawk-like yellow eyes. With a mere glance, Sherlock discerns her character, decisive and action-oriented. She is strict with herself and others alike. Indeed, without any preliminary remarks, Madame Hooch immediately transitions into teaching mode. What are you all waiting for? Stand next to a broomstick. Hurry, time is of the essence. Under the urging of Madame Hooch, all the young wizards swiftly positioned themselves. She then commenced her instruction on the art of flying with remarkable directness. It was evident that she intended for them to grasp the underlying theory through practical experience. Sherlock was quite agreeable to such a pedagogical approach, as it aligned perfectly with his preferences. However, the results were far from satisfactory. As Sherlock surveyed the scene, he noted that among the novice maneuvers, only a handful from the two houses managed to succeed, including Harry and Malfoy. The task appeared deceptively simple. Extend one's right hand beside the broom and bellow up. Nevertheless, Neville's broom remained stubbornly inert, while Ron's reacted violently, resulting in a rather unfortunate collision with his nose. This represented two extremes. The majority of the brooms merely rolled on the ground or trembled slightly, as if caught in a state of indecision. This included Sherlock and Hermione. When Sherlock glanced toward Hermione, she reciprocated the gaze. Sherlock was unfazed. Yet Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having established herself as a top student within a month of the new term, Hermione initially regarded Sherlock as a formidable contender. However, following his display of ignorance regarding the Earth's orbit around the sun in astronomy class and his absence from the defense against the dark arts lesson, Hermione perceived him as having effectively withdrawn from the competition. To her dismay, she found herself faltering in flying class, and Sherlock was there to witness it. Fortunately, he quickly averted his gaze. At that moment, Hermione noticed Harry gripping his broom tightly, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, she reminded herself that he was, after all, the savior of the magical realm, the one who had vanquished Voldemort as an infant, making his proficiency somewhat understandable. Conversely, upon observing that Sherlock's broom was also only quivering slightly, she could not help but smile in relief. It seemed that even the academically inclined like them struggled with physical endeavors. However, the next instant, she stood in astonishment as Sherlock's broom obediently settled into his grasp. Up, he commanded, unwilling to concede. Hermione attempted the same, yet her broom remained defiantly motionless, offering no concession. Up, she insisted, raising her voice in an effort to instill fear into the broom. Alas, her efforts were in vain. The broom was impervious to intimidation. There were many like Hermione, regardless of raising their volume or altering their stance, found their brooms unyielding. Madame Hooch, with her extensive teaching experience, was unperturbed by such occurrences. Drawing upon her wealth of knowledge, she proceeded to demonstrate the technique one by one. With her guidance, after half an hour, all the young wizards eventually mastered the art of commanding their brooms. Subsequently, Madame Hooch began to illustrate how to mount the broom, how to prevent slipping off, and the correct grip technique. At this moment, Hermione's performance was commendable, earning her encouragement from Professor McGonagall. In stark contrast stood Malfoy, who considered himself exceptionally skilled. Observing Malfoy being criticized for his missteps, Harry and Ron could hardly conceal their delight. He claims to be so impressive, Ron remarked disdainfully. I always knew he was just boasting. Harry nodded in agreement. However, Sherlock shook his head, saying, no, his flying should indeed be quite proficient. What? Why? After a month of acquaintance with Sherlock, Harry had developed a strong sense that whenever Sherlock began to reason, he would inevitably be persuaded. It was quite simple. Some individuals who already possess driving skills may perform worse on a driving test than those who have never even touched a car. Sherlock observed Malfoy, who wore an expression of disbelief, and calmly explained to the two, years of experience have led them to develop their own operational habits. While these may not align with standard answers, they are undoubtedly the most suitable for them. Such individuals may fare worse in qualifying exams than a blank slate novice. From what I understand, even some professional drivers might fail basic subject tests and have to retake them repeatedly. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances, feeling that it sounded rather impressive despite their lack of understanding. Finally, the preliminary exercises concluded and the moment to take flight arrived. All right, when I whistle, you both kick off the ground with your legs. Remember, push with force. For the initial flight, the altitude naturally needed to be within a controllable range. At this moment, everyone was tense. Sherlock sighed, considering this a sheer waste of effort. Just then, he caught a glimpse and felt a stir within. Moving a few steps to the right rear, he discreetly shielded a classmate in front of him. Everyone's attention was focused on their own broomsticks, so no one noticed his actions. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. However, before Professor McGonagall could finish counting, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 37. Reasoning is not divination. Before Professor McGonagall's whistle sounded, a figure had already surged ahead. Neville Longbottom. He had launched prematurely due to the myriad of obstacles he faced since the start of the school year, which ignited a fervent desire within him. Teacher, I am so eager to improve. In truth, at the moment he made this move, he was fully aware that he had sealed his fate. At that instant, 11 years of experiences flashed through his mind. Am I going to die? What a pity. My grandmother once said that I had the potential to be a savior. Just as he thought he was doomed, a powerful resistance surged from behind him. Strong arms, in an exceedingly abrupt manner, forcibly restrained him. It was akin to a car that had just engaged first gear and pressed the accelerator, only to be abruptly halted by the brakes. The vehicle came to a standstill, its rear wheels spinning helplessly. Neville's broomstick quivered at the tail end, as if unwilling to be subdued in such a decidedly unmagical manner. Yet, it proved utterly futile. All flying brooms are imbued with a layer of enchantment, Yet the efficacy and scope of these spells are quite limited, particularly concerning the brooms designated for classroom use. Thus, no matter how vigorously one struggles, it is ultimately futile. The more one resists, the more exhilarated the individual attempting to prevent the ascent becomes. This dynamic is precisely what renders the situation intriguing. Everyone present was taken aback by the spectacle. Sherlock, he single-handedly restrained Neville, who was on the verge of taking flight. Moreover, how could he possess such remarkable strength? In the contest between them, the broom eventually relinquished its struggle, resulting in Neville being a mere head's length ahead of the others, yet he could not ascend. Merlin's beard, Porky was the first to react, exclaiming the universal exclamation of the magical realm as she rushed toward Neville. No one understood better than her the potential consequences if Neville were to ascend prematurely. A person unable to control a flying broom could, at best, merely sprain a wrist. At worst, who could say where the injury might occur? While anxiously examining Neville's condition, she sincerely expressed her gratitude to Sherlock. "Thank you so much. Are you all right, dear child?" The broom's acceleration was formidable, but it was manageable with prior preparation. Sherlock shrugged his shoulders and candidly remarked, "Your strength is impressive. It is hard to envision such a seemingly frail figure possessing such power." Once assured that Neville was unharmed, Porky exhaled in relief and, in a moment of belated realization, asked, "By the way, how did you discern that this child would act prematurely? Surely, you have not yet commenced the divination course?" Upon hearing Porky's inquiry, all the students perked up their ears. After all, in the wizarding world, foresight is exceedingly enigmatic. Indeed, the prophesied savior's eventual triumph over the Dark Lord was foretold through a prophecy. However, at this moment, the prophesied savior was fully aware that this had nothing to do with divination. Ron and Hermione shared similar sentiments, having witnessed Sherlock's prowess on multiple occasions. And indeed, Sherlock did not disappoint them. "This is unrelated to divination," he pointed to Neville and calmly explained. "Under extreme stress, individuals secrete hormones such as adrenaline, dopamine, and cortisol, which can lead them to behave in ways contrary to reason. Clearly, from his actions, I was able to deduce this easily and consequently took preemptive measures." "Clearly, Mrs." Porky struggled to keep pace with Sherlock's reasoning. "Naturally, the crucial factor is my understanding of this student's character, which led me to infer that he would likely make a premature ascent out of fear of being left behind. Yet, how did you know what hormones are secreted under duress?" "Adrenaline, dopamine, and cortisol are common knowledge, Mrs. Porky." Porky retorted, "How could I not be aware of such common knowledge?" After Sherlock's remarks, everyone was left in stunned silence. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione displayed expressions of knowing anticipation. Harry gazed at Sherlock with admiration. Although similar situations had occurred more than once, he felt the same sense of wonder each time. Before Sherlock provided his explanation, he found the circumstances utterly unbelievable. However, after Sherlock's elucidation, everything seemed so straightforward. In any case, Sherlock's actions had saved Neville, prompting Professor McGonagall to generously award 6 points to Gryffindor. Following this incident, the subsequent flying lesson proceeded without a hitch. Most students performed adequately, successfully completing their inaugural flying task, except for Neville. He was prohibited from flying during this lesson by Professor McGonagall. Neville, however, seemed unconcerned. At that moment, he retrieved a glass orb filled with white mist and addressed Hermione, who remained on the ground. "My grandmother knows I often forget things, so she had an owl deliver this memory orb to me. It will inform you if you've forgotten something. Hold it tightly. If it turns red, it means you've forgotten something." He paused, for at that instant, the memory orb brightened to a vivid red. Hermione sighed and looked up at the sky. She had not been banned from flying. However, during the trial flight, she was struck by a rather disheartening realization. She was not adept at flying. While not as inept as Neville, her performance paled in comparison to the ease she experienced in other subjects. This was particularly pronounced when she reached a certain altitude. She dared not look down for fear that her trembling legs would prevent her from continuing. Her stubborn nature would not allow her to concede defeat, yet despite several attempts, she could not overcome this fear. Of course, her performance was deemed satisfactory by Professor McGonagall, but in Hermione's eyes, not achieving excellence equated to failure. Moreover, her performance barely met the passing standard, just scraping by. Particularly, Hermione raised her head. It was one thing for Harry and Sherlock to excel, but even the Weasley boy with his fiery hair and that explosive seamoose seemed to navigate the lesson with ease. This made her competitive spirit quite intolerant. Chapter 38. Hermione's request. Hermione felt dissatisfied with her performance in flying class. Unfortunately, circumstances were beyond her control. As the lesson neared its conclusion, The mere thought of having to soar through the skies once more sent tremors through her legs. In this state, Hermione helplessly shook her head, resigned to face reality. She needed to consider alternative solutions. At that moment, she noticed Neville tightly gripping the memory orb, still deep in thought, muttering to himself about whether he had forgotten to eat lunch, complete his homework, make his bed, do laundry, and so forth. Finally, she could not restrain herself, and said, "Is it possible that you forgot to thank Sherlock?" "Ah, indeed." Neville gave himself a resounding slap on the forehead. After all, someone had saved his life. How could he have forgotten such a momentous event? "Thank you, Granger. I shall go express my gratitude to Holmes immediately." As Neville dashed off toward Sherlock, who had just descended from the air, Hermione felt a sudden spark of inspiration, a bold idea blossoming in her mind. Following the conclusion of the flying lesson, the students gathered in the dining hall for dinner, and, as was customary, Ron Weasley transformed into a voracious eater. At that moment, he was lifting a slice of steak and kidney pie to his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on the other dishes on the table, as if fearful that someone might snatch them away. In light of this, Harry wisely chose to share his joy from the flying lesson with Sherlock. "Did you know Sherlock? I believe this skill could allow me to teach myself. You may find it hard to believe, but it seems I instinctively know how to fly. All I need to do is lean forward and grip the broom tightly, and it accelerates effortlessly. I can hear the wind howling, and I feel my robes billowing behind me. It's so easy, so exhilarating that I even think I surpass Malfoy." Observing Harry's excitement and animated gestures, Sherlock nodded slightly. He understood everything Harry was expressing. He himself possessed a considerable athletic aptitude, excelling in boxing and fencing, and his coordination was undoubtedly commendable. Judging by the results, Malfoy indeed pales in comparison to you. "Really?" The affirmation from Sherlock filled Harry with immense joy. Hard work determines one's minimum potential, while talent defines the maximum. The fact that you have never flown before, yet exhibit greater proficiency than Malfoy speaks volumes. At this, Harry puffed out his chest. To him, Severus Snape ranked second on his list of most disliked individuals, with Malfoy firmly in the first position. Of course, Snape's position was somewhat undermined by Sherlock's assertion that he was a good man. Harry had endeavored to believe Sherlock, but Snape was simply too insufferable. Thus, he remained firmly on Harry's list of most detested people. "What about me? What about me?" At that moment, Ron had finally finished his dinner, contentedly burping. Hearing the exchange between Sherlock and Harry, he eagerly pointed to his own nose and asked, "Sherlock, do you think I have talent?" Sherlock's gaze swept over Ron, whose nose seemed perpetually coated in dust. To be frank, the vast majority of people in this world have yet to exert themselves to the level where they can compete with talent. Harry stifled a laugh, while Ron appeared utterly bewildered. Sherlock turned back to Harry. "If you enjoy flying, I suggest you consider joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team." "Wait, what?" Sherlock's statement left Harry as bewildered as Ron. "You can't be serious. First-year students aren't eligible to join the house Quidditch team." The moment this topic arose, Ron was instantly wide awake. "There are always exceptions." Sherlock calmly remarked, "As far as I know, Slytherin has not only secured a 6-year consecutive victory in the House Cup, but also thoroughly defeated Gryffindor in the Quidditch matches." Ron, perplexed, inquired, "How do you know this?" Sherlock frowned slightly, replying, "It merely requires observation." "I understand now. Please continue." Observing that Ron had learned to interject, Sherlock nodded approvingly and added, "In this context, your innate talent for flying gives you a significant chance of being selected for the house team." With Sherlock's description, Harry's breath began to quicken. Joining the Gryffindor team. This was an idea he had never entertained before. Yet, at this moment, Sherlock's words ignited a spark of possibility within him. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, as Sherlock had articulated, he adored flying. The exhilarating sensation of soaring freely on a broomstick was simply sublime. He relished this feeling immensely. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this afternoon's flying experience was one of the happiest moments he could recall. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally resolved, "Sherlock, would you accompany me?" Of course. Anticipating Harry's response when he proposed this suggestion, Sherlock readily agreed. Harry exhaled deeply. Strangely, despite having known Sherlock for merely a month and being contemporaries, he felt an overwhelming sense of assurance whenever he saw him. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the security Sherlock provided surpassed even that of Hagrid, the giant. Thus, receiving Sherlock's affirmative response, Harry felt an immediate sense of relief. "Count me in," Ron interjected, unable to resist, thinking, since I'm going anyway, why not give a shot? Sherlock glanced at him, but remained silent. "Hey, what does that look mean?" Ron protested. Apologies for the interruption. A figure suddenly appeared before them. Hermione? Ron's mood soured immediately. As he was interrupted by Hermione, negating any previous goodwill he had felt for her when she had defended Sherlock and Harry. Can't one enjoy a meal in peace? Hermione ignored him, instead addressing Sherlock. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with Potter. I knew you would say that. Ron continued, muttering under his breath. Sherlock interjected. Silence. Ron reacted with surprise. Sherlock, may we speak privately? Harry, observing Ron's indignation, remarked, Did you see that? He is being rude to me. Harry continued. We've known each other since the train. We've been together for everything. And he is siding with that girl. Harry added, And did you hear? That girl even calls him Sherlock. He hasn't declined. Harry was taken aback. I can't believe Sherlock is someone who favors the fairer sex over friends. I truly misjudged him. Ron, facing a barrage of accusations, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure and couldn't help but retort. Have you forgotten that Sherlock mentioned he knew Granger before the school year began? What does that even mean? Strictly speaking, it was she who arrived first. Ron, Chapter 39. Sherlock's Proposal. Sherlock followed Hermione to an unoccupied dining table, where she hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sherlock, could you teach me to fly? After uttering this request, she gazed at Sherlock with a hint of trepidation. Had this been at the start of the school year, or even a fortnight prior, she would never have made such a rather abrupt request. After all, at that time, they were merely acquaintances, their relationship not nearly as close as that between Harry and Sherlock, or even Ron, who shared a dormitory with him. However, over the past month, they had spent every weekend together in the library. Particularly after last weekend, she felt they had become friends, especially since they had begun to address one another by their first names rather than their surnames. Hadn't they? Another reason was that she genuinely felt a kinship with Sherlock. Hermione believed her lackluster performance in flying class stemmed more from psychological factors. In this context, it was only natural for her to think of Sherlock. Sherlock, what does Granger want from you? Ron asserted confidently. She must want to join the Quidditch team. It's just too bad that the things she read in books won't teach her how to fly properly. You're right, so she wants me to teach her. Wait, what did you say? Ron's eyes widened as he stared at Sherlock, and Harry looked equally surprised. Hermione Granger? That girl who always wore the haughty expression? It's hard to imagine her seeking help from a classmate. However, upon realizing that her confidant was Sherlock Holmes, Harry felt reassured. So, did you agree to help her? Well, Ron's eyes grew even wider, his expression one of disbelief. You actually said yes. How could you agree? Sherlock paid Ron no mind. When someone close to him made a request, he was naturally inclined to assist. Moreover, helping Hermione enhance her flying skills was a trivial matter that would not require much effort on his part. His focus primarily lay in other pursuits. Having spent a month at the magical school, Sherlock had already familiarized himself with the layout of Hogwarts. Few, if any, could claim to understand the school better than he did, even when considering the entire faculty and student body, with only the caretaker, Filch, and the Weasley twins surpassing him in this regard. Under normal circumstances, he would have embarked on an adventure by this time. However, magic was an entirely new realm that Sherlock had never encountered before. In this version, many phenomena could not be analyzed or judged through the scientific reasoning he had cultivated. Humanity struggles to comprehend that which lies beyond its imagination. It was for this reason that he and Hermione became the two most inquisitive newcomers. Consequently, Hermione also believed that she and Sherlock belonged to the same ilk. In truth, although both individuals possess a penchant for inquiry, their essence diverges significantly. Hermione's questions pertain directly to the subject matter at hand, embodying a straightforward approach. In contrast, Sherlock's inquiries often extend beyond the confines of the classroom, imbued with profound contemplation and research into the realm of magic. Thus, despite both being regarded as exemplary students due to their inquisitiveness, Hermione revels in both questioning and answering, whereas Sherlock is content to pose questions without providing answers. As a month elapsed, Sherlock had cultivated his own understanding of the magical world, and it was time to engage with the school's faculty on a deeper level. Assisting Harry in securing a place on the Quidditch team presented an opportune moment. On Friday morning, after being reprimanded by Snape in Potions class, Sherlock accompanied a nervous yet excited Harry and Ron to seek an audience with Professor McGonagall. What? You three wish to join the Quidditch team? The path for first years to meet the deputy headmistress is rarely straightforward. Yet the illustrious name of Harry Potter afforded them success in meeting Professor McGonagall. However, upon hearing their intention, a look of astonishment crossed her face. No, only the two of them. Sherlock gestured towards Harry and Ron, indicating that he was merely there to offer support. You are being utterly foolish. First years have yet to master even the most basic flying skills, and you wish to join the team? Do you seek to risk your necks? Professor McGonagall is renowned for her fairness and sternness. As deputy headmistress, Her authority among the students surpasses even that of Headmaster Dumbledore. Her sharp words sent shivers down Harry and Ron's spines, fearing she might suddenly declare a deduction of points from Gryffindor. Not only was Harry, who already struggled with self-doubt, affected, but even the ambitious Ron was taken aback. Both turned pleading eyes towards Sherlock. Professor McGonagall, astute and seasoned, quickly grasped the situation. "Mr. Holmes, is this your intention?" Her gaze took on a somewhat perilous quality. During the sorting ceremony, he had, like his predecessor, become a rare gem that appears once in 50 years. Since the commencement of the school year, Sherlock's performance had been nothing short of remarkable. His comprehension and application of transfiguration even eclipsed that of some upper-year students. Moreover, his finesse in handling cats was noteworthy. For various reasons, Professor McGonagall regarded Sherlock with a discerning eye, affording him the same level of attention as she did Hermione. However, compared to the reliable Hermione, Sherlock exhibited a pronounced academic bias. In some classes, he actively posed questions, often leaving the professors ensnared in discussion even after class had ended. In other subjects, he merely attended lectures, departing without a backward glance once the bell rang. In some instances, he would even skip certain classes altogether, such as Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Quirrell. This caused considerable distress for Professor McGonagall. Yet, if such behaviors persisted, they would inevitably cast a detrimental influence on others. After all, Defense Against the Dark Arts is a compulsory subject, not an elective. If every student were to disregard school rules and dictate their attendance based solely on personal preference, chaos would surely ensue within the institution. The mischievous Weasley twins had never been quite like him. Professor McGonagall initially sought an opportunity to converse with Sherlock, but to her surprise, he approached her today. Even more unexpectedly, he encouraged Harry and Ron to join the house team, providing a perfect chance to teach him a lesson. As McGonagall pondered this, Sherlock had already spoken. "It is my suggestion. I believe Harry's talent is sufficient to break the rules." In the face of a gaze that could instill fear in Harry and Ron, Sherlock uttered words that pierced McGonagall's heart. "Professor, you wouldn't want Gryffindor to remain perpetually overshadowed by other houses, would you?" Chapter 40, the world's premier sport. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never. McGonagall felt both heartbroken and furious, her glasses failing to conceal the fury radiating from her eyes. "How dare you?" Indeed, how could he dare? The admiration in Harry and Ron's glances towards Sherlock was palpable. Truly, Gryffindor's spirit shone through. Courage is often a euphemism for folly. I have always held this belief. However, Professor, it would be prudent to observe Harry's performance before making a decision. I trust he will not disappoint you. After all, the feeling of avoiding Professor Snape for weeks is hardly pleasant. Is it? Sherlock Holmes. At that moment, McGonagall appeared genuinely enraged. As for Harry and Ron, their looks towards Sherlock were now filled solely with reverence. The experienced boys understood that when an elder addressed you by your full name, it indicated impending trouble. Professor McGonagall was evidently in such a state. Though Sherlock's assertion was undeniably accurate, the Slytherin Quidditch team was indeed formidable, especially after Gryffindor's significant defeat last year. McGonagall found herself, as Sherlock suggested, avoiding Snape for weeks. She no longer cared how Sherlock was aware of this matter. Do you wish to be confined? Facts are facts. But having Sherlock confront her so directly was akin to pouring salt into McGonagall's wounds. Acknowledging that point deductions held little sway over Sherlock, she proposed a new form of punishment. The chill in her voice made Harry and Ron lower their heads in trepidation. Both were stiff with fear, their hands and feet cold, trembling, wanting to speak but finding themselves utterly mute. At that moment, they both began to regret their visit to McGonagall, particularly Harry. It was clear that Professor McGonagall had initially held a positive impression of Sherlock, yet now he was subjected to such treatment. It was all his fault. In the face of the furious lioness, Sherlock remained calm and composed, stating, "Even if the professor confines me, I still advocate for Harry's inclusion in the house team. That is the true solution to the issue." Over a month into the school year, Sherlock was no longer the naive novice in the magical realm. He was acutely aware of the fervor wizards held for Quidditch. In the realm of magic, the status of Quidditch is akin to that of football in the Muggle world, and perhaps even surpasses it. The primary reason lies in the absence of magic in the Muggle realm, which compels them to rely solely on physical prowess. Consequently, their sporting endeavors are often more exhilarating than those of wizards. Setting aside the various events held in athletics, when it comes to ball games, football undoubtedly reigns as the world's premier sport. The FIFA World Cup, held every 4 years, stands as the most significant sporting event in the Muggle world, rivaled only by the Olympic Games, which also occurs every 4 years. However, the Olympics encompass hundreds of events, including football, meaning no single event can truly compete with the World Cup. The major ball sports, such as basketball and volleyball, boast a substantial following as well. Even sports like tennis, table tennis, badminton, rugby, while more regional in nature, enjoy considerable popularity worldwide. With the resurgence of a certain enigmatic Eastern nation, the status of table tennis and badminton has soared. Even niche sports like hockey, ice hockey, cricket, and golf have their dedicated enthusiasts. Particularly, with the revival of a self-proclaimed mysterious Eastern nation, cricket's prominence has also rapidly increased. Yet, in the wizarding world, the only event that can be considered large-scale is Quidditch. It is no exaggeration to say that in the magical realm, Quidditch is beloved by all. While it may be acceptable not to excel in playing Quidditch, after all, there are those in the Muggle world who are not adept at running. Failing to engage in conversations about Quidditch would render one reluctant to greet others. Against this backdrop, Sherlock is confident that McGonagall will relent. Indeed, after Sherlock once again pinpointed the issue, Professor McGonagall's expression began to shift. Ultimately, upon noticing Sherlock's air of confidence, she spoke, "You three, follow me." Without hesitation, Sherlock trailed behind her. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their legs seemingly regaining sensation, and they hurriedly joined the group. As the three followed McGonagall from the castle to the Quidditch training grounds, they found someone waiting there. It was a man of average build, clutching a large crate under his arm. This was Oliver Wood, the fifth-year captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Professor McGonagall wasted no time with pleasantries and addressed Sherlock directly. "Mr. Holmes, let Potter demonstrate his talent now. I trust you understand that if he fails to meet both my and Wood's expectations, I shall willingly accept a month of detention." Observing that Professor McGonagall seemed poised to say more, Sherlock interjected, "From then on, I shall no longer be absent from defense against the dark arts classes." McGonagall cast a surprised glance at Sherlock. This young boy possesses an astonishingly keen sense of observation and analysis. He has once again anticipated my thoughts. Sherlock, Harry, standing nearby, was profoundly moved and was about to speak when Sherlock preemptively chimed in. "Dear Harry, if you wish to avoid the unpleasant scent of garlic that accompanies us, it will be prudent for you to behave yourself. It is well known that wherever Professor Quirrell goes, the air becomes thick with the aroma of garlic. Rumors suggest this is a precautionary measure against a vampire he encountered in Romania." Harry nodded thoughtfully. It was not until this moment that would seize the opportunity to speak. Surveying Harry with a keen eye, "Professor, this is the one you mentioned." "No, it's Mr. Holmes you referred to." Upon the mention of Quidditch, the captain of Gryffindor transformed, circling Harry with an appraising gaze. "The illustrious Harry Potter, indeed, while that may not be of utmost importance. Your physique certainly lends itself well to the role of a seeker, light and agile. By the way, Potter, I hear you were raised in a Muggle family. Have you ever watched a Quidditch match?" Harry shook his head honestly. Though surprised, Wood did not press further. He opened a wooden chest, revealing 4 balls of varying sizes. Ron's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Chapter 41, Unconventional Promotion. Upon learning that Harry had never been exposed to Quidditch, Wood began to explain the rules. "No need for such formality," Sherlock interjected. "Let's just fetch 2 broomsticks." Wood glanced at McGonagall, who nodded in agreement, and promptly retrieved 2 broomsticks. Sherlock handed one to Harry, hopped onto the other, and soared into the sky, gesturing for Harry to follow. Wood's eyes lit up. As the captain of the team, a mere takeoff was sufficient for him to glean much about their abilities. Clearly, both young wizards possessed notable talent in flight. As Harry flew parallel to Sherlock, he felt a twinge of nervousness. "Sherlock, what do we do next?" Sherlock produced an object from his pocket and held it aloft before Harry. "Look." It was a spherical object, glimmering in the sunlight. "Neville's memory ball? How did it come to be in your possession?" Harry recognized it instantly. "I took it from him before we went to see Professor McGonagall." Harry's expression turned to one of shock. "Weren't we together? When did you—" "Harry, that is irrelevant," Sherlock interrupted. "Your task now is to prevent it from hitting the ground." "Huh?" Harry was perplexed. Wasn't the memory ball in Sherlock's grasp? Why would it fall? Sherlock offered no explanation, merely smiled faintly. "Dear Harry, you wouldn't want Neville to be heartbroken over a broken memory ball, would you?" Harry felt a sense of foreboding at Sherlock's words. The next moment, go. Sherlock flung Neville's memory ball into the air without giving Harry a moment to prepare. Harry had not anticipated such an action from Sherlock. Fortunately, his body reacted more swiftly than his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed the flying broom downward, accelerating towards the ground. With the dual force of gravitational acceleration and magic, his speed increased exponentially, approaching a perilous collision with the earth. At that moment, Harry could even hear Ron's screams mingled with the howling wind. However, he felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, he was remarkably composed, even a touch exhilarated. Ultimately, he caught the glass ball just a foot above the ground. He deftly straightened the broom, allowing it to gently settle onto the grass, his palm securely grasping the memory ball. Potter. McGonagall strode over, her wand still in hand, her palms slick with sweat. She was on the verge of using magic to intervene. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never. The familiar phrase prompted Sherlock to raise an eyebrow. How dare you? You could have broken your neck. Harry had no words. He truly did not know what to say in such a moment, feeling that anything he might utter would be wrong. Fortunately, there was Sherlock. Professor, I believe this performance sufficiently demonstrates Harry's talent. His calm voice stood in stark contrast to McGonagall's urgency. Sherlock Holmes. With this utterance, he deftly redirected the attention away from Harry, allowing the latter to exhale in relief. His gratitude towards Sherlock surging anew. To let a student attempt such a feat, you are utterly reckless. If anything were to happen to Potter, you would bear full responsibility. He'll be fine. I trust him, and I trust the professor. McGonagall was momentarily rendered speechless. A genius, a true genius. Just then, Wood interjected at the perfect moment, disrupting McGonagall's brewing emotions. Diving 50 feet, securing that object, and without a single scratch. Even Charlie Weasley couldn't accomplish that. He practically leaped to Harry's side, gripping the hand that held the memory ball, his gaze filled with obsession and fervor, causing McGonagall's lips to twitch. Professor, listen to me. He must be given a proper broom. I suggest a Nimbus 2000 or a Firebolt. No, it must be the Nimbus 2000. His enthusiasm compelled McGonagall to halt her ire towards Sherlock. Wood, Potter is still a first-year student. That is not an issue, Wood declared with robust authority. Professor, you must speak with Professor Dumbledore, allowing us to make an exception for a first year. If you want to go, I shall. You know how desperately we need a Quidditch team that surpasses last year's. Harry, on behalf of the Gryffindor team, I welcome you aboard. As captain, I officially inform you that training begins next week. McGonagall observed Wood's self-assured demeanor, feeling somewhat superfluous. Oliver Wood is indeed an exemplary student, both in character and academics. Yet, the moment Quidditch is mentioned, he seems to transform entirely. Nevertheless, she must concede that Wood is not mistaken. Harry Potter is indeed a prodigy. Harry quickly turned to McGonagall, feigning attentive interest. I expect to hear of your rigorous training. Otherwise, I shall reconsider and impose a punishment upon you. At that moment, Harry could scarcely believe his ears. Had he truly been promoted beyond the ordinary? This must remain a secret, for he is the youngest player to join the house team in a century. He will be our secret weapon. Just by observing the expression on Wood's face, one would think he had already secured the house cup. One can only hope. Sherlock remained non-committal about this. He harbored little hope for keeping this matter confidential. As for you, Mr. Holmes, Professor McGonagall turned to Sherlock. Harry's performance has spared you from losing points and the punishment of detention. But that does not validate your reckless behavior. Sherlock sighed, having anticipated her next words. Indeed, Professor McGonagall seized the opportunity to make a demand. Thus, I do not wish to hear anyone mention your absence from Professor Quirrell's defense against the Dark Arts class. Very well, Professor, Sherlock acquiesced decisively, which surprised McGonagall and left her somewhat disappointed. She had expected this unconventional young man to offer some resistance. Chapter 42, Busy Sherlock. Sherlock would certainly not resist. Through McGonagall's demeanor and words, he had deduced that she would not compromise on this matter. Given that, there was no need for unnecessary defiance. With a profound understanding of psychology, he knew that when faced with a dominant party, the more the subordinate struggles, the more exhilarated the other becomes. Potter, your father would be proud of you, McGonagall remarked, her gaze shifting back to Harry now that Sherlock's issue was resolved. He was once an exceptional Quidditch player. As she spoke, a radiant smile graced her face. In that moment, Harry was taken aback. After all this time at school, he had never witnessed McGonagall smile so brilliantly. Even when Sherlock and Hermione had earned points for Gryffindor in Transfiguration class, she had merely smiled. He never anticipated that she would feel such joy over his inclusion in the Quidditch team. Indeed, Professor McGonagall is a good person. If only she could assign less homework. The atmosphere was harmonious, and the endeavor to join the Quidditch team concluded perfectly. Just then, an incongruous voice broke the tranquility. Aren't you forgetting something? Ron, who had been overlooked for quite some time, timidly raised his hand and said, "What about me?" From the very first meeting until now, Wood had only glanced at Ron when Charlie Weasley was mentioned. Alas, compared to Sherlock and Harry, Ron's presence felt insubstantial. You? McGonagall and Wood regarded Ron with skeptical glances. Under such scrutiny, Ron, who had been murmuring softly, suddenly found himself unable to endure it. he defiantly exclaimed. "I have been playing Quidditch with Charlie since childhood. I want to join the house team." Wood, intrigued by Ron's declaration, inquired, "Do you possess talent akin Potters?" Instantly, Ron's face flushed a deep crimson, matching the hue of his hair. The boy's reddened visage served as the most telling answer. Though somewhat disappointed, Wood resolved to grant Ron an opportunity. "Let's see you fly." "Absolutely." Ron nodded emphatically. Given the chance, Ron performed admirably, exceeding expectations. He executed several daring maneuvers in the air that he had previously longed to attempt but had lacked the courage to do so. Even through Wood's critical gaze, Ron's skill was commendable, particularly among first-year students. Yet, he fell short of the excellence required to secure a place in the team alongside Harry. Wood candidly conveyed this verdict to Ron, who immediately appeared disheartened. As Harry prepared to offer some words of encouragement, Wood suddenly turned to Sherlock, asking, "How about you, Holmes? Are you not inclined to give it a try?" Harry responded with a subdued expression, while Ron remained silent. Wood, oblivious to their demeanor, or perhaps indifferent, perceived that Sherlock's recent aerial display, although merely intended to showcase Harry's talent, was impressive in its own right. Without a doubt, it surpassed Ron's performance. However, more of Sherlock's abilities needed to be observed. To everyone's surprise, Sherlock declined the invitation. "No, I have no interest. With Harry on the team, there is sufficient information being gathered. My time and energy must be devoted to other pursuits." Upon hearing Sherlock's response, Wood felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, their most pressing need lay in finding a seeker, and Harry was undoubtedly the sole candidate for that position. While Sherlock might also prove to be an exceptional player, Gryffindor's demand for other positions was not as urgent. Having secured Harry, and with Sherlock unwilling to join, Wood chose not to press the matter further. The immediate priority remained training Harry swiftly. As Sherlock and the others departed, McGonagall was about to voice her thoughts when Wood, with an anxious expression, interjected, "Professor, when do you intend to consult with Professor Dumbledore?" "Enough already. Sherlock, you ought to have accepted his offer," McGonagall replied. The moment they exited the Quidditch pitch, Ron immediately addressed Sherlock. "While I appreciate your refusal to Wood for my sake, such opportunities are rare." "Ah, I believe you may have misunderstood." Sherlock turned to Ron, his expression earnest. "I declined because I lack the time to attend training 3 times a week. It is not about you. In truth, whether I join Gryffindor or not will not alter the outcome of your selection." Ron responded with a dejected expression. Even if that were the case, must such words be uttered? Observing Ron's demeanor, Harry could not help but softly suggest, "Sherlock, I believe there are times when you need not articulate your thoughts so plainly." "My dear Harry," Sherlock replied, "I have long told you that I rarely speak falsehoods unless absolutely necessary." "Well, I actually think this is one of those necessary situations." No. To lie merely to spare that poor ego and to conjure unrealistic fantasies is truly irresponsible. Lacking talent is not a source of shame. Accurately recognizing the disparity between oneself and others can significantly enhance efficiency. This way, one would not waste time pursuing goals that are evidently unattainable. Harry found himself at a loss against Sherlock's reasoning, not only unable to counter him, but also persuaded by his logic. He makes such compelling points. I'm at a loss for words. Yet, as Ron's friend, he still felt that this approach was somewhat cruel. Sherlock was far too rational. If this continued, he would find himself without friends. Fortunately, Ron's frustration was fleeting. Upon seeing the bountiful dinner laid out, he promptly cast aside his earlier thoughts. Time to eat. For the ensuing month, Sherlock remained diligently occupied. The majority of his time was still devoted to engaging with professors of various subjects that piqued his interest in magic. Once again, it must be stated that comprehending and embracing an entirely new system and worldview, and then employing it for oneself, is no simple task. Even a genius like Sherlock required a sustained investment of time. As for the time originally allocated for exploring the Forbidden Forest and the Dark Room, it too had been consumed by other pursuits. The first of which was his promise to McGonagall to no longer be absent from the defense against the dark arts classes. Professor Quirrell's lessons were indeed tedious. To describe them as merely reciting from a textbook would be an understatement. His hearing seemed somewhat impaired, requiring him to repeat phrases such as Gryffindor and Gryffindor multiple times, which was rather exasperating. In contrast, Quirrell, when questioned, would evasively skirt the topic, mumbling about the weather. When pressed further, his face would flush, and his eyes would twitch, presenting a countenance of extreme distress. It was hard to believe he had once been a top student at Ravenclaw. According to insiders, Quirrell had transformed into his current state after encountering a vampire and a witch in the Forbidden Forest. However, through careful observation, Sherlock deduced that Quirrell had undoubtedly faced more than just those encounters in the forest. He was undoubtedly harboring a secret. At present, Sherlock had no interest in uncovering that secret. It is not an exaggeration to state that every faculty member at the school harbored their own mysteries. Under such circumstances, unless something criminal were involved, Sherlock could hardly be bothered to pay attention. The second matter concerned Harry. Chapter 43. The entire Academy's intelligence has been diminished by you. Just as Sherlock had anticipated before the term began, the name Harry Potter invariably placed him at the center of tumultuous events. Even without taking any action, trouble would find its way to him. Nearly 2 months into the term, he had already encountered numerous incidents. The scene unfolded with students, whose fervor had yet to dissipate, ardently spectating. Peeves the poltergeist actively causing mischief, Harry wandering into the forbidden room decreed off-limits by Dumbledore, only to be apprehended by Filch, the staircases inexplicably shifting, and Malfoy brazenly seeking confrontation. Previously, such occurrences were manageable, as long as Sherlock was present to adeptly resolve them. However, it was unrealistic to expect Sherlock to be by Harry's side at all times. Consequently, in his absence, Harry found himself compelled to confront these tribulations alone, with Ron's presence making little difference. The last incident was merely an unwelcome complication. After receiving a reprimand from Sherlock on the train, Malfoy had indeed remained subdued for a time. Yet, the collective life within Slytherin had evidently bolstered his confidence. A month into the term, he resumed his provocations towards Harry. Nevertheless, mindful of Sherlock's formidable prowess, Malfoy was aware that Crabbe and Goyle together were no match for him. Thus, he was reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation with Harry. One morning, Malfoy approached Harry, challenging him to a duel. The mere proposition of battle did not incite fear of Sherlock's intervention, and indeed, Sherlock refrained from interference. Instead, he exhibited an unexpected interest in the notion of dueling, as it ventured into an area of his knowledge that was previously uncharted. Wizarding duels? The concept appeared to hold considerable intrigue. At this pivotal moment, Ron interjected, expressing his willingness to serve as Harry's second. Moreover, he proceeded to arrange a meeting with Malfoy at midnight in the trophy room, much to Harry's bewilderment. Once Malfoy departed, Harry remained momentarily stunned. Subsequently, through Ron's lengthy and somewhat convoluted explanation, Sherlock gleaned the rules governing wizard dueling. He quickly deduced that a wizard duel is a formal contest steeped in ritual, a product of long-standing wizarding culture. Ron pondered for a moment, visibly surprised, and remarked, "It does seem that way. You reached that conclusion remarkably fast. It was merely a tradition, akin to the medieval knightly duels, restricted to the use of magic alone." Sherlock waved his hand dismissively, lamenting the near extinction of genuine knightly spirit in contemporary times. Setting that aside, are you truly serious about being Harry's assistant? After all, according to the rules of dueling, if one party were to perish, the assistant must take their place. Ron, upon hearing this, startled Harry, who was about to voice his concerns. Noticing Harry's pallor, Ron hastily added, "That is indeed the case. But you and Malfoy possess too little magical knowledge to genuinely harm one another. At worst, you might only produce sparks." Relieved, Harry then glanced at Sherlock with a hint of exasperation. "But what if I wave my wand and nothing happens? Then discard the wand and land a punch squarely on his nose." Ron interjected before Sherlock could respond. Harry paused, then turned to Sherlock with a look of pleading. "A commendable suggestion," Sherlock affirmed. Sherlock stated earnestly that, to achieve one's goals, one must sometimes eschew rigid adherence to formality. For the first time, Ron felt bolstered by Sherlock's support, his confidence swelling as he became more assertive. "However, if it were up to me, I would refrain from attending today." "Why?" Ron asked, astonished. "Refusing a duel is an act of cowardice. This is utterly un-Gryffindor. Bravery is often a euphemism for folly," Sherlock replied coolly. "Malfoy has no intention of showing up. Dear Harry, I wager a galleon that if you go, what awaits you will most likely be Filch." Upon hearing this, Harry's complexion, which had returned to normal, paled once more. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Ron immediately countered. "While Malfoy is undoubtedly a scoundrel, he is, after all, one of the pure-blood 28. Be silent, Ron. Your words have lowered the collective IQ of the entire house," Sherlock retorted. "Just moments ago, when you mentioned an assistant, Malfoy chose one of Crabbe or Goyle. If he were genuinely prepared for a duel, he wouldn't make such a hasty decision at the mention of it. This is clearly a ruse to lure you to a predetermined location. Although he tried to mask it, a keen observer might notice Malfoy's slight limp, likely a result of an injury sustained during flying practice. I suspect you did not observe that he did not linger on his broom during yesterday's flying lesson as he usually does." Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Indeed, they had overlooked it. Damn, is this yet another instance of the difference between seeing and observing? Moreover, His reaction to Harry's choice of Ron as an assistant was excessively calm. If I were Malfoy and saw Harry select Ron instead of Sherlock, I would be either elated or at least relieved. Yet, he showed neither emotion. Once again, disregarding Ron's resentful expression, Sherlock reached a conclusion. He did not care who accompanied Harry, for he had no intention of dueling. The so-called pure-blood 28 families were nothing more than a self-indulgent joke. Sherlock scoffed, questioning why, in this day and age, such bloodline theories still persisted. It must be said that in certain respects, the magical world is woefully outdated. Sherlock's influence over Harry was substantial. He ultimately persuaded him not to engage in the duel. Subsequent events validated Sherlock's foresight, as Malfoy did not mention the duel the following day. Instead, he appeared quite astonished to see Harry and Ron unharmed. Observing this, Ron felt grateful that Harry heeded Sherlock's advice, having tried to incite action in Harry the previous night, only to be rebuffed. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment. Seizing the moment, he ruthlessly mocked Malfoy. With the assistance of his twin brother's promotional efforts, the entire school soon learned of Malfoy's invitation to duel Harry, which had been met with silence. The little lion's understanding of Sherlock deepened further. Gradually, some began to consult him about the daily dilemmas they encountered. Sherlock was generally open to all inquiries, as these interactions provided him with an excellent opportunity to gain further insight into the magical realm. Among those who sought his counsel most frequently was Neville, who lived in the same dormitory. His pet toad, named Trevor, frequently went missing. Naturally, Malfoy was unwilling to endure such humiliation. When one plan failed, another was devised. Soon, an opportunity presented itself. Chapter 44, 3 Matters. On what seemed to be an ordinary morning, when the owls flew into the Great Hall, as usual, nearly everyone's attention was drawn to a slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. Like the others, Harry was eager to discover the contents of the parcel. Ron, however, was engrossed in his meal. Just as Harry was about to inquire of Sherlock, several owls swooped down, and the package landed right in front of him, causing his bacon to tumble to the floor. Harry was taken aback. What could this be? Ron, who was also startled, was about to open it when Sherlock interjected. If I were you, I wouldn't touch that. As if to validate Sherlock's warning, just as the owls flapped their wings and departed. Another owl swooped in and accurately dropped a letter atop the package. As Harry picked up the letter and prepared to tear it open, Ron stopped him. He glanced at Sherlock, asking, "Is it permissible to open the letter?" Harry found Ron's reaction amusingly excessive. "Go ahead. I believe it's a gift from Professor McGonagall." Upon hearing this, Harry ceased to ponder how Sherlock had deduced such a thing. With trembling hands, he tore open the letter, which contained but a few brief lines. "Do not open the package on the table. It contains your new Firebolt 2000. I do not wish for everyone to know of your new broomstick, lest they all desire one. Oliver would await you at the Quidditch pitch at 7 o'clock tonight for your first training session. By the way, Mr. Holmes' package is also here. Do remember to pass it on to him." Sherlock, Professor McGonagall, mentioned that your package was sent along as well. Harry forcefully restrained his excitement and handed the letter to Sherlock and Ron. Sherlock appeared somewhat surprised, although he had inferred from the package's shape and weight that it was a gift from Professor McGonagall to Harry. He had not anticipated that she would send his mail concurrently. "The Firebolt 2000. Ron exclaimed enviously. "I have never even touched one." "This time, you can touch it to your heart's content," Harry replied before turning to Sherlock, curious to ask, "What is in your package?" "A violin sent from my family." Sherlock answered calmly. Yet Harry and Ron were utterly astonished. "What did you say? You can play the violin?" Knowledgeable, adept at boxing, skilled in fencing, and now claiming proficiency in the violin? Surely, this was a vast array of talents. Harry shook his head first. No way. What kind of commotion had he not experienced at the Dursleys? The incessant banging of Aunt Petunia against the cupboard door alone was overwhelming, not to mention Uncle Vernon's bellowing and Dudley's wailing. Ron, however, hesitated. It depended on the quality of the tune. If it was played well, it would resonate like music, but if poorly well, that would be a different story. Sherlock interjected before Ron could finish his thought. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Was he truly that confident? After a brief conversation, the trio swiftly departed, primarily because Harry and Ron sought a tranquil spot to carefully examine their parcel. Yet after just a few steps, Sherlock halted and turned his gaze back. "Sherlock, what's the matter?" Harry couldn't help but inquire. He sensed someone was following them, but dismissed it after a moment's contemplation, deeming it ultimately futile. Ever since the owl had dropped off the parcel, Malfoy had been keeping a close watch on Harry. Like everyone else, he was intrigued by the slender package. Thus, upon seeing Sherlock and the others leave, he wasted no time in bringing Crabbe and Goyle along to trail them. When the parcel was unwrapped, Malfoy was practically beside himself with excitement. It was common knowledge that first-year students were prohibited from bringing flying brooms to school. He had invested considerable effort to secretly smuggle a broomstick onto the grounds before the term began, but ultimately to no avail. Now presented with such an opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. In his view, Snape already harbored animosity towards Harry with this chance. Wouldn't he relished the opportunity to punish him severely? Expulsion seemed unlikely, but detention would surely be on the table. Although Sherlock was indeed formidable, the evidence was clear. No matter how capable he was, it wouldn't matter. What Malfoy never anticipated was that, when he approached Professor Snape, the usually accommodating professor would scold him with a scowl. "Mr. Malfoy, I advise you to mind your own business." Malfoy was bewildered. What was happening? Was this matter doomed to fail without Sherlock's intervention? Little did he know that the broomstick was a gift from Professor McGonagall to Harry. Ultimately, Sherlock's words bore fruit. She did not wish to remain beneath the weight of others' expectations. Coupled with Wood's fervent recommendation, Professor McGonagall decided to personally finance the acquisition of the latest model, the Firebolt 2000, for Harry. To be cautious, she had informed several other professors in advance, including Snape. Therefore, when Malfoy eagerly arrived to complain, Snape found him utterly foolish. Defeated, Malfoy returned, and an oblivious Crabbe and Goyle hurried over. At that moment, Harry and Ron had finished inspecting the broom and the violin and were preparing to leave. Naturally, Crabbe and Goyle attempted to block their path, yet they were apprehensive about incurring Sherlock's wrath once more. "Potter, you're finished." However, the response came, "Let them go." What? Crabbe and Goyle could hardly believe their ears, with Crabbe unable to restrain himself from exclaiming. Draco, clutching the latest model of the Nimbus 2000, was the embodiment of smugness. "Did you not just say, 'I commanded them to leave'?" Malfoy bellowed in a low, thunderous voice. In that moment, even without Sherlock's explanation, Harry and Ron grasped the unfolding events. Observing the furious yet bewildered Malfoy, Harry nearly burst into laughter. Ron seized the opportunity to ridicule him mercilessly. "Malfoy, your Comet 260 is decent, but it pales in comparison to the Nimbus." Malfoy, timid before Sherlock, launched a fierce counterattack against Ron. "Shut your mouth, Weasley. You can't even afford half a broomstick. I wager you and your brothers had to scavenge twigs just to save up for a flying broom. What did you say? Dare to repeat that?" Sherlock, observing their escalating confrontation, could not help but shake his head. How juvenile, yet it was fitting. This was indeed the spirited disposition expected of 11-year-olds. In contrast, he felt rather out of place. Just then, Hermione approached, and, catching sight of Professor Flitwick nearby, Sherlock knew this ruckus would not escalate further. He decided to abandon the squabble and followed Hermione. This marked the third endeavor occupying Sherlock's time: intensive flight training for Hermione. Undeniably, Hermione's aptitude for flying surpassed Sherlock's expectations. Chapter 45. Sherlock the Bully Victim. In this world, some individuals are inherently ill-suited for certain tasks. For instance, some struggle with running, while a select few falter at reading aloud, stumbling through texts even after multiple readings. A rare few are challenged in comprehension, feeling confident during lessons only to find themselves bewildered during exams. There are even those who simply struggle to learn. In Hermione's case, she excelled in all other subjects, yet transformed entirely during flying lessons. Even shortcomings that had not manifested in other classes were laid bare before Sherlock, intensifying Hermione's embarrassment. The more she sought to overcome her difficulties, the more frantic she became. Witnessing her distress, Sherlock took it upon himself to assist her directly. After several days of hands-on guidance, they achieved a somewhat satisfactory result. Hermione began to conquer her acrophobia. In truth, everyone harbors a degree of fear of heights. Some simply experience it more acutely than others. Many believe they are unaffected only because they have yet to encounter a height that triggers their threshold. Through analysis, Sherlock deduced that Hermione's acrophobia was a specific phobia. With the right approach, it could be resolved effectively. He had Hermione mount the flying broom, gradually elevating their altitude until they reached a point that elicited her fear, maintaining this height for at least half an hour each time. Initially, this level of exposure caused Hermione to blush, but soon, terror eclipsed all other thoughts. Especially after reaching a certain altitude, Hermione began to tremble uncontrollably, her hands and feet cold, drenched in sweat on a wintry day, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. In the initial attempts, she even lost consciousness, her vision fading to black. Had it not been for Sherlock's timely intervention to catch her, she would have plummeted from her broomstick. As time passed, Hermione herself entertained thoughts of surrender. It was exceedingly arduous. However, noticing that Sherlock appeared unfazed by her struggle, even seeming to convey a sense of relief if she were to give up. She gritted her teeth and persevered. After all, compared to others, Hermione was only willing to engage in profound discourse with Sherlock. Nearly 2 months into the school year, her interactions with her roommates and classmates had not been particularly harmonious. In truth, her relationships with her peers were merely superficial, characterized by a sense of distance. She was acutely aware of this, recalling similar experiences from her time in the Muggle world. Most classmates perceived her as arrogant, prone to showboating, and frequently lecturing others. As the saying goes, truthful words are often hard to hear. In this realm, apart from those with peculiar inclinations, no one relishes being reprimanded at the drop of a hat. If they could hardly abide their parents' admonitions, how could they be expected to heed a mere classmate? Upon arriving at Hogwarts, the situation had not improved. Classmates deemed Hermione excessively fixated on school rules, overly concerned with grades. It was, after all, Gryffindor. Take, for instance, the twin brothers. The young lions never adhered strictly to regulations. While the stereotype of reckless troublemakers may hold some truth, it reflects a certain reality. Consequently, Hermione found herself in numerous unpleasant confrontations with her classmates, including Harry and Ron. The catalyst was Draco's challenge to Harry for a wizard duel. Upon hearing about it, she privately cautioned the two boys. Her intentions were noble, yet the execution faltered. You absolutely cannot wander the school at night. Consider the ramifications. If you are caught, how many points would Gryffindor lose? And you will surely be caught. You are being utterly selfish. Such remarks were already uncomfortable to hear. Ironically, she compounded her misstep by vigilantly waiting before the fat lady's portrait, observing whether Harry and Ron would indeed embark on nocturnal escapades. Naturally, Harry heeded Sherlock's advice and refrained from confronting Draco, leaving Hermione's efforts in vain. Instead, she encountered Neville, who had forgotten the password and was unable to enter. The following day, upon learning of this from Neville, Harry and Ron could hardly believe that someone could be so meddlesome. As a result, their attitude towards her grew increasingly hostile. Particularly, Ron, while proclaiming Draco's cowardice, took the opportunity to mention Hermione's actions, further alienating her from the first-year Gryffindors, with Neville being the sole exception. In such circumstances, Hermione inevitably felt a profound sense of solitude. Sherlock, apart from Neville, was the only individual who did not reject her. Still addressing her as Hermione, he did not cease to impart instruction to her alone. After all, to Sherlock, such matters were trivial. Out of curiosity, Hermione inquired about his perspective. Why not simply disregard them? Sherlock found Hermione's bewilderment perplexing. If she believed herself to be in the right, why concern herself with others' opinions? He had also experienced isolation during his time in the Muggle world, which was hardly astonishing given that his personality and approach were not particularly endearing, often bluntly pointing out others' flaws without regard for context. Yet what did it matter? The views of others held no sway over Sherlock. Indeed, there were those who had attempted to bully him, spilling ink on his assignments, inserting beetles into his stationery, and adding unpalatable ingredients to his breakfast. He had opened his bag to find his books stained with ink, accompanied by a toad, and had been overwhelmed by salt during meals to the point of questioning his existence. There were even those who, emboldened by their physical strength, had dared to provoke him, only to retreat after losing 2 front teeth in the ensuing confrontation. Sherlock's ability to regard others as inconsequential left Hermione envious. She wished to emulate this, yet found herself incapable. If you're truly distressed, I have a suggestion, he said, observing Hermione's inability to concentrate due to her worries. Sherlock endeavored to view the situation from her perspective. You might consider not placing such significance on your grades. How could that be possible? Hermione instinctively retorted, having always held herself to the standards of an exemplary student. Professor Snape deducts points daily if we fail to adhere to the rules. Miss Granger, your brief 11, oh no, 12 years of life experience are insufficient to support a realistic understanding of the world. Hermione replied, the reality is that one can either continue to be oneself, disregarding the opinions of others, for you're not a pound sterling, unable to please everyone, or alter one's mindset to attempt to fit in. Though the notion was unpalatable, Hermione recognized that Sherlock was indeed qualified to speak thus. He embodied the former. She had witnessed his undeniably harsh behavior on multiple occasions. For instance, he had told Ron and Neville that they lowered the collective intelligence of their house, and that merely standing before him disturbed his contemplation. He had even just asserted his age of 12. In Hermione's view, such actions far exceeded her own conduct. She was merely upholding school rules, while Sherlock was directly engaging in personal attacks. Yet, he remained utterly indifferent to the whispers and stares of others, consistently marching to the beat of his own drum. Hermione could only express her admiration. He spoke and acted with conviction, an example she felt she could not match. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided against heeding Sherlock's advice. Instead, she resolved to change her circumstances in her own way. Chapter 46. You Do It. Following Sherlock's guidance, Hermione began to alter her situation through her own methods. This initiative proved to be remarkably effective. In a mere month, all professors, save for Snape, have generously awarded points to Gryffindor. However, despite Hermione's remarkable individual efforts this season, where she has amassed nearly 30 points and earned the title of top scorer among first years, her treatment within Gryffindor remains unchanged. This is hardly surprising, for in many respects, her endeavors are viewed as futile. To her peers, while Hermione Granger excels academically, her incessant nagging during their mistakes, her relentless prevention of copying assignments, and her penchant for reporting their misdeeds to teachers have made her unpopular. It is a curious predicament. Everyone acknowledges her correctness, yet no one is particularly fond of her. Sherlock finds himself powerless in this situation. He has offered his advice, but regrettably, she chooses to disregard it. Such unilateral gestures of goodwill are seldom appreciated, especially since the other members of Gryffindor's Little Lions find her meddling entirely unnecessary. As one immerses themselves in a task, time seems to slip away swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, 2 full months have elapsed since the commencement of their studies. The atmosphere at school has grown increasingly jubilant. It is said that various spirits and creatures mingle among the crowd on that fateful night, prompting adults to don costumes of ghouls and goblins. For instance, Sherlock initially intended to attend school in Yorkshire, but now he realizes his narrow-mindedness. There is a palpable interest among the students, particularly when Professor Flitwick demonstrated the levitation charm using Neville's pet, Trevor, who is notorious for abandoning its owner to embark on solitary adventures. Under the influence of the charm, Trevor achieved the remarkable feat of flying without wings above the classroom. However, the complexity of the spell quickly extinguished their enthusiasm. Not only must the incantation be pronounced flawlessly, but the physical gestures required for casting are also exceedingly demanding. The difficulty level has undeniably surged. As is customary, the practical portion of the spell work involves pairing off for training. Sherlock's partner is Harry, much to the latter's delight, especially since Seamus Finnegan has been persistently attempting to capture his attention. In comparison, Harry would rather team up with Neville. This is not due to any disdain for Seamus, but rather because Seamus possesses a peculiar talent. The seemingly harmless spells he casts often lead to inexplicable explosions. This phenomenon has been particularly evident in both Transfiguration and Charms classes. From Sherlock's scientific perspective, this peculiarity may be attributed to genetics. Seamus Finnegan was a subject of analysis for Sherlock while waiting for the train at platform 9 3/4 before the school year began. At that time, Sherlock's deduction was that Seamus was a first year whose mother was a witch and whose father worked in demolition, only discovering his wife's true identity after marriage. This hypothesis has since been validated following the start of classes. Thus, apart from the teachers, only a select few students like Sherlock are capable of covering for him. Harry, evidently, lacks such an ability. As for Neville, who appears perpetually distressed partnering with Seamus, he can only hope for the best. Some find joy while others are burdened. Harry is elated to be paired with Sherlock, while Hermione feels a tinge of disappointment for not being teamed with him. Her partner is Ron. Regarding this matter, Ron was quite reluctant. From the moment he met Hermione, he harbored an aversion towards her. Although his feelings toward her had momentarily improved due to her staunch defense of Sherlock and Harry, Hermione's subsequent actions swiftly diminished his regard. This sentiment reached a crescendo after Hermione admonished them against dueling with Malfoy and then caught them late at night. Even when Hermione, after receiving guidance from Sherlock, endeavored to alter the situation in her own way, her efforts proved futile. It was merely Harry showing deference to Sherlock. Neville, being shy and introverted, did not actively reject Hermione. In truth, only Sherlock had no tolerance for her. Ironically, she did not end up with Sherlock, as Professor Flitwick was not particularly observant. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron shouted, flailing his arms like a windmill. He channeled his frustration towards Hermione into the practice, hoping that this fervor would convey his determination to the feather. He recalled Harry's account of how brooms could sense one's inner trepidation during flying lessons. Confidence was key. However, in his fervor, he appeared less assured and more threatening, rendering his efforts ineffective. The feather, though light, was not intimidated by threats. The incantation Wingardium Leviosa required not only to be pronounced, but to be articulated with clarity and length. After witnessing Ron's repeated failures, Hermione could no longer restrain herself and entered lecture mode. If you think you can do it, then go ahead. Ron, already irate, redirected his ire toward Hermione upon hearing her words. Without hesitation, Hermione brandished her wand and pronounced the spell in a flawless London accent. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather gracefully floated upward, hovering above the table. Well done, Professor Flitwick exclaimed with excitement. Everyone look, Miss Granger has succeeded. Gryffindor earns a point. The reason for the also was that Sherlock had already succeeded prior to Hermione, which was not a challenge for him. Even Harry, alongside him, was inspired and managed to levitate the feather after several attempts, thus earning points before Hermione. However, Sherlock's achievement was met with applause, and Harry received cheers that far surpassed those for Sherlock. This was the spectacle of the savior of the magical world. Only Hermione remained unnoticed, her efforts disregarded. Chapter 47. I can sense your nervousness. Following Sherlock and Harry, Hermione also earned a point for Gryffindor. The Ravenclaw students attending class with Gryffindor applauded, as was customary. The relationship between the Eagle House and the Lion House was amicable, and they did not mind participating in such communal celebrations. However, this time they were astonished to find that while Hermione had indeed earned a point for Gryffindor, she did not receive the same recognition as Sherlock and Harry. All eyes were indifferent toward her. Clearly, Hermione's ostentatious display of her prowess garnered no approval. Even among her peers, the response was tepid, and the students of Ravenclaw found amusement in the situation, thus ceasing their activities. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Professor Flitwick, however, remained blissfully unaware of the tension, continuing to correct his students diligently. Regrettably, until the bell rang to signal the end of class, Ron was unable to succeed. If it were merely that, it would have sufficed. Ron accepted that he lacked an innate talent for charms. It was not a significant concern. Yet, Hermione persisted in her incessant complaints nearby. Why won't you heed my advice? If you would just follow my instructions, the feather would surely levitate. That way, Gryffindor could earn another point, and we could narrow the gap with the other houses. Shut up. Ron could no longer contain himself and shouted. All day long, you prattle on about scores and rules. Did I come to Hogwarts to listen to you drone on about this? Hermione appeared taken aback by Ron's sudden outburst. Perhaps he had been bottling up his frustrations, for now, his retorts flowed as freely as hers had before. No wonder everyone finds you insufferable. To be frank, you're like a nightmare. I never asked for your help. Never. I couldn't care less about the points. Granger, haven't you noticed by now? You don't even have a single friend. With a loud thud, Hermione's book fell to the ground. Ron was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from her. At that moment, a wave of regret washed over him. Perhaps I went a bit too far. So what? I merely spoke the truth, Ron retorted defiantly. Yet even without Sherlock's analysis, it was evident to Harry that Ron's expression betrayed his discomfort. His heart was clearly not as at ease as his words suggested. Unexpectedly, Sherlock bent down to retrieve the book discarded by Hermione, expressionless, and placed it in his own bag, stating, Ron is correct. Harry looked on in astonishment. Sherlock, even you? Sherlock responded coolly, the facts are as they stand. While Harry sighed, upon reflection, it made sense. Given Sherlock's character, his utterance was both surprising yet entirely predictable. That was simply who he was. Looking at Ron, it seemed that with Sherlock's support, he felt somewhat reassured. However, he added, but I think you should apologize to her later. Harry inquired, what is going on? Why the sudden shift? Why should I? Ron could no longer restrain his frustration. You just said I was speaking the truth. I can sense that you're quite anxious right now. Sherlock's gaze fixed intently on Ron, and under his penetrating stare, Ron awkwardly turned his head away. Harry felt a strong conviction that in the next moment, Ron would undoubtedly be swayed by Sherlock. If you're free of guilt, there is certainly no need to seek her out, yet you have not. Not everyone possesses the ability to treat others as if they were mere air. Ron murmured this to himself. Increasingly, he felt that Sherlock did not resemble an 11-year-old boy at all. Indeed, not only his peers, but even his elder brother Percy might not exhibit the same level of maturity as Sherlock. Although Sherlock had not spoken much, Ron found himself unsurprisingly persuaded. She had not reappeared in the charms class, nor had she been seen the entire afternoon. Ron was inclined to inquire of others, but hesitated, for he had witnessed how he had scolded Hermione, and there were many who had seen it too. Hearing this made Ron feel even more awkward. Nevertheless, he did not perceive the situation as overly grave. The delectable dishes were simply irresistible, transforming him into a voracious eater. He thought to himself that he would first satiate his hunger, and later bring some food to Hermione. Empathizing with her, Ron believed that even if Hermione was still upset, a good meal would surely remedy it. He soon began to indulge in the feast, momentarily casting Hermione from his thoughts. It was not until the meal was halfway through that Professor Quirrell, already a subject of ridicule, burst into the hall. His face was a mask of terror, and that infamous large scarf was askew upon his head. Such an entrance naturally drew the attention of all. He stumbled towards Professor Dumbledore, and perhaps due to his extreme anxiety, regardless of the entire school watching him, he stammered, "A troll. A troll has escaped into the dungeons. I thought you knew." No sooner had he finished speaking than he collapsed onto the floor, fainting outright. This sudden turn of events caused the professors, who had been prepared to scold him for his lack of decorum, to lose their focus. Quirrell's actions rippled through the hall like a stone cast into a still lake, creating chaos. Silence. Even Dumbledore, in such a situation, could only conjure a few bursts of purple fireworks with his wand to regain control. At that moment, he was composed and calm, entirely unlike his earlier eccentric demeanor at the opening ceremony. "Prefect, please escort the students of each house to their dormitories immediately." His demeanor influenced the students, and Percy naturally took charge with ease. "I'm the prefect. Upperclassmen, please make way for the first years. Pay attention, I'm the prefect." In the midst of the turmoil, Harry and Ron closely followed Percy. Despite their usual complaints, when it mattered most, Percy was indeed considerate of his younger brothers. "Fear not. As long as you heed my instructions, there is no reason to fear any troll. Stay right behind me, clear the way in front, I am the prefect." To be fair, as a prefect, Percy was quite competent. Even while struggling through a throng of bewildered Hufflepuff students, despite Percy's declaration of authority, Harry and Ron found themselves unable to keep pace with him. Ron grew anxious. Just then, Harry suddenly grasped Ron's arm. As time spent in the company of Sherlock increased, Harry found himself influenced by him, his capacity for divergent thinking significantly enhanced. He grasped Ron, who was eager to push forward towards Percy, and with a grave expression, he uttered, "I just remembered Hermione." Ron, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, asked with a puzzled countenance, "Hermione? What about her?" Harry met Ron's gaze and articulated each word with deliberate clarity. "She is unaware of the troll." Instantly, Ron's face drained of color. "Damn it, Sherlock." To this day, whenever faced with insurmountable problems, both Harry and Ron instinctively sought Sherlock's counsel. However, Ron soon realized he could not locate him. "Sherlock? Sherlock? Where is Sherlock?" The two scanned their surroundings, only to discover that at this critical moment, Sherlock was inexplicably absent. After a brief moment, Ron recollected that he had not seen Sherlock since the appearance of Quirrell. No wonder it felt as though something was amiss throughout their journey. The Gryffindor first year, who had just been with Percy, was nowhere to be found. "Damn it, he must have gone off to find Hermione," Ron declared with certainty. Harry nodded in agreement. Few within the house were able to summon Sherlock by name, not to mention names. There were even some surnames that Sherlock could neither recall nor be bothered to memorize. After all, adhering to his theory that the mind functioned like a hard drive, he deemed useless knowledge unworthy of storage. Faced with the unprecedented task of making decisions without Sherlock, Harry and Ron felt a mix of tension and exhilaration. The intrinsic Gryffindor spirit stirred within them, prompting a sense of restlessness. "What should we do? Shall we go? Let us move. Careful, we mustn't let Percy see us." Sherlock's uncharacteristic absence felt almost treacherous. Was he afraid we might hinder him? They crouched low, grumbling as they mingled with the throng of Hufflepuffs. After sneaking past a deserted corridor, they quickened their pace, heading directly for the underground classroom. Just as they turned a corner, a foul stench assaulted their senses. How to describe it? Perhaps it could be likened to a pair of socks not washed for a month, combined with the odor of a public restroom long neglected, with perhaps a hint of some peculiar Bertie Bott's every flavor beans thrown in. Their facial muscles twitched as they endeavored to hold their breath, fearful that even if they did not faint on the spot, they might be compelled to retch. As they cautiously peered around the corner, they were immediately taken aback by the scene before them. When Quirrell entered the Great Hall and announced the news of the troll, Sherlock's brow furrowed instantly, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. It was as it happened, thanks to Professor McGonagall, that he had been attending defense against the dark arts classes for nearly 2 weeks, fulfilling his promise to her, and thus had become quite familiar with Professor Quirrell. Upon first hearing about Quirrell's exploits, Sherlock instinctively felt that the tale of his drastic personality shift after encountering a vampire was somewhat fabricated. At the time, Harry had expressed some doubt, but due to insufficient evidence, Sherlock refrained from further speculation. However, with his absence from the defense against the dark arts class now a thing of the past, Sherlock keenly observed Quirrell's every action and mannerism. This individual undoubtedly harbored issues. Were he in the Muggle world, he would surely have sought to uncover the truth with unwavering diligence. However, in the realm of magic, such an approach was not feasible. Firstly, despite Quirrell's outwardly unreliable demeanor, he was, after all, an adult wizard. If Sherlock's deductions were accurate, Quirrell's abilities were formidable. To act recklessly would be far from prudent. Sherlock would never allow foolishness to masquerade as bravery. Secondly, there was the matter of time. For Sherlock, time was always in short supply. Every professor at Hogwarts concealed secrets, and as long as Quirrell posed no immediate threat, the investigation could be postponed. Until today, when he witnessed Quirrell stumbling into the room, Sherlock required less than a second to deduce the circumstances leading up to this moment. He sprang into action, knowing that swift intervention could elucidate the situation while simultaneously rescuing Hermione. The unfolding events transpired exactly as he had anticipated. He reached the basement before the troll, albeit by a mere 30 seconds. Yet, that brief interval proved sufficient for him to drag Hermione away before she was cornered by the creature in the restroom. Indeed, he physically pulled her to safety. Hermione was nearly rendered speechless, her limbs weak and her body limp, relying entirely on Sherlock to support her. This was entirely understandable. Despite her usual resilience, she was merely an 11-year-old girl. Having spent the better part of the day in tears, she was both famished and exhausted. The sudden appearance of the troll, a colossal beast, left her mind blank. After all, there was a vast chasm between reading descriptions in books and witnessing such a creature in person. Moreover, the troll before them towered at 12 feet, even exceeding Hagrid in height, though Hagrid, despite his size, retained the appearance of a normal human. This creature, however, was altogether different. At first glance, its entire form appeared to be a colossal mound of mud and debris. Its skin, a dull gray akin to granite, was marred with decaying leaves and muck. Its limbs were disproportionately awkward. Its short, thick legs resembled tree stumps, while its arms appeared excessively long, dragging the hefty club it wielded along the ground. Its diminutive head was nestled within its neck, and its poor eyesight rendered it nearly invisible. The most striking characteristic, however, was the overpowering stench that emanated from the creature. In a game, such a being might evoke humor, but in reality, the effect of the troll phobia was instantaneously heightened. For an 11-year-old girl, even one possessing magical abilities, losing the capacity to act in the face of a troll was entirely unsurprising. As for Sherlock, his psychological fortitude was already exceptional, and coupled with his mental preparation, he remained surprisingly composed in this moment. Chapter 49. The Advancing Troll. The giants originated in Scandinavia, yet have now been spotted in the United Kingdom, Ireland, and various Nordic regions. They have a penchant for raw meat, exhibiting a non-discriminatory approach to their prey, which ranges from wildlife to humans, with a particular fondness for fish. Their behavioral patterns are exceedingly violent, often resorting to aggression without provocation. Based on their appearance and habitat, they can be categorized into 3 varieties: mountain giants, forest giants, and river giants. The mountain giant, being the largest and most perilous of the 3, has been described in both Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, a staple of first-year reading, and a survival manual purchased by Sherlock out of personal interest. The former leans towards popular science, predominantly theoretical, while the latter is a first-hand account devoid of theory, emphasizing practical experience. At this moment, Sherlock promptly recalled them from the recesses of his memory. Unfortunately, the most troublesome mountain giant materialized before him and Hermione. Human physicality cannot be generalized. I once vanquished a mountain giant armed solely with a long sword in a state of extreme fury. Regrettably, the protein content of giants is quite low, merely less than 1/6 that of beef, rendering them unfit for consumption, even when decapitated. My advice to those engrossed in reading is to avoid direct confrontation with them, unless you are a formidable wizard or possess a physique akin to mine. Upon witnessing this giant, Sherlock resonated deeply with the author's sentiments. Thus, without hesitation, he covered Hermione's mouth and swiftly dragged her out of the girls' restroom. Were it any other day, Hermione would have certainly resisted such treatment. However, currently fatigued and famished, it was no exaggeration to say that her tears had long since dried. Consequently, encountering Sherlock at this moment, she was inclined to acquiesce to his actions. As for the giant, it lingered by a door, peering inside. After a considerable pause, seemingly having failed to locate its target, it eventually made a laborious decision with its small head. Under the watchful gaze of Sherlock and Hermione, the giant, with its broad, calloused feet, slowly turned and retreated from the basement. Though its acting was clumsy, it exhibited a cleverness that surpassed expectations. Watching the giant's retreating figure, Sherlock mused aloud. Hermione silently removed Sherlock's hand from her mouth, straightened her posture, and adjusted her clothing. Upon hearing Sherlock's words, she inquired with curiosity, "What did you say?" "Someone is coming," he replied. Initially, she felt a profound tension when being dragged away by Sherlock, but now an uncanny sensation began to settle in. Yet, in the next moment, her gaze was captivated by the figure that had suddenly appeared. It was none other than their potions professor, the head of Slytherin House, Severus Snape. As she watched him traverse the corridor, disappearing from her sight, Hermione could not restrain herself from asking, "Professor Snape? Why is he here alone? And Sherlock? Why did you come here to find me?" Once normalcy was restored, Hermione's brilliant intellect swiftly reclaimed its dominance, unleashing a torrent of inquiries. These matters could be addressed later. Sherlock presently had no desire to elucidate them. He turned his gaze aside, beckoning the two of them closer. "What did you say?" Hermione momentarily faltered. "Oh, dear Hermione," Sherlock replied, glancing at her with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "If you observed with sufficient acuity, you would have noticed that there are two individuals over there." Following Sherlock's gesture direction, Hermione was astonished to see two heads slowly emerging from behind a grand stone sculpture of Sphinx. One of them was none other than Ron Weasley, the very culprit who had nearly trapped her here. The other, of course, was Ron's closest friend, Harry Potter. Upon witnessing the colossal form of the troll, both Harry and Ron were rendered speechless. They held their breath, fearful of making even the slightest sound, lest they attract the troll's attention. After what felt like an eternity, when the troll finally departed, a sudden commotion echoed from behind them. Initially believing it to be Percy following closely behind, they hastily concealed themselves behind the Sphinx's stone sculpture, only to find Severus Snape instead. Harry immediately whispered to Ron at his side, "Why isn't he with the other teachers? What is he doing in the underground classroom?" "How should I know?" Ron replied, displaying a hint of irritation. He was, after all, a good-hearted individual. Despite his harsh words toward Hermione earlier, he had never intended to harm her. Now, reflecting on the possibility that Hermione might have collided with the troll because of him, he felt a surge of guilt and regret. "He's heading to the 4th floor?" Harry noted, his focus still fixed on Snape, especially since the 4th floor was a zone explicitly mentioned by Dumbledore as off-limits. Ron raised a hand, signaling, "Harry, we came to find." But before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. "I suggest you do not expend your energy on him." It was Sherlock. The moment Harry laid eyes on Sherlock, he was overwhelmed with joy, elated by the feeling of having found a steadfast ally once more. As for Ron, his attention immediately shifted to Hermione standing beside Sherlock. He allowed a long sigh of relief. "Sherlock, you truly have come to rescue her." Strangely enough, upon seeing Hermione safe and sound by Sherlock's side, Ron experienced a peculiar thought. How wonderful it would be if he were the one who had saved her. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he startled himself. How could he think such a thing? The most important thing was that Granger was unharmed. Wasn't it? Perhaps it was his guilt for having endangered her that made him yearn to be her savior? Yes, that must be it. Ron concluded. Well, sort of. Sherlock nodded, simultaneously validating one of his hypotheses. What hypothesis? Ron inquired. By the way, did you see the troll just now? Of course, Sherlock replied, his gaze drifting into the distance. Deepening with thought, he turned to Harry and Ron. I intend to follow it further. Do you wish to accompany me? Let us go. Now that Hermione is safe, the adventurous spirits of the group stirred with excitement. The thought of tracking a professor serving as the head of the house was undeniably thrilling. Not him. Only Hermione noticed the way Sherlock was addressed. Hermione, you've uncovered the blind spot, Sherlock said with a smile, affirming her observation. It is it. Harry and Ron then realized, wait, aren't we following Snape? No, it's the troll. What? Harry, Hermione, and Ron widened their eyes in astonishment. Don't look at me like that, Sherlock said calmly. If my deduction is correct, the next part is crucial. Do you still wish to proceed? Of course. Despite finding Sherlock's behavior rather perplexing at this moment, the trio unhesitatingly chose to follow him into action. Chapter 50, The Study of Blood Letters. Tracking the troll was not a particularly challenging task. One merely had to follow the unpleasant scent. The downside was the necessity of maintaining a safe distance. Even with 4 individuals, they were still unable to confront a mountain troll head-on. Fortunately, the troll moved with surprising agility, embodying the classic representation of brute strength over intellect. What's wrong? The trio following Sherlock paused in confusion. It's right here. As Sherlock spoke, he began walking in a direction completely opposite to that of the troll. This. The trio, already bewildered by Sherlock's decision to track the troll instead of Snape, were now even more perplexed. After following him for some distance, why were they now diverging paths? They exchanged glances, each one questioning the other. As Sherlock turned a corner, about to vanish from their sight, they ultimately decided to follow him. However, as soon as they rounded the corner, they were met with a shocking sight. Ron exclaimed, "My heavens!" The once pristine and immaculate floor was now marred by a gruesome display of blood spelling out 5 large letters. The stark contrast provided a visual shock that eclipsed even their first encounter with the towering Hogwarts. After a moment, Hermione, having recently brushed against the troll and gaining a degree of immunity, attempted to piece the letters together. Rake? Rake? The remaining trio exchanged bewildered glances. The act of inscribing letters in such a bloody manner was genuinely horrifying to them. After another moment, Harry swallowed hard and whispered, "What does this mean?" "How should I know?" Ron replied, scratching his nose, feeling this was not something to ask him. "Rake? Could it be Rachel?" Hermione ventured hesitantly, pondering whether the intention had been to write Rachel, but was interrupted before completion. Harry quickly pressed, "Are you saying this represents a person's name?" "Her name is Rachel?" Hermione nodded, albeit uncertainly, replying, "That's the only conclusion I can draw." She turned her gaze towards Sherlock, seeking his confirmation, and Harry and Ron followed suit. However, when the 3 of them directed their attention to Sherlock, they discovered that he had already commenced his investigation. Sherlock produced a measuring tape and a circular magnifying glass from seemingly nowhere, pacing around the bloodstains. At times he stood, at times he knelt, and occasionally he even lay flat on the ground, entirely oblivious to the horrific and chilling surroundings. The trio attempted to speak several times, but observing Sherlock's engrossed demeanor, they ultimately restrained themselves. Approximately 5 minutes later, Sherlock began to scrutinize the bloodstains on the ground with a magnifying glass. After meticulously examining each letter, he appeared satisfied as he stored away the measuring tape and magnifying glass in a specially sewn large pocket on the exterior of his robe. "Thank you for maintaining silence, allowing me to discover what I sought before their arrival," he remarked. While some may assert that genius embodies an endless capacity for toil and perseverance, I personally find this definition somewhat inadequate. However, it is quite fitting when applied to investigative work. "Who are they? What do you want? What have you discovered?" The 3 spoke almost in unison, yet posed entirely different inquiries. Sherlock's gaze transcended them, peering behind as he mused, "Since my words will be interrupted regardless, perhaps it is best to wait." The trio grew increasingly perplexed by Sherlock's enigmatic behavior. Ron, the most impatient among them, was about to speak when suddenly a cacophony of footsteps echoed nearby. Almost simultaneously, Professor McGonagall rushed forward, followed closely by Professors Snape and Quirrell. Upon sighting the massive bloodstain, Quirrell gasped, sank to the ground, clutching his chest, and began to sob helplessly. Snape immediately cast a look of disdain, stepping aside to distance himself from Quirrell. Nonetheless, his brooding gaze quickly shifted to Harry. "Potter, what on earth are you up to?" This time, McGonagall did not defend Harry. Instead, she turned to Sherlock, her voice icy as she demanded, "Mr. Holmes, I require an explanation." A mere glance was sufficient for her to identify Sherlock as the leader among them. Confronted by McGonagall's impending fury, Sherlock offered a slight smile. "Isn't the explanation rather evident?" Harry, Hermione, and Ron expressed their admiration, acknowledging his astuteness. It seemed that the haughty Gryffindor held little regard for an explanation. Snape scoffed, reveling in the unfolding drama, even in the presence of his own head of house. McGonagall remained silent, but her pale lips and ashen complexion vividly conveyed her wrath. "Do not make me repeat myself. Provide me with an explanation as to why you were not dutifully confined to your dormitory." Sherlock felt somewhat exasperated, genuinely believing the answer to be self-evident. In light of the current circumstances, was it not apparent what had transpired? There was no need for further elucidation. Regrettably, the current circumstances are more formidable than the individual, and he could only patiently utter, "This morning, Ron inadvertently provoked her ire, and coupled with the accounts of other students, it was not difficult to deduce that she was alone in the girls' lavatory. When Professor Quirrell indicated the appearance of the troll in the dungeon classroom, I surmised it was highly probable that it would intersect with Hermione. Thus, I hastened to the dungeon classroom, intent on escorting her to safety." Upon hearing this, Ron raised an eyebrow at Harry, silently conveying a message. "Did you see that? He is indeed fearful of being hindered by us. Fortuitously, I found her before the troll encountered Hermione. Subsequently, I encountered Harry and Ron, who had also arrived for the same reason, and together we made our way here." Indeed, that is precisely how events transpired. As Sherlock concluded his statement, Hermione promptly stood to vouch for him, which slightly improved Professor McGonagall's countenance. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were entirely disregarded by her, their testimonies lacking any credibility. "Is this what you deem evident?" However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Snape coldly interjected, "Mr. Holmes, do you genuinely believe that the professors can deduce your prior actions merely through observation?" Snape was evidently being sardonic, as he had never been one for polite discourse. Unexpectedly, Holmes turned to him and retorted in a tone of certainty. Is it not so? Snape paused, about to respond, when Holmes continued at a rapid pace. For instance, I could discern that you recently engaged with the troll and have since subdued it. Furthermore, prior to this, you attempted to traverse a path guarded by a large canine, resulting in a bite to your right leg. As soon as he finished speaking, Snape's expression darkened even more than McGonagall's had moments before. Chapter 51. Snape, my rules are my rules. Enough, stow away your tedious tricks meant to deceive in the Muggle world. Upon hearing Sherlock's deductions, Snape's piercing gaze immediately shifted from Harry to Sherlock. Holmes, who do you think you are? Do you truly believe that a mere glance allows you to ascertain the happenings here, as if you were a renowned detective from a novel? It is deduction, not conjecture. Snape's chilling aura did not faze Sherlock in the slightest. He even corrected Snape, asserting that he could indeed provide insights beneficial to this case. Silence. I have no time for your insipid analyses, Holmes. What I must inform you is, Snape sneered, declaring that Gryffindor would lose 20 points due to this incident. Despite the presence of Gryffindor's head, Snape unhesitatingly made this decision. Once uttered, his words rendered the expressions of the three others, excluding Sherlock, rather grim, particularly Hermione's, as this debacle stemmed from her. As for Professor McGonagall, she remained indifferent to Snape's point deduction, as if tacitly acquiescing to his actions. However, in the next moment, she unexpectedly uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. Mr. Holmes, may I inquire about your perspective? Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Professor Snape. I am fully aware of my actions. Professor McGonagall replied calmly while regarding Snape. Mr. Holmes is a student of my college, and I am both willing and obligated to hear his viewpoint. Having said this, she turned to Sherlock. Mr. Holmes, you may begin. This is a premeditated case. Under the intense scrutiny of the three professors and three students, Sherlock wasted no time, stating directly, the individual who left this bloodied inscription is a man, standing under 6 feet tall, of middle age, and is right-handed. He is agile and cunning, yet currently beset by troubles. This act was not of his own volition, but rather instigated by another. Furthermore, he likely wielded a wand approximately 9 inches in length. Enough. As Sherlock spoke with increasing fervor, the expressions of the audience shifted to one of mounting astonishment. Finally, an abrupt voice interrupted his discourse. That will suffice. Snape stared coldly at Sherlock, delivering his words with unabashed disdain and contempt. Ha! The great Detective Holmes? I have already stated, cease your tiresome charade. Perhaps it may serve you in the Muggle world, but in the realm of magic. Snape's gaze deepened with intensity. I advise you to tread carefully. He then paused, as if suddenly recollecting 10 points from Gryffindor as punishment for your nonsensical remarks before a professor. Upon hearing Snape's pronouncement, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were instantly taken aback. If the previous deduction of points was a reprimand for their wandering, this was an obvious manifestation of his vexation. Isn't it you who is spouting nonsense? This is evidently a fabricated rule. Yet, being a professor, they dared not voice their grievances, for they knew that a more severe deduction awaited them should they do so. After all, Snape had always been unreasonable. Thus, they collectively turned their gazes toward Professor McGonagall. Surely, the esteemed professor known for her sense of justice and fairness would not stand idly by in the face of such a blatant contrivance, especially since she was the head of Gryffindor. To their utter astonishment, however, McGonagall fixed her gaze upon Sherlock and said, I am very disappointed in you. The moment those words escaped her lips, the hearts of Harry and his friends plummeted. How could this be? It seemed that Sherlock's performance had profoundly dissatisfied Professor McGonagall. It was understandable. Even after numerous encounters with Sherlock's prowess, they still found it hard to believe. What more could be expected from McGonagall, who was unfamiliar with Sherlock? Yet, to penalize him solely for this was indeed excessive. In an unexpected turn, Professor Quirrell, who appeared to be on the verge of collapse, timidly uttered a remark. Professor, there exists no such rule for deducting points. Instantly, the eyes of the three brightened, gazing at Quirrell with profound gratitude. In that moment, even the pungent odor of garlic that clung to him seemed less offensive. My rules are my rules. Quirrell, this is not all. Having uttered this phrase, Snape cast a cold glance at Quirrell and continued. Quirrell. Witnessing even a professor bowing to Snape's tyranny, Harry and the others dared not act out. Only Sherlock remained unfazed, instead donning a contemplative expression. McGonagall appeared oblivious to this scene and addressed Sherlock and his companions. This is outrageous. It is utterly absurd. Snape has gone too far. What reason is that? I wager it was entirely concocted on the spot. Harry and Hermione nodded vigorously. After the troll incident, the rift between Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been mended. Faced with Snape, their common enemy, the trio formed a united front, voicing their disapproval in unison. Even Hermione, who typically held professors in high esteem, was no exception. Yet, to their astonishment, Sherlock interjected. In truth, Professor Snape is a good man. Huh? The three turned in unison, their expressions a mixture of shock as they regarded Sherlock. He stated earnestly, to be precise, Professor Snape is a despicably kind man. Sherlock, how do you reconcile those two words? Hermione stared wide-eyed at Sherlock, struggling to comprehend. The two terms are not antonyms. Why can they not coexist? Faced with Sherlock's retort, Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, kindness and despicability are not opposites. However, when juxtaposed, they create an odd sensation, both in pronunciation and perception, do they not? Ron, not to be outdone, inquired why Sherlock did not include him and Harry when seeking Hermione. He was informed that it was due to concerns about wasting precious time in saving others. Ron wore a forlorn expression. You are truly honest. I have stated that in most cases, I do not lie unless necessary. I genuinely appreciate your candor. Thus, as they conversed, they arrived at the portrait of the fat lady. Chapter 52. The Great Detective Sherlock Holmes. News of the troll's defeat spread, and the Gryffindor common room was filled with young witches and wizards. The little lions, already engaged in a feast, were even less inclined to sleep due to their excitement. This environment rendered Sherlock and his companion's absence unnoticed by others. However, among the four, the atmosphere inevitably felt a bit awkward, primarily concerning Hermione and Ron. Sherlock had never experienced the sensation of awkwardness. As for Harry, he bore no fault in the matter. At last, it was Hermione who shattered the silence. She first turned to Sherlock, offering him a word of thanks. Then, she smiled and nodded at Harry and Ron before hastily retreating to her plate. Granger, wait. Ron extended his right arm, his palm open with fingers splayed, hoping to call out to Hermione. He genuinely wished to apologize. Unfortunately, she had already dashed away. It mattered not. He believed she would not mind. Observing this scene, Harry patted Ron on the shoulder and remarked accordingly. Ron gazed at Hermione, who had blended into the throng of girls, and could only sigh as he lowered his hand. People cannot be taught by others, but events can impart lessons in a single instance. After that night, Hermione Granger became less concerned about breaching school rules. This transformation rendered her significantly more endearing, and her relationships with her classmates no longer bore the rigidity of the past. She even became a friend to Harry and Ron, whom she could address by their first names, following in the footsteps of Sherlock. Initially, Harry presumed that Professor McGonagall was to offer him pre-match encouragement. After all, securing a victory against the Slytherin team would elevate their standing in the House Cup Championship to second place. However, as he walked, he sensed something amiss. Professor McGonagall remained silent, leading him to a solitary tower. They ascended 8 flights of stairs, halting before a stone gargoyle with a water spout. Upon uttering the password, the gargoyle nimbly shifted aside, revealing a wall that split in two. A spiraling staircase, gradually ascending, came into view. Harry, uncertain and hesitant to inquire, maintained silence as he followed Professor McGonagall to the top of the staircase. Before him stood a resplendent oak door, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. As they approached, Harry felt somewhat dazed, entirely oblivious to Professor McGonagall's intentions. Yet, when she grasped the knocker, Harry was instantly taken aback. He beheld a spacious and exquisitely circular chamber, dominated by a massive table with uniquely clawed legs. On a shelf behind the table rested a tattered and crumpled wizard's hat. In an instant, Harry recognized it as the sorting hat that had placed him in Gryffindor during the opening ceremony. However, the most striking feature of the room was the venerable man with a long beard. Upon seeing him, Harry instinctively disregarded all else. Albus Dumbledore. He was in the headmaster's office. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Harry's mind. The Quidditch match was indeed of paramount importance, both for him and for Gryffindor House. Yet, could it warrant Dumbledore's personal encouragement? Or had he once again transgressed school regulations? But surely that matter had been resolved? Just as Harry remained lost in contemplation, Dumbledore spoke. Mr. Holmes, may we commence? It was then that Harry realized a crucial detail. He had been overly anxious, failing to notice that, besides Dumbledore, there were others present. McGonagall, himself, Sherlock, Hermione, and Snape. Connecting this with Dumbledore's earlier words, Harry suddenly awakened to the reality of the situation. Was it truly Sherlock's intention for me to arrive here? My dear Harry, as you suspected. When Harry instinctively glanced at Sherlock, the latter, as ever, seemed to penetrate his thoughts. To ascertain the veracity of my statements, I require your assistance. Mr. Detective Holmes has, as per your request, gathered them all. I trust you will not disappoint us. Indeed, my presence here was orchestrated by Sherlock. And Hermione must have been on it too, but why? Before Harry could fully comprehend the situation, Sherlock had already turned to Hermione, signaling that they could commence. In that moment, Harry finally gleaned from Hermione's perspective what had transpired on that fateful day. It mirrored Sherlock's initial deductions precisely. Firstly, overwhelmed by Ron's taunts, he had secluded himself in the girls' restroom, weeping for an extended period. Secondly, he had been timely rescued by Sherlock just before the arrival of the troll. Subsequently, he and Sherlock had discovered their shared trail with Ron. Lastly, the four had stealthily followed the troll, uncovering the inexplicable and terrifying blood writing. Although part of this narrative stemmed from Harry's own experiences, hearing it recounted by Hermione imbued it with a refreshing quality. Just as Harry became engrossed in the tale, Sherlock interjected, "It is your turn now, Harry." Huh? Harry momentarily froze, then quickly realized that Sherlock was prompting him to recount his experiences of that day. Much like Hermione had. Meeting Dumbledore's encouraging gaze, Harry steadied himself and began to narrate his recollections. Throughout his account, he began to understand why Sherlock had summoned both him and Hermione. The rationale behind not inviting Ron was clear, as he had remained with Ron the entire time. Yet, why was Quirrell absent? With this question lingering in his mind, Harry concluded his narrative, and Sherlock commenced his own. However, his opening statement startled everyone. Firstly, the troll in the dungeon was released by Professor Quirrell. Harry and Hermione gasped in astonishment. Yet, Harry, who unconditionally trusted Sherlock, quickly realized the implications. Of course, this explained Quirrell's absence. McGonagall and Snape raised their eyebrows at this revelation. As for Dumbledore, he turned to Harry and Hermione, his tone gentle. Yet his words left them both speechless. "Harry, Hermione, may I kindly ask you to leave for a moment?" Instinctively, Harry and Hermione looked toward Sherlock. Once they saw his nod of affirmation, they reluctantly exited the room. "Headmaster, it appears that in the eyes of Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, our esteemed Detective Holmes is deemed more trustworthy than you," Snape remarked with a hint of sarcasm, emphasizing the names of both the headmaster and the great detective. Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Severus, as an aging relic, I cannot compete with the youth." "Mr. Sherlock, you may continue," Snape said. Chapter 53, Revenge. In the headmaster's office, Sherlock calmly analyzed the case at hand. Secondly, the line of blood was left by Professor Quirrell. Thirdly, all of Professor Quirrell's actions were dictated by another. Silence. A prolonged silence. "What about the evidence?" Dumbledore inquired, his gaze brimming with curiosity based solely on the events of that night. "When all impossibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Sherlock spoke quickly in his characteristic calm tone. Despite being underestimated, Quirrell is indeed the professor of defense against the dark arts. To be so frightened by a troll is already quite excessive. Furthermore, to run from the underground classroom all the way to the hall, only to faint after delivering his message, is a performance utterly lacking in finesse. Dumbledore smiled and remarked, "Minerva once told me that you possess remarkable analytical and deductive skills, and it appears that she was indeed correct. That night, you made some deductions about the individual who left the blood. Might you share how you came to know these details?" After that night, McGonagall sought out Dumbledore to relay Sherlock's deductions. The one who left the blood was a middle-aged man, standing under 6 feet tall, predominantly right-handed, wielding a wand approximately 9 inches in length, agile and cunning. His actions were not of his own volition, but rather instigated by another. Even before the school year commenced, McGonagall had mentioned that Sherlock deduced Hogwarts' location in the Scottish Highlands. Now, with this new development, Dumbledore was naturally intrigued. In truth, deducing these particulars is quite simple. A person's height can be inferred from the length of their stride. And while the calculation is straightforward, articulating it step by step serves no purpose at present, so I shall bypass it for now. When one writes within a moderately sized space, they typically choose a central position, based on the evidence left at the scene. The writing was slightly skewed to the right of the room center. By combining these 2 points, one can infer the individual's height and dominant hand. Since the writing was done with a wand, one can also deduce the wand's length. This is almost childishly simple. How did you discern the agility and cunning? Professor McGonagall could not help but ask. Compared to Dumbledore and Snape, she had witnessed Sherlock's abilities firsthand. To deduce Hogwarts' location in the Highlands of England based solely on scant clues was indeed impressive. Thus, that night, she supported Sherlock in voicing his deductions. "The moment I saw Professor Quirrell, I rushed to the underground classroom. Even then, I barely caught Hermione before the troll arrived, which indicates he was not slow. Professor Quirrell had 2 objectives in unleashing the troll. The first was to create chaos, allowing him the opportunity to approach the corridor on the 4th floor. Although I am unaware of what exactly Mr. Dumbledore instructed Hagrid to place on the 4th floor, it was evidently Quirrell's target, though he ultimately failed. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged glances. Was this deduction also yours? Indeed, Sherlock remarked, casting a glance at McGonagall. And it is only fitting that we express our gratitude to Professor Snape. Dumbledore smiled. McGonagall appeared somewhat taken aback. Snape maintained his impassive demeanor. While others frantically searched for the troll amidst the chaos, it was Professor Snape who rushed to the 4th floor and intercepted Professor Quirrell, sustaining a bite to his leg in the process. Furthermore, it was evident that Professor Snape intervened to protect me, halting my continued exposition. He must have presumed that Professor Quirrell would deduce that I had surmised his involvement in the matter. Holmes. Snape could no longer contain himself. His face contorted with rage as he admonished, refrain from discussing irrelevant matters. Sherlock had initially intended to delve deeper into Snape's injury, but witnessing the other's mortified fury, he merely shrugged in resignation. With Professor Quirrell's primary objective thwarted, he was compelled to seek alternatives, joining the other professors in confronting the troll. Naturally, neither his intervention nor his prowess was required, for Professors McGonagall and Snape possessed sufficient strength to manage the creature. As for the blood inscription, it had been prepared in advance, coinciding with the release of the troll. This is verifiable by both the timing of the spell and the traces left behind. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Incidentally, upon observing the blood inscription, Professor Quirrell's performance was excessively conspicuous, further solidifying my suspicions regarding him. Therefore, what does rake signify? Is it indicative of the individual manipulating Quirrell? A rather audacious conjecture. Sherlock shook his head. My friend Hermione once speculated that the original intent behind the blood inscription was to inscribe a woman's name, Rachel, but it was interrupted by other matters, leaving it unfinished. Nevertheless, I see no merit in pursuing the elusive Miss Rachel, for rake translates to revenge in German. From my deductions, the one orchestrating Professor Quirrell harbors profound racist sentiments, which is why they chose to inscribe the term for revenge in German. Thus, Sherlock paused, directing his gaze towards Dumbledore. Sir, may I inquire what you have discovered? The moment these words escaped his lips, even Snape, who had intended to mock, was momentarily taken aback. Both he and McGonagall turned their attention towards Dumbledore. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile. Minerva's insight remains unparalleled. Mr. Holmes, you surpass her descriptions. Albus. McGonagall glanced nervously at Dumbledore. It is quite all right, Dumbledore reassured, waving his hand as he met Sherlock's gaze. Indeed, I have uncovered certain information. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Sherlock clasped his hands together beneath his chin, his eyes alight with intensity. From the moment he was summoned by Dumbledore, Sherlock had anticipated the events of the evening. Identifying Quirrell was merely the beginning. The true significance lay in the individual who stood behind him. However, his knowledge was incomplete, necessitating the insights of someone like Dumbledore for further clarification. Yet, Dumbledore suddenly turned to Snape. Severus, could you step outside for a moment? Snape replied, Since that is the case, I shall not intrude upon your gathering. His teeth clenched. He added, However, Dumbledore, I demand an explanation. Youth is truly a wonder. Observing Snape's retreating figure, Dumbledore couldn't help but reflect, then turned his gaze to McGonagall. Albus, may I also? McGonagall pointed to herself, her expression one of disbelief. I apologize. Minerva, Dumbledore said, maintaining his smile as he regarded Professor McGonagall. Please trust me. Chapter 54. He is still a child. As Snape emerged from the headmaster's office, he immediately spotted Harry and Hermione whispering together, causing his expression to darken. Why are you still here? Harry, startled, quickly began to explain, Professor, we were just, however, he was abruptly interrupted by Snape. Potter, I am not your babysitter. He completely disregarded Hermione, his gaze sharp as a dagger piercing through Harry. Why do you fail to engage your brain before undertaking tasks? Or is that trinket around your neck merely decorative? Snape's venomous words left Harry momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Is your hearing as poor as your intellect? What are you still doing here? Do you require me to arrange a detention for you? Harry and Hermione's expressions immediately shifted. At that moment, Professor McGonagall, her demeanor darker than Snape's, stepped out of the office. Professor Snape, Potter is under my charge. A Gryffindor student, and if any disciplinary action is to be taken, it should be my responsibility. Upon seeing McGonagall exit the headmaster's office, Snape was momentarily taken aback. Yet a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. Harry and Hermione, sensing a shift, believed they detected a slight upward curl at the corners of Snape's mouth. Very well, Professor McGonagall, but I believe you should not indulge him further. Severus, I am the head of the house. This time, it was Snape who was interrupted, astonished by McGonagall's unexpected assertion. She, however, paid no further heed, leading Harry and Hermione away. Initially intending to wait for Sherlock, Harry and Hermione fell silent, obediently following her. In that moment, they felt that Professor McGonagall was even more formidable than Professor Snape. In the headmaster's office, Sherlock distinctly sensed that Professor McGonagall appeared even more irate about being summoned out of the office than Professor Snape. He looked at Dumbledore. Must we wait until we are alone to discuss these matters? Yes, but now is not the time, Dumbledore replied, tapping his wand on the desk and directing his gaze toward the portraits hanging on the wall. These portraits, both male and female, had been gently snoring in their frames when Sherlock first arrived. At Dumbledore's words, the portraits began to murmur their discontent. Among them, a few individuals were persistently dozing off. But ultimately, under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, they ceased their pretense of slumber and grumbled as they departed from the frame. They were the former headmasters of Hogwarts. Once the frames were left empty, Dumbledore spoke, a hint of nostalgia shimmering in his eyes. Sherlock instinctively inquired, "Are you the same?" "What?" Dumbledore momentarily faltered, unable to grasp Sherlock's line of thought. "I mean, will you also be hung here in the future?" "Indeed, though I hope that day does not arrive too soon." At this, Sherlock understood. After a brief silence, Dumbledore initiated the conversation once more, revealing a significant piece of information. "I suspect Quirrell has already begun working for Voldemort." Sherlock was not taken aback. "So Voldemort is indeed alive?" "I have long harbored doubts regarding his demise," Dumbledore stated earnestly, "although many believe he departed 11 years ago. For a dark wizard of his magnitude, resisting death is not an insurmountable feat." After uttering this, his curiosity piqued as he glanced at Sherlock. "It seems you are not surprised?" Hagrid once conveyed similar sentiments to Harry. Sherlock candidly replied, "The events that transpired after my arrival at the school have further confirmed my suspicions. However, if that is the case, why not expel Quirrell from the castle directly? According to the literature, Voldemort's power is indisputable. Even in his weakened state, he should not be underestimated. Yet, knowing Quirrell poses a threat, why not eliminate the danger at its inception? Quirrell is an exceptional Ravenclaw. As a headmaster, I cannot forsake my students, even if they have graduated." Dumbledore's voice grew somber. "Since the beginning of this academic year, he has undergone significant changes, yet I can sense that he is continuously struggling. Do you not share this sentiment? Is this your justification for allowing others to leave?" Dumbledore's reasoning struck Sherlock as amusing. "Quirrell is your student. Are the others not? Harry, a first-year student, and all the upperclassmen within the castle are also your students. To save one wayward soul, possibly irretrievable, you would stake so many? For someone who has inscribed a blood vow for vengeance, I do not find him worthy of such sacrifice." Sherlock's words bordered on reproach. Dumbledore, unlike Snape, maintained a gentle tone. "Sherlock, I must concede, you are even more remarkable than Minerva suggested." "Thank you, but you have already expressed that sentiment." Even in the face of praise from the most illustrious white wizard of the century, Sherlock felt no pride. "You're not a fool. So what has emboldened you to keep Quirrell at the school?" "Forgive me, I have a theory, but there are certain matters I cannot disclose at this moment." "It is because of Harry, isn't it?" "What did you say?" Sherlock's words once again left Dumbledore momentarily speechless. "You have placed your hopes upon Harry, have you not?" Sherlock stated with an impassive demeanor. Dumbledore gazed at Sherlock, rendered silent. The other's extraordinary perceptiveness suddenly reminded him of a person, a long-lost acquaintance. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. It is said that Voldemort fears you above all else. Yet, you have just remarked that Voldemort is a dark wizard capable of defying death. Therefore, I fail to comprehend why you believe Harry can confront the instigator of this wizarding war. He is merely a child, an innocent first-year student who has only just begun to learn magic. Or do you genuinely consider Harry Potter to be the savior, the one who vanquished Voldemort? If so, perhaps you should venture into the jungles of Uganda and engage in a playful wrestling match with the mountain gorillas. Under the force of their mighty slaps, perhaps your mind would awaken a bit more clearly." Chapter 55. Dumbledore. "Gale, there exists a genius who surpasses you." Sherlock is inherently acerbic. However, since his arrival at Hogwarts, he has encountered individuals who are rather courteous. Even Severus Snape, who has perpetually targeted Gryffindor, appears to Sherlock as a despicably kind-hearted individual. Thus his true nature has yet to be revealed. This time, when Dumbledore sought to exploit his friends, Sherlock's true feelings erupted forth. In truth, Sherlock does not oppose the idea of utilizing others. He often takes advantage of Harry and Hermione. Should Harry and Hermione wish to utilize him, he would not refuse either. Yet, Dumbledore's actions starkly contrasted with his own. Allowing Quirrell, who might very well be Voldemort's minion, to enter Hogwarts, knowing the potential peril it posed to Harry, was tantamount to placing Harry on the precipice of death. His intention in speaking these words was abundantly clear. If Dumbledore could not elucidate his reasoning today, then he would not permit Dumbledore to act with impunity any longer. Faced with the ire of Sherlock, Dumbledore was once again taken aback. He lowered his head, sinking into deep contemplation. After a significant pause, he finally spoke slowly. To say that Voldemort fears me is indeed an overstatement. He possesses powers I will never attain. As for my conjecture, if there is anyone capable of utterly vanquishing Voldemort, that individual can only be Harry. The moment Dumbledore uttered this remark, it struck like a bolt of lightning, dispelling all the doubts swirling in Sherlock's mind. Having been at the school for 2 months, Sherlock had gradually begun to demystify magic. In an instant, all the clues converged. Only Harry could be the one. His distinction lies in being the sole survivor of Voldemort's killing curse. Was it his parents who shielded him? Or was it the scar that grants him protection? Or perhaps a spell that still holds protective power to this day? This cascade of thoughts surged forth. And as Sherlock spoke, Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly complex. The sense of déjà vu he had felt earlier intensified. At this moment, he felt that Sherlock was even more perceptive than the late acquaintance. It seems my inference was correct. Sherlock, merely by observing Dumbledore's expression, discerned that his supposition had once again been validated. Yes, my child, you have spoken nothing but the truth. Dumbledore gazed at Sherlock and began to speak slowly. I believe you are aware of the prophecy concerning the savior of the magical world. Upon hearing Dumbledore mention the prophecy of the savior, Sherlock immediately interjected. The one who will bring an end to the Dark Lord's reign will be born at the end of July into a wizarding family. This information was gleaned by Hermione in the library. Although the source was dubious, the outcome suggested its authenticity. The content is accurate, yet it lacks precision. Dumbledore sighed. To be exact, the prophecy states that a boy born at the end of the 7th month, from a family that has defied the Dark Lord thrice, will be marked by the Dark Lord himself as his equal, and he shall rise to vanquish Voldemort. Sherlock swiftly extracted the pivotal information from Dumbledore's words. Marked as his equal? Indeed. Dumbledore smiled, clearly pleased that Sherlock had noticed this detail. Neville Longbottom's birthday is merely a day prior to Harry's. So it appears that the identity of the savior was ultimately determined by Voldemort himself? Yes, there are 2 eligible candidates, according to the prophecy. Yet Voldemort chose Harry in the end. Dumbledore spoke with a complex expression, revealing that on that fateful day, Harry's mother invoked an ancient spell, sacrificing her life out of love to protect him. The killing curse cast by Voldemort rebounded, causing him to vanish, while Harry became the sole survivor of that curse. This protective enchantment continues to safeguard Harry to this day. Is this your source of confidence? Despite having grasped the intricacies of the situation, Sherlock remained unsatisfied. I believe you should understand that in this world, age does not necessarily equate to power. Rest assured, this spell, while it may eventually wane, is still potent for now. It likely requires the strength of blood relations to sustain it, does it not? Before Dumbledore could elaborate, Sherlock asserted. This is precisely why you insisted on having Harry reside with the Dursleys, as there is only family in this world. Dumbledore stared at Sherlock, rendered speechless. Sherlock's performance today had far surpassed his expectations. Observing Sherlock before him, the elderly man suddenly thought, have you seen? Here lies a genius who surpasses you, Gale. Reflecting on Harry's miraculous survival against Voldemort's curse, and recalling McGonagall's prior request for Harry's exceptional inclusion in the Quidditch team, his thoughts began to expand further. Moreover, there are 2 of them. Gale. Even with Sherlock's formidable deductive abilities, he could never fathom what Dumbledore was contemplating in the absence of sufficient information. Observing the other person in a state of distraction, Sherlock could not help but furrow his brow. Beyond this reason, was Harry's confrontation with Voldemort also due to your inability to completely vanquish him? He gazed deeply at Sherlock, his expression growing grave. I now suspect that even if Voldemort were to be killed, he might resurrect in another form, potentially emerging even more formidable. So, is the reluctance to abandon the graduated students merely one of the reasons? Sherlock pondered. The crux of the matter is that you need Harry to confront Voldemort directly, thereby ascertaining whether that curse is effective and to what extent it can be wielded against him. Sherlock, as you have rightly stated, the others are my students as well. Are they not? Dumbledore finally allowed a smile to re-emerge. Rest assured, Harry will be fine. He is not solely under my protection. For instance, Professor Snape? Oh, I am delighted that we share a similar viewpoint on this matter. No, I feel that Professor Snape is far more pragmatic in this regard than you are. If only Harry could adopt such a mindset as yours. I believe we might shift to another topic. Would you care for some cockroach clusters? No, thank you. Very well. I am pleased that Harry has a friend like you. As for whether to inform Harry about Quirrell, that decision rests with you. But I hope you will not disclose our agreement to him. Excellent. Then what precisely did you place on the 4th floor? The Philosopher's Stone, a vital component for concocting the elixir of life. I trust you comprehend why Quirrell would be interested in it. So, truly no cockroach clusters? Let us move on to the next topic. Chapter 56. You are rather pleasant. You spent such an extended period in the headmaster's office discussing the inheritance left to Harry by his parents. Sherlock met with Harry and Hermione again the following day. When they heard Sherlock recount his discussion with Dumbledore, both were taken aback. Oh, and let us not forget Ron. He expressed considerable dissatisfaction with Sherlock's actions the previous day. It would be one thing if Sherlock faced Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and the other eminent figures alone. However, you explicitly brought along Harry and Hermione. Why, then, were you absent? What does this signify? Was it intentional? Indeed, Sherlock had been deliberate. In his view, Ron's role in the entire affair was merely to facilitate Hermione's solitary trip to the girls' restroom. After that, he was inextricably linked to Harry. Thus, there was no need for him to relay Harry's words from a different perspective. In fact, without this interruption, Sherlock's investigation into the troll incident would have been considerably more straightforward, effectively rendering it an unnecessary complication. Given this, it was perhaps for the best that this companion was not called upon. Naturally, every situation possesses dual facets. This incident also served as a lesson for Hermione, making her aware of her own shortcomings. Nowadays, she interacts with her classmates far more harmoniously than before. One might even attribute this, albeit begrudgingly, to Ron's influence. Ignoring Ron's complaints, Sherlock turned to Harry. Harry, you might find it hard to believe, but your parents left you a significant inheritance. Yes, I've already seen it at Gringotts. Mentioning his parents, Harry inevitably felt a touch of melancholy. Sherlock, seemingly oblivious to this, continued, No, that is merely a fraction. In truth, your parents bequeathed you a great many things, all residing in the old Potter residence. Harry looked up in astonishment as Sherlock gazed at him, enunciating each word. Moreover, the Potter family possesses a remarkably potent hair growth potion. Its efficacy is so exceptional that even the marketing team touts the absence of baldness in the wizarding world as a key selling point. According to the agreement, for every potion sold, you will receive a royalty. However, the family has not disbursed any payment for the past decade. Although Dumbledore has expressed his willingness to assist, I personally recommend that you pursue this matter yourself. At this juncture, Sherlock's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing his earnest demeanor as he strategized for him, Harry found himself at a loss for words. On one hand, one could argue that bringing up such matters at this time was somewhat inappropriate. On the other, he recognized Sherlock's genuine concern for his well-being. This only left him more speechless. Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever seen a bald wizard. So, it turns out this is all thanks to the Potter family. Ron interjected. Sherlock nodded in agreement. Just as Ron had said, he had noticed that wizards, regardless of age or gender, all had a luxuriant mane of hair. Initially, he believed this to be an inherent advantage of wizards over muggles. However, after hearing Dumbledore's explanation, he realized the remarkable contribution the Potter family had made to the magical world. Sherlock felt a newfound respect for them. It is worth noting that baldness is indeed a formidable adversary for men. But what if someone uses Harry's hair potion and it proves ineffective? What then? Ron could not help but inquire. Under normal circumstances, that is quite unlikely, but should it occur, it would indeed pose a problem, Sherlock replied, fixing Harry with a serious gaze. They would undoubtedly consider the Potter family's potion a mere sham and might come seeking retribution from you. If they are narrow-minded, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to retaliate against you over such a matter. Harry replied, let's not dwell on that for now. As Sherlock and Ron continued to diverge further in their conversation, Hermione swiftly interjected, directing her attention to Sherlock. Professor Dumbledore expelled us all just to convey this to you? Is the headmaster truly so idle? Not at all. I brought it up myself, Sherlock clarified. Harry responded, and Sherlock turned back to him, saying, Dear Harry, this is rightfully yours. You need not feel embarrassed. Harry's expression was a complex mixture of emotions as he replied, Thank you. Ron chimed in, You're quite a decent fellow. You know, who asked you that? Hermione could no longer contain herself. She lowered her voice and exclaimed, What is going on with Quirrell? So, you wish to know about this, came the response. What else could it be? Hermione replied, exasperated. Who would concern themselves with matters of hair tonic? The evidence is insufficient. We cannot yet ascertain whether Quirrell is indeed a servant of Voldemort. At the mere mention of that name, Ron shuddered involuntarily. Insufficient evidence? Hermione's agitation was palpable. Sherlock, did you not already make an inference? You also stated that it was merely an inference, Sherlock replied calmly. While I am nearly convinced that the troll and the blood writing bear Quirrell's signature, without irrefutable proof, Dumbledore would not act against the professor. How can this be? Hermione's spirits sank. After all, it was Voldemort. Knowing that such a dangerous figure was lurking after Harry, how could they remain indifferent? Having uncovered a prophecy concerning Harry and Voldemort in the library, Hermione understood all too well why Voldemort sought to confront Harry. Consequently, she was acutely aware of Harry's predicament, far more than Ron could grasp. Surely, it could not be that the hair tonic was ineffective. Dumbledore had promised to protect Harry. Sherlock was not lying. He simply had not completed his thoughts. He understood that, without his influence, and under Dumbledore's encouragement, some might say incitement, even if Harry remained oblivious to the truth, he would charge headlong into danger, fueled by fervor. Perhaps, with the protection of Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and others, Harry might indeed navigate peril safely. Yet, Sherlock felt this was not right. A person should not be manipulated like a puppet under the guise of being for their own good. Struggle requires strategy. Thus, he insisted that Dumbledore reveal the truth. Even so, Sherlock still sensed that Dumbledore was withholding something from him. However, it mattered little. He could not conceal it for long. At that moment, Ron quietly piped up, "What if Snape is the real villain? I can't shake the feeling that Professor Quirrell is not capable of such deeds." Hermione glanced at Ron, unusually refraining from rebuttal. Indeed, compared to Professor Quirrell, Snape seemed far more villainous. "You have grossly misjudged Professor Snape," Sherlock remarked, directing his attention to Harry with earnest counsel. "Though he may be unpleasant, he is the one who least desires your misfortune. Conversely, should you feel endangered, you may always seek his assistance." "All right," Harry responded, having placed unwavering trust in Sherlock. Observing Harry's demeanor, Ron felt disinclined to voice any objections. It was clear to him that even if Sherlock were to claim the sun was square, Harry would believe it without question. Seeing this, Ron ventured to inquire about another matter of concern. "Since the blood writing was inscribed in German, why do you not suspect that the mastermind is a German?" Chapter 57. The Secrets of Professor Snape. This question is in fact quite simple. You were present at the scene, and with just a modicum of attention, one could discern that the letter A bears a resemblance to its German counterpart, whereas true Germans typically employ the Latin script. In stark contrast, the concluding Ava is crafted in a cursive style, which is distinctly characteristic of British penmanship. Thus, I can assert with utmost confidence that this letter was undoubtedly not penned by a German hand. Ron could not help but exclaim, "I knew it, as expected of you." Harry observed that Sherlock seemed quite pleased upon receiving Ron's commendation. In truth, he had already taken note of this detail. Whenever someone praises Sherlock's prowess in detective work, this friend becomes as sensitive as a maiden who hears compliments regarding her beauty, provided that the praise is sincere. Indeed, after completing his analysis of the blood-stained letter, Sherlock proactively addressed Ron. "I can share another intriguing detail with you." "What is it?" Ron inquired, curiosity piqued. "You must find it peculiar that I steadfastly believe Professor Snape to be a despicable, yet fundamentally good man." This revelation captivated not only Ron, but also Harry and Hermione. "Why is that?" They echoed in unison. "Because Professor Snape was a rival to your father," Sherlock disclosed. The topic being so explosive that the three young wizards gaped, momentarily rendered speechless. "Harry, Professor Snape's love for your mother was genuine and pure," Sherlock remarked, observing Harry's astonished expression with calm composure. "After your mother passed away, that love was transferred to you." Silence ensued, a prolonged silence. Taking a deep breath, Hermione curiously asked, "Is this something that Professor Dumbledore also stated?" "Even if Dumbledore said it, it seems far-fetched," she pondered. It was glaringly evident, and Sherlock shook his head, asserting that no special scrutiny was required. "Are you referring to the language of flowers from the Victorian era?" Hermione recalled vividly their prior conversation, despite Snape having interrupted midway. The daffodil, a type of lily, coincidentally shares its name with Harry's mother, Lily, and its meaning is "my regrets follow you to the grave." Wormwood symbolizes absence and bitter sorrow. The sleeping potion is akin to a draught of the living dead, representing a hellish existence. Snape's inquiry concerned what would result from combining daffodil root powder with wormwood infusion. Sherlock had already provided the answer. The mixture could indeed concoct a sleeping potion, precisely that draught of the living dead. Thus, If one translates Snape's question and answer through Sherlock's explanation, it conveys a poignant message. The lily succumbs to bitter sorrow. I deeply regret your mother's demise. And from that moment forth, I have lived a hellish existence. Once this realization settled in, Hermione's eyes widened further. Dear Hermione, I am delighted that you still remember this matter. Sherlock smiled. Thus, I maintain that this situation requires no special observation, for Professor Snape expressed his most profound sentiments towards Lily's son from the very first lesson. Moreover, his performance in potions class had already provided Sherlock with ample grounds for inference. For an entire day, Harry and his companions remained engulfed in the shock brought forth by this revelation. The topic was indeed sensational. As night fell, Sherlock summoned Harry and handed him a box. What is this? Harry wondered, unable to suppress his curiosity upon receiving the box from Sherlock. Could it possibly contain Professor Snape's secret? This is a gift left to you by your father. At that moment, thoughts of Snape flooded Harry's mind, perhaps a tad excessively. However, upon hearing that it was a relic from his father, Harry's expression transformed instantly. As if cradling a priceless treasure, he opened the box, his gaze momentarily captivated. Nestled in the center was an odd object, existing between solid and liquid states, shimmering with a silvery hue. Tentatively, Harry extended his hand and was astonished to discover that this glimmering object was a piece of fabric, possessing an unusual texture, as if woven from water. This is an invisibility cloak. Dumbledore asked me to inform you to use it with caution, Sherlock remarked with a smile. Although he did not voice it, I sensed his hesitation, likely stemming from concerns that Harry might misuse it. Harry seemed oblivious to Sherlock's words, gently caressing the invisibility cloak left to him by his father. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his gaze to Sherlock. Why? Why what? Sherlock noted the redness around Harry's eyes, feeling puzzled. Why would you give it to me? I mean, Harry suppressed his excitement and spoke softly. If it weren't for you, Professor Dumbledore would never have entrusted it to me. At Harry's words, Sherlock couldn't help but smile. Dear friend, I am delighted by your trust in me. However, I must clarify that Dumbledore originally intended to present it to you as a Christmas gift. When we discussed the inheritance left by your parents, I suggested he give it to you now, and fortunately, he accepted my counsel. Nevertheless, I believe it would be best for you to use it after the Quidditch match, as I plan to. Sherlock. Before Sherlock could finish, Harry suddenly embraced him. Harry? Sherlock looked at him in bewilderment, unsure of this unexpected display of affection. Releasing him, Harry earnestly said, Sherlock, you truly are remarkable. I don't know how to express this, but thank you. The greatest fortune of coming to school has been meeting you. Sherlock chuckled. I am honored to receive such high praise from a savior. Hearing this, Harry appeared quite embarrassed. I am no savior. You are far more accomplished than I am. I'm merely fortunate. Fortune has always been a part of skill, Sherlock asserted seriously. In the times ahead, much of what you will undertake will require luck. I shall heed your advice. Sherlock smiled once more. A mere 4 words, yet they embodied profound trust. By the way, what did you say you would do after the Quidditch match? Harry inquired with curiosity. Sherlock revealed his smile for the 3rd time, to make you stronger. Chapter 58, do not be afraid of what I am about to say. Since Scotland entered November, the weather has grown increasingly frigid. Hogwarts, perched in the Highlands, is no exception. The mountains surrounding the castle are blanketed in snow that has not melted for days on end. The surface of the Black Lake has frozen over early, and many young wizards have taken to the ice to frolic. Although the first Saturday was bright and sunny, the temperature remained low. That morning, everyone in the Great Hall was exuberantly discussing the upcoming first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. From time to time, curious glances were cast toward Harry. This was due to the news that first-year student Harry Potter had joined the Gryffindor team as a seeker, which had spread like wildfire. Gryffindor Captain Wood was livid. He had intended to keep Harry as a secret weapon, waiting to unleash him unexpectedly on the day of the match. He had exerted considerable effort to maintain secrecy, only to have the news leak out. As Sherlock had previously predicted, it was now futile to pursue who had divulged the information. Wood could only seethe in frustration. While nearly everyone else was filled with interest regarding Harry's debut on the field, some speculated that Harry would perform admirably. After all, the savior of the wizarding world surely wouldn't falter in Quidditch, or he wouldn't have been allowed to join the team as a full player. Surely, he didn't gain entry through favoritism? Yet, others predicted a dismal performance, especially given the rumors circulating among students that someone would need to hold a mattress on the ground during the match to catch him in case of a fall. I bet it was Malfoy and his cronies. He has long envied your ability to compete as a first-year, Hermione conjectured. Clearly, Sherlock stated calmly, aside from venting emotions, such imaginings are utterly meaningless. though one must commend the creativity. Harry, you should eat something for breakfast, Ron mumbled with a mouthful of sausage. Harry shook his head. I don't want anything to eat. How about a piece of toast? Hermione coaxed. I'm not hungry, Harry reiterated, feeling utterly dreadful. In just an hour, he would be heading to the field, and his nerves had sent him to the restroom multiple times without alleviating his anxiety. Eat a little, Sherlock urged, glancing at Harry. You need to keep your strength up. The Seeker is the primary target for the opposing team's defense. Harry was taken aback, but eventually nodded. Accepting the toast that Neville had passed to him, Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. So, you only listened to him? Huh? By 11 o'clock. Nearly the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. Although the seats have been elevated to a considerable height, it remains challenging to discern the unfolding events of the match, prompting many students to bring along telescopes. Sherlock, accompanied by Hermione and Ron, ascended to the highest row. One must express gratitude to Wood for securing this advantageous position. Even now, Wood has not relinquished his desire for Sherlock to join the house team, extending special privileges that allow Sherlock to observe their training sessions. Throughout this process, Sherlock has mingled with the team members, making it exceedingly effortless to obtain a seat in the esteemed area. The round-faced Neville, the dark-skinned Dean, and the explosive Seamus, upon witnessing this, immediately joined them without hesitation. As Sherlock's roommates, Neville and Dean even procured bed sheets soiled by Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. The trio collaborated to craft a massive banner, emblazoned with the words Potter for victory. Dean, possessing artistic talent, illustrated a grand Gryffindor lion beneath the inscription, showcasing considerable dedication. Upon seeing the enormous banner brought by the three, Hermione contemplated for a moment before casting a spell upon it. Consequently, the paint began to shimmer in a vibrant array of colors, rendering it even more conspicuous. As for Sherlock, while Seamus marveled at Hermione's remarkable magical prowess, he scanned the surroundings. It is common knowledge that Sherlock is Harry's closest friend, and under such circumstances, his presence was expected. Sherlock had a matter to discuss with Harry. Having just stepped away, Ron, with a chicken leg clenched in his mouth, remarked without looking up, "Oh, what could be so urgent?" Dean, somewhat surprised, responded, "The match is about to commence." At that very moment, Harry, in the locker room, had donned the bright red Quidditch team robes alongside his fellow players. Sherlock pulled Harry aside and said, "Harry, what I am about to disclose must not instill fear in you." Harry retorted, "Given your tone, how could I possibly remain unafraid?" Swallowing nervously, he listened as Sherlock inquired, "How is your Nimbus 2000? "It's splendid. With the slightest touch, it turns in the direction I desire," Harry replied. "Excellent. If my deductions are accurate, you may encounter some complications during the upcoming match." "What sort of complications?" Harry's anxiety heightened. "Fear not, my friend. It is not a grave concern." Sherlock patted Harry on the shoulder. "Someone will cast a spell on your broom, causing you to fall during the match." Harry exclaimed, "Are you serious? Someone wants to take my life, and you call it not a grave concern?" Sherlock reassured him, "I just observed Professor Snape is present. He will watch over you." "Yet I feel even more frightened now," Harry replied. "Rest assured, I will intervene at the first opportunity." Hearing this, Harry felt slightly reassured and whispered, "Is it Quirrell?" "It remains uncertain, but should he choose to act, it is highly likely. Initially, I had suggested that Dumbledore attend the match. With him present, you would be entirely safe. However, should that be the case, the individual contemplating action would realize their futility and thus refrain from proceeding." At this juncture, Sherlock suddenly paused, hesitating for a moment before posing a question. "This matter is perilous. Even so, are you still willing to continue the contest?" Harry abruptly lifted his gaze. He discerned that while Sherlock's demeanor remained as impassive as ever, a flicker of concern briefly crossed his eyes. More significantly, he perceived a sense of care embedded within the seemingly nonchalant tone of his counterpart. In that instant, Harry comprehended that Sherlock was indeed worried about the responsibilities he had assumed in drawing the snake from its hole. It was rather revealing to consider that even Professor Snape possessed such a reticent facet of his character. With this thought, Harry felt a sudden urge to jest with Sherlock. "What if I were to decline? Then I shall take your place in the competition." Sherlock immediately responded, "Very well." Harry replied, "Thank you, Sherlock." His eyes glistened with emotion as he gazed at Sherlock and softly declared, "Since both you and Dumbledore require my assistance, allow me to step forward." "Hey, Potter, Holmes, are you two not ready yet?" the captain called out. "If we lack an audience, my spirit dwindles." "Ouch. Why did you hit me?" The Weasley twins had just begun to speak when Wood interrupted with a swift motion. Chapter 59. Stay alert, don't lose points. Sherlock, having discerned something in Harry's voice, smiled and said, "My dear friend, I sense your tension. Do relax a bit. Noticing that Harry remained tense, he patted him on the shoulder. Believe in yourself. You possess a natural talent in this arena. Remember to stay alert during the match and avoid losing points. Furthermore, once you extricate yourself from any predicament, conclude the contest swiftly. After imparting this advice, Sherlock bid farewell to the others and exited the locker room. He had conveyed all that was necessary. The subsequent events rested entirely upon Harry's shoulders. It was Sherlock, and had it been anyone else, entry into the locker room before the competition would have been impossible. Consequently, the others were intrigued by Sherlock's special visit to encourage Harry. Sherlock came specifically to motivate me, Harry declared with pride. He reminded me to stay alert and not lose points. Naturally, Harry understood the importance of not disclosing the matter concerning Quirrell to anyone else. Well done, would affirm Sherlock's sentiments loudly. Holmes is right. We all need to remain alert and be mindful not to lose points. Following this statement, he reminded Harry, Potter, you must exert yourself to integrate your friends into the house team sooner. Harry paused for a moment before nodding. I shall do my utmost. At this point, Wood cleared his throat and addressed the group, gentlemen and ladies. Chaser Angelina Johnson interjected, assertively making her presence known. Let it be known that we are not solely gentlemen here. Indeed, there are ladies as well. Wood concurred, the moment has come. This significant moment, said Fred Weasley. The moment we have all been eagerly anticipating, added George. We have memorized Oliver's speech to perfection, Fred remarked to Harry, recalling how they were on the team last year. You two be quiet, Wood exclaimed angrily, raising his fists, but the two, having learned from a previous encounter, deftly sidestepped, with the twin brothers jesting. The originally tense atmosphere dissipated considerably. However, as Harry followed the others out of the locker room towards the roaring stadium, he suddenly felt his knees weaken again. Even when Ms. Hooch, acting as the referee, announced the match details to both teams, the sensation lingered, until a high-flying banner caught his eye, emblazoned with the words, Potter must win. Upon seeing it, Harry immediately recognized that his friends were present. In that moment, he felt a surge of courage coursing through him. His back straightened, his legs regained their strength, and he walked with renewed vigor. It was truly magical. As Ms. Hooch blew her silver whistle with fervor, Harry mounted his Nimbus 2000. Stay sharp, don't lose points. He motivated himself with Sherlock's words, and along with the others, he soared into the sky. The match had officially commenced. What did you say to Harry? The match had just begun, and the pivotal golden snitch had yet to appear, leaving both seekers momentarily idle. Hermione seized the opportunity to inquire about Sherlock, reminding him to be vigilant for any potential mishaps during the game. Sherlock, producing a pair of binoculars, began scanning the crowd. What did you say? He spoke casually, yet Hermione and Ron were startled and rushed over. Is Harry in danger? Nothing to worry about. Found him. Sherlock lowered the binoculars, looking at his two companions. Clearly, upon hearing that someone intended to harm Harry, both wore expressions of concern, with Ron even finding his chicken leg unappetizing. Are you willing to help? Of course. Absolutely. Look over there. Hermione took the binoculars and gazed in the direction Sherlock indicated. Professor Snape? Further right. You mean Professor Quirrell? Yes, what you need to do is quite simple, Sherlock said to Hermione, speaking rapidly. Position yourself nearby to observe, and once I give the signal, devise a way to thwart Quirrell's spellcasting. Be discreet. Try not to let him detect your intentions. At his words, Hermione and Ron gasped. Sherlock, are you implying that Quirrell will harm Harry during the match? If my conjecture holds true, this match presents a rare opportunity for him. Oh my! Ron's face turned ashen, and Hermione, shocked, covered her mouth with her hand. She glanced at Quirrell, then at Harry, ultimately nodding resolutely. I'm going. After Hermione departed, Ron promptly pointed at himself, asking, what about me? You keep an eye on Professor Snape. Ron was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Didn't you say Snape was a good person? He's a despicably good person. Sherlock corrected Ron's assertion and then remarked, I need to verify a hypothesis. There's no need to dwell on the past. I merely need to observe his movements here. No problem. Ron replied emphatically, enjoying the arrangement where Sherlock would strategize while he executed the actions. Before long, Hagrid arrived at the arena. His stature was so immense that even after Hermione had departed, Ron had to jostle with Neville to create some space for him. I was just in the hut, but how shall I put it? Watching the match here is altogether different from being amidst the crowd. By the way, where's that Muggle girl? I sent her on an errand. Upon hearing Sherlock's explanation, Hagrid refrained from further inquiries and redirected his attention to the game. At that moment, the dynamics of the match had shifted. Angelina Johnson, the chaser for Gryffindor, seized the quaffle right at the outset, and after a sequence of interceptions and counter-interceptions, she scored the opening goal, igniting a wave of cheers from the audience. Slytherin immediately showcased their formidable prowess, swiftly retaliating to even the score at 10 apiece. Just then, a lively voice resonated. "Wait, is that the Golden Snitch?" The match was being narrated by Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, whom Sherlock had observed while awaiting Harry at platform 9 3/4. At that time, Sherlock had deduced an upperclassman eager to perform, extroverted, articulate, and often takes on the role of host. With his alert, everyone turned their attention to the glimmering gold. A tiny sphere with wings flitted through the air. It was indeed the Golden Snitch. Chapter 60, A Lack of Sportsmanship. According to the rules of Quidditch, the team that captures the Golden Snitch is awarded 150 points, and the match concludes immediately. This implies that as long as the point differential remains under 150, the team that secures the snitch will emerge victorious. Thus, when the snitch made its appearance, both Harry and Slytherin's seeker surged toward it without hesitation. Their launches were nearly simultaneous, and they began neck and neck. However, as the youngest seeker in a century, Harry was far from a mere pretender. Though they started together, Harry swiftly gained a full body-length advantage thanks to his distinctive flying style and superior equipment. Anyone with a modicum of discernment could see that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Harry was destined to capture the snitch. Snape, who was observing this scene, was overtaken by a palpable disdain. Not far from his right hand, Quirrell, who was fixated on Harry, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Hermione, having concealed herself nearby, tightened her grip on her wand. Was the moment finally at hand? Just as Harry was about to seize the snitch, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a loud crash, Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, barreled in from the side, colliding directly with Harry. Struck by a powerful impact, Harry's Nimbus 2000 veered sharply off course. Fortunately, having received prior warnings from Sherlock, Harry was psychologically prepared for such an eventuality. In the face of this sudden upheaval, he instinctively grasped the broom tightly. The crowd erupted in a chorus of vehement boos. Madame Hooch promptly blew her whistle to halt the match, furiously confronting Flint and condemning his actions. She subsequently awarded a free kick to Gryffindor in front of the goalpost. Flint did that on purpose. Ron shouted in outrage. Dean joined in, vociferously demanding, "That was a malicious foul. Send him off, referee. Give him a red card." However, Ron felt a twinge of regret upon hearing Dean's exclamation. After all, players could not be sent off in Quidditch, and what was a red card anyway? At that moment, Hagrid expressed agreement with Thomas, suggesting a revision of the game rules, as Flint had nearly knocked Harry from the sky. "He will face consequences," Sherlock remarked coolly, eyeing the towering figure of Flint. Ron, Hagrid, Dean, and the others felt a sudden chill in the air, as Angelina Johnson successfully converted the free kick. The score shifted to 20-10, with Gryffindor regaining the lead, and the disrupted match resumed. Yet, this incident caused the Golden Snitch to vanish from everyone's sight, which was undeniably disappointing. Harry exhaled a sigh of relief. Thanks to Sherlock's warning, he had remained tense throughout. He had even suspected that Flint's brutal charge was orchestrated by Chaser Cielo. However, it now appeared that it was merely an act of personal malice. Harry mused that such a player exhibited a lack of sportsmanship and poor moral character, even wondering if he might have Korean ancestry. After mentally condemning his opponent, Harry found himself aimlessly soaring through the sky, suddenly plagued by a troubling thought. Could Sherlock have been mistaken? Even if Cielo truly intended to harm him, he would hardly be reckless enough to do so in front of the entire school. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, his broom suddenly trembled alarmingly. Shit! Harry cursed. He swiftly cast aside any illusions of safety, immediately securing himself with all limbs, gripping the broom tightly with his hands while clamping it fiercely between his knees. Within a second, he realized how wise this decision had been. The Nimbus 2000, which had once responded to his every command, now rebelled against him, darting through the air at breakneck speed, accompanied by violent sways. Clearly, the broom intended to spiral upward, attempting to throw Harry off. Sherlock was the first to notice Harry's distress. He quickly directed his telescope towards Cielo, and indeed, Cielo was intently watching Harry without uttering a word. Strangely, he did not react as one might expect. Sherlock's mind raced, realizing, goodness, it's a silent curse. He then turned the lens towards Snape. The individual in question did not fixate on Harry as Quirrell did, seemingly yet unaware of the unfolding events. The primary distraction was the recent goal scored by Slytherin, which had leveled the score against Gryffindor, capturing the attention of the majority, including Snape. However, Snape, being who he is, swiftly discerned the anomaly and promptly began to respond. At that moment, only a handful noticed the Nimbus 2000 thrashing about erratically, lifting Harry higher and away from the field. Ron, admonished by Sherlock, grew anxious. Sherlock, I can't fathom what Harry intends to do. Hagrid, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, muttered, if I didn't know him so well, I would think he couldn't control his broom. You are quite right, Sherlock replied, his gaze steely as he handed his telescope to Ron. Focus on him. The him referred unmistakably to Snape. Ron snatched the telescope, observing Snape standing in the center of the opposite stands, his eyes fixed on Harry, murmuring incantations. What is he doing? Causing trouble? Quite the contrary. He was safeguarding Harry. Upon uttering this, Sherlock raised his wand, a burst of purple fireworks erupting from its tip. Having acquired the necessary insight, it was time to act. Even those who were typically slow to perceive began to sense something amiss. Lee Jordan spoke rapidly. What is wrong with Potter? His broom seems to be malfunctioning. Good heavens, he can't control it. Madame Hooch appeared bewildered, hesitating over whether to halt the match. In that instant, Marcus Flint, revealing his lack of sportsmanship, seized the opportunity to score 3 consecutive goals with the quaffle. Yet, all of Gryffindor's players were preoccupied with Harry's plight, none attending to Flint. They converged towards Harry, attempting to guide him to safety. However, before they could reach him, the broom ascended once more, leaving them far behind. On the other side of the stands, Hermione, concealed near Quirrell, witnessed Harry's predicament and felt a surge of urgency. Like Sherlock, she suspected Quirrell was casting a silent spell. Yet, recalling Sherlock's prior caution, she restrained herself from intervening. Several times, she almost acted, but ultimately placed her trust in Sherlock. She clasped her hands together on her lap, silently praying for Harry's safety. At last, a purple firework ascended in the direction of the banner. Hermione immediately recognized it as a signal from Sherlock. Without hesitation, she drew her wand and quietly recited the spell she had long prepared. Soon, a brilliant blue flame erupted from her wand, racing directly towards the hem of Quirrell's robe. Chapter 61. Merely Snape. There exists a rumor within the magical community. Ever since Professor Dumbledore declined Voldemort's offer to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, it is said that the position has been cursed. Though unverified, nearly all witches and wizards subscribe to this belief. The reason lies in the fact that ever since that incident, every professor appointed to the subject has departed for various reasons within a year. Consequently, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has been compelled to recruit a new defense against the dark arts professor annually. A decade ago, although Voldemort vanished due to the actions of the savior Harry Potter, the curse he left behind appears to remain unbroken. The frequency of changing professors for this course persists unabated. The reasons for their departure are manifold. The need to care for elderly relatives or children, divorce resulting in a loss of half their assets, a sense of inadequacy regarding their capabilities, or unexpected health issues. Thus, when Professor Quirinus Quirrell volunteered to take on the role of this course's instructor, Dumbledore and McGonagall readily acquiesced. A graduate of Ravenclaw, Professor Quirrell had gained notoriety during his student years for his extraordinary talent. Although he had previously taught Muggle studies, his theoretical knowledge was exceptionally robust. After being confirmed as the professor for defense against the dark arts, Quirrell sought not only theoretical understanding, but also the acquisition of first-hand practical experience. Therefore, before the commencement of the new term, he dedicated some of his time to accumulating practical knowledge in this field. His endeavors garnered support and understanding from his fellow professors, as hands-on experience is inherently significant for the subject of defense against the dark arts. However, unexpectedly, when Quirrell ventured into the Forbidden Forest, he found himself in a predicament. Everyone assumed he was paralyzed with fear due to encounters with vampires and witches. His speech became stammering, and he began to dread everything, including his own students, revealing his cowardice and helplessness. Yet, it was precisely this timid and weak individual who, at that moment, was intently gazing at Harry. His expression bore an unsettling decisiveness and cruelty, starkly contrasting with his usual demeanor. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, reminiscent of the mocking expression Sherlock wore when discussing Scotland Yard. Just a mere severest Snape. If he could hold on for a few more seconds, he could send that young boy tumbling from his broom. Even if Snape recited countless counterspells, it would be futile. This confidence stemmed from his Ravenclaw heritage and the support of that individual. His disguise was so effective, coupled with the fact that everyone's attention was focused on the arena, that no one noticed Quirrell's peculiar behavior. Ironically, it was this very reason that led Quirrell to overlook Hermione nearby. It was not until half a minute later, when a scream pierced the air, that he began to comprehend what was unfolding. Cursing under his breath, he hastily began to extinguish the flames engulfing him. Simultaneously, uncertainty gripped his heart. Had he revealed himself? The moment Quirrell ceased his intense gaze, Snape immediately gained the upper hand. With Snape's assistance, Harry quickly regained his balance. He remained acutely aware of Sherlock's admonition. Once free from peril, he must swiftly conclude the competition, ensuring Quirrell would not be granted a second chance. It could be said that Harry's fortune was remarkably favorable. Almost instantaneously upon regaining mobility, he spotted his target and dove toward the ground. Before others could react, he had already descended to the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Harry nimbly leaped from his broomstick. Clenching his fists high above his head, he vigorously waved them, the entire motion flowing gracefully like a serene stream, a sight to behold. With the sound of Madame Hooch's whistle, the match concluded. Harry instinctively glanced towards the banners. Although the distance rendered them indistinct, he was convinced that Sherlock was watching him intently. Alas, he was mistaken. Sherlock's gaze was wandering between Snape and Quirrell. Judging by the outcome of this encounter, it was evident that Snape was no match for Quirrell, thus confirming Harry's earlier deductions. At that moment, Lee Jordan loudly announced the results. With Harry capturing the Golden Snitch, Gryffindor triumphed with a score of 170-40. However, despite the conclusion of the match, chaos still reigned. The Gryffindor players believed that Flint's collision had caused Harry's broom to malfunction, a claim staunchly denied by Slytherin. Only dark magic could render a broom that way, and Flint lacked such prowess. Even if Flint had employed some underhanded tactic, admitting it was out of the question. Watching Gryffindor, whom they had constantly suppressed, suddenly rise, the Slytherin players were visibly displeased. Consequently, harsh words were exchanged, leading to shoving and scuffles. Tensions escalated as the expressions of both teams became increasingly fierce, their words venomous, and their actions increasingly violent, culminating in a full-blown brawl. As the players grappled with one another, the spectators in the stands could no longer remain seated, leaping down to support their respective houses. Let us go. Go, go, go. At Sherlock's urging, Ron, Dean, and Seamus lit up with excitement and followed him down. Hermione and Neville hesitated briefly before joining Sherlock in the fray. Surprisingly, Sherlock did not engage in the melee. Instead, he prompted Hagrid to locate Harry immediately, leading the four of them away. Despite the pandemonium, Hagrid's imposing stature ensured they moved through the chaos with ease. Sherlock, I thought you called us down to give those guys a good thrashing. I was ready to land a punch right on Malfoy's nose. Once they arrived at Hagrid's hut, Ron, taking the strong tea Hagrid offered, grumbled in discontent. Utterly pointless. Sherlock replied calmly. There are plenty of professors present to manage the situation. All right, Ron instinctively complained, but upon hearing Sherlock's explanation, he shifted to another topic. Sherlock, I still believe Snape is up to no good. I saw it clearly. His eyes were fixed on Harry, muttering spells without pause. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hagrid, a quintessentially straightforward fellow, was oblivious to the events transpiring beside him. Upon hearing Ron's accusation, he vehemently disagreed. Why did Professor Snape act in such a manner? He had no reason to harm Harry. Ron scratched his head, pondering. Perhaps it is because he is a rival of Harry's father? Merlin S. Beard. Hagrid stared at Harry in astonishment, exclaiming, Harry, which scoundrel informed you of this? I shall confront that gossiping rascal. No one told me, Harry replied proudly. It was deduced by Sherlock. It turned out that Sherlock's deduction was once again validated. Oh, the greedy beast with its dripping jaws. Hagrid, who had long been aware of Sherlock's abilities, could not help but express his amazement upon hearing this news. He gazed at Sherlock for a while before slowly saying, You possess an insight into human nature akin to Dumbledore's. However, even so, Professor Snape would never harm Harry. Sherlock cast a glance at Ron, remarking, That was your assertion, not mine. Ron added, Moreover, according to my deduction, Professor Snape was actually trying to protect Harry just now. But regrettably, he was no match for Professor Quirrell. Who? Hagrid suddenly felt a bit befuddled. Who did you say? Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, Sherlock calmly replied. Chapter 62, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Upon hearing that Quirrell was the one aiming to harm Harry, Hagrid was taken aback. Why do you all persist in suspecting the professors at Hogwarts? First it was Snape, and now it is Quirrell. That is simply impossible, Hagrid exclaimed. By the way, that night he was supposed to check the protective enchantments surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, but was stopped by Professor Snape. It was almost as if Hagrid's large dog had nearly bitten off Snape's leg, a revelation that left not only Hagrid wide-eyed. The four present all stared in astonishment. What stone? Snape stopped Quirrell? Good heavens! How do you know this, Fong? Sherlock, what else are you concealing from us? Meeting the four inquisitive gazes, Sherlock let out a long sigh, realizing that he needed to clarify matters in order to continue the conversation. He spoke, The Philosopher's Stone is a substance with extraordinary properties and is the principal ingredient for the elixir of life. Turning to Harry, he added, my friend, if you recall the wizard cards and chocolate frogs, you should remember the introduction to Dumbledore. I'm sorry, I don't remember, Harry admitted sheepishly. Sherlock shrugged. Dumbledore's widely recognized contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, and achieving notable success in alchemy alongside his partner, Nicholas Flamel. How do you remember all of this? Harry expressed his bewilderment. Indeed, he had once perused the wizard cards, and the details concerning Dumbledore had left a lasting impression on him. However, recalling the entire content verbatim after more than 2 months was an impossible feat. I recall having mentioned previously that the human brain resembles a hard drive. If one chooses to discard the superfluous, one will naturally retain the information that is truly necessary. You too can achieve this. Faced with Sherlock's seemingly self-evident assertion, the 4 individuals exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Such matters, it seems, are likely only within your capability. The efficacy of Nicodemus in alchemy pertains to the Philosopher's Stone. As Sherlock spoke, he turned to Hagrid and unexpectedly inquired, the creature you raise, the hound, is it not named Fong? That fellow appears to be called Baskerville. I later lent it to Dumbledore to guard the Philosopher's Stone. The conversation halted abruptly at this juncture. Is this also your deduction? Hagrid could no longer remain seated, abruptly rising with eyes wide as saucers, his voice quivering. This first-year wizard is truly formidable. Half deduction, half information from Dumbledore, Sherlock replied, visibly pleased with Hagrid's candor, clasping his hands beneath his chin, gazing intently at him. Baskerville's hound, you say? That does sound intriguing. Upon hearing that Dumbledore had imparted this information to Sherlock, Hagrid exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, if all this information had been solely Sherlock's deduction, it would have been rather exaggerated. One must also ponder how Dumbledore divulged everything to Sherlock. After providing a brief explanation to Hagrid and his 3 companions, Sherlock delivered a summarizing statement. From the actions of Snape and Quirrell today, 3 conclusions can be drawn. First, Quirrell is indeed Voldemort's minion. Hearing this name, both Hagrid and Ron gasped audibly, their bodies trembling. Harry and Hermione remained unfazed, while Sherlock maintained his composure. Second, Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, seeks to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. By the way, Hagrid, the one who broke into Gringotts, was he. What? Hagrid's eyes widened once more. Before he could process this, Sherlock elaborated. Harry mentioned that you encountered him at the Leaky Cauldron. Before Hagrid could contemplate the connection, Sherlock continued. Third, Professor Snape is not a match for Professor Quirrell. Why do you say that? Hermione interjected. Professor Snape is a master of potions, whereas Quirrell appears to be rather timid. Do not be deceived by appearances, Hermione. Quirrell's strength far exceeds his exterior. Even as Snape began to counter the curse, Quirrell was still able to control the broomstick silently. It was only when you disrupted his spell that Professor Snape gained the upper hand. Of course, destruction is always easier than protection. After Sherlock's remarks, a profound silence enveloped the room. The academic term had progressed for over 2 months, and even Harry and Hermione, raised in the Muggle world, had come to a clear understanding of Voldemort's formidable power. Thus, upon learning that even a professor at Hogwarts had become his minion, they found it exceedingly hard to accept. Shall we say that Professor Dumbledore is already aware of this matter? Hermione suddenly inquired. Indeed, came a reply. Then there is no cause for concern. Even during the tumult of the Wizarding War, Hogwarts remains the sole sanctuary. It is said that Professor Dumbledore is the only individual whom Voldemort truly fears. Upon hearing Hermione's words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Indeed, as long as Dumbledore is at Hogwarts, Quirrell would not dare to act rashly. In regarding today's events, Sherlock had already conferred with Dumbledore beforehand. Had he not? Now that the matter has come to light, there is nothing to dread. With this realization, the atmosphere in Hagrid's hut became filled with a buoyant spirit. As the Quidditch match concluded, Harry's famed sword, already regarded as the savior of the magical realm, he acquired yet another moniker, Quidditch Prodigy. This surge in acclaim also elevated Sherlock's standing, as he had swiftly acted to rescue Hermione from the clutches of the troll. Such valiant deeds naturally garnered him the admiration of the Gryffindor Lions. Furthermore, his deductive prowess captured the attention of the Ravenclaw Eagles. Following the earlier dueling incident, some students had begun to seek Sherlock's counsel, primarily from his own house, with queries of a simpler nature. However, in the wake of recent events, students from other houses gradually began to approach him as well. Chapter 63, They Are All My Clients. One Monday morning, after a history of magic class, Sherlock bid farewell to several upper-year Ravenclaw students who had sought his assistance. They're all my clients, he explained before they could even ask. Clients? They exchanged puzzled glances. Referring to classmates as clients seemed rather peculiar. This situation, however, could be attributed to Mr. Neville Longbottom, as the initial clients had found their way to him through his introduction. Neville? They turned to look at him. He was gently stroking the toad he had just acquired, and upon hearing Sherlock's praise, he bashfully lowered his gaze. Once I successfully aided them, more individuals began to seek my help. In truth, these troubles for them merely required guidance from another. I carefully listened to their accounts, they heeded my advice, and once their issues were resolved, the remuneration would find its way into my pocket. Upon hearing Sherlock's explanation, the group began to understand why he referred to his classmates as clients. Although it seemed somewhat bewildering, considering Sherlock's abilities made it all the more comprehensible. If only I could be as clever as Holmes, sighed Simon with a hint of envy. It's truly remarkable that even Ravenclaw students seek your counsel. It is well known that Ravenclaw embodies wisdom. Therefore, when the Ravenclaw Eagles sought Sherlock's advice, it signified that his intellect had garnered the recognition of a group traditionally known for their pride in their own sagacity. Even with the ever-knowledgeable Miss Hermione Granger, such treatment was not afforded. Since today's History of Magic class concluded earlier than anticipated, the students were not in a rush to dine and thus engaged in conversation a bit longer. It was only just now that I learned of the passing of Freddie Mercury yesterday, Dean lamented. Who? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Freddie Mercury? Have you all not heard of him? Seamus, noticing his friend's topic failed to resonate, could not help but elaborate further. Freddie Mercury? Which renowned wizard is he? Neville timidly inquired. I have not heard of the Mercury family. Hermione pondered for a moment, glancing at Ron. What about you? Ron shrugged. Same here. Freddie Mercury, the British male singer of Asian descent and lead vocalist of Queen, Sherlock interjected, startling everyone present with his unexpected knowledge. Seamus looked at him in disbelief. Holmes, you actually know about Mercury. In his view, aside from the Weasleys and Longbottom, both Potter and Granger should surely be more familiar with Mercury than Holmes. Yet, the truth was that only Holmes possessed this knowledge. His three companions need not be mentioned. They were all too aware of Sherlock's character. A person who did not even know that the Earth revolves around the sun. How could such an individual know of a band and its frontman? Is Queen really that famous? Neville raised his hand, again timidly asking. Not as famous. The moment music was mentioned, Dean transformed from his previously drowsy demeanor in class. Speaking with fervor, Queen was formed in London in 1971 and immediately released their debut album. Queen, their 1975 album, A Night at the Opera, marked a commercial breakthrough for the band, with Bohemian Rhapsody winning the first ever Brit Award for Best British Single. The 1977 release of News of the World had a profound impact, especially with singles like We Will Rock You and We Are the Champions, which began to be widely used in sporting events from the 1980s onward. The 1981 compilation album Greatest Hits sold over 6 million copies, becoming the best-selling album in the UK. Just last year, they received the Brit Award for Outstanding Contribution to Music. As Dean excitedly educated the group, they wore expressions of astonishment. Was this truly the same young man they were familiar with? He seemed almost transformed. Only Seamus was unsurprised by Dean's enthusiasm. Continuing his friend's train of thought, Queen fused glam rock, progressive rock, classical music, and heavy metal, influencing nearly every heavy metal band of the late 20th century. At this moment, he suddenly paused, a look of realization dawning on his face as he exclaimed, I understand why Holmes is aware of Moker. Dean mentioned that you play the violin exceptionally well. Upon hearing this, Harry, Ron, and Neville, who shared a dormitory with Sherlock, immediately grasped the implications. Indeed, given Sherlock's proficiency with the violin, it is hardly surprising that he is acquainted with such a renowned band. What? You can play the violin too? Hermione's expression was one of astonishment, as she had never known this before. It is truly unfortunate that he passed away at the young age of 45 due to pneumonia caused by AIDS. Yes, indeed. His extraordinary vocal range, spanning 4 octaves, and his brilliant, soaring timbre were simply marvelous. Ron and Neville exchanged glances, as the bands of the Muggle world were undoubtedly a blind spot in their knowledge. Harry and Hermione were not much better off. However, when Seamus and Dean began singing We Will Rock You, they realized they had both heard the song before. For Sherlock, although Queen did not have a dedicated violinist, as Seamus pointed out, many of their works incorporate elements of classical music. This is precisely why someone skilled in the violin, like him, would be familiar with Queen. Just then, a series of gentle knocks sounded at the door. The group looked up to see a young witch entering. She had 2 golden braids and a slightly flushed complexion. Abo, what brings you here? Hermione inquired with surprise upon recognizing her. The young girl was none other than Hannah Ibo from Hufflepuff. Hermione remembered her well, as she had been the first to don the sorting hat during the ceremony. Granger, you're here too. How wonderful. Ibo exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Hermione, then added, "I came to find Mr. Sherlock." As she spoke, her gaze instinctively shifted toward Sherlock. Understanding the situation, the others smiled knowingly and began to rise to leave. Hermione was the last to stand, but just as she was about to step outside, Ibo suddenly reached out and grasped her hand, pleading earnestly, "Granger, please don't go, I beg you." Hermione was taken aback and glanced at Sherlock. "Hermione, if you could stay for a moment, it might be of great assistance to me." Intrigued by Ibo's reason for seeking out Sherlock, Hermione felt a twinge of reluctance to remain alone after the others had left. Yet, with both Sherlock and Ibo urging her to stay, she acquiesced and sat down. "All right, Miss Ibo, you may now share what troubles you." "How did you know I had concerns?" Hannah Ibo asked in astonishment. "When one knocks 4 times. Unlike ordinary folk who typically knock 2 or at most 3 times, Sherlock replied. "Holmes, you truly live up to your reputation." Hannah Ibo exclaimed in surprise. In truth, she did have a dilemma. "Very well, let us commence without further ado." Sherlock clasped his hands beneath his chin, his piercing gaze fixated upon the young witch. Hannah Abbott nodded, inhaling deeply as she began to recount the events. "My father is employed at the Ministry of Magic, overseeing document management. Recently, while sorting a batch of confidential files, he may have inadvertently misplaced one due to a momentary lapse in attention. Now, he faces severe disciplinary action, with the possibility of being incarcerated in Azkaban." As she spoke, Hannah's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. Sherlock, either oblivious to or unconcerned by her distress, opened his notebook and continued his inquiry. "My father mentioned that the document had been subjected to a special encryption spell, which can only be unlocked with a specific magical key. Where was the document stored?" "Locked within a vault fortified with multiple protective enchantments." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. My father stated the same when questioned by the ministry. However, it inexplicably appeared elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Sherlock's brow furrowed slightly as his fingers lightly tapped the table. After a moment, he pressed on. "Prior to the discovery of the document, did anything unusual occur within the ministry?" "Unusual occurrences?" Hannah appeared perplexed by Sherlock's inquiry. "For instance, did anyone frequently enter and exit your father's office, or were there any strange magical fluctuations detected?" Sherlock remained silent, observing her intently. Hermione glanced between Hannah and Sherlock. The former deep in thought, while the latter exuded confidence, creating a stark contrast in that moment. Hannah's eyes suddenly lit up. "My father mentioned that a few days before the document went missing, there was a brief, inexplicable fluctuation in the protective array of his office. However, after conducting a meticulous inspection and finding nothing amiss, he dismissed it." Sherlock nodded, turning to Hermione. "My friend, if someone were to employ magic to bypass the vault's defenses and abscond with the document, would that not result in magical fluctuations?" "Hold on. I have a few more questions." Hermione, unperturbed by Sherlock's interruption, had grown accustomed to his mannerisms. "This fellow is simply that way." Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. "My mother managed to bring me the ministry's investigative report regarding this matter." As Abbott spoke, she produced a stack of documents and handed them over. Sherlock, who had been frowning, brightened at the sight. While Abbott's account could merely serve as a reference, this report would prove far more valuable. He examined it meticulously, concurrently beginning to sketch in his notebook. Regrettably, circumstances did not permit an on-site examination at the ministry. It seemed he would have to emulate Poirot this time. Fortunately, the ministry's report was sufficiently detailed. Although it inevitably contained some ambiguities, it was adequate for deducing the situation. "I believe the truth is beginning to surface." As Sherlock raised his head, he spoke amidst the astonished gazes of Hermione and Abbott. "Is this not rather swift? This individual is likely your father's rival within the Ministry of Magic, who has long coveted your father's position and has seized this opportunity to orchestrate the current conspiracy." "Mr. Holmes, which individual are you referring to?" Ibo's expression reflected confusion. Sherlock's sudden assertion left her momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Lightblack, the Darklight," Sherlock replied. "Is it him?" Hannah's eyes widened in astonishment. They bore no animosity towards one another, did they? Sherlock shook his head, elucidating. "According to your father's description and the information provided in this report, the encryption method of this document is an exceedingly rare and intricate ancient magical encryption technique. Only those with profound knowledge of ancient magic could possibly decipher it. There are not many who meet this criterion, and Mr. Lightblack is indeed one of them. Furthermore, the protection spells on the safe necessitate the simultaneous unlocking of at least 3 different types of magical locks. This not only demands exceptional magical prowess, but also an intimate understanding of the internal structure of the ministry's security system. Mr. Lightblack happens to oversee the security system in your father's area, which casts significant suspicion upon him. Moreover, Sherlock continued, picking up his notebook and gesturing toward a sketch he had drawn. The investigation report indicates that, in the week preceding the document's disappearance, Mr. Darklight entered and exited your father's office more frequently than usual, and each visit lasted an extended period. He claims these visits were merely to discuss work. Yet your father insists that the subjects of these so-called discussions were largely trivial matters. This suggests he may have been exploiting these opportunities to seek the optimal moment to execute his plan unnoticed by your father. Additionally, while my assertion that he has harbored jealousy towards your father's talents is speculative, I believe it to be accurate. After all, during the recent promotion evaluation, he was bested by your father, which undoubtedly serves as a potent motive for his wrongdoing. Ibwa, upon hearing Sherlock's analysis, was filled with a mix of astonishment and elation. Hermione gently patted her hand, her gaze towards Sherlock shimmering with admiration. Holmes, you are truly remarkable. What shall we do now? Fear not, Miss Ibwa. Our next step is to gather evidence to substantiate your father's innocence and the culpability of that individual. Although the ministry has restricted your father's movements, your mother still possesses the freedom to act. Therefore, we must ensure she and your father's associates within the ministry monitor that individual's activities, particularly for any attempts to obliterate magical traces related to the document or any contact with suspicious individuals. At this point, he turned to Hermione. I implore you to research ancient magical decryption and vulnerabilities within the ministry security system. You may uncover critical clues to his wrongdoing. Hermione momentarily paused, taken aback. While ancient magical decryption was one matter, what on earth was a vulnerability in the ministry security system? Was such information even accessible? However, Hannah Ibwa, her eyes glistening with gratitude, did not dwell on these thoughts, expressing her appreciation for Sherlock. Sherlock revealed a reassuring smile. Miss Aber, the truth will never remain concealed. As long as we earnestly seek it, we shall undoubtedly uncover it. Chapter 65. The magical world has its own Scotland Yard. After bidding farewell to Hannah Aber, Hermione sat across from Sherlock, her gaze fixed intently upon him. What troubles you, my friend? Pray tell, where might I uncover the vulnerabilities within the Ministry of Magic's security system? Sherlock gently shook his head. From the case report provided by the Ministry, I have already discerned several. Pardon? Hermione looked at Sherlock in disbelief. Alas, even with knowledge of these vulnerabilities, I would be unable to exploit them, for this is the magical realm. If only I were 17 would suffice. Hermione interjected, what? Are you contemplating a grand heist at the Ministry? Yet what truly astonished me was the revelation that the magical world possesses its own Scotland Yard. Had it been Harry and Ron, they might not have comprehended the implication of my words, but Hermione understood all too well. Evidently, you harbor discontent toward Scotland Yard. In truth, they do possess a degree of operational capacity and foundational investigative skills. When dealing with routine cases, they can methodically gather clues and conduct interviews. However, many of their detectives exhibit rigid thinking, often adhering to established procedures, lacking in innovative thought and bold hypotheses. Particularly when confronted with intricate criminal cases, Scotland Yard's response time and strategies frequently fall short. For instance, prior to the start of term, they overlooked crucial leads in a burglary case, causing the investigation to stall. Upon hearing Sherlock's merciless critique of Scotland Yard's deficiencies, Hermione found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She had occasionally overheard her parents and other elders lamenting the inefficiency of Scotland Yard, but never had anyone articulated the issues with such clarity as Sherlock did. I was equally surprised to discover that the Ministry of Magic was not to be outdone. In truth, this case is exceedingly straightforward, much like the assistance I provided to others previously. Due to my instinctive analytical abilities, they furnish me with all the evidence, and I endeavor to guide them onto the right path. In reality, all criminal acts share striking similarities. Should I encounter a particularly convoluted case, I fear I may need to take matters into my own hands and investigate personally. Regrettably, concerning Miss Aber's father's case, the clues are glaringly apparent. The information contained in that report is indeed sufficient for drawing conclusions, yet the Ministry remains oblivious to the hidden clues beneath the surface. It appears that the Ministry is primarily focused on hastily closing cases, indifferent to the identity of the true perpetrator. Thus, even if I have provided the correct line of thought, it seems Mrs. Aber will still have to exert considerable effort to resolve this matter. However, since I was able to extract the Ministry's investigation report, it is likely that this issue will ultimately reach a just conclusion. Indeed, I must express my gratitude for your reminder regarding the name of that young lady. Goodness, so if you hadn't initially uttered the name Hannah Abbott, you would have been entirely unaware, wouldn't you? Yet, upon reflection, this is quite understandable. This individual has previously mentioned that his mind resembles a hard drive, perpetually devoid of information he deems superfluous. Forgetting classmates' names is by no means a rare occurrence for him. Hermione even harbors a suspicion that had Ron not shared a dormitory with Sherlock, the latter might have mistakenly referred to the former as Ron Weasley II. Time, like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, invariably eludes us unnoticed. In the span of nearly 4 months since Sherlock arrived at Hogwarts, he has been engrossed in the pursuit of magical knowledge, accompanying Harry for morning exercises, instructing Hermione in flying, and assisting classmates with their dilemmas. On this day, all are engaged in the exchange of gifts and the celebration of a grand feast, creating a lively atmosphere. This occasion marks the conclusion of the first semester, signifying a forthcoming 2-week holiday for students and faculty alike, with their return not anticipated until the new year. Moreover, the children eagerly await the arrival of a white-bearded gentleman in a red hat, who is expected to deliver presents to them. In the magical realm, this role is genuinely fulfilled by owls. However, this does not diminish the children's joyous anticipation. Of course, there are exceptions. I genuinely feel sympathy for those individuals. Despite facing repeated setbacks, Malfoy remains intent on opposing Harry at every opportunity. However, due to Sherlock's presence, he refrains from being overly aggressive, resorting instead to subtle provocations. By this point, he has come to realize a certain truth. If he merely seeks to gain some insignificant verbal advantage, Sherlock will not engage with him. This revelation fills him with inexplicable excitement, prompting him to seize such opportunities. Yet this time, neither Sherlock nor even Harry is inclined to acknowledge him. Even when Malfoy deliberately directs his words toward Harry, accompanied by the snickering of Crabbe and Goyle, Harry remains unfazed, finding the situation rather amusing. This only serves to deepen Malfoy's scowl, as if he feels his efforts have landed upon a cushion. Harry, astonished, remarked, "Sherlock, you are well aware of my family's circumstances." Chapter 66. A Christmas with a Cold. "Sherlock, you are planning to surprise me today, aren't you?" Upon hearing Sherlock's invitation, Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. For him, the opportunity to remain at Hogwarts is already a most favorable choice, indeed, an unexpected delight. Sherlock nodded, then turned to Ron. "And you, Ron?" Ron, taken aback, pointed to himself. "Me? Yes, you need not remain at school. Come to my home with Harry." But Ron was never required to stay behind, was he? Hermione inquired with some confusion. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were traveling to Romania to visit Charlie Weasley, and Ron along with his 3 brothers would be staying at the school. "How do you know?" Ron's eyes widened even more than Harry's had moments ago. "And I haven't even told you yet." Sherlock smiled faintly at him. "Are you certain you wish to know?" Perhaps it's best if I don't. It's likely just another deduction made through observation." Ron replied, somewhat disgruntled. Each time he listened to Sherlock's reasoning process, he felt as though his intellect was being trampled upon. Thus, if it were not absolutely necessary, he preferred to forego that experience. Moreover, even if Sherlock chose to remain silent, Ron had already begun to suspect certain things. After all, just a few days prior, he had sent a letter home via owl. Given Sherlock's keen observational skills, deducing these matters would undoubtedly be child's play. In any case, at Sherlock's invitation, Harry and Ron were to spend this Christmas holiday at Sherlock's home. Driven by a sense of pride, Ron inadvertently spread the news. After all, Sherlock had become quite the figure of intrigue at school, though his peculiar manner and tendency to offend others with his words were well noted. His ability to discern what one had done the previous day with merely a glance earned him the admiration of all young wizards. Furthermore, if one could overlook his more abrasive traits and focus solely on consulting him, the experience was indeed pleasant. Under such circumstances, receiving his invitation was undoubtedly commendable. "Apologies, I shouldn't have let that slip." "Achoo," Ron muttered, hearing Malfoy's mockery directed at Harry. "It's quite all right," Harry began, but Sherlock calmly interjected. "Why apologize? You merely stated a fact." Ron. Oh, this was the first time Ron felt that Sherlock's words were so melodious. Instantly, he straightened his posture. Indeed, it was Malfoy who erred. "What did that have to do with me, Ron?" Potter whispering during class time, 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. By this point, Harry had become utterly accustomed to being penalized for a multitude of reasons, particularly after Sherlock elucidated the truth behind Professor Snape's words during their first potions class. Harry's perspective on the man had transformed entirely. Being fundamentally kind-hearted, upon learning the truth, he naturally chose to forgive him. Thus, he now wore an expression of serene indifference. This only served to infuriate Snape further. Until he had thoroughly exhausted his displeasure, reducing Gryffindor's points to a mere shadow of their former glory. The potions class finally came to an end. As everyone exited the underground classroom, they were astonished to find the corridor ahead completely obstructed by a colossal fir tree. Initially, there was some confusion, but upon noticing the two large feet beneath the tree and hearing the loud huffing and puffing, they quickly grasped who was concealed behind it. In all of Hogwarts, there was but one individual capable of accomplishing such a feat without magic, relying solely on brute strength. Curiously, Ron peered through the branches and, indeed, spotted a familiar bearded face. "Hey, Hagrid, do you need a cough hand?" "No, I'm quite all right on my own. Thank you, Ron." "Step aside, good dog. Don't block the way." As the two conversed amicably, the voice of Malfoy pierced through the air behind Ron. "I suppose you're hoping to earn a bit of pocket money, Weasley? Or perhaps you aspire to guard the grounds after graduating from Hogwarts. After all, Hagrid's hut is a veritable palace compared to your former home." It must be said, Malfoy had quite the knack for sarcasm. Moreover, after hearing Sherlock's analysis last time, Ron had indeed entertained such thoughts. Thus, it was no surprise that Malfoy's words incensed him. Just as he prepared to charge at Malfoy, Sherlock intervened. "Mr. Draco Malfoy." Upon meeting Sherlock's gaze, Malfoy involuntarily shuddered, recalling the fear that had gripped him on that fateful day, even though he was not the one being struck. Not only was the Weasley home less than grand, but compared to Hagrid's hut, even his own home seemed like a mere shack. Ron's smile faltered, his expression hardening. "No, mate. Why must you undermine our own while insulting the enemy? Sherlock, one learns from experience." Malfoy was no fool like Goyle. Thus, when Sherlock's gray eyes fell upon him, he promptly sealed his lips and hastily lowered his head, departing with swift steps. A wise man does not court defeat. Crabbe and Goyle, witnessing this, followed suit. "Sherlock, you truly should not have stopped me. I was on the verge of teaching him a lesson." Ron seethed, his face as crimson as his hair, as he glared at Malfoy's retreating figure. Sherlock shook his head and glanced aside. "Had you charged at him, not only would you have failed to teach him a lesson, but you would also have lost points." Following Sherlock's gaze, the others gasped in unison. Professor Snape had inexplicably appeared on the staircase. Although the group had come to accept Sherlock as not being malicious under his explanation, if Ron had indeed rushed forward, the unfortunate one would certainly have been he, not Malfoy. Professor Snape approached slowly, his gaze sweeping past Ron before he coldly remarked, "You should consider yourself fortunate, Weasley. Had it not been for Holmes intervening, Gryffindor would have lost points due to your reckless behavior." "Sherlock, thank goodness you were there," Harry remarked, admiration in his voice. "No, Sherlock, you must create an opportunity for me to teach that little wretch a lesson." Ron spat on the ground, looking at Sherlock with hopeful eyes. He believed it would be no challenge for Sherlock to engineer such an opportunity. However, to his surprise, Sherlock bluntly stated, "You are not his match." Ron, filled with frustration, sputtered in disbelief. "Why, I?" His anxiety only intensified his coughing. "You all should hurry to the Great Hall. It's truly splendid." Chapter 67. The Gift of Understanding. Under Hagrid's guidance, Sherlock and his three companions arrived at the hall. Upon their arrival, Professor Flitwick greeted them with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Ah, the last treat has arrived. Hagrid, please place it in that corner." As the decorations were completed, the walls were adorned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, while 12 towering Christmas trees stood majestically around the room. Some trees sparkled with glistening icicles, others were illuminated by hundreds of flickering candles, and some required no additional adornments, as they were intrinsically beautiful. Tomorrow marked the official beginning of the holiday. Observing this splendid scene, Hagrid turned to Harry and asked, "I hear you're visiting Sherlock's home?" "Indeed, Hagrid," Harry replied, his face radiant with joy. "Sherlock invited both Ron and me. It's simply marvelous." Hagrid felt genuine happiness for Harry in finding a friend like Sherlock. Harry nodded in agreement, feeling the same. The atmosphere was charged, as if they were racing against time to consult an oracle. In this context, Harry, Hermione, and Ron agreed to convene in an empty classroom. "Ron, are you certain Sherlock hasn't he followed us?" "He shouldn't he have. He was detained by that Ravenclaw girl. That's a relief. We must finalize our plans before leaving school." Harry, Hermione was about to speak to Harry when she noticed his gaze lingering behind them. "Stop looking. Sherlock won't arrive anytime soon." "All right then," Harry replied. "Let's discuss what Christmas gift we should present to Sherlock." "Honestly, I think we should just ask Sherlock directly," Ron muttered, but he swiftly fell silent when two piercing gazes turned towards him, one belonging to the savior, the other to the academic prodigy. "Not worth provoking. Recently, I took the time to compile a document. Let us see if there's anything to add," Hermione said, sliding a sheet of paper before them. Neatly inscribed with Areas of knowledge of Sherlock Holmes. 1. Literary and philosophical knowledge. None. 2. Astronomical knowledge. Minimal, improved slightly after taking astronomy classes. 3. Political knowledge. Superficial. 4. Botanical knowledge. Limited, entirely ignorant of practical horticulture, yet well-versed in toxic substances and perilous magical creatures. 5. Geographical knowledge. Practical. Can readily distinguish different soil types and deduce locations on campus based on the color and hardness of mud splattered on his robes during walks. 6. Chemical knowledge. Profound. 7. Anatomical knowledge. Accurate but not systematic. 8. Knowledge of adventure literature. Extensive, familiar with nearly all terrifying incidents of the past century. 9. Rich practical knowledge of British law. 10. Magical knowledge. Practical, well-versed in transfiguration, charms, potions, and herbology theory and practice. Familiar only with areas of personal interest in magical history. Proficiency in defense against the dark arts remains uncertain. Upon reading Hermione's summary, Harry and Ron exchanged glances of astonishment. You really know Sherlock that well? Harry was the first to inquire, genuinely impressed by Hermione's capabilities. Despite spending considerable time with Sherlock, he had never managed to articulate his thoughts so succinctly. Indeed, Harry asserted decisively, Sherlock excels in the use of sticks and is proficient in swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. Hermione and Ron simultaneously directed their gazes towards Harry. What are you staring at me for? Harry felt somewhat flustered under their intense scrutiny. Cut the nonsense. Just tell us how you know this, Ron exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to Harry. Though Hermione remained silent, her eyes conveyed a similar sentiment. Clearing his throat, Harry began, since the first day of school, I've been practicing every morning with Sherlock. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Why on earth didn't you invite me? He exclaimed. A bit embarrassed, Ron quickly retorted. Just because I missed the first day doesn't mean I wouldn't join later. Harry, exasperated, was about to retort when Hermione interjected, Harry, did you learn about Sherlock's skills during your morning training sessions? Indeed, Harry nodded. In fact, prior to the commencement of classes, Sherlock had mentioned his training in boxing and fencing, particularly during their encounter with Malfoy and his cronies in the compartment. Ah, so he convinced them, did he? Is that how he persuaded them? Hermione's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Sensing the impending trouble, Harry and Ron exchanged worried glances. Let us first discuss what gift we should present to him, Harry hastily suggested. Hermione huffed, recognizing the importance of their task, and decided not to dwell on past events. After much deliberation, the trio finally settled on a gift for Sherlock. Harry chose a magical magnifying glass. Beyond its ordinary magnification capabilities, it could detect traces of magic and unveil special runes and magical fluctuations on enchanted items. Should there ever be a theft of magical artifacts or issues regarding magical creatures at Hogwarts, this magnifying glass would assist Sherlock in scrutinizing the scene with greater detail. This idea was inspired by the recent incident involving Hannah Abbott, who had sought out Sherlock to express her gratitude. Her father had finally cleared his name and restored his reputation, albeit after a convoluted process. Even with a new tone, the Ministry of Magic remained reluctant to revisit the case, as Sherlock had predicted. They merely desired a conclusion, indifferent to whether it represented the truth. Fortunately, Abbott's mother had sought assistance, thus ensuring that legal consequences awaited Lightblack. This incident further elevated Sherlock's standing at Hogwarts, attracting more individuals seeking his counsel. Ron intended to gift Sherlock invisible ink, an especially crafted quill. This ink would only reveal itself under specific magical incantations or reagents, making it a useful tool for concealing important information, perfect for reconnaissance. As for Hermione, she planned to present Sherlock with a book. Chapter 68, The Ultimate Fast and Furious. The book Hermione prepared to gift Sherlock was titled Collection of Magical Crime Cases. This tome compiles various criminal cases from the magical realm, encompassing dark magic offenses and the smuggling of enchanted artifacts. It has been meticulously crafted by several scholars of magical law, drawing upon their research and practical experiences. Hermione deemed it an apt reference for Sherlock, as it would illuminate the characteristics of magical crimes and impart investigative techniques through historical cases. In her haste to depart earlier, Hermione had overlooked the striking beauty of the girl accompanying Sherlock. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her countenance was remarkably lovely, leaving a profound impression at first glance. Upon noticing Harry and his friend approaching, she graciously bestowed a smile upon them and waved goodbye to Sherlock. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Harry's heart raced unexpectedly. What a splendid young lady, don't you think? After the girl departed, Ron let out a whistle and nudged Harry with his elbow. Yes, I suppose, Harry replied. Hermione shot them a glance, followed by a huff. She began to grasp why Harry had blushed earlier. Sherlock, was she there to consult you as well? Just a trivial matter, Sherlock replied calmly. On the morning of the holiday, the Hogwarts Express arrived punctually. The quartet of Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, and Ron occupied a cozy compartment. This scene rendered Sherlock momentarily dazed, as it evoked memories of 4 months prior when he had boarded the Hogwarts Express, stepping into the realm of magic. The passage of time felt surreal. As for Draco Malfoy and his entourage, although they were on the same train, they refrained from provoking them as they had at the start of the term. Much to Ron's disappointment, he had hoped to demonstrate that he could hold his own against Malfoy in a one-on-one encounter. That afternoon, the train halted at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. A gaunt old guard stood at the ticket barrier, his task to permit only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time. This precaution ensured that a throng of people would not emerge from the wall simultaneously, attracting the attention of muggles. Throughout this process, several acquaintances greeted Sherlock and Harry. Goodbye, Holmes. Farewell, Potter. You two are quite the celebrities. Ron chuckled. Harry shook his head. Not where I'm headed, I assure you. Sherlock remained silent, leading Hermione in front, with Harry and Ron following behind as they passed through the exit in batches. Upon reaching the exit, Sherlock immediately spotted his target. His mother and Mrs. Granger were anxiously scanning the crowd. The two fathers lingered slightly behind, engaged in conversation. Soon, the two sets of parents reunited with their children. So, these must be Harry and Ron, Mrs. Holmes exclaimed warmly, after giving Sherlock a hearty embrace. Her gaze shifted to Harry and Ron, leaving them both somewhat taken aback. Hermione's parents, too, extended their warm invitation for the children to visit their home, despite knowing that the two would be residing with Sherlock. Dear Jane, let the children come to my place first, and in a few days, Tan and I will bring them to visit you, Mrs. Holmes suggested. After some contemplation, Mrs. Granger agreed. She then took the opportunity to inquire further with Sherlock before parting ways with his family. Hermione, before departing, made a gesture as if to make a phone call toward Sherlock. Witnessing this, both Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Granger exchanged knowing smiles, while Mr. Granger raised an eyebrow in mild confusion. Oh, is it not a car? At that moment, Ron pointed in astonishment at a sleek automobile parked behind Mr. Holmes. He observed its elegant silhouette and streamlined lines, complemented by chrome accents around the windows that enhanced the vehicle's luxurious feel and overall aesthetic. The rear design was notably simplistic, with uniquely shaped taillights that resonated with the car's overall style, imparting a sense of stability intertwined with fashion. Prominently displayed at the front was a badge featuring the bow of a ship and sails, with the word Rover elegantly inscribed in gold above the sails, adding an air of lightness. Upon seeing the exquisite dashboard and plush seats in the driver's compartment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is far cooler than our old clunker." Mr. Holmes, intrigued by Ron's astonishment, engaged him in conversation, which only piqued his curiosity further. Ron mentioned that his father, Mr. Weasley, also owned a car, albeit less refined than this one. Yet it possessed the remarkable ability to fly. A flying car, reminiscent of Kit from Knight Rider? No, according to Ron, his father's vehicle was capable of long-distance flight akin to an airplane, surpassing even Kit in prowess. Their camaraderie blossomed over shared excitement about the extraordinary vehicle. Meanwhile, Mrs. Holmes, seated in the back, observed her husband's enthusiasm with a knowing smile. She turned to Harry, who sat awkwardly beside Sherlock, and reassured him, "Harry, there's no need to feel so constrained. Simply think of it as going home." Harry replied, "What? Does that mean I'll be living in a cupboard?" Yet, he quickly grasped that Mrs. Holmes did not mean it in that manner. Mrs. Holmes, a gentle Englishwoman, reminded Harry of his own mother. After a few more exchanges, Harry's initial awkwardness began to dissipate, much to Mrs. Holmes' delight. A mother who knows her child best. She had worried that Sherlock might experience the same isolation at Hogwarts as he had in school, being ostracized or even bullied, though ultimately, it was the bullies who faced the consequences. Nevertheless, that was not the outcome she wished to witness, which was why she had initially hesitated to send Sherlock to study in Scotland. She understood that feeling all too well. Far from home, one cannot help but feel a pang of nostalgia, transforming into the falling leaves of autumn. To Sherlock's surprise, his time at Hogwarts has been filled with joy. Beyond the acquaintance he had with the young Granger girl prior to the school year, he has unexpectedly made new friends. This delightful turn of events led her to urge Sherlock to invite Harry and Ron to celebrate the new year at their home upon learning of their decision to stay at school. Through her observations of Harry and Ron, she noted their profound trust and even admiration for Sherlock, which brought her the utmost happiness. As for whether Sherlock would one day become a great wizard, that was of little consequence. Returning to King S. Road, Mrs. Holmes set about preparing dinner, while Sherlock led Harry and Ron to the second floor. Both rooms are vacant. You may choose as you wish. You mean one room each? Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Harry was equally taken aback, as if rendered speechless once more. Oh, my dear Sherlock, I had no idea you were like Hermione. A veritable man of wealth. Ron declared dramatically upon hearing Sherlock's offer for him and Harry to select their own rooms. If it were at his house, guests might have to squeeze in together. Ignoring Ron's remark, Sherlock instructed the two, after dinner, be sure to rest early. We shall venture to Diagon Alley first thing tomorrow. Diagon Alley? Are you planning to purchase something? Yes, I require your assistance. Count us in. Harry and Ron readily agreed, elated at the prospect of aiding Sherlock. Harry was overjoyed at the thought of being able to assist Sherlock, while Ron contemplated that, given Sherlock's affluent background, borrowing money from him was out of the question. As long as it did not involve money, everything else was negotiable. Mrs. Holmes excelled in the culinary arts, standing out remarkably in the otherwise lackluster realm of English cuisine. Initially, Ron exhibited some restraint, but once he savored the flavors, he quickly reverted to his true self, voraciously devouring a drumstick with gusto. Although Harry was not as unrestrained as Ron, he too indulged more than usual. Observing the two enjoying their meal brought a smile to Mrs. Holmes, her eyes resembling two crescent moons. For Sherlock, relishing the taste of home-cooked meals after such a long absence was a source of great comfort. That night, the three young wizards enjoyed a restful sleep. The following day, Sherlock's father drove them to the Leaky Cauldron. The establishment remained as dim and hazy as ever, with scarcely a soul inside. Fortunately, Harry's arrival did not cause much of a stir. As they traversed the bar and entered the enclosed courtyard, Sherlock unexpectedly addressed Mr. Holmes, saying, "You were right." Mr. Holmes smiled, unsurprised that his son had discerned this. Curious, Harry inquired, "Sherlock, how did you figure that out?" The parking space outside was designated for long-term renters. It was that simple. Ron found it somewhat unbelievable. Mr. Holmes was laughing heartily. It was evident that his son's friends had also noticed his distinctiveness. I mentioned that, with careful observation, these matters are trivial at best. Indeed, Mr. Holmes added, although I cannot access Diagon Alley, I can still glean insights into the magical world through this pub. Oh, Uncle Holmes, I bet you will become great friends with my father, Ron said, his eyes sparkling. His father worked in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, specifically in the office that prohibited the misuse of Muggle artifacts, and he held a profound interest in all things related to Muggles. Meeting someone like Mr. Holmes, who shared a fervent interest in the magical realm, would surely yield common ground between them. At that moment, Harry, under Sherlock's direction, tapped the designated brick in the wall with his wand, opening the passageway to Diagon Alley. "Sherlock, where are we headed?" "Gringotts," Sherlock replied. On their way to the Wizarding Bank, he informed his two companions of his purpose, to exchange some currency in the wizarding world under Harry and Ron's names. Both boys hailed from wizarding families, and their annual allowance for exchanging pounds into galleons was significantly higher than that of Sherlock and Hermione, whose parents were Muggles. Naturally, Harry and Ron were pleased to oblige. After all, opportunities to assist Sherlock were rare, as he seldom required help. Without delving into the details with the boys' assistance, Sherlock successfully exchanged a substantial amount of galleons. Harry, having previously witnessed the small vault his parents had left him in Gringotts, was unfazed by the scene. However, the glimmering currency left Ron utterly awestruck. He had never seen so much money in his life, and he stood in a daze. Unbeknownst to him, he followed Sherlock to Ollivander's wand shop, where he finally snapped back to reality. "Sherlock, what are we doing here?" "Naturally, we are here to purchase a wand." Ron looked astonished. "Is your wand broken?" "No, it is your wand that needs replacing." "Me?" Ron pointed incredulously at himself. Just as he was about to utter more, a gentle voice interrupted him. "Hello there, it's not often I see young wizards at this hour." Ollivander slowly emerged from within. Upon seeing Harry, his eyes brightened. "Mr. Potter, it's a pleasure to see you again." "Hello," Harry greeted Ollivander somewhat awkwardly. At that moment, Sherlock gestured toward Ron. "My friend requires a new wand." Ollivander's gaze shifted from Sherlock to Ron. "You must be the young lad from the Weasley family. May I see your wand?" Ron, however, did not produce his wand, looking instead at Sherlock with confusion. "Sherlock, what is this all about? If you recall our earlier conversation when we first met, you should remember I mentioned that a wand must be suited to its owner, or else it may hinder your spellcasting." Sherlock's gaze was piercing as he focused intently on Ron. Since the commencement of the school year, it had become evident that Ron struggled significantly with spellcasting. Thus, it was imperative to consult Mr. Ollivander. Should the issue indeed lie with his wand, a new one would serve as my Christmas gift to you. Ron felt his eyes welling with tears. Having 5 exceptionally talented older brothers, he often found himself overlooked at home. As he had once remarked to Harry upon their initial acquaintance, his eldest brother Bill was the president of the student council. His second brother Charlie captained the Quidditch team. His third brother Percy had become a prefect, and his twin brothers, despite their mischievous antics, consistently excelled academically. In light of this, the family naturally expected the youngest sibling, Ron, to follow suit, as his 5 brothers had done before him. In terms of his performance as a first-year student, Ron had indeed failed to exhibit any remarkable attributes. The sole point of interest was his friendship with Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world. Of course, Harry himself posed no issues. Ron felt a genuine camaraderie emanating from him. Since the troll incident, Hermione had also been a steadfast friend. However, even Hermione, despite their shared friendship, would solely focus on correcting her pronunciation and posture when her spells faltered, thereby emphasizing that the fault lay within oneself. Strangely, no one considered that their struggles in spellcasting might stem from wielding a second-hand wand. Yet, Sherlock contemplated this possibility. Not only did he consider it, but he also took action. Ron's eyes brimmed with tears. Memories stirred within him, and he could not help but sniffle. He quickly turned his head aside, determined not to let Sherlock or Harry witness his emotional display. It was then that he noticed Sherlock's father, Mr. Holmes, leaning against the doorframe. A gentle smile gracing his face as he observed Ron. "Come on, young man from the Weasley family. Quickly produce your wand. Do not keep this elderly gentleman waiting, Mr. Holmes said, demonstrating a level of social grace far surpassing that of Sherlock. Sensing Ron's awkward predicament, he promptly intervened to alleviate the tension. "Oh, yes, of course," Ron exclaimed gratefully, glancing at Mr. Holmes as he produced his battered wand. "I remember each wand I have sold," Ollivander remarked, gently caressing the worn surface of the wand. A look of deep nostalgia crossing his face. Ashwood, 12 inches, unicorn hair, originally quite springy. His gaze sharpened suddenly. "When using it for spellcasting, you must have experienced a pronounced sensation of sluggishness, correct?" "Indeed, you are absolutely right," Ron nodded vigorously. "As I suspected, while wizards may select their wands, the wands, in turn, also choose their wizards. The unicorn hair is the most loyal of wand cores, and Ashwood is renowned for its fidelity. Making this wand a remarkable combination. Loyalty?" Ron inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Loyal. Fidelity." Ollivander spoke with utmost certainty. In this scenario, even if the new owner of the wand were a blood relative of the former master, mastery would be elusive. In other words, unless you are the direct brother of the first wand owner, even the most basic spells would be exceedingly difficult to perform. Upon hearing Ollivander's assessment, Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. So that was the reason. Tears welled up in Ron's eyes once more. However, when he turned to look at Sherlock, he discovered that the latter had departed at some point unbeknownst to him. A smile broke on Ron's face. Indeed, this was quintessentially Sherlock style. The ensuing events were rather uneventful. It is worth noting that the wand's core material remained unicorn hair. According to Ollivander, unicorn hair stabilizes spellcasting, while willow wood is suited for wizards with immense potential within. In summary, it could be distilled into 2 words: loyalty. "Sherlock, what is that?" Harry inquired, eyeing the heap of items cradled in Sherlock's arms. "Materials for future use," Sherlock replied cryptically. Harry thought it was a rather vague response. When the time was right, Sherlock would naturally unveil the truth. Having known Sherlock for quite some time, Harry had grown accustomed to persuading himself. Meanwhile, Ron, now the proud owner of a new wand, eagerly tested its feel. The result was nothing short of silky bliss. The levitation charm, which he had never successfully performed in class, manifested effortlessly this time, filling him with exhilaration. Unfortunately, per the regulations of the British Ministry of Magic, young wizards were prohibited from casting spells outside of school. It was perplexing, as there were no such restrictions at home. Sherlock recited the specific details of the regulations with familiarity. "This is a Muggle neighborhood. Casting magic would allow the Ministry to instantly locate my residence." Harry and Ron exchanged quizzical glances. What sort of constraint was that? They had never heard of it. Nevertheless, they harbored no doubt regarding Sherlock's accuracy, for he was indeed Sherlock Holmes. "I do have something," Sherlock declared, producing 2 sets of wizard's chess. Harry, Ron. The 2 were taken aback. "When did you?" They both exclaimed in disbelief. "I bought them today in Diagon Alley." "Sherlock, you are simply marvelous." Ron leapt up and enveloped Sherlock in a hearty hug, before promptly engaging in a game with Harry. As for whether playing wizard's chess in the Muggle world constituted a violation of regulations, apologies, but Sherlock had not clarified that, so they assumed it was permissible. In truth, Sherlock was well aware that he was skirting the edges of legality. For come summer, Hogwarts would be signing agreements with young wizards like them. However, as he had just explained to Ron, this was indeed a muggle neighborhood. Playing a few games of wizard's chess should not be an issue. The Ministry was likely already aware that Harry Potter resided in his home, and some leniency was to be expected. Yet, once a spell was cast, the situation would be entirely different. Indeed, after several rounds of chess, nothing untoward occurred. This further validated Sherlock's judgment and pointed the way forward for future endeavors. The rules of wizard's chess mirror those of international chess in the Muggle world, with the distinguishing feature that all pieces are animated. Once a piece from one side captures an opponent's, it will topple it to the ground and drag it off the board. Thus, the experience of playing chess resembles that of commanding an army in battle. Although both players employed new sets of pieces, Ron quickly acclimated to the commands of his chessmen, guiding them with ease. In stark contrast, Harry's pieces displayed a lack of trust in him, chattering incessantly with various pieces of advice. Don't send me there. Can't you see his knight? Send it instead. Its sacrifice is of no consequence. How dare you sacrifice my knight? Harry, already less skilled than Ron, found himself further flustered by the incessant interruptions from his pieces. The result was a series of matches characterized by frantic movement and sheer exhaustion, culminating in his inevitable defeat at Ron's hands, leaving him in disarray. Fortunately, Mr. Holmes, witnessing the injustice, intervened with his keen intellect, managing to halt the downward spiral and restore order. Initially, as a Muggle, Mr. Holmes faced skepticism from the chess pieces when he took command of Harry's black pieces. However, as the game progressed, those once unruly pieces began to exhibit increasing obedience. By the end of the match, they functioned as seamlessly as Ron's white pieces, responding to his every command with remarkable fluidity. Observing the spirited Ron and his father, Sherlock felt no surprise. He had anticipated this development. He turned to Harry and said, "In a few days, we shall visit number 4, Privet Drive." What? Harry blinked in astonishment, glancing toward Ron and Mr. Holmes, who were engrossed in wizard's chess, and whispered, "Just the two of us? My mother will drive us there. As for why not my father, let him enjoy the opportunity to play chess with Ron." Chapter 71, Madam. Surely you do not wish for your husband to lose his job. Number 4, Privet Drive, officially known as Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, is a quiet locale that seems entirely detached from the realm of magic, and is the place Harry has called home throughout his childhood. The Holmes residence lies in Kensington and Chelsea, within the heart of London. Surrey, located in the southeast of England, borders Greater London. With a distance of merely 20 miles separating the two, a relatively short journey. All right, but what do we intend to do there? Trusting Sherlock implicitly, Harry acquiesced to the visit to Privet Drive, but soon voiced his concerns. "It is essential to verify certain matters with your aunt." Sherlock deftly shifted the conversation. "Harry, have you considered what gifts to bring for the professors?" "No," he admitted, having not contemplated the matter at all. This led to a pressing question. How does this relate to our visit to Privet Drive? The answer to this query would only reveal itself when Harry and Sherlock finally arrived at number 4. On the following morning, Mrs. Holmes drove Sherlock and Harry northward, out of London. Upon reaching Privet Drive, it appeared unchanged since Harry's last departure. At Sherlock's subtle cue, Harry, with great reluctance, approached the door and knocked slowly. Soon, a slender blonde woman appeared before him. Upon recognizing Harry, her horse-like visage paled instantly. "What are you doing here?" In that moment, Harry felt an overwhelming impulse to turn and flee. Fortunately, a hand rested on his shoulder. It was Sherlock. He gently shook his head at Harry, then turned to address his mother. "Hello, Mrs. Dursley." Meanwhile, Mrs. Holmes stepped forward, offering Aunt Petunia an elegant smile. "It is a pleasure to see you. Who are you?" Mrs. Dursley regarded the unexpectedly present adult woman with suspicion. Though she presented as a gentle and intelligent individual, her association with Harry suggested she was no ordinary person. "I am Valeria Holmes. My child, Sherlock, and Harry are classmates at Hogwarts. I apologize for the intrusion." Indeed, just as she was about to respond, a voice from within the house called out, "What is it, dear? Are they selling shampoo? They'll be leaving soon." Turning abruptly, Mrs. Dursley lowered her voice and said to Mrs. Holmes, "You're not welcome here. You should leave before my husband becomes enraged." Seeing Aunt Petunia flustered brought a sense of satisfaction to Harry. Mrs. Holmes maintained her graceful smile. "Mrs. Dursley, Harry often speaks of you at school, mentioning your care for him." Petunia retorted, "You must be joking. While my husband and I have indeed raised this nephew for 10 years, care is hardly the word I would use." In Aunt Petunia's view, their family had already extended sufficient kindness. Just as she prepared to shoo away the trio, along with Harry, Sherlock interjected, "Madam, you wouldn't want your husband to lose his job, would you?" Before she could respond, Sherlock continued, I suspect Mr. Dursley is expecting 2 guests for dinner today. Mrs. Dursley's pale eyes narrowed suddenly. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Mr. Dursley's most significant deal in recent years. Mrs. Dursley's complexion turned ghostly. It is evident that you have made considerable preparations for this, but should they discover? As Sherlock spoke, he withdrew his wand from his pocket. Initially, he intended to rely on the strength of words and gestures to intimidate. However, this simple action had an astonishing effect on Mrs. Dursley. She let out a shriek before quickly covering her mouth. Simultaneously, a rotund man with a flushed face burst out from the room. Upon witnessing this scene, the veins at his temples bulged, and his flushed face transformed into a deep shade of purple. Recognizing the profound impact of magic on this family, Sherlock promptly adjusted his strategy. "So, are you not inclined to invite us in for a chat?" he inquired, gently stroking the wand in his hand. Mrs. Holmes, observing the situation, shook her head softly. She had exerted her utmost efforts, yet it seemed her son's methods were far more effective. 5 minutes later, Mrs. Holmes, Sherlock, and an incredulous Harry found themselves seated in the living room of the Dursley household. For Harry, it was the first time he was treated as a guest by the Dursleys, a feeling that was remarkably novel. Uncle Vernon scowled. "Speak up. What do you actually want?" Sherlock's gaze swept over the Dursley trio. Although he had heard Harry recount tales of his uncle, aunt, and cousin, and had formed a reasonably clear picture through his descriptions, encountering them in person provided an abundance of additional insights. It was evident that, despite being the Dursley's nephew, Harry bore no resemblance to this family. Vernon was a rotund man with a ruddy complexion, towering and stout, nearly devoid of a neck, adorned with an exceptionally thick beard. Petunia was a slender blonde woman, a stark contrast to her husband, possessing a neck almost twice the usual length, with a robust frame and a horse-like visage. Their son Dudley inherited his mother's golden hair and his father's corpulence, his pale skin and facial features almost amalgamated. As for Harry, his diminutive stature and striking green eyes were his most notable characteristics. "There is no need for such tension." Mrs. Holmes maintained her smile, glancing at her son, who nodded in return before addressing Aunt Petunia. "I merely seek to inquire about certain matters, specifically regarding Harry's mother. From my observations, Mrs. Dursley should possess some knowledge on the subject." "Impossible, absolutely not," Mrs. Dursley shrieked, interrupting Sherlock before he could finish. Harry shrugged his shoulders in resignation. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, since learning about the magical world from Hagrid, he had asked Aunt Petunia about it on numerous occasions, only to be met with her steadfast refusal to divulge any information. Yet today, Harry looked at Sherlock with hopeful eyes, wondering if his friend might succeed where he had failed. After all, he was Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 72. Why are you so proficient? It seemed that Mrs. Dursley indeed knew a great deal about matters concerning magic. Sherlock had anticipated her reaction perfectly. In the face of her anxious gaze, he calmly stated, "In that case, I presume you have heard of the spell known as the Patronus Charm." Harry stared at Sherlock in astonishment. "Wait, mate, what are you planning to do?" At this moment, Sherlock's demeanor could be described as impeccably courteous, yet the words he uttered plunged the Dursley family into despair. Merely hearing the name, one could surmise the nature of this magic, the ability to forcibly delve into another's memories. Once again, he produced his wand and caressed it gently. "Madam, I trust you wouldn't wish for me to employ magic to compel your compliance?" Harry was rendered speechless. Although he understood that Sherlock's intent was to extract information, the expression, the gestures, the tone evoked a desire to exclaim, "How are you so adept at this?" Faced with the polite Sherlock, the Dursleys ultimately conceded. Both were acutely aware that they must not regard Harry's classmate as merely a child. Particularly Mr. Dursley, who had encountered many grand occasions, recognized that the demeanor and presence of Sherlock and his mother bore a striking resemblance to the dignitaries he had met in high society. Penny was well acquainted with her husband and could discern his thoughts merely by observing his expressions. "Very well, since you wish to know." She took a deep breath and began to recount information regarding Lily Potter, then known as Lily Evans. "Your mother, Lily." Her voice was somewhat stiff, and her lips twitched slightly, as if suppressing a certain emotion. From a young age, she was exceptional, and peculiar occurrences seemed to follow her, such as reviving wilted lilies. "I recall an incident when she accidentally fell from a tree, yet she landed softly on the ground, as if cradled by some unseen force. It was during that summer, when she turned 11, that she, like you, received a letter delivered by an owl." Approximately half an hour later, Penny concluded her fragmented narrative. Harry bowed his head, engulfed in sorrow, while Sherlock furrowed his brow. Mrs. Dursley's account indeed provided some additional insights. For instance, Lily had befriended a boy living in the impoverished neighborhood of Spinners Inn long before attending Hogwarts. This boy was perpetually gloomy, dressed in tattered clothing, with greasy hair. They shared a close bond and journeyed to Hogwarts together as classmates, only to become estranged for reasons unknown a few years into their schooling. Nevertheless, as Harry's maternal aunt, her revelations were still considerably scant, predominantly concerning events prior to Lily's marriage. According to Penny, since Lily wed James Potter, the sisters had severed all communication, until a decade ago when Mrs. Dursley opened the door one morning to place out milk bottles and was startled to discover the infant Harry swaddled in a blanket alongside a letter. That letter, penned by Dumbledore, was how she learned of Harry's parents' tragic fate. Despite this, in her pursuit of maintaining a semblance of normalcy for her family, she had withheld the truth of magic from Harry, instead informing him that his parents had perished in a car accident. "Thank you very much for your statement, Mrs. Dursley." Sherlock smiled. "Yet I still believe you might express yourself with greater clarity." "What do you mean?" Mrs. Dursley immediately grew wary, declaring that she had revealed all she knew. "Really?" Sherlock shook his head and then uttered a remark that left everyone present astounded. "In truth, you envy your sister, do you not?" "I do not, I have not." "You speak nonsense." Upon hearing Sherlock's implication of her envy towards her sister, Mrs. Dursley panicked and began to explain. Mr. Dursley tightly embraced his wife, looking at her with concern, then turned his gaze to Sherlock. "Young man, mind your tone." Unfortunately, Sherlock was not Harry and was not intimidated by Mr. Dursley. He gazed into Mrs. Dursley's eyes and calmly stated, "Your correspondence with Professor Dumbledore cannot have been limited to this single exchange, can it? You must have communicated before Harry's mother entered the school. Did you not also aspire to become a witch?" You. Mrs. Dursley abruptly stood up, panic-stricken as she looked at Sherlock. She had lost her composure. Sherlock's words brought forth memories of her youth, of that summer when the winds blew softly. A letter sent 2 decades ago now pierced her heart like a dagger. "Ultimately, your decision to sever ties with the magical world was not made at the time of Harry's parents' marriage." He gazed deeply at Mrs. Dursley, surmising that it occurred shortly after Harry's mother began attending Hogwarts. Harry's expression mirrored astonishment, a reaction he had displayed more times today than during his initial meeting with Hagrid 4 months prior. Aunt Petunia had, in fact, been in contact with Professor Dumbledore. Aunt Petunia had known Professor Snape long ago. Aunt Petunia envied his mother? Such notions seemed utterly ludicrous, yet when articulated by Sherlock, they took on an undeniable air of credibility. "You claimed you would not employ such magic against us," Mr. Dursley roared, holding his wife tightly. "How could you betray your word?" Sherlock appeared somewhat exasperated. "Deducing these facts requires no magic, just as I can infer that you intend to invite Mr. Mason and Mrs. Merlin to dinner this evening." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." This time, Mr. Dursley lost his composure. "Very well. I suppose I must elucidate," Sherlock remarked with a hint of ennui. Mrs. Dursley was clearly still in a culinary state when she opened the door for us. The dishes and drinks in the kitchen indicate preparations for dinner, as it would be too late for lunch. There were 2 pairs of guest slippers prepared at the entrance, one in a men's size and one in a women's. Both formal and appropriate, not of the style typically used in your home. The newspapers on the table all featured reports about the same company, owned by Mr. Mason, and many of the contents had been marked with a pen. The dining table was elegantly set with a pristine tablecloth, plates, cutlery, and wine glasses, all prepared for 5 guests, clearly indicating an impending reception. The small golf figurine on the living room display and the newly hung landscape painting of a golf course on the wall were unmistakably recent additions. From these observations, I could draw a dual inference. This evening, you were to host Mr. and Mrs. Merlin. Mr. Merlin is an avid golfer, and you wish to steer the dinner conversation towards your work in hopes of securing a lucrative order. Silence enveloped the room. The Dursley family was utterly astounded. Mrs. Holmes gazed with pride at her son, while Harry stood tall, swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 73. How did the nation come to this? Even after departing from number 4, Privet Drive, and settling into the back seat of the car, Harry felt as if he were still in a dream. He clutched a photo album tightly in his hands. It was the most significant treasure of his visit. Through his conversation with Mrs. Dursley, Sherlock effortlessly deduced her disingenuous demeanor, revealing that she still held traces of her sister's life. He then presented her with the special weight loss potion and anti-hair loss shampoo he had purchased in Diagon Alley. Mrs. Dursley was not foolish. She had preemptively sent a Christmas gift to her nephew, photos of Lily in her youth. Interestingly, Mrs. Dursley had initially dismissed her husband as concerns by claiming that Sherlock was merely there to sell shampoo. To her surprise, she ended up accepting it. Even more amusing was the fact that the primary ingredient of the anti-hair loss shampoo was, in fact, the Potter family's hair growth elixir. One could only wonder if this constituted an export turning into domestic sales. Due to the Dursleys' amicable demeanor, Sherlock gifted Dudley 2 bags of chocolate frogs upon his departure. Dudley, grinning from ear to ear, disregarded his parents' stern gazes as he accepted the treat. "Sherlock, thank you so much," Dudley exclaimed. Before Sherlock could respond, Mrs. Holmes, who was driving, chuckled warmly. "Oh, do not mention it, dear Harry. You and Sherlock are friends. It is only natural for friends to assist one another." Sherlock nodded in agreement with his mother's sentiment, and then pointed to the photo album Harry was perusing. "I suggest you send this photograph to Professor Snape. It would surely make for the finest Christmas gift for him." The image depicted the two of them together, radiating youthful exuberance. The girl, with her fiery red hair, cascading in playful curls over her shoulders, had a complexion that glowed with a subtle blush. Her straight, delicate nose and gently upturned lips revealed 2 faint dimples, and her radiant smile, warm and healing, could dispel any gloom. As many have remarked, her deep emerald eyes mirrored Harry's own, clear and bright. As for the young man beside her, while his face bore a hint of familiarity, it was his greasy hair that unmistakably revealed his identity. Harry suddenly realized why Sherlock had previously inquired about gifts for the professors. He had been waiting for this moment. However, he remained somewhat hesitant. "Does my mother truly share a close bond with Professor Snape?" It was evident, Sherlock stated with conviction. Although the exact reason for their estrangement remained unclear, he felt a profound guilt for not having safeguarded your mother. Yet, does Professor Snape genuinely have no connection to Voldemort? Harry inquired with uncertainty. "I intended to mention this to you. When he glanced at me at the start of the term, my scar began to ache." The previously languid Sherlock immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing Harry's words, propping his chin on his hands and gazing intently at Harry. "Did your scar hurt when you locked eyes with Professor Snape?" "Indeed," Harry replied candidly, recounting the sensation he experienced at that moment, although the searing pain dissipated swiftly. It was remarkably intense, a sensation he had never felt before. Sherlock pondered for a moment before slowly asking, "Are you certain it was the gaze of Professor Snape that caused this discomfort, rather than something akin to that incident on the Quidditch pitch?" "Yes, wait, Sherlock. What do you mean?" With Sherlock mentioning the Quidditch pitch, Harry was instantly reminded of that particular scenario. Everyone believed that Snape was attempting to throw him off his broom. Yet only Sherlock pointed out that the man was actually protecting him. "Perhaps you have forgotten," Sherlock said softly. The individual seated beside Snape at that time was Quirrell. "Harry, oh." Initially, Ron expressed some dissatisfaction regarding Sherlock and Harry's venture to Privet Drive without him. However, he was soon captivated by other novel experiences. At first, it was engaging in wizard's chess with Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes exhibited remarkable skill, and the two were perfectly matched, making the game far more enjoyable than playing with Harry. He found it exceedingly fascinating to witness a box that could display moving landscapes and characters without the aid of magic, accompanied by sound. A few days later, Hermione and her parents also arrived at Sherlock's residence. Ultimately, Hermione could no longer contain her impatience and made a phone call. Upon receiving the call, Mrs. Holmes seized the opportunity to invite the Granger family over. Mr. Granger expressed some reservations, stating it had been agreed that they were to visit their home. However, Hermione was not inclined to let certain matters slide easily. "Sherlock, weren't we supposed to make a phone call?" Hermione stood with her hands on her hips, a look of discontent on her face as she gazed at Sherlock. Sherlock, nearby, Harry and Ron couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. It was indeed a rare sight to see Sherlock in a predicament. "And you too. Harry, why didn't you remind Sherlock to make the call?" "Ron, you never use the phone. Do you always send letters by owl?" Harry and Ron. Observing Hermione's demeanor, both Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Granger couldn't suppress their laughter. Youth is truly wonderful. Indeed, it is quite splendid. As for Mr. Granger, he was engaged in a quiet discussion with Mr. Holmes while watching the news on television. Indeed, it was a tumultuous time. Mr. Holmes shook his head slightly at the sight of the bald man delivering an impassioned speech on the news. What on earth has become of this country? Mr. Granger, usually so composed and refined, rarely expressed such strong sentiments. If this continues, the nation will become a laughingstock on the international stage. Mr. Holmes cast a surprised glance at him, having not realized that Hermione's father possessed such a side. "I suggest you consider obtaining a bank loan in rubles and converting it to pounds," Mr. Holmes said cautiously after watching the news for a while, advising Mr. Granger to keep the amount modest. Mr. Granger paused in astonishment. "Do you also think?" "It's hard to say, merely a possibility." After pondering for a moment, Mr. Granger sought counsel from his wife. Ultimately, they decided to heed Mr. Holmes's advice and visit the bank the following day. The Granger family had grown quite familiar with the Holmes family, and Mr. Granger had considerable trust in Sherlock's father's judgment. Naturally, young Sherlock observed the actions of both families keenly. However, politics felt rather distant for an 11-year-old boy, not something he should concern himself with at present. Yet, upon discovering that magic still existed in this world, Sherlock found himself pondering. If that giant were to fall, would it impact the magical realm? Chapter 74, December 25th, 1991. Hermione was quite upset. She had already felt disgruntled due to Sherlock's lack of communication during the holiday. To learn that Sherlock had taken Harry to Diagon Alley only intensified her displeasure. Why was she not invited to such an intriguing outing? Alas, it was too late to voice her grievances now. In the end, prompted by Ron's strong suggestion, Sherlock played several of their favorite violin pieces as a means of atonement. This situation provided Ron with an opportunity to intervene. Sherlock was quite adept at playing the violin, even capable of performing some challenging pieces. However, he did not take it seriously. Each evening, he would lean back in an armchair, resting the violin on his lap, eyes closed, casually playing. The sounds varied from soaring melancholic notes to bizarrely cheerful tunes, at times gratingly discordant, akin to the sound of sawing wood. Ron endured the discomfort with great difficulty. While Mr. and Mrs. Holmes seemed to have grown accustomed to it, Harry remained silent throughout. In such circumstances, Ron could only retreat to his bedroom, firmly shutting the door. Unfortunately, Sherlock's music was piercing enough that even through the door, it reached Ron's ears, causing him considerable distress. Just when he thought he could bear it no longer, Hermione arrived as a fortuitous ally, and he seized the chance to voice his demands. Ultimately, they reached a resolution that satisfied everyone. Hermione's anger dissipated, and Ron let out a long sigh of relief. He even contemplated that if this situation persisted for a few more days, he might just lose his composure entirely. After the Granger family finished their dinner, they departed, leaving Hermione with a tinge of reluctance. However, as they left, she could only remind Sherlock once more to be sure to call or send an owl with a letter. A few days later, December 25th, 1991, arrived. On this very day, Mr. Granger's earlier words, spoken in a moment of frustration, came to fruition. The once unbreakable alliance crumbled, transforming into a farcical mockery on the international stage. It can be said without exaggeration that the dissolution of this alliance is the most significant international event affecting the Muggle world since World War II. As for whether this incident would impact the magical realm, that remains an uncertainty for the time being. However, for the young wizards attending Hogwarts, it was clear that this matter held little significance. Many were oblivious to it. Even those who were aware were far more preoccupied with the Christmas gifts they would receive. On the morning of Christmas, Sherlock, Harry, and Ron awoke to find their respective rooms filled with presents. This was one of the perks of the magical world. Alls could replace the jolly old man in the red suit, delivering Christmas gifts. Sherlock stared in silence at the mountain of parcels, somewhat astonished. Could it be that so many people had sent him gifts? Surprise! Merry Christmas! Just as he was lost in thought, Harry and Ron burst through his door, evidently intent on surprising him. However, upon seeing the room brimming with gifts, they both gasped in astonishment. Wow, Sherlock, you've received so many presents. Earlier that morning, Harry had already been surprised to find a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed. Just then, Ron knocked at his door, prompting Harry to eagerly show him the gifts. Come look at how many I've received, he exclaimed. What did you expect to get? Cabbages? Ron chuckled at his own jest. His own collection of parcels was significantly larger than Harry's, which was only natural as he had a greater number of relatives and friends. After deliberating, they decided to visit Sherlock. Upon arriving, they were met with the astonishing sight before them. Ron, have you finally learned to deduce like Sherlock by observing? Ron mumbled, I saw the same gifts in your room earlier. She must have knitted each of you a sweater unique to the Weasley family. I imagine Hermione received one as well. At Harry and Ron's enthusiastic urging, the three friends gathered to unwrap their gifts together. Just as Ron had anticipated, Mrs. Weasley had indeed sent Sherlock a blue hand-knitted sweater, adorned with a large capitals on the chest. Harry's sweater was green with an embroidered, while Ron's was a rich maroon, featuring an R. Accompanying the sweaters was a large box of homemade fudge, which was quite delightful. Next came Hagrid's gift. He gifted each person a handcrafted flute, albeit with somewhat rough craftsmanship, yet remarkably sturdy. Hermione's present was rather intriguing. She bestowed upon Harry a box of horseshoe-shaped chocolates and a large box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans for Ron. Sherlock, on the other hand, received a book. To Harry and Ron's astonishment, it was not the previously discussed magical crime case studies, but rather the art of eloquence. A note was affixed to the cover, inscribed in elegant script, studied diligently. Sherlock opened the front page to discover a phrase. This book offers exclusive formulas for linguistic communication skills, enabling you to transform from silence to an astonishing orator. Observing Sherlock's silence, Ron could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Sherlock, what did you give Hermione? It's not another book, is it?" Harry speculated. "It is indeed a book," Sherlock replied, prompting Harry and Ron to perk up. The title was Makeup for Beginners. Harry and Ron gasped in disbelief. "Goodness, you two are inflicting wounds upon each other. I don't understand." Harry expressed his confusion. "Why would you gift Hermione such a book? Clearly, the presents you gave to Ron and me were quite practical. The wand was undeniably a timely boon for Ron, and the wizard's chess set was adequate for me. Yet, why did the tone shift so drastically with Hermione? Gift-giving should consider practical needs," Harry remarked. "Sherlock, if I may inquire, do you believe Hermione requires lessons in makeup and grooming?" It became evident as Harry and Ron exchanged glances. "Then what exactly did you give to the others?" With the topic broached, Harry's interest was piqued, and he inquired further. Professor Dumbledore received 3 consecutive years of periodontal examinations and complimentary dental cleanings. Professor McGonagall was gifted a set of British-style teaware. Professor Snape received a small freezer for long-term storage of potions. Professor Flitwick received a music box that could both recharge and hold batteries. Gifts for Professor Sprout and Hagrid were books, Home Gardening Illustrated, and Encyclopedia of Rare Wildlife. So, the question arose, why were the gifts for the professors and the two of them entirely reasonable? Yet with Hermione, the tone shifted so dramatically? Why was that? Why indeed? Ultimately, it seemed fruitless to dwell on the matter. Their gifts had already been presented, and as for Sherlock and Hermione, whatever would be, would be. During the subsequent unwrapping of gifts, they came to understand why Sherlock received such an abundance of presents. "Dear Holmes, I sincerely thank you for always having my back in charms class. Your loyal friend, Simeon Finnegan." To Holmes, "Thank you for recommending an excellent seeker for the team. Of course, it would be even better if you could join us. Oliver would always welcomes you." Sherlock, "Thank you for consistently helping me locate Ravenclaw's lost items." Sherlock, "Thanks to you, my father has managed to clear his name. Wishing you a Merry Christmas from the entire Ible family." Mr. Holmes, "I'm immensely grateful for your resolution of my predicament. It is only now that Harry and Ron comprehend the myriad of good deeds Sherlock has accomplished behind their backs. Have you ever considered pursuing a career as a detective?" "Dear Harry, my childhood aspiration was to be a pirate." "Oh well." Harry found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Wait, first tell me, what exactly is a detective?" Thus, a tranquil morning unfolded amidst the trio's undisturbed conversation. After lunch, Mr. and Mrs. Holmes took a stroll outdoors, leaving the 3 friends indoors. Harry and Ron resumed their wizard's chess match. For Ron, engaging in daily matches of kings was a delightful diversion from the occasional bronze-level games. Meanwhile, Sherlock sat, gazing blankly at the wall, absent a prompt. He might have continued this way for the entire afternoon, until Hermione called. Her tone was brusque as she informed Sherlock that Mr. Granger had heeded Mr. Holmes's advice and secured a loan of rubles from the bank. Given the current circumstances, it seemed he had undoubtedly profited from the transaction, though it remained unclear whether it was a modest, moderate, or substantial gain. Upon realizing Sherlock's lackadaisical response and his failure to provide an explanation regarding Christmas gifts, she angrily ended the call. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang again, and Hermione began to enthusiastically recount other gifts she had received. While they may not have met her expectations, they were at least somewhat satisfactory. Yet, Sherlock remained utterly nonchalant. Hermione once again hung up in frustration. Following this, Sherlock proposed a solitary walk outside, insisting that Harry and Ron remain behind. As soon as he departed, Ron was the first to speak up. "Sometimes, I find Hermione quite bothersome. Sherlock must want to avoid her calls, hence his departure. It was glaringly obvious. Hey mate, don't start speaking like Sherlock." "Have I? Clearly. And you have the audacity to criticize me." The two were embroiled in their argument when the phone rang once more. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, quickly deciding to ignore it. However, to their dismay, Hermione seemed resolute, determined not to relent, insisting on making the call. Truly tenacious. Ron shook his head and nudged Harry with his elbow. "Go on, old chap, you know I can't handle this." With a deep sigh, Harry stepped forward and picked up the receiver, the persistent ringing abruptly ceasing. "Hermione, Sherlock has already stepped out." To Harry's surprise, the other end was met with silence, followed by the voice of an unfamiliar man. "Are you Harry Potter or Ron Weasley?" Harry was taken aback. "Who are you?" The stranger chuckled lightly. "Me? I'm the person closest to being a friend to Sherlock Holmes." "What? What do you mean by that?" Harry was startled, and quickly gestured to Ron. Ron looked at Harry, perplexed. In a state of urgency, Harry gestured wildly and mouthed words until Ron finally grasped his meaning. Without a moment's hesitation, Ron dashed out to locate Sherlock. The unfamiliar man across from them appeared completely oblivious, continuing to speak in a calm tone. The enemy, at least in his perception, certainly is. Am I not correct, Mr. Harry Potter? How did you? Harry's astonishment grew exponentially. This enigmatic individual had discerned his connection with Ron immediately upon receiving a call, and now had further narrowed the focus directly onto him. Did you not just send Mr. Weasley away? The voice chuckled lightly. It seems Holmes did not inform you that speaking while performing other actions can affect one's vocal cords, did he? Moreover, your friend's movements are rather conspicuous. The sound of the door closing could be heard from several feet away. Who exactly are you? I have already stated that I am the archenemy of Sherlock Holmes. So, do you intend to continue your friendship with him? That is none of your concern. That is debatable. The voice laughed once again, rich with amusement. I am making this call to inform you that I am willing to offer you a substantial reward regularly, provided you assist me with a small favor. What favor? Harry, already on high alert, heightened his vigilance once more. Information. No need to invade anyone's privacy. Nor will it place you in a difficult position. Merely inform me of his activities. Why? Who are you, and what is your purpose in all this? This marked Harry's third inquiry regarding the identity of his interlocutor. Yet the other party remained evasive. He always causes me concern, which is why I am invested in his life. However, for various reasons, I would appreciate your discretion in this matter. I refuse. Calm yourself, Mr. Potter. I have yet to discuss the specifics of the reward. That is irrelevant. I am simply not interested. Furthermore, Sherlock is my friend, and I will not assist you in such endeavors. Harry declared with unwavering resolve. Do you trust no one but Sherlock Holmes? Strangely, despite Harry's refusal, the voice seemed not only unperturbed, but rather more jovial. Or should I perhaps speak with Mr. Ron Weasley instead? To my knowledge, his financial situation is rather constrained, and he might be inclined to assist me. Chapter 75. I am his archenemy. Since receiving that mysterious call, Harry had become increasingly anxious. Although he was unaware of the caller's identity, he was certain this individual was no ordinary person. Even without the intellect of Sherlock, the ease with which this person identified him, coupled with the claim of being Sherlock's enemy, indicated they were far from benevolent. More importantly, despite Harry's clear stance, the caller seemed utterly unconcerned and even suggested shifting their target to Ron. This greatly troubled Harry. He waited for over an hour, and it was only then that the two finally arrived. Observing the composed Sherlock and the breathless Ron, Harry found himself utterly bewildered. Weren't you supposed to be looking for someone? How did you end up in this state? He glanced at Sherlock, then at Ron. You guys, I must say, I'm truly impressed. Ron stuttered. I can't believe I actually managed a jog with this fellow every morning. Sherlock cast a sidelong glance at Ron, remarking, it was merely a brief jog. Oh, yoke, you call that a jog? Ron seemed inclined to express his grievances, but in his haste, he coughed violently, turning beet red. Never mind. Say what you will, I'm off to rest. With that, Ron disregarded the two and trudged to his bedroom, collapsing onto his bed. Normally, Harry would have followed to check on him, but today was different. He had no desire for Ron to overhear the ensuing conversation. So he pulled Sherlock aside and lowered his voice. Why have you only just arrived? Didn't Ron inform you? Why didn't he think it was significant? Just took him for a couple of laps. Harry, suppressing the urge to curse, took a deep breath. It's not Hermione. A caller, claiming to be your enemy. Just rang. Oh, which one? Harry blinked in surprise. Do you have many enemies? He claims to be your arch-nemesis. Oh, did he pay you to keep an eye on me? Sherlock inquired calmly. Harry was astounded. How could he have guessed? Yes. Did you agree? No. What a pity. You should have accepted. We could have split the fee. After a series of exchanges, Harry realized he was struggling to keep pace with Sherlock's line of thought. He had to interrupt the dialogue to pose a question. Wait, who exactly is he? A relentless individual who delights in tormenting me. One who constantly attempts to instruct me. And also the most perilous person you know. Hearing Sherlock's words sent a shiver down Harry's spine. More dangerous than Voldemort? In some respects, yes. That's rather terrifying. He emphasized the possibility that the individual might target Ron. Yet, despite Harry's serious tone, Sherlock appeared nonchalant, seemingly unconcerned. Please inform Ron that if the individual approaches him, he must think carefully. I could also share the burden. Oh. However, before Harry could express his frustration, Sherlock interrupted. Let us set that aside for now and discuss the arrangements for the return to school. What? First, explore the castle. Second, venture into the Forbidden Forest. Third, confront Quirrell. The plans were laid out clearly. This was not only to hone Harry's skills, but, more importantly, to help him understand his circumstances. according to Dumbledore's initial intention. The chosen one was to face the Dark Lord directly. However, he was ruthlessly chastised by Sherlock. In Sherlock's view, even if there were compelling reasons for Harry to confront Voldemort, the truth should be revealed to Harry, allowing him to make his own choice. It was unacceptable to deceive an 11-year-old wizard without honor. Some individuals, having occupied high positions for too long, are surrounded only by support and praise. As dissenting voices dwindle, it is inevitable that one may become enraptured by such adulation. Had it not been for Sherlock, with Dumbledore's astuteness combined with Harry's disposition, they would have undoubtedly reached a harmonious understanding, advancing towards each other. Is this desirable? Certainly not. Fortunately, Dumbledore fundamentally remains a positive character. Thus, he did not respond with anger towards Sherlock's inquiries or seek to eliminate the questioner. After careful contemplation, he ultimately acknowledged Sherlock's perspective. Of course, this was also a result of Sherlock's astute analysis of Dumbledore's behavior, allowing him to predict his reaction and engage in discourse. Otherwise, he would have resorted to alternative methods. After relaying all this to Harry, the latter fell silent for a considerable time. Sherlock, are you implying that Mr. Dumbledore wishes for me to confront Voldemort? He truly believes in that prophecy. At this point, Sherlock furrowed his brow. It was evident that he had not disclosed everything to me, still concealing certain truths. He would not harm me, would he? That is beyond doubt. Therefore, he merely needs to inform me how to proceed. Sherlock smiled. Harry, you indeed possess the talent for listening and execution. With your assistance, many matters become simplified. Wait, was I not meant to inquire about the identity of that mysterious individual? How did the conversation end up revolving around myself? This left Harry feeling quite vexed, for it was only at this moment that he realized he had unwittingly fallen into Sherlock's trap once more. Yet he also understood that if Sherlock did not wish to disclose information, no amount of effort on his part would suffice. The following day, after deep reflection, Harry confided in Ron and Hermione about the matter. What? That mysterious individual wants you and Ron to monitor Sherlock? If that is the case, why hasn't he contacted me? Harry exclaimed. Hermione, this is not the time for such discussions. How can it not be? According to your logic, since he has set his sights on you and Ron, he should have considered me as well, as I was the first to know Sherlock. Harry retorted. However, his objective is surveillance, and Ron and I reside in the same dormitory as Sherlock. After a brief silence, Hermione, as though nothing had transpired, inquired again, what did Sherlock say? He refused to tell me, only stating that Ron and I could agree to each other's requests and then split with him. How can he be so irresponsible? No, I must come over. Huh? Didn't you just visit a few days ago? Because of yesterday's false alarm, Ron, who had been waiting by the phone, suddenly interjected with this remark. As soon as he spoke, Harry inwardly cursed, realizing the predicament he was in. As expected in the next moment, Hermione's sharp voice nearly pierced the eardrums of the two. Ronald, what do you mean by that? Hermione unleashed a barrage of high-decibel criticism upon Harry and Ron for a full quarter of an hour before furiously hanging up the phone. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both wearing somewhat disgruntled expressions. You shouldn't have told her I didn't anticipate such a strong reaction. Harry shrugged his shoulders, yet he acknowledged. It's good that she is coming. She is smarter than us and might indeed find a way to extract the truth from Sherlock. Are you two overly anxious? Ron remarked with puzzlement. If Sherlock himself isn't concerned, then it must not be a big deal. But he did say he is the most dangerous person I know. More perilous than Voldemort. Hey, let us not mention that name again. I simply must say it. Voldemort. 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 All right, I was wrong. You're my brother. My dear brother, okay? Ron rolled his eyes in exasperation. He suddenly realized that Harry and Hermione were not so different after all. Both were excessively worried about Sherlock. They failed to consider who Sherlock truly was. A person who could discern everything you had done in a day with just a glance. Such a person hardly required their concern. Did he? Ron believed that Sherlock was quite right. If that individual was willing to invest, then one should simply agree and share the bounty with Sherlock. After all, one ought to seize the opportunity to earn easy money. However, given the current situation, such thoughts were best kept to oneself. Yet, whether it was the unperturbed Ron or the overly anxious Harry and Hermione, they could never have predicted the unexpected turn of events that lay ahead. Just 3 days after that mysterious phone call, Hermione, prompted by Mr. Granger, decided to curtail her frequent visits to Holmes' residence. The man was striking at first glance, tall, with prominent brows and eyes, and sharply defined features, exuding an air of vibrancy. He held a black umbrella casually by his side, despite appearing only 18 or 19. His mature demeanor suggested he was in his late 20s. Upon seeing Sherlock and Harry, he smiled, It seems your boxing practice went fairly well today, Mr. Potter. You only fell once. Harry, who had been curious until that moment, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the man's voice. The very same voice that had haunted his thoughts over the past 3 days. Sherlock, it was him. The one I mentioned to you. Chapter 76, of course, he is my brother. Upon seeing the man and hearing Harry's words, Sherlock felt no surprise. I knew it was him. With Harry's astonished gaze upon him, Sherlock briskly approached the man. Gazing at this simultaneously familiar, yet foreign face, Sherlock bluntly inquired, "What brings you here?" "Merely the customary concern for your well-being." "Thank you. I believe I have received your attention." Despite not having the advantage of height, Sherlock's presence remains unwavering in the face of this man, even though he must look up to speak. You remain, as ever, aggressively confrontational. Have you never considered that we are on the same side? Our commonalities are far more numerous than you can imagine, and in contrast, our petty grievances are mere trifles. Yet, you are well aware that this may cause distress, bringing worry to our parents. Upon hearing these words, Sherlock's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening. Who is truly causing them concern? Me? You must understand that they have never worried about me, Macaulay. When Sherlock uttered this, Harry was taken aback. Wait. Stop. Harry stepped forward, approaching the two. He glanced at Sherlock, then at the man referred to as Macaulay, cautiously inquiring, "Whose parents were you just discussing?" "Our father and mother." The two turned in unison, their mirrored eyebrow raises causing a stunned Harry to instinctively retreat a step. Sherlock suddenly chuckled. "Harry, this is my brother, Macaulay Holmes." After saying this, he looked up again, commenting on the latter's weight gain. Macaulay still frowned. Quite the opposite. "I am gaining muscle." He did not believe his brother was oblivious to this fact. Clearly, he was making a point. Harry, with disbelief written across his face, exclaimed, "Brother? You said brother? Is he really your brother?" "Of course he is." Sherlock appeared somewhat impatient, his tone growing rough. "But he is not." "Not what?" "I'm not sure how to articulate it." Harry hesitated, tentatively suggesting, "The mastermind?" "Huh." Sherlock could not help but laugh. Harry's remark delighted him. "Quite right, my friend. It's nearly accurate." Macaulay also chuckled, albeit in exasperation. "Oh my God, I am merely an ordinary university student." "You mean ordinary as in working for the British government before even graduating?" Sherlock retorted coldly, turning to Harry to clarify. If he didn't spend all his free time sneaking in odd jobs, he would have likely been a member of Her Majesty's government straight out of university. Their exchange left Harry utterly astonished. He never imagined that the self-proclaimed archenemy of Sherlock would turn out to be his own brother, nor did he expect this brother to sound so formidable. The two siblings engaged in a verbal duel right at the doorstep, neither willing to concede ground, while Harry found himself caught in the middle, feeling both small and helpless. Just then, the door creaked open, and Mrs. Holmes peeked out. "Children, are you arguing?" "No, impossible," they replied in unison, then frowned together. "Tea is in the study." MacGuffin pointed his umbrella at the muddy footprint left by Harry's shoe, reminding him to inform Coach Moran that his anti-slipwax formula was in dire need of an update. Unless he wished to cultivate a generation of geologists, for not everyone could gather sandstone samples from wrestling matches. As he turned, the hem of his coat brushed against Sherlock's trousers, and he continued, "Come along, brother. Unless you desire me to inform Mother that you have once again dismantled her Victorian teapot." Sherlock gritted his teeth and retorted with a cold smirk. "Harry, remember never to wager with bureaucrats. They likely document even the number of raisins you consume at breakfast." Through Mr. Holmes's introduction, Harry and Ron were astonished to discover that Sherlock was not an only child, but rather had an elder brother. MacGuffin revealed that Holmes was a full 7 years older than Sherlock, and that their grandfather had been a country gentleman for generations, when Sherlock was merely 4. The Holmes family traveled to Montpellier, France, where they resided for a full 2 years. It was during this time that Mrs. Holmes acquired her culinary skills in French cuisine. Ron appeared quite taken aback. "Mr. Ronald, you cannot be unaware that the finest dining establishments in Britain are French restaurants," MacGuffin remarked, playfully adjusting his black umbrella while gazing at Ron. To which Ron responded, "He usually just eats. How would he know such things?" MacGuffin continued, picking up from Mr. Holmes's narrative. At the age of 7, Sherlock was enrolled in a prestigious boarding school, and his family even hired a private tutor for him. Sherlock let out a huff, while Harry and Ron exchanged glances, realizing that their friend had quite an extraordinary background. As an Englishman, he had already visited France, the Netherlands, and Germany by the age of 7. Reflecting on their own childhoods at that age, one enduring the bullying of cousins in a dark cupboard, and the other enviously watching his brothers play Quidditch on the grass, they thought to themselves, "We are not the same." This last year, Sherlock had fallen gravely ill. Originally, They had considered sending him to Yorkshire as a day student at a preparatory school once he recovered. However, to their surprise, he received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The rest, as they say, is history. After a brief silence, Ron could not help but inquire, "So, Mr. MacGuffin, might you also be a wizard?" Upon hearing Ron's question, MacGuffin smiled at him and replied, "What do you think?" MacGuffin did not linger at home for long. After merely sharing a meal, he departed, never even staying a night. It was said that he was very busy. Yet, Harry and Ron could not fathom what could occupy a 19-year-old university student so intensely. "You need not concern yourselves with him," Sherlock remarked coolly when asked by Harry and Ron. "He has always been this way." "Sherlock, it seems your relationship with your brother is rather strained. That fellow has his own set of principles. He always insists on me leading what he deems a normal life, which is precisely what I abhor. You both know that my pursuits have always been for freedom and excitement. Is he a wizard then?" "Certainly not." "Did your uncle and aunt tell him about my relationship with Ron while you were at Hogwarts?" Upon hearing this question, Sherlock's face revealed a complex expression. "No, never." "Then how could he?" "Perhaps you may not believe it, but he possesses superior skills in observation and deduction compared to me," Sherlock calmly stated. "Half of my first year at Hogwarts has already passed, a sufficient span of time for him to draw conclusions. It appears that the magical world is not devoid of merits. At least in certain aspects, it has posed some hindrance to him." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Sherlock's admiration for MacGuff, Harry and Ron were instantly astonished. The two were well aware of Sherlock's prowess, yet now he claimed that MacGuff surpassed him. "Is he even human?" "Harry, do you recall our encounter outside?" Upon seeing us, he immediately remarked on our boxing practice and noted that you had fallen. With Sherlock's reminder, Harry suddenly remembered this detail, primarily because he had been so astonished by MacGuff's mention that he had overlooked it. "Isn't that your mother?" As soon as Harry spoke, he regretted his foolishness. While Mrs. Holmes could certainly inform MacGuff of their morning exercises, she could not possibly know about their boxing practice or Harry's fall. "Of course not." Sherlock shook his head. "Firstly, we were dressed in loose-fitting sportswear and sneakers, clearly not intended for a leisurely stroll. Secondly, I have faint red marks on my wrist, unmistakably left by the boxing glove straps. I would wager that he even noticed the orientation of the wrist guard's buckle, a detail I had just considered. And you, my dear Harry, must have overlooked the rolled-up cuffs of your sleeves, where coarse fibers are clinging to several grains of quartz sand. Only the boxing ring in the alley behind St. Bartholomew's Hospital in all of London is paved with such a mix of gravel, which is why he mentioned Coach Moran at the end. Your left shoe's heel is unusually worn, with clumps of mud on the outer side. This spiral pattern can only be formed when one drags a single foot after losing balance, combined with your stiff gait while walking, clearly indicates a minor sprain from your fall. Lastly, the beads of sweat on the back of your neck that you haven't had the chance to wipe away, along with your breath quickening by 3 seconds compared to normal, are signs of sustained exercise for over half an hour. Sherlock's analysis left Harry and Ron utterly speechless. Amusingly, when I received my admission letter last summer, I also thought it was a prank by that fellow. Little did I know I had wronged him. At this point, Sherlock chuckled, yet his brow soon furrowed. He had not disclosed to his two friends that, through MacGuff's actions today, he had begun to harbor a suspicion that MacGuff was aware of the existence of magic, and quite possibly had known it even earlier than he did. Chapter 77. Hermione, you have never asked me. The first snowfall of 1992 arrived later than usual. On the eve of the new semester, Sherlock and his companions braved the swirling snow, reuniting once more at Platform 9 3/4. The warmth of the Hogwarts Express fogged the windows, while Hermione's copy of magical potions and elixirs flipped its pages at an unusual speed. Ron's gaze was fixated on a chocolate frog that had rolled beneath the seat, tracing a zigzag path out from under Harry's trainers. Upon boarding the train, Sherlock, Harry, and Ron had immediately noticed something amiss with Hermione. It seemed she had quarreled with her father. Not only was she silent, engrossed in her textbook, but Sherlock deduced the situation with little concern. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, wisely opting to avoid provoking any trouble. Unfortunately, trouble has a tendency to find those who seek to evade it. As Hermione turned the last page of her book and abruptly closed it, she exclaimed, "Sherlock, you've never mentioned you have a brother." Her brown hair trembled with her words, as if bewitched by a spell of fury. Hermione was incensed by her missed opportunity to meet McGonagall, having not spoken to Mr. Granger for several days, for it was he who had hindered her visit to Sherlock's home. Even if Uncle Granger had permitted you to go, it wouldn't have guaranteed you would encounter Sherlock's brother that very day, Harry remarked, observing Sherlock's stoic demeanor and deciding to reason with Hermione. However, as soon as he spoke, Hermione scoffed, turning to him, "That is true, but why didn't you call me that day?" I distinctly told you so last time. Harry felt the weight of his words, while Ron stifled a laugh at his brother's predicament. Brother, after the last incident, why do you refuse to learn your lesson? With 5 brothers and a sister, he understood well that temper tantrums belong to women, and irrationality is their privilege. As he reveled in this thought, Hermione's gaze shifted to him. And you, Ronald, I clearly mentioned last time. Why didn't you remind Harry to call me? Do you think his mistakes reflect well on you? Ron retorted, Are you Hermione Granger or Severus Snape? Since boarding the train, Sherlock had been using the magical magnifying glass Harry gifted him to observe the crystalline patterns on the window, as if the quarrel were mere background noise. Hermione, increasingly frustrated by Sherlock's indifference, finally directed her question at him. Sherlock, don't you have anything to say? Out of her sight, Harry and Ron exchanged thumbs-up gestures, silently applauding Sherlock. Though Hermione had braced herself for a response, she was unprepared for Sherlock's silence to extinguish the conversation so effectively. Even so, you could at least include me, Sherlock. I feel a bit disappointed. We are friends after all. I do not believe meeting that individual is something worthy of encouragement. However, he is indeed your brother. His request for Harry and Ron to keep an eye on you stems from genuine concern, albeit one-sided. Sherlock set aside his magnifying glass, leaning back slightly as he clasped his hands beneath his chin. For someone who frequently causes their parents worry, it is prudent to first resolve one's own issues before tending to siblings. At this juncture, the conversation could proceed no further. Although Hermione found the rivalry between the brothers somewhat juvenile, the displeased expression on Sherlock's face allowed her to envision the dismal atmosphere of the Christmas dinner that awaited them. While she was a friend of Sherlock, this was ultimately a family matter, and she felt it inappropriate to interject. With that thought, she cast a fierce glare at Harry and Ron. This is none of our concern. Regardless, as long as McGuff was not mentioned, the dialogue among the 4 flowed smoothly. During this time, Harry generously treated everyone to a plethora of magical snacks. Apart from Ron, the trio also amassed a considerable collection of wizard cards. Ron's exclusion from this was due to his already having nearly 500 cards. To date, he was only missing the 2 rare SSR cards, Agrippa and Ptolemy. However, he did not harbor much concern over them. Even among SSR cards, these 2 were exceedingly rare, and his hopes had long since dwindled. He would rather focus his attention on the chocolate frogs. Of course, the one that had rolled under the seat moments ago had not escaped his grasp either. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, darkness had fully descended, and the heavy snowfall in the Scottish Highlands had ceased, as the students had not yet all returned. The castle lacked its usual clamor. Upon their arrival, the Weasley twins rushed over. After greeting the trio, excluding Ron, they immediately pounced on him. Little Ronnie, it's been half a month and your face has rounded out. It seems the Holmes household's fare is quite sumptuous. How disheartening it is that you have forsaken your dear brothers for your newfound friends. Truly, the world has fallen into decline, and humanity has grown cold and indifferent. Outnumbered by the boys, Ron was no match for his twin brothers. Despite his desperate struggles, he was ultimately overpowered and dragged away by them. In a moment of desperation, he spotted Percy Weasley passing by not far off and called out for help. To his astonishment, Percy appeared oblivious and continued on his way. One could hardly blame him. Even though Percy was the elder brother, he dared not provoke them in such a situation. His typically steadfast demeanor would not allow him to intervene. Instead of chastising his troublesome younger siblings, he found himself unceremoniously swept away due to his lack of strength. Having learned from this experience, he was quite determined not to seek further trouble. In fact, upon witnessing Ron's similar plight, he secretly felt a measure of satisfaction. It seemed that misfortune was not his to bear alone. Shortly after Ron was whisked away by his brothers, a bored Seamus from the neighboring dormitory, having arrived at school early, pulled Harry to try out a new wizard chess set. Do you need a breath of fresh air to awaken your senses? As only Sherlock and Hermione remained, the latter proposed a suggestion. Sherlock, with a casual nod, seized the opportunity to contemplate the evening's arrangements. Together, they exited the castle and entered the Hogwarts grounds. The beauty of Hogwarts on a snowy night was enchanting. Moonlight traced a silver-blue pathway across the snow, while the distant fir branches of the Forbidden Forest sagged under the weight of the snow, bending at a 45-degree angle. The snowflakes clinging to the branches appeared as if enchanted, light and translucent. The snow lay over 3 inches deep, crunching pleasantly beneath their feet, evoking a sense of comfort and relaxation. Upon noticing the 2 rows of neatly arranged footprints left by them in the snow, Hermione felt a stir within her. During this holiday, I researched some information and finally grasped the intricacies of that matter. She paused mid-sentence, only to find that Sherlock seemed oblivious, continuing ahead. Hermione, I'm speaking to you. Apologies, what did you just say? Sherlock responded with an innocent expression. Taking a deep breath, Hermione decided to get straight to the point. The Philosopher's Stone can transmute any metal into pure gold and create the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. The only remaining Philosopher's Stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. As a partner and friend to Professor Dumbledore, it will be most fitting to request the professor's assistance in safeguarding the stone. His actions during the Quidditch match against Harry may have been influenced by Voldemort, who fears that Harry might fulfill the prophecy and ultimately defeat him. Having delivered her thoughts in one breath, Hermione turned to Sherlock. Hermione, you indeed possess a remarkable talent for synthesis and summarization. Sherlock affirmed, acknowledging her analysis. Establishing theories without data is a grave error. People often unconsciously distort facts to fit their theories rather than adapting their theories to the facts. Thus, while others view Snape as more suspicious than Quirrell, I am pleased you could extract key clues from the information and weave them into a logically coherent whole. However, you had already articulated everything at Hagrid's, and it has taken me until now to comprehend it. Despite Sherlock's endorsement, Hermione's tone remained somewhat subdued. My dear friend, in terms of initial deduction, you have already surpassed that group of goldfish at Scotland Yard by 3 Ron Weasleys. I have repeatedly pointed out the distinction between seeing and observing, yet he has only practiced in one scenario thus far. Although Hermione felt a twinge of annoyance at Sherlock's comparison to Ron, her curiosity prompted her to inquire, what scenario? He never regards a quill as a quill, even when its appearance is strikingly similar. I shall go prepare for my studies. See you tomorrow, Hermione declared, having deduced through observation that Sherlock had undoubtedly not perused the book, The Art of Charm. Meanwhile, Harry and Seamus had already engaged in several rounds of chess. During the holiday, he learned numerous tricks from Ron at Sherlock's residence, which he now employed against Simon, creating quite a stir. This also rendered the pieces, who previously harbored some reservations about him, more obedient, much to the delight of both Harry and Simon. The essence of chess lies in seeking opponents of comparable strength, which adds to the enjoyment. Ron, exhausted from the antics of the Weasley twins, had long since succumbed to slumber, while Neville and Dean's beds remained unoccupied, as they had yet to return to school. Sherlock, opting for brevity, instructed Harry to retrieve the invisibility cloak. This filled him with both trepidation and excitement, as if something within him had been awakened. Chapter 78, We depart tonight. Are we leaving tonight? Harry whispered in inquiry. Tomorrow evening, the students will arrive, and Filch's vigilance will be lower tonight than usual. A splendid opportunity for us. Harry readily consented. Once cloaked in invisibility, witnessing his own form vanish from sight heightened his exhilaration. Just before their departure, he hesitated momentarily, then adjusted the cloak to accommodate Sherlock as well. Sherlock, why not join me under it? Harry thought simply. The cloak, a generous legacy from his father, was ample enough to shroud both him and Sherlock, although it might prove slightly cumbersome to walk in tandem. The safety it provided was paramount. Regrettably, when Sherlock had first bestowed the cloak upon him, Harry had harbored a bold notion of venturing alone around the campus while cloaked. After all, it was a treasure left to him by his father, and he felt it should be first utilized in solitude. However, that thought was swiftly cast aside. This was something Sherlock had fought for on his behalf. How could he possibly act otherwise? Without Sherlock, he might never have received it. Although Sherlock claimed that Dumbledore would present it to him as a Christmas gift, who could predict the outcomes of events that had yet to unfold? Such thoughts felt utterly excessive. Little did he anticipate that when he proposed to share the cloak with Sherlock, the latter would respond. From the moment I entrusted you with the invisibility cloak, you were meant to wear it and explore the campus alone. Should you have done so, it would have greatly aided our endeavor today. Harry's head snapped up. Regrettably, it was only today that he was using it for the first time. As for now, wear it without speaking and simply walk ahead. Sherlock's tone was calm, yet brimming with confidence. Even without the cloak, he believed he would remain undetected. His refusal was so resolute that Harry could only acquiesce, though his mind was in turmoil. Was it truly the case that Sherlock considered his prior, somewhat selfish thought to be correct? How absurd! He steadied himself and inquired, "But where are we going?" "Wherever we desire. Rest assured, I shall keep pace with you." This encapsulated Sherlock's intent, to guide Harry on a nocturnal exploration of the campus without a specific destination in mind. The primary intention is to broaden one's horizons and enrich one's experiences. As he had just conveyed to Harry, from the moment Harry resolved to confront Voldemort, Sherlock had determined to strengthen him. Following Sherlock's instructions, Harry donned his invisibility cloak, stealthily exiting the dormitory, descending the staircase, traversing the common room, and crawling through the portrait hole. Who goes there? The fat lady inquired in a raspy voice, unable to see anyone. At that moment, Harry's heart raced. He recalled Sherlock's admonition, remaining silent and swiftly moving through the corridor. Meanwhile, Sherlock trailed behind Harry, subtly shaking his head. Without the cloak of invisibility, Harry would have surely been detected the instant he departed the common room. Even with the cloak, Harry's stealthy demeanor appeared riddled with flaws to Sherlock. Fortunately, they still had time. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Harry finally had a moment to catch his breath. He paused, contemplating his next destination. However, just as he instinctively intended to consult Sherlock, he was astonished to discover that Sherlock had vanished. This revelation sent a chill down Harry's spine. He scanned his surroundings again, confirming Sherlock was indeed absent, and couldn't help but whisper, "Sherlock? Sherlock?" No response came. The corridor was utterly deserted except for him. Oh no! Have I moved too quickly and left Sherlock behind? This thought filled Harry with dismay. True, Sherlock was formidable, but he was currently cloaked in invisibility. He had acted too hastily and should have slowed down to wait for him. He would never abandon a friend. Just as he took a step forward, a powerful hand pressed down on his shoulder. Simultaneously, a familiar voice resonated beside him. "Good evening, Harry." "Sherlock, lower your voice, my friend, unless you wish to attract unwanted attention." "I thought you were." Harry hesitated, feeling embarrassed to finish his sentence. Here he was, the one cloaked in invisibility. Yet he had lost sight of Sherlock and mistakenly believed he had lost him. "Were you just now?" Sherlock stepped back, leaning against the shadow of a massive stone pillar. Tracking and concealment are, after all, an art. Wearing the invisibility cloak may render one unseen, but it does not signify one has truly vanished. He pinched a glowing shard of glass between his fingers. "A minute ago, you lingered before the suit of armor." The temperature of the knee guard rose by 2 or 3 degrees. The cloak does not impede thermal conduction. At that moment, Harry noticed a prism embedded in the collar of Sherlock's cloak, casting a light web that subtly enveloped the corridor. "Have you mastered the disillusionment charm?" "That is an advanced spell," Harry exclaimed, finding it hard to believe. "You have indeed overestimated my abilities, dear Harry. It is far simpler than that," Sherlock declared, raising his right hand. "Look." The delicate thread that cascaded through his fingers shimmered with a pearlescent glow under the moonlight. It was the spider silk purchase from Diagon Alley during his last visit. When utilized appropriately, it could alter the direction of light refraction. Moreover, it emitted a pitch of C major when brushed against an invisibility cloak. After uttering this, he took a half step forward. "Your breathing rate exceeds the normal by 17. Although I doubt others could perceive this, I still advise you to endeavor to relax." "Very well, my friend. If you remain indecisive, I suggest you first visit the library. It is moderately distanced, spacious, and you are relatively familiar with the environment there. If we linger here much longer, we may find our time is running short." Without hesitation, Harry accepted Sherlock's counsel. The library was shrouded in darkness at night. It was uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, but Harry felt an eerie, foreboding atmosphere here, particularly in contrast to the daylight. In such circumstances, Harry had no choice but to illuminate a lamp, carrying it as he traversed the rows of bookshelves. The light appeared to hover in midair. Although he felt the weight of it in his hands, the sight still sent shivers down his spine. Upon reaching the restricted section at the back of the library, that sensation intensified. Harry cautiously stepped over the rope that separated these books from the others, contemplating whether to take a book out for a closer inspection, when he heard Sherlock's voice beside him. "If I were you, I would avoid areas that easily leave footprints." Harry paused, glancing down his feet, and, feeling rather embarrassed, chose an alternate path. Throughout the nocturnal escapade, Sherlock imparted a valuable lesson to Harry. Just as in the corridor earlier, Sherlock navigated effortlessly with his agile prowess and a few simple spells. It was Harry, cloaked in invisibility, who nearly fell prey to the watchful eye of Filch on several occasions. Fortunately, Filch was, as Sherlock had noted, considerably more lax than usual that evening. With Sherlock providing cover at critical moments, they managed to slip by unnoticed. To Harry's chagrin, there were several instances when Sherlock had to lead the way, and he almost lost track of him. To lose sight of someone while cloaked in invisibility, how embarrassing. Conversely, Sherlock, despite Harry's concealed state, consistently managed to locate him with precision. One word, astounding. Ultimately, Harry proved to be anything but disappointing. He had become utterly lost, observing Harry as he entered through doors and turned at corners. Sherlock couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. Nurturing a savior was indeed a daunting task. Perhaps it would be best if he took the lead himself? Just as Sherlock pondered this dilemma, Harry's voice suddenly called out, "Sherlock, are you there?" With a sigh, Sherlock hurried into the room where Harry was situated. "Sherlock, what do you see over there?" Sherlock did not immediately direct his gaze to where Harry was pointing, but instead scanned the entire room. Numerous tables and chairs were haphazardly piled against the wall, casting large shadows in the moonlight. Additionally, an overturned wastebasket suggested that this was an abandoned classroom. Subsequently, Sherlock's gaze was drawn to the object that had caught Harry's attention. It was an imposing mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, adorned with a magnificent golden frame, resting upon two claw-like feet. Sherlock swiftly deduced that this mirror had recently been relocated to this spot, no more than 3 days prior, and it would soon be moved elsewhere. "Pray tell, Sherlock, how did you arrive at that conclusion?" Harry, now a far cry from the Harry who had first met Sherlock, found himself in a state of resignation. The reason for his passive demeanor was twofold. He understood that no amount of contemplation would yield the correct answer, and he relished the joy that Sherlock exhibited whenever he articulated his reasoning. Especially when others offered sincere praise, Sherlock's delight was unmistakable. Given this, flattery was undoubtedly in order. Chapter 79, Sherlock and the Mirror of Eris. It was a straightforward deduction. When Harry inquired, Sherlock promptly began his explanation. "There is no accumulation of dust, nor any other footprints. Those pristine scratches are clearly the result of moving a heavy object. The original distribution of dust around the mirror's placement has been disrupted, creating a distinctly defined area that corresponds with the mirror's outline, while other areas remain uniformly coated in dust. The choice of this abandoned classroom, along with the haphazard positioning, indicates that this is merely a temporary storage space, destined to be relocated soon." Though Harry had been mentally prepared, he could not help but express admiration upon hearing Sherlock's revelations. "Sherlock, it's always the same. When you articulate your reasoning, everything seems so apparent. Yet, before your explanation, I could not fathom it." Sherlock chuckled. "Thank you for your kind words, my friend. But I fear I must remind you of the time if you intend to linger here." To Sherlock's surprise, Harry shook his head. "Sherlock, shall we depart? Aren't you curious to take a look?" Sherlock regarded him with interest. Harry responded, "It's already quite late, and I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." He sensed an unsettling peculiarity surrounding the mirror's presence, as if it had been deliberately placed there for them to discover. "Induction is indeed contagious, my dear friend." At Harry's words, Sherlock erupted into laughter, causing Harry to worry that his mirth might attract Filch. "Look, you two are beginning to employ it to analyze matters." While Harry merely harbored a vague suspicion, Sherlock was certain that this mirror had been intentionally positioned here for their discovery. The number of individuals in Hogwarts with both the motive and means to orchestrate such a scheme was exceedingly small. Sherlock almost instantaneously deduced who was responsible and the rationale behind their actions. "Unfortunately, neither of us can leave this place." "What did you say?" Sherlock's words rendered both Harry and the unseen observer momentarily speechless. "If you harbor doubts, you may certainly test it now." Harry hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, his curiosity triumphed over his reservations. It was not that he disbelieved Sherlock. Rather, he yearned to broaden his horizons. Sherlock, with a smile playing on his lips, observed Harry, cloaked in invisibility as he approached the door. He, too, was eager to discover the methods employed by the unseen adversary to thwart their endeavors. As Harry reached the threshold and cracked the door open, the gleaming eyes of Mrs. Loris appeared in his line of sight. "Meow." Harry froze, uncertain whether the invisibility cloak would affect the cat, standing utterly still. Fortunately, Mrs. Loris did not linger for long. Once she turned away, Harry swiftly closed the door behind him, exhaling a long sigh. "I was mistaken this time. I never anticipated it would be a cat," Sherlock remarked with a hint of self-deprecation as he strode directly toward the mirror. The earlier encounter had undeniably validated Sherlock's hypothesis, and Harry was disinclined to approach the door again. Thus, seeing Sherlock advance, he followed suit. Standing before the mirror, Sherlock's gaze swept across its top, where a line of text was inscribed. "Aristra urwadavi kafruatang wohis." It appeared to be a nonsensical phrase. In less than 3 seconds, Sherlock deciphered the correct pronunciation of the phrase. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly transforming into a subtle smirk. In that moment, he grasped the reason for the mirror's presence today. That old fool. Very well. If one seeks excitement, then let it be pursued to the fullest. He stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the mirror. To Sherlock's astonishment, the reflection did not reveal a labyrinth constructed of galleons, nor the streets of Elizabethan London. Instead, it displayed a scene of chilling precision. Countless silver threads wove a web in the void, each strand adorned with suspended pocket watches, blood-stained daggers, and yellowing case files. A parchment inscribed with unknown symbols began to unfurl, the ink twisting into a magical equation he had never encountered. Hogwarts Castle collapsed into a floating dodecahedron, each facet contorted into the same Gothic letters. The final problem. After observing the scene for several seconds, Sherlock sneered at the image reflected in the mirror. A tedious emotional projection. You ought to reveal to me the only impossible option among all possibilities, such as the moment I cease to think. At this juncture, Harry also approached the mirror and, upon hearing Sherlock's words, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Sherlock, what are you talking about?" Sherlock pointed to the line of text at the top of the mirror. Harry glanced at it once, then again, and finally thought to himself, "What on earth is this writing?" Before Harry could voice his question, Sherlock already articulated the answer. Eristra eru oit ubek haferoid on wosi is a simple riddle, easily deciphered by reversing and rephrasing. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. Harry, unable to follow Sherlock's line of thought, asked in confusion, "What does that mean?" "What I reveal is not your visage, but the yearning that lies within your heart." Sherlock replied calmly, "This mirror reflects the deepest and most fervent desires of every individual. Is it truly that wondrous?" "Sherlock, what did you see?" Harry inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Sherlock?" Harry looked at him in bewilderment, failing to grasp his meaning. "Have you not always longed to meet your parents?" Sherlock suggested, gesturing towards a spot he had just occupied, beckoning Harry to approach. A shiver coursed through Harry's body. "My mother and father." His gaze turned towards the mirror, and he slowly stepped forward. As he drew nearer to the glass, his heart raced with anticipation, until at last, upon seeing a multitude of figures reflected within, he nearly cried out. Fortunately, his time spent with Sherlock over the past semester had cultivated a degree of composure, preventing him from screaming. Ensuring no one was behind him, he fixated on the mirror, a look of rapt fascination gracing his face. Sherlock observed Harry's unusual behavior with a furrowed brow. In that moment, Harry pressed his hands firmly against the frame, nearly leaning against the mirror itself. "Mother?" he whispered. "Father?" Just then, a hand gripped his shoulder, forcibly turning him away from the mirror. Frustrated at Sherlock's sudden intervention, Harry exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Sherlock's strong hands held him in place, and Harry struggled in vain, feeling only pain from the grip. "Dear Harry, you must remain calm. I presume you beheld your parents in the mirror?" "Not just my parents, but my grandparents and many others," Harry exclaimed. "Did you know, Sherlock, they all share my green eyes, my identical nose, and my grandfather has knees just like mine? Uneven and knobby," Harry babbled, somewhat incoherently. "It seems your yearning for familial bonds is even more profound than I had anticipated," Sherlock remarked thoughtfully. "Sherlock." Harry's gaze remained fixed on the mirror. Realizing he could not escape Sherlock's hold, he turned to him with pleading eyes. Sherlock frowned, but ultimately relented. Releasing his grip, let him indulge in this fleeting glimpse, he decided. Free at last, Harry dashed to the mirror, this time collapsing onto the floor. "Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and so many relatives I do not even know." In the mirror, at least a dozen individuals stood behind him, their faces adorned with smiles as they waved at him. At that moment, Harry yearned to remain here all night, surrounded by his family, with nothing to impede him, not even Sherlock. Unbeknownst to Sherlock, he had become the greatest obstacle in Harry's heart. He observed Harry with keen interest, watching him gaze at the mirror with an insatiable longing, as if he wished to leap into it and join his loved ones. He was waiting for that person to appear. That person did not keep him waiting for long. Just as Harry was on the verge of entering a trance-like state, a calm voice emanated from behind him. Instantly, Harry felt as though his insides had turned to ice. He stiffly turned around to see Dumbledore's figure materializing at the doorway. Sherlock was unfazed. He calmly greeted Dumbledore, saying, "Professor, I must say, Sherlock, at your age, I lacked the keen observational skills you possess," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "As you have aptly noted, this mirror indeed reveals our innermost desires. It is known as the Mirror of Ariste." Harry, relieved by the smile on Dumbledore's face, let out a sigh. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore, still smiling, turned his gaze to Sherlock. "So, can you now tell me what your heart's desire is?" "A rather pretentious advertisement for a clockmaker. I would recommend Mr. Filch enhanced the pest control measures in the castle," Sherlock replied. Dumbledore, as well as Harry, looked at Sherlock in surprise. What was he talking about? Without allowing either of them a moment to respond, Sherlock continued, "Reality and fantasy are sometimes difficult to distinguish, and in a world imbued with magic, it becomes even more challenging. Thus, I do not believe placing this mirror here is a wise decision." Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. This was something he had intended to convey to Harry, yet Sherlock had preempted him. noticing that Sherlock seemed poised to elaborate further. Dumbledore cleared his throat and turned to Harry. Harry. Upon being addressed directly by Dumbledore, Harry instantly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. I would prefer if you referred to me as Sir or Professor. Very well, sir. Your friend is quite correct. This mirror neither imparts knowledge nor reveals the truth. People squander their time before it, becoming enamored with what they see, even driven to madness. For they do not know whether what lies within the mirror is real or attainable. Harry bowed his head in silence. Indulging in illusory dreams while neglecting the realities of life is utterly fruitless. He cast another glance at Sherlock, who was now fixated on Dumbledore. I suspect this mirror will soon be removed, correct? Remarkably perceptive, as you have deduced, Sherlock. I shall have it relocated later. I hope you will refrain from seeking it out again. Although he spoke of you, Dumbledore's gaze was fixed on Harry. Evidently, in his perspective, the only individual ensnared by the mirror of Ariste was Harry. I would advise Harry. Sherlock posed the question once more. What did you see in the mirror, sir? Harry, intrigued, glanced towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore squinted. Me? I beheld myself in the mirror, holding a pair of thick, white woolen socks. Sherlock. Harry. Harry nodded, while Sherlock slowly remarked, one does not require an invisibility cloak to become invisible, correct? Dumbledore remained silent, merely offering them a warm smile. Under his guidance, Harry's pace quickened significantly. When the two arrived at the Gryffindor common room, Harry exhaled deeply. Thank goodness, I thought the professor would deduct points from us. He will not, Sherlock asserted confidently. Curiously, Harry inquired, how do you know? Because he is not Professor Snape, Sherlock replied, his tone shifting to seriousness. My friend, your performance tonight was lacking. A sense of shame washed over Harry. After encountering the mirror, he had cast everything aside, even developing an unsettling sentiment that merely being with his family sufficed. What did it matter about Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone, or Voldemort? Even if Quirrell had indeed taken the stone, so what? He had overlooked a crucial fact. Voldemort was the nemesis who had slain his parents. Chapter 80. Faster, higher, stronger. Sherlock, I was wrong. I should not have succumbed to fantasies. Harry felt embarrassed, uncertain about his previous state of mind. If Voldemort were to obtain the Philosopher's Stone and regain his power, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Not to mention, due to that prophecy, he would never let Harry go. How could he have felt indifferent at that moment? Truly, he had been bewitched. Harry, oh. Just as he pondered, Sherlock revealed an exhilarating piece of news. There are many ways to cherish family. Immersing oneself in fantasy is the most foolish. This summer, we shall visit the place where your parents resided. Upon hearing Sherlock's words, Harry was instantly invigorated. Before that, you must diligently learn stealth and fencing from me. Absolutely, Harry responded with unwavering confidence. As long as I am with Sherlock, I fear nothing. Thanks to the guidance of Sherlock and Dumbledore, Harry was ultimately persuaded to cease dwelling on the mirror of Ariste and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Sherlock remained deep in thought. It was evident that Dumbledore had intentionally placed the mirror of Ariste in that abandoned classroom to entice both himself and Harry. Of course, he harbored no malice. He merely wished to assess their character. One could say he genuinely aspired to cultivate a savior with his own hands. As for Sherlock, one could only remark that although the old man bore no ill will towards him, he was accustomed to maintaining control over everything. This point was vividly illustrated in his previous desire to have Harry confront Voldemort alone. In his childhood, he would often gaze into the mirror and envision himself setting sail on the seas. Yet now, the eternal enigma, the ceaseless reasoning, all of it he found utterly delightful. Indeed, he was not an ordinary individual. As for whether Dumbledore would comprehend his answer, that was left to fate. Upon returning to school, Harry completely set aside the matter of the mirror and engaged in rigorous training with Sherlock every day. Although Sherlock was eager to teach Harry boxing and fencing, given Harry's current physical condition, it was imperative to first strengthen his body, focusing on fundamental skills. Initially, Sherlock intensified the morning exercises. Rising early, they would briskly walk and jog around the Black Lake. The picturesque scenery and fresh air surrounding the lake allowed for the development of coordination and endurance. Following the aerobic sessions, they would perform simple stretching exercises on the flat grass by the lake to enhance flexibility, which was particularly suitable for someone like Harry, who was undernourished and lacked exercise. After a day of classes, once his roommates were sound asleep, Sherlock would stealthily lead Harry out of the common room, navigating through Filch, the Fat Lady, and Peeves, continuing their nocturnal explorations of Hogwarts. To ensure adequate sleep, their nightly escapades were brief yet thrilling. With the aid of the invisibility cloak and under Sherlock's guidance, Harry made remarkable progress, becoming increasingly adept. He also grew more and more in awe of Sherlock. It was noteworthy that Sherlock, without the protection of the invisibility cloak, ventured through Hogwarts alongside him, and on several occasions, narrowly escaped detection by the fat lady. In contrast, Sherlock remained as composed as ever, exhibiting no flaws. Perhaps that was talent, Harry mused. Thus, apart from the Forbidden Forest and the corridor that Dumbledore had specifically warned him about, Sherlock led Harry to explore Hogwarts in a manner that went largely unnoticed. Of course, while they claimed to have conducted a thorough exploration, it was really only a macro-level overview. After all, the school harbored a multitude of hidden secrets, with only Filch and the Weasley twins privy to many of the concealed passageways. The once diminutive figure gradually became more proportionate, no longer the smallest among his peers. He grew faster, taller, and stronger. Notably, Professor Snape gifted Harry a bottle of an expensive and practical advanced potion, which notably altered Harry's perception of Snape once more. However, in potions class, Snape continued to deduct points from Harry with the same relentless fervor as ever, unfazed by Harry's Christmas gift. This behavior had become customary not only for Harry, but also for the entire Gryffindor cohort. Everyone knew that whenever potions class commenced, Gryffindor would transform into Gryffindor. Time slips away unnoticed. Just as Sherlock was preparing to intensify Harry's training, Quidditch practice commenced once more, necessitating a delay in their plans. The primary reason for this postponement was Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who maintained exceedingly high expectations for all his players. Even amidst the relentless rain that followed heavy snowfall, the Weasley twins openly complained that Wood was becoming a training fanatic. However, Harry resolutely sided with Wood. On one hand, a victory in the upcoming match against Hufflepuff would allow them to surpass Slytherin in House Cup, marking Gryffindor's first triumph in 7 years. On the other hand, after growing accustomed to Sherlock's rigorous training, Harry found Quidditch practice to be rather manageable. This impressed Wood greatly. In stark contrast were the Weasley twins who, while engaging in relentless dives and mockingly pretending to fall off their broomsticks, exasperated Wood, who exclaimed, "If you continue this nonsense, we are bound to lose the match." With Snape as the referee, he will undoubtedly seek every opportunity to penalize Gryffindor. Upon hearing this, the twins' expressions changed dramatically, and they indeed tumbled off their broomsticks in a rather undignified manner. The prospect of Snape officiating the Quidditch match sparked fervent discussions among the Gryffindor team. As soon as practice concluded, the players eagerly debated the implications. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry dashed off to share the news with his friends. Upon entering the Gryffindor common room, he was not surprised to find Ron engaged in a chess match with Hermione. It was only in such scenarios that Hermione would concede to Ron. Both were thoroughly engrossed, one striving for victory, the other reveling in the prospect of the other's defeat. Harry approached them and, lowering his voice, revealed Snape's intention to serve as the Quidditch referee. "Don't participate in the match," Hermione immediately replied, feigning a broken leg. Ron was even more ruthless. "Actually break your leg." "I can't do that. The team lacks a substitute seeker. If I withdraw, Gryffindor cannot compete." "Wait, where's Sherlock?" he suddenly realized, noticing Sherlock's absence from the common room. Since beginning Quidditch practice, Sherlock had temporarily halted their nightly explorations of Hogwarts. Otherwise, with Harry's current stamina, staying up late each night left him devoid of energy for other activities. Of course, their morning aerobic exercises continued, albeit at a slightly reduced intensity. By the time Harry headed to the Quidditch pitch for practice, Sherlock typically remained in the common room, diligently completing his magical assignments. Hermione had remarked on Sherlock's behavior more than once, as he would often leave his completed work in the common room for other young lions to peruse. Sherlock, however, remained silent on the matter. Hermione felt that he was indulging others far too much. Had it not been for the previous incident involving the giant, she would likely have openly expressed her discontent. Nevertheless, numerous young lions silently grumbled. "I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. How can the matters of scholars be deemed as mere copying?" However, there were occasions when Sherlock's assignments were impossible to replicate, as he would neglect to write anything for certain subjects that failed to pique his interest, or he would submit only a solitary answer. In such instances, Harry and Ron had no choice but to rely on Hermione. Unlike Sherlock, she resolutely refused to allow others to copy her work. However, she would assist the two in reviewing their assignments, and with her scrutiny, they would attain the correct answers. Watson delivered a letter, and upon Harry inquiring about Sherlock, Ron explained that Hagrid had summoned him to his hut for a discussion. "We intended to wait for you to arrive before deciding whether to pay a visit as well," Hermione added. Harry was momentarily taken aback. What could Hagrid possibly want with Sherlock? Could it be that some magical creature had gone missing, requiring Sherlock's assistance in the search? While he pondered this, Neville Longbottom stumbled into the common room. Noticing that even as he fell, his legs remained tightly bound together, Harry sprang to his feet and rushed over. "It's the leglocker curse," Hermione whispered, then stepped forward to release Neville from the spell, which Harry had already begun to assist him with. Ron, Dean, and Seamus, a few young wizards who had a close relationship with Neville, immediately gathered around to inquire, what in the name of all that is unholy happened? Unbeknownst to Sherlock, who was currently savoring the robust tea brewed specially for him by Hagrid, the situation had unfolded in the Gryffindor common room. In the frigid winter, this beverage proved to be more effective than a warming charm. Not only did it fend off the cold and provide warmth, but also alleviated fatigue and invigorated the spirit. Its only drawback was the frequent need to visit the restroom if consumed excessively. "Thank you, Hagrid," Sherlock observed the giant before him, who appeared somewhat awkward and unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, and sighed. "I shall be frank. There are currently 3 methods to resolve the predicament you face. Mr. Holmes, I cannot express my gratitude enough." When Sherlock indicated that there were multiple solutions to Hagrid's dilemma, Hagrid instinctively expressed his thanks. Yet, upon uttering the words, he realized something was amiss. "Wait, I haven't even said anything yet. What is going on?" He had merely instructed an owl to convey a message to Sherlock, indicating that he had matters to discuss. As for Sherlock, he had just arrived at his hut to enjoy a cup of tea. How could he possibly know that Hagrid was in trouble? Sherlock found himself at a loss for words. While other secrets might require keen observation and analysis to deduce, Rubeus Hagrid was, in essence, a canvas upon which his thoughts were visibly inscribed. Not only Sherlock, but even Hermione, or perhaps Harry, or better yet, Ron, could easily extract information from Hagrid, as he was incapable of concealing his secrets. Aren't you troubled about how to resolve the dragon egg situation? I have 3 proposals. First, inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. With his capabilities, he will undoubtedly manage it adeptly. Second, reach out to Ron's brother, Charlie Weasley, who is studying dragons in Romania and can handle the situation with great care. Third, wait a moment. Before Sherlock could articulate the third solution, Hagrid interrupted him once again. He fixed Sherlock with a gaze of sheer terror. "Merlin's beard. How do you know about this? What did you say?" Sherlock arched an eyebrow. "Do you not wish to resolve the matter of the dragon egg?" "I do, but you must first tell me how you knew I had a dragon egg." "I certainly didn't disclose anything." Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply could not fathom how Sherlock was aware of everything without him having uttered a word. Very well, Sherlock realized, from Hagrid's expression, that if he did not clarify matters, Hagrid would remain in a state of agitation. Thus, he reiterated what he deemed to be self-evident. "If you wish to keep this matter concealed, you ought to stow away those books in your room. At least not display them so conspicuously. Titles such as Types of Dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, From Egg to Resurrection, A Guide to Raising Dragons, and Raising Dragons for Pleasure and Profit would certainly raise suspicions. Moreover, all the curtains in this room are drawn, and the fireplace burns with a fierceness surpassing even the coldest of times. The temperature within has become nearly unbearable. Most importantly, from my vantage point, I can see the egg within the fireplace, which, to my knowledge, is a necessity only for dragon eggs." As Sherlock spoke at a rapid pace, Hagrid had yet to even begin tidying up the dragon-related books. An awkward silence ensued. "Well, I didn't expect you to see through me. That is truly remarkable, Sherlock," Hagrid exclaimed, excitement causing him to change his form of address. "Indeed. Now, what is your third idea?" Hagrid rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Honestly, I think the first 2 suggestions are rather poor. Just by observing his demeanor, Sherlock discerned that Hagrid was keen on raising the dragon himself. However, in the magical realm, this was a clear violation of the law. The personal ownership of fire dragons had been prohibited since the Wizarding Conference of 1709, a fact Professor Binns once mentioned in their History of Magic class. "Let's first discuss how you came by this dragon egg, shall we? Are you interested in the dragon egg as well?" Hagrid's enthusiasm surged. "To be precise, I'm intrigued by the individual who entrusted you with the dragon egg." Hagrid's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Is there something wrong with the egg?" "No, the issue lies with you," Sherlock replied, his eyes gleaming, hands clasped beneath his chin. "Now, tell me in detail about that night." Despite feeling bewildered by Sherlock's inquiry regarding the dragon egg, Hagrid complied and recounted the events of that day with great detail. In succinct terms, he ventured to the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade for a drink, where he fortuitously encountered a stranger seeking to engage him in a game of cards. Unfortunately for the opponent, his card-playing skills were lacking, resulting in a substantial loss of several galleons to Hagrid. In a fit of desperation, the gambler produced a dragon egg as a wager, yet he ultimately succumbed to defeat against Hagrid. Hagrid's account was somewhat vague, yet it sufficed for Sherlock. Thus, He did not discern the stranger's appearance. Indeed, the individual stubbornly refused to shed his cloak. At this juncture, Hagrid chuckled. Sherlock, you are overly sensitive. The Three Broomsticks frequently attracts an array of bizarre patrons, and individuals like him are not uncommon. While this may be true, it bears little significance. Sherlock replied, however, few individuals possess an ardent interest in magical creatures while carrying a dragon egg, and it is rather peculiar that such a person sought you out. Sherlock, could you articulate your thoughts more clearly? Hagrid scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. You see, I'm not particularly adept at intellectual pursuits. Sherlock exhaled deeply. So aside from the Hound of the Baskervilles, what other defenses did you establish near the Philosopher's Stone? It is not a hound, it is Fong. Hagrid retorted, initially defensive about his beloved pet, before continuing, though he may appear formidable, he is quite docile under my care. A bit of music lulls him to sleep instantly. Dumbledore borrowed Fong from me and enlisted several other professors to cast spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Quirrell. Of course, Dumbledore himself also performed magic. Wait, I nearly forgot someone. Yes, Professor Snape. Suddenly, a look of terror spread across Hagrid's face as he slapped himself hard. Why can't I control my tongue? Sherlock remarked. Why can't you restrain yourself? Are you not aware? To be frank, Sherlock felt no sense of satisfaction when dealing with Hagrid. There was no need for him to deduce anything. Hagrid had laid everything bare. Hagrid, calm down. Dumbledore has already informed me of these matters. Sherlock stated with composure. It now appears that the individual who lost the dragon egg to you is Quirrell. How could it possibly be him? He is among those who set up the protective enchantments for the Philosopher's Stone. Clearly, Hagrid did not recall what Sherlock had mentioned during their previous encounter at the hut. Sherlock was not surprised by this and was reluctant to elaborate further. He would once again defer to old Dumbledore. I have already confirmed this matter with Dumbledore. Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? He had this feeling last time, but it is now even stronger. How does Dumbledore divulge everything to you? I was here first. Upon hearing the mention of the dragon egg, Hagrid's attention was immediately captivated, dismissing thoughts of Fong, Quirrell, and the Philosopher's Stone entirely. However, as soon as Sherlock spoke, he startled him. The third option is to entrust the dragon egg to me. To you? Hagrid gazed at Sherlock in bewilderment, questioning whether he had been forsaken by the tides of time. Is it any wonder that in the contemporary wizarding world, a mere 12-year-old sorcerer can contend with perilous creatures such as dragons? If that were indeed the case, was he not already akin to an old dog? Sherlock's eyes glimmered with mischief as he recalled a potion recipe he had encountered in a forbidden tome, which required a dragon egg. Wait, are you suggesting? Just as you surmised, I intend to utilize the dragon egg for potion brewing. Upon uttering this, he cast a lingering gaze at the dark egg that Hagrid had placed in the fireplace. Noticing the fervent look in Sherlock's eyes directed at the dragon egg, Hagrid could not help but shudder. No, absolutely not. This is a life. It is not yet a life until it hatches. Sherlock waved dismissively. I advise you to deliberate carefully. I can offer you a sum of galleons as compensation. Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Hagrid abruptly stood, toppling his chair with a loud crash. I would sooner inform Dumbledore that I inadvertently disclosed information about Fong than allow you, Holmes, to use it for potion brewing. He gestured animatedly with his robust arms, his expression brimming with agitation, referring to Sherlock as Holmes once again. Is that so? What a shame. Sherlock shook his head, feigning sorrow. Witnessing his demeanor, Hagrid felt an even deeper trepidation. What manner of individual has Gryffindor attracted this year? In the Gryffindor common room, Ron laughed uncontrollably. By the blood of my hellhound, Sherlock, you are truly wicked to coerce Hagrid into surrendering the dragon egg in such a manner. It must be said, though somewhat unscrupulous. It is undeniably effective, Hermione remarked. Indeed, dragons are exceedingly dangerous, and even Hagrid finds them challenging to tame. He should really show us the burn marks on his body, all inflicted by the wild dragons of Romania. Harry, wearing a look of concern, questioned Sherlock. What if Hagrid changes his mind again? He will not, Sherlock replied calmly. Wizards tend to favor compromise. If you were to directly ask Hagrid to part with the dragon egg, he would surely refuse. However, if you advocate for its use in potion making, he will be more amenable to relinquishing it. Very well, you have convinced me. But what about the upcoming Quidditch match against Hufflepuff? Hermione and I advised Harry against participating. Why not? Sherlock countered. I have heard that Snape has strangely volunteered to officiate the match, a gluttonous monster who has never done so before. He is clearly doing it for Harry. Sherlock's acknowledgement prompted Ron to lift his chin with newfound confidence, addressing Harry with conviction. What do you think? Even Sherlock agrees with me. If it were up to me, I would feign a broken leg to avoid competing, Harry retorted. Dear friend, I implore you to act with integrity. Sherlock dismissed Ron's concerns and turned to Harry, stating, given such favorable circumstances, your sole focus should be on securing victory in the match. What? Ron was taken aback, utterly bewildered by this turn of events. Chapter 82 reveals that Severus Snape had much more to ponder. Harry naturally had no objections to Sherlock's assertion. Winning the match was indeed his responsibility. However, Wood had warned that Professor Snape would go to great lengths to find excuses to deduct points from Gryffindor. This was a valid point. Sherlock concurred with Wood's assessment and promptly proposed a solution. As long as you seize the golden snitch before the point gap widens to 150, you shall prevail. Seeing Harry nod emphatically, Ron could no longer contain himself. Wait, do you both comprehend the implications of what you're discussing? The fact that Snape is officiating the Quidditch match is decidedly unfavorable. Why then do Sherlock and Harry seem so reassured by this news? It is utterly absurd. Hermione chimed in, agreeing with Ron. Indeed, while Professor Snape may not wish harm upon Harry, he certainly does not desire a Gryffindor victory. Sherlock chuckled lightly. Quidditch operates in such a manner. As a seeker, Harry need only immerse himself fully in the game and capture the golden snitch. However, as the referee, Snape has numerous considerations to weigh. At this, both Ron and Hermione struggled to restrain their disbelief. Yet, Sherlock's statement left Hermione somewhat perplexed. Was this not a form of irony? In truth, Sherlock indeed harbored such thoughts. After all, with Snape now overseeing the match, he was tasked not only with ensuring Harry's safety, but also with finding every possible means to deduct points from Gryffindor. This posed a genuine challenge for him. Soon after Professor Severus Snape was appointed as the referee for the second match of the Quidditch Cup, the game commenced. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Compared to the first match, the Gryffindors felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, while the Slytherins reveled in their mischief, and the Ravenclaws observed with keen interest. Ironically, the Badgers, as participants, appeared utterly unconcerned, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama. On this occasion, Sherlock did not seek out Harry in the locker room prior to the match. However, Wood pulled Harry aside to impart some crucial advice. Potter, I do not wish to impose undue pressure upon you, but today, we must capture the golden snitch with unprecedented urgency. Wood's brow was furrowed with worry. We must act swiftly. We cannot afford to give Snape the opportunity to excessively favor Hufflepuff. Harry nodded in agreement. This sentiment was universally shared. Even Sherlock, who had steadfastly believed in Snape's protective instincts, echoed this sentiment. Due to Harry's stellar performance in the previous match, attendance was notably higher this time, with nearly the entire student body present. Regrettably, Professor Dumbledore was absent. Harry gazed at the lively and raucous stands, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Had Dumbledore been present, Quirrell would certainly not have dared to harm him. Although Sherlock assured Harry of Snape's protection, he had also mentioned that, with Voldemort's assistance, Snape's abilities were somewhat inferior to Quirrell's. In the previous encounter, Chi Luo nearly achieved his objective. However, this time, Snape has specifically volunteered to serve as the referee, allowing him to intervene at any moment, thus ensuring a fairer contest. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, 15 brooms ascended into the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff has officially commenced. Should Gryffindor triumph in this contest, their consecutive victories would place them in a formidable position to seize the House Cup from Slytherin. In my humble opinion, this match is fundamentally a battle among seekers, contingent upon the referee's impartiality. Jordan, he exclaimed. I apologize, Professor, Jordan replied, acknowledging Professor McGonagall's authority while still conveying his thoughts. Adhering to the strategy from the prior match, Harry chose to remain at a distance, waiting for the golden snitch to appear while avoiding early scrutiny. The moral integrity of Hufflepuff's players surpassed that of Slytherin's. None resorted to the malicious fouls characteristic of Marcus Flint. Clearly, these players lacked any Korean lineage. At that moment, Snape cast a glance towards Harry, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze. Subsequently, he awarded Hufflepuff a penalty, claiming that George had struck him with a bludger. Harry felt an unsettling connection to this penalty. His suspicions were soon confirmed when, merely a minute later, Snape issued another penalty to Hufflepuff, this time citing the absurd reason that Angelina Johnson's flight path constituted willful obstruction of the referee. Following the previous clearly biased decision, Professor McGonagall murmured, Jordan, I must emphasize that after that contentious ruling, Jordan, I warn you. Nevertheless, following that penalty, Hufflepuff's lead had expanded to 20 points. While I firmly believe everyone encounters such circumstances, it remains Gryffindor's possession of the quaffle. They could only hope that their seeker, Harry Potter, would swiftly locate the golden snitch, lest they face dire consequences. To be candid, Snape's actions rendered it exceedingly difficult for Lee Jordan to maintain neutrality. The Gryffindor students erupted in a chorus of boos. The bias was glaringly apparent, yet they found themselves powerless. Quidditch matches often teeter on the fine line between foul and no foul, and Snape merely opted to penalize every potential foul against Hufflepuff while dismissing all those that could have been called against Gryffindor. As the sky gradually darkened, rain began to fall. Initially a light drizzle, it intensified with the passage of time, starting to affect the players soaring above the field. Nevertheless, Snape chose not to suspend the match, deeming the light rain insignificant. Oliver Wood, meanwhile, was vocally rallying his teammates. It is merely a light drizzle, esteemed friends. The weather during our practice sessions has been far more adverse. Indeed, even if the heavens were to unleash a forbidden curse, our training would persist undeterred. George Weasley dashed to the front, hurling a rogue ball fiercely at the opposing seeker while delivering a cheeky remark. The arena was ablaze with fervor, and the stands were equally lively. Just before the match commenced, Sherlock announced that he had matters to attend to. Departing from the audience amidst the puzzled gazes of Hermione and Ron, Malfoy, who had been keeping his distance, was instantly elated at this turn of events and approached with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. As the match officially began, Malfoy commenced his relentless mockery of Harry, prompting Ron to lead Neville, Dean, and Seamus in retorts. Hermione refrained from engaging in the verbal sparring. Her hands clasped on her lap, she muttered incessantly, "Harry, hurry up." Although Quirrell had yet to exhibit any peculiar behavior, Hermione remained wary, fearing he might act contrary to expectations. As Snape's rulings grew increasingly absurd, the tension between the Gryffindor and Slytherin students escalated. After yet another jibe from Malfoy at Gryffindor's expense, Ron could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, you scoundrel. You're only bold because Sherlock is absent." Malfoy, momentarily flustered by Ron's outburst, retorted, "Am I to fear him? Nonsense. He is merely a muggle-born fool who has garnered the professor's favor through a modicum of cleverness." Ron, unwilling to divert his gaze from the match, shot back, "If Sherlock were here, Malfoy, you wouldn't dare utter a word. Weasley, do you only know how to frighten me with others' names? If brains were gold, you would be destitute." Ron's ears turned crimson. "Malfoy, I hope your bones are as tough as your tongue." "Ron, don't let him provoke you. Goodness, look at Harry." Hermione suddenly shrieked, having been attempting to counsel Ron. On the field, Harry, previously on the periphery, abruptly changed course, executing a rapid dive. At that moment, the Hufflepuff seeker remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. "You are fortunate, Weasley. Scarhead has evidently spotted money on the ground." Malfoy sneered once more. This time, Ron could no longer restrain himself. However, before he could retaliate, Malfoy had already fallen. Upon noticing a familiar silhouette in the stands, Hermione and Ron erupted in cheers. "Sherlock, you are fortunate indeed, Chrome Master," Malfoy retorted, but in the presence of Sherlock, Crabbe and Goyle fared no better than they had on the Hogwarts Express at the start of term. In the blink of an eye, they followed Malfoy's lead, collapsing to the side. Meanwhile, high above, Harry soared past Snape on his Nimbus 2000, the gust of wind sending Snape's dark robes billowing, causing him to furrow his brow in discontent. Before he could even find an excuse to call a foul, Harry had already come to a halt just inches away from him. In the next moment, Harry raised his right hand high, just as he had in the previous match. The golden snitch was firmly within his grasp. This match was declared over, and the arena was instantly engulfed in a cacophony of cheers. A new record had been set, the fastest capture of the golden snitch in the history of the House Cup. "We won. Gryffindor triumphed." Hermione was screaming and jumping up and down in the stands, tightly embracing Sherlock. At that moment, Harry leaped down from his Nimbus 2000, a mere foot above the ground. Snape landed beside Harry, his lips pressed tightly together and his expression taut. Clearly, he was far from pleased with the outcome. Observing his sour face and recalling the dubious calls he had made during the Quidditch match, Harry initially intended to ignore him. However, thinking of Sherlock's earlier explanations and that special Christmas gift, Harry sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Professor." On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the last day of the holiday, everyone should be settling down and preparing for the first workday, right? Chapter 83. Please, no more fighting. Harry thanked Snape, whose expression instantly darkened. How revolting, he sneered, to hear such words from a Gryffindor. Snape looked at Harry with a tone that was uncomfortably harsh, saying, "Potter, has your brain been smashed by a troll, or has someone stuffed it with dung? I don't believe your recent actions warrant gratitude." Harry thought. No wonder Snape had made himself so thoroughly unpopular. He possessed a peculiar talent for infuriating others the moment he spoke. Taking a deep breath, Harry silently repeated to himself that he was protecting me, which helped him suppress the overwhelming urge to retort. Noticing Harry's lack of rebuttal, Snape seemed somewhat surprised. However, he quickly glanced toward the stands and maliciously remarked, "Unfortunately, it appears your detective friend and troll companion are in for some trouble." Harry hastily followed Snape's gaze. The battle on the Quidditch pitch had concluded, but the skirmish in the stands had only just begun. The rain continued to fall, and the atmosphere was far from amicable. Malfoy huddled in a muddy corner of the stands, his lips swollen from a punch delivered by Sherlock. Goyle and Crabbe lay sprawled beside the railing, having lost all will to fight. Sherlock's movements had been too swift. The trio had barely had time to draw their wands before being effortlessly taken down. The savages of Gryffindor, Pansy Parkinson, a first-year Slytherin, pierced the air with her shrill voice upon witnessing Malfoy's plight. The next moment, as she waved her wand, a beam of red light shot forth from its tip. "Watch out," Hermione quickly warned. Yet Sherlock seemed oblivious to the impending danger. He slowly drew his wand and addressed Parkinson with deliberate calmness. "You initiated the aggression. All shall be petrified." The offensive spell cast by Parkinson was poorly aimed, striking only a chair nearby. Just as she was preparing to launch another attack, Sherlock unleashed a full-body bind curse upon her. In an instant, her arms and legs were tightly bound together, rendering her body rigid and wooden as she collapsed to the ground. Defeat Holmes. Avenge Parkinson. As Sherlock successively incapacitated 4 Slytherin students, the remaining serpents could no longer contain themselves. It was unclear who rallied the charge, but the crowd surged forward. "Do we appear to be dead?" Ron, unable to hold back any longer, saw Sherlock about to be overwhelmed and immediately brandished his wand. "Brothers, stand together." Seamus and Dean swiftly followed suit, and after a moment's hesitation, Neville joined the fray. The two groups of young wizards drew their wands and began to fire spells at one another. However, they quickly realized the inefficacy of this approach, as the first-year students had not yet mastered many offensive spells. Instead, physical combat proved to be more effective. Thus, the majority of them discarded their wands in favor of hand-to-hand combat, while a few who could not reach the front lines continued to sporadically cast spells. Amidst the densely packed crowd, their accuracy surprisingly improved. Unfortunately, Neville was caught off guard by someone's leg-locking curse and suffered a sudden blow. Hermione quickly intervened, promptly dispelling the enchantment. Just as she was about to assist further, an unknown spell cast by Seamus exploded within the throng, injuring Slytherin students and allies alike. Hermione was compelled to cast a healing charm to aid her comrades. "Seamus, put your wand away. Put it away," Ron shouted amidst the chaos. "Just use your fist to strike them." As the leader of Gryffindor, Sherlock naturally bore the brunt of the animosity, attracting the ire of nearly all the Slytherins who sought to strike him. Regrettably for them, as the main tank, he also registered the highest output of damage in the skirmish. When a horde of snarling Slytherins charged at him, Sherlock remained unfazed, maintaining his composure and rationality. First, he needed to distract his opponents. Facing the first Slytherin that approached him, Sherlock casually summoned Neville's pet toad, Trevor. He had recently assisted Neville in locating it and had not yet returned it. Now it served a timely purpose. Enchanted with the levitation charm, Trevor flitted about in the air, croaking loudly. Seizing the moment when the toad obscured the opponent's line of sight, Sherlock delivered a right hook to the cheek of the foremost Slytherin, sending him crashing to the ground. "How despicable!" Hermione's voice rang out from behind him. Yet, Sherlock was quicker. Before Hermione could finish her admonition, he extended his left elbow, blocking the sneaky assault of another Slytherin. Sherlock felt no moral conflict. In a fight, there was only victory or defeat, devoid of notions of honor or dishonor. In Sherlock's eyes, the punch was riddled with flaws. The only commendable aspect was its force. After intercepting the blow, Sherlock seamlessly retaliated with a right hook, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. Next, he advanced a step to the left and delivered a swift elbow strike to the chin of an eager Slytherin. Bang! Following that, he targeted the right rib, then struck the center, and finally drove his knee into the diaphragm. Each of Sherlock's punches struck with precision and ferocity, leaving no one capable of withstanding his might. Regardless of gender, under the leadership of such a formidable ally, the Gryffindor students erupted with excitement. In an instant, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor. At that moment, some upperclassmen from Slytherin could no longer bear to watch and began to stir restlessly. Percy Weasley's cold voice rang out. "Mind your own people, Gemma Farley, or you will regret it, I assure you." Although it was merely a clash between students of the two houses, thus far, only first-year newcomers had engaged in the fray. Lacking sufficient offensive spells, the skirmish appeared lively, but inflicted minimal harm. However, should the upperclassmen choose to intervene. The situation would escalate significantly. Percy Weasley and Slytherin had not yet descended to such a level. Gemma Farley, the head of Slytherin, cast a chilling glance at Percy before surveying her own young wizards, her gaze filled with disappointment. It was one thing to be outmatched by their peers, but to contemplate bullying the younger students? What a disgrace. The rain intensified, and as the battle neared its conclusion, Hermione prepared to draw her wand to teach a lesson to those attempting to ambush Sherlock from the rear. In her anxiety, she called out, "Stop. No more fighting. Please. Just stop." The torrential downpour drenched the scene, and both Gryffindor and Slytherin students turned in astonishment to her. Was she out of her mind, or had the rain soaked through to her brain? Enough. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's furious shout accompanied the sound of freezing wood from the stands, and all aggressive spells ceased in an instant. Sherlock's fists halted mere inches from a young witch's face. Millicent Bulstrode recoiled in terror. This Sherlock, he even struck a woman. No, he had already done so. The timely arrival of Professor McGonagall bore a grave expression. Her authority commanded respect without anger. Her gaze swept over the chaotic stands. The bruised Slytherin students, the exuberant Gryffindor students, and the earnest Hermione Granger attempting to mediate. Ultimately, her focus rested on the composed Sherlock. Can someone tell me what transpired? Percy Weasley and Gemma Farley stepped forward simultaneously, recounting the events from their perspectives. Assaulting a fellow student is a grave offense. Gryffindor loses 50 points. Insulting a fellow student and deliberate provocation. Slytherin loses 10 points. Percy Weasley and Gemma Farley, as head students, allowed the situation to escalate without intervention, resulting in both parties receiving a deduction of 10 points. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated like tempered steel, instilling a fervent heat within all present, impervious even to the relentless downpour. But Professor, it was Malfoy who instigated the provocation. Silence, Miss Granger. The instigator was Holmes. Hermione interjected. Mr. Holmes, as a consequence of your reprehensible actions, I hereby declare your detention tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. You shall report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Sherlock offered no defense. Indeed, he was the one who acted first, and McGonagall's judgment was undoubtedly just. Moreover, this was an integral part of his plan. Not only Sherlock, but nearly all the Gryffindor students in the stands were engulfed in excitement. Even the prospect of point deductions and detention failed to dampen their spirits. Only Hermione remained persistent. Professor, please, you cannot. Miss Granger, it is not your place to dictate what I can or cannot do. Hermione appeared somewhat crestfallen, burdened with concern. Harry had aided Gryffindor in triumphing over Hufflepuff, yet Sherlock, single-handedly, had caused Gryffindor to lose a staggering 60 points. A deduction of this magnitude nearly extinguished their hopes of clinching the House Cup. After the troll incident, Hermione had ceased to place great importance on points. Her worry lay with Sherlock. With such a significant point loss, he was likely to face ostracism from his peers, although Sherlock himself would be indifferent to such treatment. Hermione was all too familiar with that feeling, and it was far from pleasant. It appeared she had been overly naive, rather than being ostracized. Sherlock was celebrated as a triumphant hero. Alongside him, Harry, who had just shattered records on the Quidditch field, and Ron, who had delivered a verbal onslaught against Malfoy and his Slytherin compatriots, were equally lauded. The Weasley twins had somehow procured an abundance of delectable treats, and their friend Lee Jordan gave Sherlock a thumbs up. Holmes, Potter, Weasley, truly the pride of Gryffindor. You Haven Tea let us down. Well done. Chapter 84, The Birth of a King. Amidst the jubilation in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione felt utterly bewildered. Hadn't T. Sherlock just caused a deduction of 60 points? And was he not facing detention? Why did everyone seem so unconcerned? She even spotted students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw mingling in the crowd. Now she understood from where the Weasley twins had acquired their food. Hufflepuff's presence ensured a bounty of treats. Slytherin was truly despicable, perpetually engaging in underhanded tactics behind a referee's back. In the previous match, their malicious fouls had nearly caused their seeker to be brought down. Indeed, it has been rumored that Marcus Flint possesses Korean heritage. Is it true? No wonder. At this moment, the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff stand united in their disdain, vociferously denouncing Slytherin. A tall and handsome Hufflepuff student raised his butterbeer high, proclaiming, indeed, to vanquish the despicable Slytherin for Holmes. Cheers. What? You still wish to drink? Hermione was taken aback by this. For heaven's sake, Miss Granger, you were raised in the Muggle society. George Weasley chuckled. Fred Weasley chimed in. Isn't it merely alcohol? Why the look of shock? Hermione, son. The Weasley twins had reason for their remarks. although the legal drinking age in Britain is 18. The law also stipulates that children over the age of 5 may legally consume alcohol under parental supervision. Thus, for young wizards like Sherlock, who have grown up in the Muggle world, it is almost certain that he has encountered alcohol long before. But Hermione wished to say more. When George Weasley bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, Holmes is our king. Hail the Lion King." Fred Weasley immediately joined in. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, then joined in the roar. "Lion King Holmes. Holmes is our king." Neville, Seamus, Dean, and others naturally followed suit. The students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in the ruckus, with those who had consulted Sherlock previously raising their voices especially high. Hermione was utterly flabbergasted. She simply could not comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. It was ironic, as she had been fretting earlier. Not only Hermione, but even Sherlock himself was somewhat taken aback. In fact, prior to the commencement of today's match, he had been in the headmaster's office with Hagrid, under the shadow of Sherlock brewing the dragon egg into a potion. Hagrid ultimately confessed to Dumbledore the circumstances surrounding his acquisition of the dragon egg. Once the matter was clarified, it naturally exposed Quirrell's deceit. As Sherlock had stated, handling a dragon egg is no trivial task for someone of Dumbledore's caliber. However, Quirrell's deliberate attempts to engage Hagrid and extract information did draw Dumbledore's attention. Besides this matter, Hagrid had another reason for seeking Dumbledore's counsel, which prompted him to report immediately. When Dumbledore inquired about Hagrid's opinion, he unhesitatingly recommended Sherlock. "Sir, you may find it hard to believe Merlin S. Beard. Every time I speak of this, I am astounded. Do you know what that little fellow did? The moment he laid eyes on me, he recounted my past and even knew about my retrieval of the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts. What's more, I hadn't uttered a word, and he already knew I had procured a dragon egg. Truly remarkable. I even suspect he possesses the same ability as you, to see into the hearts of men." Dumbledore. "Calm down, Rubius. I have never possessed such an ability, nor has Sherlock," Dumbledore remarked, observing Hagrid's exuberance, which left him somewhat at a loss for words. Even with his profound wisdom, he was uncertain whether it was appropriate to reveal the truth to Hagrid at this moment. Not to mention Sherlock. Even the young wizard from the Weasley family could easily extract the truth from him if he applied a modicum of intellect. Ultimately, Dumbledore chose to remain silent. The truth was simply too painful. However, he found Hagrid's strong recommendation for Sherlock to investigate the Forbidden Forest intriguing and resolved to consider Sherlock's perspective. When Sherlock arrived at the headmaster's office and noticed Hagrid's presence, he instantly comprehended the situation. "Mr. Sherlock, Rubius has already informed me about the dragon egg." Dumbledore greeted him with a warm smile, indicating that Voldemort could no longer contain himself. This was evident. Sherlock clasped his hands beneath his chin, his gaze piercing as he looked at Dumbledore. "So, Headmaster, when do you intend to take action?" "Not just yet," Dumbledore replied, locking eyes with Sherlock. "I require your assistance." "Is it my assistance or Harry's?" Sherlock inquired, his tone sharp. "To be precise, it is the assistance of both of you." Dumbledore paused, a hint of nostalgia creeping into his voice. "Sherlock, do you know that every time I see you, I cannot help but be reminded of a dear departed friend?" This sentiment from Dumbledore immediately conjured a memory for Sherlock, the thick white woolen socks from the mirror of Ariste. "I presume this late friend must have had a profound relationship with you, entangled with you for much of your life?" Dumbledore affirmed his thoughts, acknowledging the keen perception of the young wizard. "I need you to venture into the Forbidden Forest," Dumbledore stated, deliberately steering away from the previous topic. "With your capabilities, you will surely uncover the truth." Sherlock did not press further on this matter, as he was more intrigued by Dumbledore's choice of words. Leaning slightly forward, his eyes sparkling with excitement, he asked, "The truth? Hagrid will recount the events to you," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. "However, Quidditch is about to commence. You ought to attend Harry's match, correct? I shall arrange for you to be confined as swiftly as possible, allowing Hagrid to take you along for the patrol in the Forbidden Forest." "That seems overly contrived," Sherlock sighed. "I will find my own opportunity to be confined." Gazing at Dumbledore, he silently added to himself that he could also take the chance to confront his classmates openly. Despite his adeptness in deduction, the current scene was somewhat unexpected. Yet upon reflection, this outcome, while surprising, was also quite logical. After all, for the young Gryffindors, failing to secure the House Cup was not a dire matter. They had long since grown accustomed to finishing last in the competition. Even without these incidents, they frequently found themselves losing points. Ultimately, being in last place was inconsequential. As long as they were not reduced to 0 points, the exact number of points mattered little. Yet, the fact that Slytherin secured a 6th consecutive championship is rather hard to bear. Nevertheless, today, Sherlock boldly confronted Slytherin in front of a large audience, and, astonishingly, he emerged victorious. This is truly exhilarating. Even Percy, who is typically austere and shares Hermione's serious view on violations of school rules, wore a beaming smile. Indeed, Holmes performed exceptionally well this time. However, I believe he could have employed even better methods. Prefect Weasley, in moments like this, one should not be overly concerned with the process. Perhaps influenced by alcohol, the tall and handsome Hufflepuff just now embraced Percy with exuberance, exclaiming that this honor surpasses even that of the House Cup. Cedric, you. Percy had just furrowed his brow when the Weasley twins led a stretcher team onto the scene, whisking him aside. George Weasley, seizing the moment, playfully grabbed his head and shook it side to side. Forget Percy. Such gloomy remarks at a time of jubilation are unwarranted. Exactly. Even Hermione is silent. Hermione, feeling somewhat affronted. That evening, the Gryffindor Common Room revelry continued well into the night. However, the ripples from this event were far from over. Look over there, quick. Where? Between Harry Potter and that red-haired boy. That tall fellow. Did you see his face? Did you notice his prominent nose? By the following day, as Sherlock exited the dormitory, whispers trailed closely behind him. Students stood in long lines outside the classroom, all on tiptoes, eager to catch a glimpse of his true self. This scene felt oddly familiar. Ron could not help but comment. Harry was overjoyed, especially at the mention of Harry Potter and the red-haired boy. He nearly burst into laughter. Finally, Sherlock was experiencing the same treatment he had once received. Now, he could finally become a mere background figure. Unlike him, Ron pouted, "Why are you Harry? And I have to be the red-haired boy? Is it my fault then?" Harry retorted. As Harry and Ron engaged in animated discussion, Sherlock remained oblivious to it all. They were unaware that Sherlock had already endured such intense scrutiny during his time at a Muggle school. Shortly after the semester began, Sherlock revealed his extraordinary talent, drawing the fascination of all who were intrigued by the boy who could ascertain your actions with a mere glance. Of course, curiosity did not equate to amicability, and friendship was utterly out of the question, primarily due to his sharp tongue. Everyone regarded him as an oddity, and that intense scrutiny was fueled more by malice than mere curiosity. Had it not been for Sherlock's formidable abilities, he might have faced relentless bullying. Thus, in this regard, Harry was indeed far happier than Sherlock, for he was surrounded by Sherlock, Ron, and Hermione. Sherlock, once solitary, now finds himself no longer alone. The holiday has concluded, and it's time to return to work. I wonder if everyone has rested well. Chapter 85. You must not wish for Lady Loris. The evening's astronomy class continues to focus on observing the night sky through telescopes, aiming to familiarize oneself with the movements of the largest planet in our solar system and its moons. Among all the subjects at Hogwarts, if there is one class that Sherlock dreads, it would be Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts, with astronomy coming a close second. Even less appealing than Professor Bin's history of magic. Despite Professor Aurora Sinistra's repeated emphasis on the significance of this course, such as cultivating scientific thinking and literacy, enhancing observational skills and concentration, and igniting curiosity and a desire for exploration, which could assist in divination and other magical disciplines, Sherlock perceives little value in the first few aspects, except for the last point, which holds some relevance. However, even that seems of limited importance. Divination is an elective that officially commences in the third year. Although he has yet to formally engage with the course, based on his current knowledge, he believes relying on it for future predictions is less accurate than his own deductive reasoning. Thus, he intends to aim for merely passing grades in this subject. During class, he often drifts into a reverie, appearing rather disengaged. As the class neared its end, he suddenly leaned towards Harry and whispered a couple sentences. Harry's eyes widened with excitement, a fleeting glimmer passing over his face. The surrounding students, engaged in their own murmurs, failed to notice this exchange. Approaching 11 o'clock, Sherlock prepared to head to the hall, where he encountered Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Dean, and Seamus lined up. A brief glance allowed Sherlock to deduce the situation. Harry cast a helpless expression toward Sherlock. Hermione stepped forward, her concern evident. "Sherlock, we'll accompany you." Sherlock shook his head. "No need, I can manage alone." "Absolutely not. I've heard that Filch is quite the creep." Seamus added, embellishing the tale about how once a student was confined and he resorted to shackling them from the rafters for punishment. "Oh, Seamus, while Filch is indeed unpleasant, I believe if he truly intended to treat Sherlock in such a manner, it would be his own rear and he should be worried about." Hermione scoffed. "Ron, your friend is about to be punished and you still find time for jest." Ron mumbled, "I'm merely stating the truth. But Sherlock is a good person. He wouldn't he do that? Neville chimed in softly. Just then, Filch, the subject of their discussion, approached. Ah, quite the gathering. So now you know fear? It's too late. He illuminated a lamp and continued. I expect you to think twice before breaking school rules in the future. Yes? The group remained silent. Gazing at him, Filch cast a sidelong glance at the crowd and uttered words that provoked immediate ire. Ah, indeed, if you were to ask me, I would assert that toil and hardship are the finest instructors. It is truly lamentable that they have abolished the archaic methods of punishment, such as suspending your wrists and leaving you dangling from the ceiling for days on end. I still have those chains in my office, often applying oil to them, for one never knows when they may come in handy. As he spoke, the group could not help but recall Ron's earlier words, casting their eyes upon his rear. Even Hermione stole a glance. Filch, feeling the weight of their peculiar stares, sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate the source of his discomfort. Enough, let us depart. Do not even think of fleeing, for that would surely yield even worse consequences. The group exchanged glances, and this time, they obediently left. Filch, that wretched fellow, truly incited anger. He was always seeking to create trouble, never showing mercy, and this resentment would forever simmer within their hearts. For reasons unknown, whenever Dean spoke at a quicker pace, it evoked a sense of wrath in the air. Ron interjected once more, Hey Dean, do not fret too much. Sherlock will be just fine. Indeed, after all, it is not you venturing into the forbidden forest, Hermione retorted, her words sharp. Ron felt she lacked faith in Sherlock. Amidst their bickering, Harry suddenly claimed he felt unwell, clutching his stomach and darting away. The others exchanged perplexed glances. Perhaps he caught a chill? Yes. It is indeed quite cold. Only Hermione furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something was off. Yet soon, she was irked by Ron's childish remarks. Do you doubt my trust in Sherlock, Ronald? You know nothing of the dangers that lurk in the forbidden forest. Harry, having distanced himself from the group, swiftly found a secluded corner and adeptly donned the invisibility cloak, steering clear of Hermione, who was exerting a palpable pressure over the others. He soon caught up with Sherlock and Filch. However, their interaction was somewhat unexpected. Sherlock was speaking, while Filch appeared to be listening intently. Harry paused, concerned about being discovered by Filch, and opted to circle around to approach them from the front. To his astonishment, he saw Sherlock cradling a cat, none other than Mrs. Norris, Filch's pet, a creature many wished to kick with fervor. Yet, he was perplexed by the current situation. Attempting to emulate Sherlock's usual approach, he endeavored to deduce what had transpired. Ultimately, he reached a rather astonishing conclusion. Sherlock was chastising Filch, who was surprisingly paying earnest attention. This was utterly absurd. Filch himself found the situation preposterous. How could he be reprimanded by a student on the verge of detention for violating school rules? Yet, the truth remained undeniable. Just moments ago, as I, along with Mrs. Loris, guided Sherlock through the darkened expanse, Sherlock abruptly pointed at Mrs. Loris on the ground and, without preamble, remarked, Mr. Filch, do you have a penchant for tormenting cats? What did you say? Filch halted abruptly, casting an indignant glare at Sherlock. How dare you? Who does not know that Mrs. Loris is my most cherished companion? Abuse? Was he insinuating? How audacious of him to utter such words. Alas, in the realm of magic, one's gaze cannot inflict harm, and moreover, Filch possessed no magical prowess. Undeterred by Filch's wrathful glare, Sherlock maintained his composure and replied, Forgive my candor, but you cannot genuinely believe that Mrs. Loris's current state bears no connection to you, can you? At this moment, the moonlight shone brilliantly, yet the drifting clouds intermittently obscured the moon, plunging them into shadows. Filch's heart raced. You are speaking nonsense. I'm not. I have not. I would never harm her. She merely has discerning tastes and eats very little. Despite his protestations, Filch's voice trembled, betraying his lack of conviction. It is a gastric issue. Sherlock's tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. For a feline, rapid ingestion, food intolerance, or spoilage, environmental changes, and stress responses can all lead to gastric distension. Over time, Mrs. Loris could suffer from loss of appetite, vomiting, emaciation, and even intestinal obstruction. Enough, Filch exclaimed, lifting his head as if summoning great courage to confront Sherlock. What should I do? Quite simple. In the blink of an eye, and to Filch's astonishment, Sherlock swiftly seized the scruff of Mrs. Loris's neck and lifted her. What are you doing? Release my cat. Filch's complexion changed as he lunged toward Sherlock. Filch, you certainly do not wish for Mrs. Loris to become emaciated from gastric distension, do you? Sherlock said while gently stroking Mrs. Loris. She was indeed bony, her abdomen distended, confirming the gastric ailment. In truth, Sherlock had observed months prior that Filch's pet cat was alarmingly thin, her coat a dull gray. Yet, overwhelmed by his own affairs, he had neglected to act. This confinement provided a fortuitous opportunity. Hearing Sherlock's words, Filch abruptly halted. He watched wide-eyed as Sherlock retrieved a small green plant from his pocket and offered it to Mrs. Loris. Initially suspicious, even while ensnared by Sherlock, she attempted to resist. However, the aroma emanating from the plant captivated her senses. In the next instant, as if making a fateful choice, she opened her mouth and seized the green offering, chewing vigorously at a pace that left Filch bewildered. What have you given Mrs. Loris? That is catnip. What is catnip? A perennial plant belonging to the Lamiaceae family, commonly referred to by muggles as catnip, was stated by Sherlock without lifting his gaze. Catnip. A spark of interest lit up Filch's eyes at the mention. Undoubtedly, this name stirred him more than the previous one. Could catnip alleviate the ailment afflicting Lady Loris? While catnip does not directly treat a cat as gastric bloating, this statement dimmed Filch's hope. However, Sherlock's subsequent words reignited his optimism. To a certain degree, it may provide indirect assistance. Catnip can stimulate felines to exhibit pleasurable behavioral responses, thereby relaxing their mood, which is why it is dubbed catnip. Furthermore, upon encountering catnip, cats typically display heightened activity, engaging in behaviors such as rolling, jumping, and chasing imaginary prey. These activities can encourage physical movement, thereby indirectly promoting gastrointestinal motility. Nevertheless, to completely remedy gastric bloating, additional measures are necessary. What measures? Filch felt a surge of anxiety once more. It was to be expected that the first workday, following a lengthy holiday, would bring about discomfort. By the way, I indeed utilized the Wooby input method, as you have discerned. Chapter 86. Relieving his suffering. Adjusting dietary habits, encouraging exercise, and pharmacological treatment. When Filch inquired about how to address Lady Loris's issue, Sherlock did not keep him in suspense, but provided a straightforward response. Temporarily reduce food intake and adopt a strategy of smaller, more frequent meals to alleviate the burden on the stomach. Opt for more easily digestible foods, such as moist cat food. Probiotics and anti-bloating medications like simethicone may also be employed. Filch, what on earth is this? Despite his earnest effort to listen, he still felt as if he were struggling to grasp the intricacies of magic. Canned cat food, probiotics, simethicone. He would swear that even the most complex spells he had encountered were simpler than Sherlock's discourse. Thus, Sherlock, cradling Lady Loris, moved forward, with Filch closely trailing him. One spoke while the other listened, continuing until they approached the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. At that moment, Filch realized that he should have been leading the way. Why did Sherlock know where they were headed? Before Filch could voice his concern, Hagrid's voice echoed nearby. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm about to depart. Upon hearing Hagrid's voice, Sherlock handed Lady Loris over to Filch. Noticing that Lady Loris, who typically only clung to him and showed disdain for others, was now tightly grasping Sherlock, reluctant to leave his embrace, Filch's expression darkened. He felt as though he had lost something significant. The earlier question remained buried in his heart. Sherlock maintained his calm demeanor and spoke in a composed tone. A conflicted look crossed Filch's face. He longed to assert that he did not require assistance. However, as he observed the sparkles of hope in Mrs. Loris's eyes fixed upon him, he ultimately acquiesced. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Heaven knows the resolve it took him to utter those words. At that moment, Hagrid approached Sherlock and Filch, taken aback by the amiable interaction between the two. Given his understanding of Filch, he expected the man to be reprimanding Holmes at such a time. Yet their relationship seemed surprisingly harmonious. Could it be that Holmes possessed such prowess that even the eccentric old caretaker was under his thumb? If that were the case, it would certainly bode well for the investigation into the Forbidden Forest. Filch, from now on, I shall take responsibility here. Very well. Filch cast a glance at Sherlock, nodded curtly, and departed with decisive ease. Until Filch's figure vanished from sight, Hagrid remained incredulous. He scratched the back of his head and couldn't help but inquire Holmes. How did you manage that? Why is that old curmudgeon treating you so kindly? Did you reveal to him that you were deliberately confined? To Hagrid's mind, it could only be that Sherlock had informed Filch he was acting on Dumbledore's behalf, hence the courtesy. No, I simply gifted him some catnip. A light of understanding dawned on Hagrid's face, and he broke into a grin. That fellow may be irksome, but he is rather fond of his feline companions. Clearly, Hagrid, well-versed in magical creatures, recognized the efficacy of catnip. As they conversed, they moved forward and soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. A chilling wind swept through, causing even the robust Hagrid to instinctively hunch his shoulders. In contrast, Sherlock had already cast a warming charm upon himself, remaining unfazed. Holmes, look over there. The shimmering silver object is the blood of a unicorn. Sherlock focused intently and indeed spotted the silvery reflection Hagrid mentioned. This exemplified the distinction between the magical realm and the Muggle world. In Muggle investigative practices, there existed a saying regarding the reflective properties of black mud and white stones, indicating that in dim lighting, dark areas were likely muddy, while white areas signified harder surfaces, and reflective spots often indicated standing water. Such knowledge aided individuals in navigating treacherous terrains without stepping into muddy pits or water, ensuring safer passage through complex outdoor environments. However, in the magical realm, such wisdom was evidently rendered obsolete. Hagrid continued, "Here's the situation. A unicorn in the Forbidden Forest has been grievously injured. In fact, I discovered one dead just last week. The other creatures in the forest would not harm them, leading me to believe that poachers have infiltrated. Even if we cannot ascertain the cause, we must at least locate that unfortunate unicorn to alleviate its suffering." It was evident that Hagrid was deeply troubled. The various creatures inhabiting the Forbidden Forest are all his dear friends, particularly the sacred and pure unicorns. Their injury, or even demise, is utterly abnormal. Hagrid has been investigating for 2 weeks without yielding any results. When he reported the matter of the dragon egg to Dumbledore, he suddenly recalled Sherlock's unique abilities and decided to suggest enlisting his help, albeit with a touch of uncertainty. To his surprise, Dumbledore readily acquiesced. Hagrid rambled on for quite some time, also sharing the characteristics of the unicorns with Sherlock. Sherlock listened intently, initially refraining from any inquiries. To relieve the unicorn of its suffering, Sherlock shook his head. "Forgive my candor, Hagrid, but your reasoning is flawed." "What do you mean?" Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. To alleviate the unicorn's pain would be of little consequence. If this indeed was the work of poachers, then we ought to ensure its suffering is alleviated. Hagrid was taken aback by this revelation. Under the moonlight, he scrutinized Sherlock closely and realized he was not jesting. At that moment, he began to regret suggesting to Dumbledore that Sherlock participate in the investigation. Sherlock Holmes, indeed a Gryffindor. While this was somewhat reassuring, certain matters needed to be clarified in advance. "Listen, Holmes, I acknowledge your prowess, even rivaling Dumbledore in your perceptiveness. However, if there are poachers who have entered the Forbidden Forest, wounding and killing unicorns, they are undoubtedly dangerous individuals, far beyond the capabilities of a first-year student such as yourself." Hagrid paused for emphasis before continuing. "The Forbidden Forest is perilous, especially at night. But as long as you are with me and Fong, no creature within the forest shall harm you." Sherlock responded, "Oh, what does 'oh' mean?" "It signifies that I understand. My previous suggestion was merely that." The somewhat slow-witted Hagrid nodded, relieved that Sherlock comprehended the gravity of the situation. Hidden beneath an invisibility cloak nearby, Harry nearly burst into laughter. Just prior in astronomy class, Sherlock had shared the details of his detention with him and had invited him to don the invisibility cloak and accompany him. Having already been ignited with a sense of adventure, Harry was particularly exhilarated. However, he did not anticipate witnessing such thrilling scenes before the special training had even officially commenced. Filch left him perplexed, while Hagrid provided ample amusement. It was all simply delightful, far more entertaining than wandering the halls of Hogwarts at night. With Sherlock's assurance, Hagrid finally led him into the ominous Forbidden Forest. As they walked, Hagrid observed Sherlock, growing increasingly puzzled. Though Sherlock was indeed a Gryffindor, he was merely an 11-year-old wizard. Why did he show no signs of anxiety? On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sherlock was indeed filled with excitement for the Forbidden Forest. If such an area existed in the Muggle world, he would have completed his exploration within the first month of his enrollment. It is precisely because this is a world of magic that Sherlock, initially ignorant of its wonders, has endured for so long. Heaven knows how arduous it must have been for someone with an inherently adventurous spirit like his. 5 months. Do you have any idea how he has managed through this duration? However, since he has already waited 5 months, there is no need to rush at this moment. Sherlock discreetly gestured to Harry behind him, signaling him not to lag behind, and then directly inquired, "By the way, Hagrid, that flute you gifted us for Christmas, was it crafted from some special material? Was it made from the horn of a manticore, the horn of a snargaluff, or perhaps the antenna of a murtlap?" "Huh, Sherlock, I never expected you to possess such knowledge." Hagrid's manner of addressing Sherlock shifted once again, but he continued, "However, you were mistaken from the outset. That object is not crafted from the horn of a magical creature." "Is that so?" Sherlock exclaimed in surprise. "I assumed it was an animal's antenna, given its remarkable hardness." That is merely the perspective of the mundane. Hagrid chuckled heartily. In truth, it is made from the shell of a chameleon snail. You're familiar with that, I trust? It is a gigantic snail. Besides being used to create a potion for the Fang Flyer, its sturdy shell has numerous applications. Since it changes color every hour, I thought crafting flutes from them will be splendid. Indeed, it is remarkable. Sherlock praised and then further questioned Hagrid, having been at Hogwarts for so long. You must be quite familiar with the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, correct? It is quite easy to extract information from Hagrid with the slightest prompt. He would eagerly divulge all the details one might wish to know. This even led Sherlock to ponder whether a primary ingredient in Snape's Veritaserum might be Hagrid's saliva. If not, it might be worth considering adding it, as the effects would surely be impressive. Sure enough, upon hearing Sherlock's words, Hagrid's spirits lifted, and he began to speak animatedly. Chapter 87. The Mars of Night is radiantly bright. Sherlock followed Hagrid, venturing deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, holding on to Fong, continuously scanned the surroundings while introducing the forest to Sherlock. Do not let the mysterious nature of the Forbidden Forest deceive you. It is home to countless magical creatures, and I am friends with them all. Take Aragog, for instance. Though he is frightfully large and his bite could paralyze you for quite some time, he was actually a dear little creature I adopted during my school days. Were it not for the inopportune timing today, I would surely take you to meet this old friend. Then there are the pure and beautiful unicorns, their coats as white as snow, their horns glistening like silver. They prefer to graze peacefully by the springs in the forest, embodying a gentle demeanor. Alas, they have found themselves in unfortunate circumstances now. The centaurs have also established their presence here. They are quite clever and possess knowledge of astronomy and geography that surpasses our own, though their tempers can be rather unpredictable. However, should one encounter them inadvertently, as long as the intent is understood, there should be no significant issue. As one ventures deeper, one encounters the unicorn, the spotted grass, the night steed, the cat-like creature, the tree guardian, and indeed, the werewolf. While these beings may be seldom seen in daily life, caution is warranted during specific times, such as the night of the full moon. In essence, the Forbidden Forest is far more perilous than one might imagine, and it is imperative that you stay close to me. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Hagrid suddenly pulled Sherlock behind a towering oak tree. Simultaneously, he swiftly drew an arrow and readied it in his crossbow, aiming at the path ahead. Something is approaching. Sherlock had sensed the disturbance even before Hagrid. He keenly heard what seemed to be the sound of a cloak dragging along the ground, though Hagrid's booming voice drowned it out. Despite his efforts to lower his tone, nevertheless, Hagrid was quick to respond. Just as he was about to issue a warning, he had already taken measures for defense. Sherlock could even feel that Hagrid's demeanor was markedly different from usual. Who goes there? Step forward, Hagrid demanded, his eyes fixed warily on the side path. His voice booming, come out, I am armed. In addition, he bared his teeth in the direction of the sound, embodying a fierce countenance that indeed resembled a bully backed by force. The creature lurking in the shadows did not keep Sherlock and Hagrid waiting for long. Soon, a peculiar being emerged into their view. This creature bore the upper body of a human, adorned with red hair and a beard. However, its lower half, including the waist, was that of a glossy, chestnut-colored horse, with a long red tail trailing behind. The tail flicked back and forth, betraying a hint of agitation. With such distinct features, Sherlock recognized it immediately, a centaur, or more precisely, a half-human, half-horse being, represented in the constellations as Sagittarius and Centaurus. These beings were originally woven into the tapestry of Greek mythology. Yet, with the gateway to the magical world now open to Sherlock, he understood that such magical creatures truly existed. It is noteworthy that centaurs are a distinct species, not merely the unfortunate result of hybridization between humans and beasts, as depicted in some subpar literary works. Ah, it is you, Ronan, Hagrid exclaimed, evidently familiar with the newly appeared centaur. He exhaled a sigh of relief and greeted the creature. How are you? Not well, Hagrid, replied the centaur, known as Ronan, his voice deep and melancholy. You would attempt to shoot me? Hey, don't be like that. Hagrid disregarded Ronan as a shift in mood and stepped forward to shake his hand. I must remain vigilant. Ronan, as if to bolster his argument, he patted his quiver. Look, there's a rogue creature roaming this forest. Having said this, he proceeded to introduce Sherlock and Ronan to one another. The centaur, named Ronan, appeared indifferent to Sherlock, offering only a brief greeting before raising his head to say, Mars shines brightly tonight. Hagrid glanced up at the sky and readily concurred. Indeed, it is quite luminous. By the way, Ronan, a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest has sustained an injury. Did you observe anything? Even though Sherlock harbors no interest in astronomy, he can certainly ascertain that Hagrid did not locate Mars in the heavens. It has always been the innocent who bear the brunt of suffering, a truth that has persisted for centuries and continues to do so. Yes, indeed, at this moment, Hagrid appears somewhat indifferent. I mean, have you noticed any unusual occurrences lately? Mars shines brightly tonight. Ronan reiterated this phrase. Hagrid, I am aware it is indeed exceptionally bright, but what I mean is, in our vicinity, has anything out of the ordinary transpired? Or have you not detected any peculiar sounds? Hagrid's patience was evidently waning. Just then, there was a rustling in the thicket behind Ronan, and as Hagrid raised his crossbow, a second centaur emerged. This newcomer, with his dark hair and beard, appeared even more savage than Ronan. Hello, Bane. Hagrid clearly recognized him, greeting him before inquiring, I was just asking Ronan about an injured unicorn. Have you noticed anything unusual lately? Good evening, Hagrid. Bane approached, standing beside Ronan, gazing skyward. After a moment, he spoke. Mars is exceptionally bright tonight. Hagrid, yes. We have already heard that. At this point, Hagrid was quite irritable. If any of you have seen anything, please inform me at once, would you? However, Ronan and Bane continued to gaze at the sky, utterly ignoring him. Moments later, both centaurs spoke in unison. Mars is exceptionally bright tonight. Hagrid, let's be off. When confronted with his own impotent rage, Hagrid ultimately chose to relent. Leaving the two centaurs behind, he guided Sherlock away from them, delving deeper into the forbidden forest. As they walked, Hagrid grumbled, his tone revealing that he had yet to shake off his earlier ire. They always prefer to gaze upwards at the stars, utterly detestable. Aside from the moon, they show no interest in anything else, and they never speak directly. This was apparent to Sherlock without Hagrid needing to articulate it. Indeed, they do not communicate in a straightforward manner. Understandable. After all, centaurs are not human. Upon hearing Sherlock's assessment, Hagrid nodded vigorously. Exactly, they do not articulate clearly. Sherlock, you truly possess the gift of gab. Sherlock couldn't help but find this amusing, as it was his first time receiving such an accolade. Just then, they arrived at a fork in the path. The ground shimmered with the silvery blood of the unicorn that Hagrid had previously pointed out to Sherlock. Sherlock bent down to observe for a moment, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. The blood is quite fresh, indicating it departed from here not long ago. If we act swiftly, we should still be able to alleviate its suffering, the poor unicorn. Hagrid, failing to recognize the distinction between himself and the creature, merely stared at the two divergent paths, perplexed. Sherlock, can you discern which way it went? Regrettably, I cannot. Sherlock shook his head and proposed. I suggest we take separate actions. What? That is out of the question. Hagrid immediately countered, shaking his head vigorously. The forbidden forest was fraught with peril. How could he allow Sherlock to venture alone? Anticipating Hagrid's response, Sherlock had already prepared his reasoning. Rest assured, Hagrid, should I encounter any trouble, I will conjure flames with my wand, just as this. As he spoke, he waved his wand, and a burst of purple fireworks erupted from its tip. It was the very magic Dumbledore had employed on the night the troll appeared, also used to alert Hermione during the Quidditch match. Hagrid remained hesitant, deeply enamored with the Forbidden Forest and its marvelous creatures, unable to bear the thought of a sacred unicorn facing persecution. Yet, he was equally concerned about the dangers Sherlock might face alone. Noticing Hagrid's inner turmoil, Sherlock stoked the fire further. Hagrid, you wouldn't want to see another unicorn perish because it couldn't find help in time, would you? Hagrid conceded. All right, I'll let Fong accompany you. Finally, Sherlock's words solidified Hagrid's resolve. However, I must warn you in advance. He is a coward, but fortunately, he is perceptive and can alert you to danger. Remember, no matter what happens, signal immediately. Sherlock understood that Hagrid would not rest easy unless he accepted. With a smile, he took Fong and added, Hagrid, time is of the essence. As Hagrid departed down another path, a voice whispered in Sherlock's ear, Sherlock, what do we do now? Put on the invisibility cloak and follow me, he instructed. At that moment, Fong recognized Harry. Faced with an unseen presence, he became anxious. However, when Sherlock patted his head and reassured him that the invisible figure was not an enemy, Fong calmed down once more. Thus, Sherlock, accompanied by Fong and the still invisible Harry, continued toward the heart of the Forbidden Forest. After nearly half an hour of walking, Sherlock suddenly remarked, it appears we are in luck. What is the matter? Harry inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. The truth is beginning to reveal itself. Chapter 88. The crawling man observed closely. These silvery liquids exhibit irregular shapes approaching an oval. Here, and here. Sherlock crouched down, pointing each one out to Harry. They were unmistakable traces of struggle, indicating that a unicorn had once sprinted and leaped in this vicinity. Clearly, these signs were left during a flight spurred by fear or provocation. Sherlock lifted his gaze, his gray eyes sparkling with excitement. Although Hagrid had provided scan information, the unicorn had left us crucial clues. I believe we shall meet it soon. Upon hearing Sherlock's words, Harry felt a surge of anxiety. What if we truly encounter it? Sherlock provided a definitive answer. At the first opportunity, unleash flames with the wand, and then act decisively. Understanding this, Harry felt a surge of determination. Wasn't Sherlock's guidance to lead him into the Forbidden Forest precisely for this purpose? To confront that ancient curse. As the trio ventured deeper into the woods, the trees grew increasingly dense, rendering the path nearly impassable. In stark contrast, the bloodstains on the ground became more pronounced. Sherlock even discovered a root that was nearly entirely stained silver. He crouched to examine the blood, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Yaya, too, grew increasingly restless. Shoo! Sherlock, of course, would not turn back. After calming Yaya, he stood up again, instructing Harry to remain concealed. After stepping over the root and advancing a few more paces, Sherlock halted. The silvery blood trailed past an ancient oak, leading to a clearing ahead. A heart-wrenching sound echoed, and a pristine form shimmered on the ground. It was the unicorn that Hagrid had desperately sought. Yet, its condition was dire. Its four legs remained in the position it had fallen. Its once immaculate mane now lay upon the dark leaves, and its dimming eyes still bore a glimmer of plea. Clearly, though this unicorn was alive, it was on the brink of death. Sherlock refrained from any impulsive actions, signaling for Harry and Yaya to remain still and observe. As he had anticipated, the underbrush at the clearing's edge began to tremble. Sherlock's senses heightened, and he shifted his focus there. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, crawling towards the fallen unicorn. Though human, the creature's movement resembled that of a sinister beast, sending chills down their spines. Harry and Yaya were rendered speechless by the sight before them, frozen in place as if paralyzed. Sherlock, having prepared for such a moment, did not succumb to their shock. He slowly raised his wand, aiming at the cloaked figure. While fists were indeed effective, Sherlock had not forgotten that he was now a wizard. The figure finally reached the unicorn, lowering its head with an alarming slowness. To their horror, he began to drink the blood from the unicorn's wounds. The once dazed unicorn seemed to sense the ebbing of its life force, emitting a mournful cry. Despite having broken legs, it struggled in defiance, its horn radiating a brilliant white light, as if hoping to dispel the shadow of death that loomed over it. Alas, no matter how intense the light, it could not prevent the unfolding tragedy. At that moment, Sherlock, no longer hesitating, unleashed the spell he had prepared, directing it at the figure. Petri Ficus Totalis. Caught off guard, the crawling assailant had not anticipated such an ambush. He was struck by the binding curse cast by Sherlock, tumbling backwards into the thicket. Despite witnessing the success of his spell, Sherlock remained vigilant. At that moment, Harry and Yaya finally regained their faculties. With a loud cry, Yaya bolted away, proving to be as timid as Hagrid had described. Harry, however, steeled himself against his fears, preparing to unleash fireworks as Sherlock had instructed. Yet just at that critical juncture, a searing pain pierced his head as if his scar had ignited. This was a sensation he had never experienced before, even during his last encounter with Snape. Oh, it must have been Quirrell. He had not felt such agony. Blurred vision caused him to stagger backward. Sherlock cast a swift glance and, without hesitation, directed another spell towards the direction of the fallen shadow. Thunderous explosion. The explosive spell he conjured was immensely powerful, equivalent to several kilograms of TNT. However, upon contact with an object, it would rebound aimlessly. If the caster were too close, they risked injuring themselves. Fortunately, Sherlock had a general target and was at a safe distance, making it an opportune moment to cast the explosive spell. Yet, he had little faith that his second incantation would succeed. Indeed, a cold snort echoed, and a magical barrier materialized, deflecting Sherlock's spell effortlessly. Simultaneously, a sinister voice roared, "You ruin my plans. Perish." After deflecting the explosive spell with an ironclad charm, the adversary flicked their wrist and shouted fiercely, "Shattered to pieces." The front of the spell surged forth like a tumultuous black wave, bearing an aura of annihilation as it surged toward Sherlock. How did the Shatter spell acquire such formidable power? What was once a mere offensive incantation had been wielded as if it were dark magic. Foreseeing the counterattack, Sherlock had already repositioned himself before his opponent raised their hand. Seizing the moment of their preparation for the next assault, he incanted once more. Obstacles abound. Sherlock's keen observational skills sharpened in the heat of battle. Since the moment the opponent drew blood from a unicorn, he had sensed something was amiss. Especially after the previous shatter spell, the adversary was breathing heavily, their movements becoming sluggish. Hagrid's descriptions, coupled with his own knowledge of magical creatures, illuminated the truth for Sherlock. For this desperate foe, nothing was more crucial than slaying a unicorn and drinking its blood to sustain their vitality and magic. Most importantly, he could not afford to delay. Not even Dumbledore, nor even Hagrid, who was nearby, would be sufficient to save him. Thus, after casting an obstacle spell, Sherlock hastened toward his opponent. He was indeed a wizard, but close combat was his forte. By the time the adversary reacted, Sherlock had already positioned himself behind them. Even under the effects of the obstacle spell, the cloaked wizard did not respond slowly, casting an ironclad charm silently. However, he could never have anticipated that the attack against him was not a spell. A sharp sword, drawn long ago, pierced his vulnerable flank at an acute angle. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, radiating a resolute glow in the dimness, resonating with the wand in his right hand. Blood was drawn. Unfortunately, the magical shield conjured by the ironclad charm could deflect not only spells but also physical entities. Thus, the sword's thrust ultimately fell short, failing to strike a fatal blow. Simultaneously, a dazzling red flame erupted into the air. Harry, enduring the intense pain at his forehead, covered his scar with one hand while directing his wand skyward to cast the agreed-upon signal. Damn it! The dark-robed wizard let out a furious roar, preparing to make his escape. Should Dumbledore see the signal and rush over, he would have no chance of escaping now. To his utter shock, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his lower back. Sherlock had drawn his sword again, intending to strike once more. He was taken aback. A mere 11-year-old wizard dared to attempt a second strike against him? Was Gryffindor truly this courageous? This was absurd. Astonishment quickly morphed into sheer rage. Obstacles were aplenty, even as the dark-robed wizard, afflicted by the same obstacle curse, still had the strength to cast the ironclad charm for self-protection. Sherlock's second thrust could not be executed. Meanwhile, the figure darted backward like an arrow released from a bow. Sherlock's movements returned to normal, yet he did not lower his guard. He sheathed his wand and retrieved the circular shield he had prepared in advance. The piercing curse unleashed a sharp cry from the direction the dark-robed wizard fled, its scarlet light transforming the night forest around them. Cautiously, Sherlock did not raise the shield for defense. Instead, he hurled it forward while swiftly ducking aside. Boom! The piercing curse struck the shield, and the collision unleashed a wave of explosive force that dislodged large clumps of earth. Yet, the spell was ultimately thwarted by the shield. Sherlock exhaled a sigh of relief. This time, he truly had to leave. If he lingered any longer, it would be too late. At that moment, Harry rushed to Sherlock's side, helping him to his feet. Sherlock, I'm so sorry about my scar earlier with Harry's assistance. Sherlock stood up, and though he could not see the other, he still patted his shoulder and said, Dear Harry, the intense pain has clouded your focus. It is not your fault. How do you know? Harry paused, recalling Sherlock's unique ability, and then, with a hint of frustration, replied, But I didn't help you. We came together, and in the end, you had to face him alone. If you hadn't successfully signaled, he wouldn't have left so quickly. Sherlock remarked before gesturing to the ground beside him. Harry, could you help me pick that up? Harry promptly retrieved the shield that had just blocked the piercing curse. However, when Harry held it in his hands, he was astonished to discover that it was anything but shield. It is undeniably the rock cake that Sherlock once brought out from Hagrid's hut. However, these rock cakes have evidently been altered, meticulously layered together, with one side even adorned with a handle. Harry stood in astonishment, exclaiming, Sherlock, you truly repurposed it as armor. The shock this revelation brought to Harry made him forget his guilt entirely. He recalled Sherlock's words to him and Ron back then. If one regards it not as food, but rather as a weapon or armor, it will prove remarkably useful. He had actually accomplished it. It was as if Sherlock could see through Harry's thoughts. Smiling as he said, Indeed, it is quite practical, is it not? To which Harry could only respond with awe, utterly impressed. Chapter 89. Suddenly, the maniac sharpens his blade. A large creature was rapidly approaching. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Hagrid. Sherlock sheathed his long sword and rock cake shield, turning to Harry and saying, Dear Harry, if possible, I hope you can remain invisible. Harry nodded, knowing full well that for various reasons. He did not wish for Hagrid to discover his presence in the Forbidden Forest that night. Sherlock, good heavens, what has transpired here? By the time Hagrid arrived and beheld the battlefield and the nearly lifeless unicorn, he was rendered speechless, frantically tugging at his beard. Hey, hold on. Can you see if it can be saved? Sherlock pointed to the unicorn, whose legs had been shattered. Oh, Merlin's beard. Who? Who could have inflicted such harm upon it? At this moment, he suddenly noticed the bite marks on the unicorn's wounds. Someone had been drinking its blood. Hagrid's eyes widened in alarm, nearly the size of saucers. Hagrid, you should be well aware of what this means. Even in its dying state, the blood of a unicorn can prolong life, but only if willingly given. If someone were to forcibly extract its blood to save their own life, from the moment that blood touched their lips, they would possess a life half-lived, a cursed existence. Sherlock spoke slowly, seemingly stating facts, but in truth, he was elucidating for Harry, who stood nearby, cloaked in invisibility. At that moment, Harry comprehended fully. The adversary he had just faced was none other than the murderer of his parents, the Dark Lord Voldemort, who instilled fear throughout the entire magical realm. Yet, he did not appear particularly formidable. Harry understood, while Hagrid remained oblivious. Sherlock did not expect him to grasp the gravity of the situation. Regardless, his primary task was to assess the gravely injured unicorn. Fortunately, although severely wounded, the unicorn could still be saved thanks to Sherlock's timely intervention. With this, the investigation into the unicorn's attack in the Forbidden Forest had reached its conclusion. Hagrid believed it was merely Sherlock's luck that he had unraveled everything so quickly on the very first night. Yet Sherlock was acutely aware that it was because their adversary could not wait any longer. His frantic behavior earlier only served to underscore this point. The next step was to inform Dumbledore and allow him to address the issue. As a leader, it is inherently his duty to do so. Regardless, following the events of today, it is certain that the opposing party will no longer venture into the Forbidden Forest. A centaur indeed. However, the centaur encountered this time was neither Ronan nor Bane. Visually, this centaur appeared younger and more striking. His hair was a lustrous platinum, complemented by a silvery mane and a pair of pale blue eyes, reminiscent of a princely figure from a fairy tale. Firenze, it is a pleasure to see you. It was evident that the centaur was yet another acquaintance of Hagrid. Hagrid, what is that? A unicorn. Is it all right? Upon seeing Hagrid carrying a unicorn with broken legs, the centaur, named Firenze, panicked at once. It was that creature lurking in our forest, wasn't it? Calm down, Firenze, Hagrid reassured, gently patting the unicorn he was carrying. Fortunately, Sherlock arrived just in time. It has not lost its life, and the poacher has been driven away. Thank goodness. Firenze exhaled a long sigh of relief upon receiving this news. He then turned his gaze toward Sherlock. Thank you for saving this poor unicorn. Firenze's demeanor was markedly warmer toward Sherlock, contrasting sharply with the previously dismissive attitudes of Ronan and Bane. Your name is Sherlock Holmes? I have heard of you. You are quite an extraordinary child. Hagrid, upon hearing this, playfully slapped Sherlock on the shoulder, exclaiming, I never expected you to be so renowned among the centaurs. Until now, I thought only Harry could achieve such recognition. Just then, more hoofbeats echoed from the other side of the clearing. It was Ronan and Bane, whom they had encountered earlier. Sherlock observed them, noting the heaving of their flanks, glistening with sweat, clearly indicating they had just undergone strenuous exertion. Firenze, Bane called out as soon as he arrived. Bane, my ears are not deaf. You need not speak so loudly, Firenze retorted, his tone lacking in courtesy. What have you told him? Bane replied angrily. Remember, Firenze, we swore to never defy the will of the heavens. Can we not discern the omens predicted by the movements of the planets? Ronan, somewhat awkwardly, began to paw at the ground with his hooves, continuing in his sorrowful tone to explain on Firenze's behalf. I believe Firenze acts out of good intentions. Good intentions? What does that have to do with us? However, Bane was ungrateful, his anger continuing to surge. Centaurs are concerned with the prophecies of the stars. We need not foolishly follow lost humans through our forest like donkeys. This statement immediately irked Hagrid. Yet before he could unleash his ire, Firenze rose onto his hind legs, a gesture indicative of extreme fury among centaurs. Did you not see that unicorn? Accompanying this action, Firenze began to roar at Bane. Do you not comprehend why it was slain? Or has the planet withheld this secret from you? Listen, I must resist that lurking creature in our forest, Bane. Indeed, if necessary, I shall side with humanity. Upon uttering this declaration, it disregarded Bane and Ronan, lowering its hind legs once more while gesturing for Sherlock and Hagrid to accompany it. Naturally, Sherlock and Hagrid had no objections, for they both harbored a disdain for the Riddler. Once they had thoroughly distanced themselves from Bane and Ronan, Firenze halted, turning to Sherlock and inquired, Holmes, do you know why Bane was so incensed just now? Hagrid chuckled in response. Firenze, you never speak plainly. Even Sherlock could not possibly deduce it. Could you, Sherlock? I can surmise a few things, Sherlock replied. Hagrid was taken aback, while Firenze's eyes brightened, urging him to elaborate. It is quite simple. He merely wished to prevent you from disclosing the results obtained through celestial observations. Firenze's blue eyes gleamed with intensity. Indeed, do you know the outcome? Sherlock sighed. It is evident that it was Voldemort who harmed the unicorn. At the mention of this name, Hagrid instinctively gasped. The invisible Harry tightened his cloak, sensing the temperature around him plummet. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With Dumbledore at Hogwarts, the Dark Lord cannot infiltrate. Firenze's reaction to the name Voldemort was far less dramatic than Hagrid's. He regarded Sherlock with commendation. Holmes, you are indeed as I have heard. I believe you should pursue the study of divination. Divination? Sherlock shook his head. This conclusion stems from scientific reasoning, not divination. The stars revealed a prophecy, yet you claim it is through science. At the mention of this term, Firenze's expression shifted subtly, for discussing science within the realm of magic always felt somewhat peculiar. In truth, deducing these matters was rather straightforward. Observing Sherlock's demeanor, the invisible Harry smiled knowingly. He understood that his friend was about to embark on another explanation. The blood of the unicorn, when forcibly offered, carries a curse. For an ordinary person, enduring a curse for a lifetime is akin to a half-life. It would be far preferable to succumb outright, unless the aim is merely to prolong life, granting the cursed individual time to acquire another means of fully restoring vitality in magic. Conveniently, the school harbors the Philosopher's Stone, capable of producing an elixir of immortality. For Voldemort, who has lain in wait for years, I surmise he would not let this opportunity slip by. At this revelation, Firenze was utterly astonished. Sherlock, you have already conveyed this to me. Just as Firenze was engulfed in shock, Hagrid appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming aloud. It turns out you had already contemplated this back then. The invisible Harry nearly stumbled, for his giant friend was remarkably slow on the uptake. Nevertheless, even after belatedly grasping Sherlock's deductive reasoning, Hagrid still muttered, "While your skills are impressive, Sherlock, I believe you are mistaken this time. As long as Dumbledore remains at the school, the Dark Lord shall not prevail." It was evident that his trust in Dumbledore had escalated to a level of blind admiration. Sherlock refrained from countering, while Firenze gently remarked, "This is not merely deduction. It is the divination of the centaurs. Hagrid, you know we seldom err." Observing Hagrid's state of indiscriminate aggression, Firenze chose to say no more, understanding that in such circumstances, discussion was futile. Soon, the trio, a centaur, a unicorn, and a dog, reached the edge of the forbidden forest. "Let's part ways here," Firenze said, pausing to look at Sherlock and Hagrid. "I wish you good fortune. The stars of fate have been misinterpreted before, and even centaurs are not infallible. I hope this will be the case again." Noting the distinct kindness emanating from Firenze, unlike Ronan and Bane, Sherlock added, "I believe there is a phrase that better suits your divination today." Firenze, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" "Sudden madmen sharpen their blades at night, while the imperial star sways and the comet rises." After uttering these words, Sherlock waved goodbye to Firenze and, alongside Hagrid, made his way toward the castle. "Sudden madmen sharpen their blades at night, while the imperial star sways and the comet rises." Firenze quietly repeated the phrase several times. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with an astonishing blue, reminiscent of pale sapphires. Indeed, this phrase seemed far more fitting than tonight's fiery Mars.